Ye traverses to a fantastical realm, becoming the beleaguered master of the Qingyun zone. Do not panic. Fortuitously, he has bound himself to a system that promises 100 million-fold returns. By investing in the potential, physique, cultivation, and techniques of his wayward disciples, he can trigger astronomical rewards. The higher the fortune of the wayward disciples, the greater the multiplier of returns, leading to bountiful rewards. Thus, Ye prepares to gather his disciples and shower them with affection. Ding! Investment in condensed Qi pill yields a reward of transformation pill. Ding! Investment in Supreme Bone yields a reward of Ice Phoenix Immortal Bone. Ding! Investment in Sword Mastery yields a reward of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Ding! Investment in 7th grade Spirit Sword yields a reward of Ultimate Emperor Weapon. Henceforth, Ye can no longer halt his path of investment. By the time his rebellious disciples have merely learned to refine Qi, he has already ascended to the status of a great emperor. Years later, when enemies assault the Qingyun zone, they find something amiss. Even the gatekeepers are great emperors. Chapter 1. At the outset, I am an invincible emperor. 10 years. Has it been 10 years already? Do you know how I have endured these 10 years? On the eastern wasteland continent, Lingzhou, Qingyun mountain range, at the peak of a solitary mountain, the cold wind howls, stinging the face. Ye tightens the thin robe that has been stitched and restitched. He stands at the cliff's edge, furiously roaring at a nearby earthen grave. In front of the grave stands a tombstone, inscribed with, Master, Grave of Mei Gg. 10 years ago, Ye was merely a fishmonger on Blue Star. One day, while unclogging a neighbor's drain, he accidentally touched the electric switch and lost consciousness. When Ye opened his eyes again, he had traversed into this realm of cultivation, becoming the young master of a small family in Xianxia city of the secular world. Even more coincidentally, the original owner of this body shares his name. Ye, what is this? A millennia-old monster, seizing a new body to cultivate anew? As long as he lives a life of indulgence, he will have inexhaustible wealth and endless glory. Women? Servants? They line up, begging for Ye's favor. Although he has not awakened a system, he has enjoyed this blissful life for a decade. However, in the Eastern Wasteland, the strong hold dominion. Those powerful immortals cast spells with ease, fly with swords, and some can even cleave the heavens with a single strike or obliterate a mountain with a fist. Ye has witnessed a formidable golden elixir cultivator striding through the air. That scene left him utterly awestruck. Coincidentally, this golden elixir cultivator arrived in Xianxia city to recruit disciples with cultivation potential for his sect. For a seasoned bookworm who frequents the online literature community, is this not an opportunity delivered to his doorstep? It seems that his story is finally about to commence. His journey through the realms has not been in vain. Thus, Ye resolutely abandons his idle life and rushes to enroll. As the protagonist of a novel, surely he must at least be a cultivation genius, right? Yet, while imagination is often beautiful, reality can be cruel. The results of the assessment reveal that he is utterly devoid of any cultivation talent. In an instant, this esteemed young master of the Su family becomes the greatest fool in Xianxia city. Unable to accept this, Ye kneels on the ground, exclaiming, "No, the fool is me." However, at that moment, a tattered, filthy old man, under Ye's hopeful gaze, utters the classic line. "Young man, I see that you possess an extraordinary visage. Your hands are even fairer than a woman's. I'm somewhat. Ahem not. You are like a jade tree facing the wind. Your bones astonishingly remarkable, clearly a prodigious genius among millions. Though you may currently be a rough stone covered in dust, with the guidance of a great master, you can soar like a Kunpeng, rising 90,000 miles. I'm the 107th generation master of the Qingyun zone. Would you be willing to take me as your master? From henceforth, you shall soar to great heights, unmatched across the world." Upon hearing this, did Ye need to think further? He immediately knelt down and eagerly bowed to become a disciple. Undoubtedly, after becoming a disciple, Ye relinquished his emperor-like existence in Xianxia city to pursue the path of cultivation. However, this marked the beginning of his nightmare. Once the fish is hooked, Mei Gg beams with delight, practically transformed into a prize catch. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly takes Ye toward the Qingyun mountain range. After 2.5 days, they finally returned to the Qingyun zone. Yet, no sooner had they arrived than his master spat blood and passed away. Before dying, the master bestowed upon him the position of sect leader. What is this? The master ascends to the heavens at the outset, and I am left to defy fate and seek immortality? Ye shakes his head in resignation. Fortunately, as the sole disciple of his master. With the master gone, he reluctantly accepts the position of sect leader, becoming the 108th generation master of the Qingyun Zone. On the way back, the master had once told him that Qingyun Zone had a legacy spanning tens of millions of years, with profound foundations. At its peak, it boasted hundreds of millions of disciples and had produced countless emperors, even a few true immortals, an invincible presence in the celestial domain. Hearing this made Su Ye's mouth water. With such a formidable background, why bother with cultivating immortality? In the realm of cultivation, he could also be a big shot. Moreover, now that the master was no longer around, he had become the head of Qingyun Sect. Even without cultivation, just the title of sect leader would allow him to easily instruct the young female disciples and elder women in the sect. After a simple burial for his master, Su Yi thoughtfully erected a tombstone. Indeed, it was the grave of his master, Mei Jiji. However, when he arrived at the sect, Su Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Before him was not the magnificent hidden sect described by his master, but merely a pile of dilapidated eaves and broken walls. At this moment, not to mention hundreds of millions of disciples, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow in sight. This was all a deception. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi broke down in tears. It is important to note that he was now deep within the Qingyun mountain range, an absolute forbidden zone in the entire eastern region. Who knows how many demonic beasts lurked within, and even a tribulation realm expert could fall here. System, I will count to 3. If you don't show up, I will jump. As he spoke, Su Yi slowly approached the edge of the cliff. There was no way out for an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. It was truly a death trap. Su Yi seriously questioned whether he was the most unfortunate time traveler in history, bringing shame to his predecessors. At this moment, he could only think of restarting with a new account. If worst comes to worst, he would restart his life. In his next life, Su Yi vowed to be reborn in the arms of a fairy master and become a rebellious disciple. 3. Never mind. I'm afraid of pain. Master's wife, I'm coming. As soon as he said this, Su Yi prepared to take that leap of faith. But at that moment, a young girl's lowly voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! 10 years of charging complete. Detecting that the host has successfully inherited the position of sect leader of Qingyun Sect, meeting the binding conditions of the system. The strongest sect system is binding. 110, 50, 99. Ding! Binding successful. Su Yi. He was immediately speechless, retracting his right foot in haste, fearing that he might accidentally fall off. Su Yi blinked. Was this an illusion? Was this auditory hallucination caused by his overwhelming despair? Host, Su Yi age, 28 cultivation, none identity, current sect leader of Qingyun Sect, the only member, sect level, unranked sect architecture, dilapidated bricks and tiles. Sect members, 1 current task, none. Suddenly, a semi-transparent character template appeared abruptly before Su Yi, clearly displaying his miserable state. Holy cow, it's real. It really is a system. My system daddy, you finally arrived. In an instant, Su Yi was so excited that he nearly cried. The pain was unbearable. System daddy, you're finally here. At this moment, Su Yi almost shouted with a choked voice. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. Also, please call me system wife, for I am a girl. Deme. System wife. Hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily stunned. He never expected the system to have gender distinctions. But that was unimportant. What mattered was that she had finally arrived. What was a system? It was the standard equipment for time travelers. With this system as his support, he could turn the tide and live a blissful life. System wife. Quickly, is there a newbie gift pack? Hurry and set it up for me. Su Yi rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with joy. Gone was the previous look of despair. Detected that the host has activated the system for the first time. To compensate for the previous 10 years of losses to the host, the newbie gift pack has been automatically issued. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Now. Right away. Without hesitation, Su Yi eagerly nodded. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Emperor Realm Cultivation Experience Card, Permanent, X1. Emperor Realm Cultivation Experience Card? And it's permanent? What kind of divine operation is this? Su Yi was left dumbfounded, but before he could process it, an indescribably terrifying power surged into his body like the Milky Way rushing down from the heavens. Boom! Refining Qi Realm, first layer. Refining Qi Realm, second layer. Refining Qi Realm, third layer. Refining Qi Realm, ninth layer peak. Cultivation bottlenecks? Nothing. Breakthrough. Boom. Foundation Establishment Realm. In the next moment, the spiritual energy transformed into liquid within his body, roaring and surging. Foundation establishment, realm, first layer. Foundation establishment, realm, third layer. Foundation establishment, realm, ninth layer peak. Break again. Boom. Golden core realm. Nascent soul realm. Transformation realm. Void realm. Harmonization realm. Great ascension realm. Tribulation realm. Entry to saint realm. Saint king realm. Great saint realm. Supreme realm. Each breakthrough felt as effortless as eating and drinking. Suyi could even sense that his once depleted body was now being filled with terrifying spiritual energy. Swish! Meridians were being widened repeatedly. The physical body was being tempered time and again. The soul was continuously sublimating. Finally, when this surge of spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, boom! A vast imperial might, seemingly originating from the ancient primordial chaos, erupted from within Su Ye's body. He had become an emperor. Chapter 2. The Prodigy Girl with Bone-Digging Talent. Meanwhile, the entire Qingyun mountain range, nay, the entirety of Lingzhou, and even the eastern wilderness continent, suddenly found itself engulfed in tumultuous change. The previously clear skies were instantaneously shrouded by an endless expanse of dark clouds. The oppressive black clouds loomed over the city. Threatening destruction. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. Then, a cataclysmic thunderbolt pierced through the ominous clouds, akin to divine retribution manifesting upon the earth. Following this, an ethereal purple aura surged from the east, stretching for 30,000 miles, heralded by auspicious signs. The resounding calls of dragons and phoenixes echoed across the heavens. A divine lotus blossomed amidst the clouds. The celestial king descended from the ninth heaven. Millions of saintly apparitions emerged, prostrating in reverence towards the direction of Qingyun Mountain. Such a grand homage from countless saints was a rarity throughout the ages. An indescribable aura of dread swept across the eastern wilderness continent, as if it were a palpable force. Countless formidable beasts concealed within the Qingyun mountain range trembled in fear, bowing low to the ground. Simultaneously, numerous ancient ancestors, long buried for untold eons, were roused from their slumber, rising from their coffins in astonishment, gazing up at the celestial phenomena. One extraordinary spectacle. The celestial king has graced the ninth heaven. Such terrifying omens. What has transpired? Is a great emperor emerging? From which direction? It seems to be Lingzhou in the eastern domain. When did such a personage arise in Lingzhou? At this very moment. At the epicenter of the celestial phenomena, atop Qingyun Mountain, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was a faint, intangible imperial might. As he sensed within himself a terrifying power capable of devastating the heavens and earth, Su Yi gradually raised his hand and gently clenched it. Crack! It was as if the entire eastern wilderness could not withstand this force, producing a faint sound of fracture. He glanced down at himself. His attire? It had disintegrated into ashes under the ferocious onslaught of spiritual energy moments ago. At this moment, he stood bare, unashamed, as if in a state of undress. The cold wind swept across the mountain peak. It is no longer cold. In fact, it feels somewhat pleasant. However, he felt a bit unsteady. Instantly, the corners of Su Ye's mouth lifted into a slight grin, and he chuckled. Ha ha ha. The realm of the emperor. This sect leader is destined for invincibility. What relief. The pent-up frustration, discomfort, and despair accumulated over 2.5 days vanished in an instant with this resounding roar. In its place arose unparalleled confidence and audacity. Starting off with a beginner's gift package of emperor-level cultivation. Truly, the system is remarkable. Such a splendid initiation. Even novels would scarcely dare to write such a tale. Nonsense about broken engagements, drivel about the rise of the underdog. I have concealed my talents for 2.5 years, nay, for a decade, emerging from concealment as an invincible force. From this day forth, I, Su Yi, the leader of Qingyun Sect, am the emperor. At this moment, Su Yi was filled with exuberance and boundless ambition. He felt as if he could effortlessly submerge an entire continent with a mere snap of his fingers. Though it might seem a bit juvenile, given that he had transcended into invincibility, how could he not indulge in a touch of bravado? Su Ye's gaze drifted over to the dilapidated remnants of the sect beside him. As a formidable emperor, was he truly residing in a hovel? This scene appeared rather incongruous. In the eastern wilderness continent, there were a total of 3,000 regions, divided into the 5 cardinal domains of southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. Among these, The central domain was the mightiest, followed by the western domain, with the southern and northern domains trailing closely behind, while the eastern domain was the weakest. Undoubtedly, Suye's Lingzhou was situated within the eastern domain. Looking across the entirety of the eastern domain, there were merely 108 regions. Were it not for its location on an ancient battlefield from eons past, the cultivators of the eastern wilderness would have long forgotten the existence of this feeble region. From the fragmented memories of the past leaders of the Qingyun Sect that Su Yi inherited, it was evident that the once invincible Qingyun immortal sect had fallen into decline after the ancient battlefield over 10 million years ago. In this generation, he was the sole inheritor. The realms of cultivation on the eastern wilderness continent were categorized as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void opening, Tao, integration, great ascension, half saint, saint king, great saint, sovereign, half emperor, and emperor. However, ever since the ancient era's cataclysmic battle between the celestial beings and the demonic path, the eastern wilderness had entered an age of desolation, with spiritual energy becoming exceedingly sparse. Not to mention emperors, even sovereigns and saints had not emerged for millennia. While the other domains may have their intricacies in the 108 regions of the eastern domain, those in the Tribulation Crossing realm were already recognized as the strongest. Only the holy places possessed such power. This meant that Su Yi, as an emperor, was indeed unmatched. Host, Suye. Age, 28. Cultivation level, Emperor realm. Identity, current leader of the Qingyun Sect, the sole member. Sect level, unranked. Sect architecture, Ramshaka. Sect members, 1. Current task, none. Su Yi then reopened the character template. Undoubtedly, his cultivation had transformed from nothingness to the Emperor realm. The feeling of invincibility was exhilarating. However, the following details were less than flattering. Sect level, unranked. Sect architecture, Ramshaked. O system, if you wish to mock, must it be so overt? Fortunately, with the binding of the system, all these issues would soon be resolved. By the way, system, could you enlighten me about your capabilities? At that moment, Su Yi eagerly looked towards the system and inquired. Ding, dear host, you should refer to me as your beloved system. This system is the billion-fold return system. Every time the host recruits a disciple with qualifications surpassing the saint level, they're granted a disciple recruitment gift package, which can yield various rewards, including a card for summoning powerful beings from myriad realms. The strength of the disciples directly enhances the overall power of the sect. Once the sect reaches certain level requirements, it is eligible for achievement rewards, categorized as third-rate power, second-rate power, first-rate power, holy lineage, extreme power, immortal emperor sect, and supreme immortal gate. Simultaneously, the system will periodically issue tasks. Upon their completion, the host will also receive corresponding rewards. To facilitate the host in assessing the qualifications of their disciples, an ancient dual-eyed artifact is provided. Ding. The system has automatically activated the one glance through feature capable of discerning the qualifications, fortune, and even hidden talents and physiques of all individuals. After listening to the system's introduction, Su Yi quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that to grow stronger, he needed to recruit disciples and develop the sect. I refuse. Su Yi promptly shook his head and declared, I am already invincible. What need have I for disciples? At that moment, he only wished to indulge in the pleasures of the immortal realm's brothels, where the singers were said to be celestial maidens, incomparable to the mundane beauties of Luyun City. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the system became agitated. Host, this system has bestowed upon you the cultivation of an emperor to ensure your path to recruiting disciples is unobstructed. It is not meant for you to languish. Beyond the emperor lies the true immortal. An emperor is merely invincible in the lower realms, but in the higher celestial domain, they are akin to mere coal miners. If the host wishes to achieve true invincibility across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they must develop the sect and strengthen their influence. Very well. After hearing this, Suye felt utterly. How could a dignified emperor-level powerhouse be reduced to a mere miner in the upper realms? Was this not a severe blow to one's spirit? This was what they called the Ascension Trap, where the myriad races of the upper realms feasted upon the emperors of his kind. Just then, the sweet and melodious notification chime of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Host, do not dawdle. A new task has arrived. Task issued. Descend the mountain to recruit disciples. Oh, a system task has been issued? Upon hearing this, Suyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This system has detected a talented young girl, Xianxia, at the foot of the Qingyun mountain, who possesses great fortune and is of saint-level qualification. However, she has had her saint bone extracted and is currently being hunted. Her life hangs by a thread. Please proceed immediately to the foot of Qingyun mountain, rescue this girl, and take her as your direct disciple to bring back to the sect. Task reward: 1 sect reconstruction card, which can instantly rebuild Qingyun Sect into a standard third-rate sect, complete with all necessary infrastructure, and a disciple recruitment gift package. A sect construction card? Could it truly be possible to reconstruct a third-tier sect with a mere click? Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening in excitement. This was akin to receiving a pillow, just as one was about to doze off. Moments ago, he had been troubled by the system's evaluation of his dilapidated sect. Oh, dear system, you are indeed my most cherished support. Suye réjouit internally. While outwardly he endeavored to maintain the dignified demeanor of a hidden master, just as this sect leader was fretting over how to accommodate people in this wretched place. You have delivered a solution. Ahem. He promptly cleared his throat and stated earnestly, as for accepting disciples, ahem, it is my unyielding duty for the development of the sect. Moreover, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. I shall proceed at once. Joy blossomed in Su Ye's heart. This system was truly insightful. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mind and accepted the task. Off I go. With a light push from his toes, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the void as he raced toward the foot of the Qingyun mountain range. His speed was nothing short of extraordinary, faster than even rewarding oneself. The supreme pressure of an emperor's realm, even in mere travel, was enough to dim the heavens and earth. The remnants of the phenomenon caused by his breakthrough had yet to fully dissipate. At this moment, as Suyi moved, the lingering auspicious purple aura above the Qingyun mountain range surged once more, as if paving the way for his passage. In the blink of an eye, Suyi had traversed millions of miles, arriving at the base of the Qingyun mountain. Chapter 3. Will you become my disciple? Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qingyun mountain range, amidst a dense ancient forest, a rough voice echoed, "You little wretch, where do you think you can run?" This was followed by the sound of blades slicing through the air and the frantic, weakened breaths of a young girl. Surrender willingly, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a situation where survival is impossible and death is unattainable. A chilling voice filled with unrestrained malice issued forth. 7 or 8 figures clad in dark garments, their faces concealed by black cloth, wielded glimmering blades, encircling a petite figure that staggered as she fled. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her pale dress now soaked with crimson blood, rendering it tattered and unrecognizable. Her hair was disheveled. Strands of damp hair clung to her pallid face, which bore no trace of color. A stark drop of blood slid from the corner of her mouth, falling onto the grass before her, a shocking sight to behold. With each passing moment, her steps grew heavier, each breath bringing with it excruciating pain, as though her very organs were on the verge of shattering. Yet, within her once clear eyes now burned an indomitable spirit and deep-seated hatred. This girl was none other than the talented maiden, Xianxia, who had been deprived of her holy bone, as indicated by the system prompt. Speaking of the illustrious Xianxia, she was indeed a paragon of virtue in the Great Chu dynasty, as well as in several neighboring kingdoms. Born into the esteemed Gu family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the Great Chu, she exhibited an extraordinary talent for cultivation from a tender age. Her innate gift stemmed from the legendary sacred bone, a rare endowment believed to be born from the very essence of heaven and earth, harboring fragments of the Tao within its skeletal structure, destined to reach the exalted realm of saints. Those who possess the sacred bone cultivate at an astonishing pace, with obstacles crumbling before them like mere paper. True to expectations, Xianxia began to draw in qi at the age of 3, officially embarking on her journey in the qi refinement stage, a feat remarkable for one so young. While ordinary children still played in the mud, by the age of 10, she had successfully condensed spiritual energy into liquid form, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, thus becoming the youngest foundation establishment cultivator in the history of the Great Chu dynasty. By 17, her progress was meteoric. She ascended to the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm with an unstoppable momentum, merely a step away from the legendary Golden Core pathway. Such prodigious talent and rapid advancement were nothing short of astonishing. Across the entire great Chu dynasty and in neighboring realms, she stood as a singular beacon of hope, a rarity among a multitude. The Gu family regarded her as the harbinger of their revival, cherishing her as if she were made of fragile glass, showering her with invaluable treasures as if they were mere trifles. The royal family of the great Chu dynasty had also made numerous overtures towards her, even expressing intentions to betroth her to the crown prince, hoping to ally with the Gu family and secure a future saint as their supporter. Everyone believed that, barring any unforeseen calamities, Xianxia would inevitably become the youngest golden core powerhouse in the dynasty's annals. There was even considerable speculation that she might one day shatter the shackles of this realm and glimpse the sanctified domain spoken of in legends. Ah, the realm of saints. A mere thought could stir the oceans, and a fit of anger could alter the very fabric of existence. However, fate is often capricious, and misfortune can strike without warning. Just 3 days ago, a meticulously orchestrated and malicious conspiracy plunged this once radiant prodigy into an abyss of despair. The sacred bone, a symbol of unparalleled glory and a promising future, was brutally extracted from her body. The pain was excruciating, tearing at her heart and soul, a torment that penetrated to the very marrow of her being. And the architect of this vile act was not a bitter enemy or a nefarious rival coveting her gifts, but rather her own cousin, Guiyue, whom she had always held in high regard, treating her as a sister. How ironic! How ludicrous! With the sacred bone ripped away, Xianxia's cultivation plummeted from the 7th level of foundation establishment back to the Qi refinement stage, struggling even to maintain that, standing on the brink of becoming utterly incapacitated. Once the center of admiration, enveloped in a halo of brilliance, this genius now found herself like a stray dog, relentlessly pursued by assassins dispatched by her treacherous cousin, intent on eradicating her completely. Why must my sister treat me in such a manner? Xianxia trembled, her delicate body quivering, her beautiful eyes filled with boundless sorrow, indignation, and despair. She could not comprehend why her cousin, who usually showered her with warmth and kindness, had turned so cruel and malicious. Was everything that had transpired merely a facade? Just as Xianxia was engulfed in despair and fury, a repugnant voice slithered into her ears. A man clad in black, with thieving eyes and a sinister grin, rubbed his hands together, his gaze lewdly roving over Xianxia's bloodied yet still stunning visage and her delicate, curvaceous form. He obsequiously addressed the leader among them, saying, "Boss, although Xianxia has had her sacred bones extracted, and her cultivation has plummeted, she is still a remarkable beauty, once hailed as the first beauty of the great Chu dynasty. Regardless, she is doomed today." The leader of the black-clad men swallowed hard, his voice dropping even lower, saturated with unabashed greed and lewdness. "Perhaps, before we send her on her way, we should let the brothers enjoy themselves first? After all, it's quite arduous for us brothers to toil for Miss Guiyue in this desolate wilderness on such a moonless, windy night. I assent to it." Upon hearing this, the eyes of several black-clad men sparkled with predatory hunger, their breaths becoming heavier. "Indeed, boss, this little lady's soft skin is too precious to waste. Since she's destined to die, why not make use of her before then? Just thinking about it is exhilarating." Such vile words were unbearable. The leader of the black-clad men paused momentarily before a glimmer of lasciviousness flickered in his eyes. He scrutinized Xianxia, though she was covered in blood. Her pitiable fragility and the stubborn beauty in her eyes, even in despair, added an unusual allure to her. The leader mused, stroking the coarse stubble on his chin, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. "You have quite the knack for providing amusement for the brothers. Very well, let be as you suggested. However, we must be quick, lest the night grows long and we attract the attention of that girl's kin." "Thank you, boss." The man who proposed the idea was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together with a lewd grin as he lunged toward Xianxia. "You beasts!" Xianxia trembled with rage upon hearing the shameless conversation of these scoundrels, her face paling to an ashen hue, her eyes brimming with terror and humiliation. She would rather perish than endure such an affront. "You dare!" With the last ounce of her strength, Xianxia unleashed a heart-wrenching rebuke, her voice imbued with despair and a resolve akin to that of a martyr. "Oh, this little lady possesses quite the fire?" The lascivious man cackled, and instead of halting, he quickened his pace. "I do enjoy a fiery spirit. In a moment of desperation, when survival seemed impossible, Xianxia felt the filthy black hand approaching her. A flicker of resoluteness crossed her eyes as she gathered the last remnants of her spiritual power, preparing to ignite her energy sea and perish alongside these beasts. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an unexpectedly languid voice, imbued with an enigmatic charm, resonated through the forest without warning. TSK, TSK, TSK. In broad daylight. Oh no, my apologies, it is a moonless, windswept night. Ahem, in any case, it seems rather inappropriate for so many to bully a young girl, does it not? This sudden voice startled everyone present, sending a shiver down their spines. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. The leader of the black-clad men barked, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The other black-clad figures, poised to advance, halted in their tracks, their expressions tense with apprehension. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of confusion piercing through her despair. This voice was unfamiliar. Was it merely an illusion? Or perhaps a benevolent passerby? Yet, the Qingyun mountain range was notoriously desolate, particularly the secluded ancient forest at its base. Amidst the crowd's uncertainty, a tall and graceful figure emerged leisurely from the shadow of a towering ancient tree. Clad in a simple, somewhat faded azure robe, he appeared unremarkable. Yet, this plain individual exuded an indescribable air of composure and tranquility, as if the life-and-death struggle before him was merely a tedious farce. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face resembled jade, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze as profound as the vast starry sky, shrouded in mystery. It was Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi disregarded the tense black-clad man, his attention drawn directly to the feeble Xianxia on the ground. He surveyed her with an appreciative gaze, noting, though you appear a bit disheveled, this delicate visage, this petite frame. Ah, no, it is your bone structure that is indeed extraordinary. Suye musit inyardli, maintaining an expression of compassionate wisdom. Then, he began to speak, his voice imbued with warmth, temptation, and a hint of arrogance that might provoke annoyance. My dear young lady. Suyi began slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of all present. Xianxia lifted her head, gazing in bewilderment at this sudden young man. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a 45-degree angle. Well, there was no sky for him to admire, so he settled for the nearby leaves instead. With a lyrical tone, he continued, I perceive your remarkable bone structure. You are a rare talent for cultivation amidst the masses. I am the sect leader of Qingyun Sect. Suye. As he spoke, Suyi paused momentarily, seemingly awaiting applause and gasps of admiration. Yet, the atmosphere remained eerily silent. The figures clad in black murmured, Qingyun Sect? Never heard of it. Where did this obscure sect come from? Xianxia thought, remarkable bones. My sacred bones have been excavated, for heaven's sake. Is there something amiss with his gaze? Su Yi, feeling disheartened, muttered, goodness, this audience is utterly uncooperative. How awkward. However, who was Su Yi? His resilience was thicker than the walls of a fortress. He suppressed his urge to voice his complaints, maintaining an air of mystique, and regarded Xianxia with a gaze imbued with concern and affection. Dear girl, our meeting today is indeed fateful. I cannot bear to see you ensnared in peril. More importantly, with a sudden shift in tone, his eyes sharpened as if he had discerned the essence of Xianxia. By my calculations, you and my Qingyun sect share an extraordinary destiny. Xianxia was left in disbelief, seriously questioning the man's mental faculties. With her life under threat, he was discussing destiny with her? Had he lost his mind? Su Yi, undeterred by Xianxia's complex expression, continued, so little girl, would you be willing to accept me as your master and become my beloved disciple in the Qingyun sect? His declaration was bold and resolute. One might mistake him for a venerable sage descending from the heavens. Chapter 4. Unceremoniously suppressing and accepting a disciple, Xianxia listened to Su Ye's astonishing proclamation of apprenticeship, momentarily forgetting the dire situation she was in and the impending doom she faced. Her blood-stained eyes, still shining brightly like stars, were now filled with a myriad of questions. This man must have some sort of mental issue. At such a critical juncture, he was rambling about extraordinary bones and destiny. She had just had her sacred bones forcibly removed. As for the Qingyun sect, Xianxia racked her brain, but could not recall a single shred of information about this sect. She was somewhat familiar with the prominent sects of the Great Chu dynasty. Yet the Qingyun sect was a complete enigma. Never heard of, never seen. Surely, it must be a tiny, obscure sect from some remote corner, with its leader and disciples possibly being the same person. And now, he wished to take her, a once-renowned genius of the Great Shu, as his personal disciple. What was he after? Her current state of diminished power, her flickering life force? Despite her inner turmoil and shifting expressions, the instinct for survival ignited a flicker of hope within her. Given her circumstances, did she have any other alternatives? It seemed she did not. In the face of certain death, why not take a gamble? What if this individual is indeed a hidden master of the game of life, delighting in playing the role of the fool to ensnare the unsuspecting? A dead horse can only be treated as a living one. With this thought in mind, Xianxia took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, and summoned her last vestiges of strength to speak, her voice trembling. Predecessor. Her tone was hoarse and parched, tinged with a glimmer of hope amid despair. These individuals are traitors of the Gu family, acting on the orders of that wretched Gu Yuer, pursuing me relentlessly to this point. As she mentioned her enemies, a seething hatred ignited in Xianxia's eyes. They not only extracted my sacred bones, rendering me powerless, but, her voice choked with emotion, they also sought to violate me. If the predecessor could intervene and subdue these vile creatures, it would save Xianxia's life. Xianxia bit her pale lip, a flicker of determination igniting in her gaze. Xianxia would gladly become your disciple, joining your esteemed Qingyun Sect. What does the sect matter? As long as I can survive and avenge myself, I would accept even the most menial of tasks. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile, a barely perceptible arc gracing his features. A teachable child indeed. The young girl displayed a commendable understanding of negotiation, validating his earlier words. The system's task was now assured. He nodded lightly, his tone remaining as nonchalant as ever, as if Xianxia's life and death struggles and profound humiliations were but trifles to him. Deal. Witnessing the rapid and seemingly casual agreement between Su Yi and Xianxia regarding the apprenticeship and rescue, the onlooking black-clad figures erupted in outrage. What is the meaning of this? Do they consider U.S. heir? Or do they underestimate the sharpness of the blades in our hands? Who the hell are you? A hot-headed black-clad man could no longer contain his fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yi. Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Gu family? Seeking death. Are we? The leader of the black-clad figures wore a grim expression, his countenance dark enough to drip water. He was a formidable master at the third level of the Golden Core realm. In the vicinity of the Qingyun Mountains, he was an entity to be reckoned with. His subordinates were all skilled practitioners of the Foundation establishment realm. Now, to be disregarded and overshadowed by this impudent upstart emerging from who knows where, this is intolerable. I can endure much, but this is beyond the pale. You have some nerve. The leader of the black-clad men squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice chilling and piercing, with a murderous glint surging in his eyes. You refuse to tread the path to paradise, yet you dare to trespass into hell. Since you yearn for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress, I shall grant your wish today, allowing you to become a pair of desperate lovers with this wretched girl. Attack! With a commanding wave of his hand, the leader ordered fiercely. Eliminate him. Chop the man into pieces to feed the beasts. As for Miss Xianxia, let the brothers enjoy her first before sending her on her way. Yes, boss. The surrounding black-clad men, upon hearing this, revealed their vicious intent, grinning wickedly as they responded in unison. In an instant, a palpable aura of menace filled the air. Blades were drawn, their cold gleam flashing. Waves of formidable spiritual energy erupted, stirring up fierce winds that rustled the leaves in the forest. They charged at Su Yi like ravenous wolves, as if they would tear him to shreds in the next heartbeat. Xianxia, witnessing this, felt her heart leap to her throat, her breath caught in anxious anticipation. Although she knew nothing of Su Ye's capabilities, he was her sole lifeline in this dire moment. Be careful, senior. She couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, just as the black-clad men were about to pounce upon Su Yi, he did not even bother to lift an eyelid. To him, these fierce adversaries seemed no more significant than a swarm of buzzing flies. He merely extended his right hand, his long, fair fingers pointed at the oncoming assailants. Then, with a gentle motion, he snapped his fingers. The crisp sound of the snap echoed sharply through the tense atmosphere of the forest, strikingly out of place and eerily surreal. Immediately thereafter, nothing followed. The black-clad men, who had just moments ago been snarling and threatening to dismember Su Yi while violating Xianxia, froze in their tracks. their movements, expressions, and the malice flickering in their eyes all came to an abrupt halt at the sound of that snap. They could not even let out a scream. A series of muffled pops followed, resembling the sound of bubbles being burst. The 7 or 8 black-clad men, including their leader, who was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, found their bodies instantaneously crushed like tomatoes in the grip of an invisible hand. One by one, they burst apart, transforming into swirling clouds of rich, crimson mist. Indeed, it was blood mist. It rained down from the sky, leaving not even a fragment of flesh the size of a fingernail or a single intact bone. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the blood mist throughout the forest. The air was suddenly saturated with a nauseatingly potent scent of blood. In that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the bizarre sight of the blood mist gradually dissipating in the moonlight. And Suyi remained composed and tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. The blood mist continued to swirl around, its metallic sweetness assaulting Gu Xian'er's dulled, olfactory senses. Her small mouth, slightly agape, transformed into a perfect O. Those eyes, smeared with remnants of blood, yet still defiantly shimmering with starlight, widened in astonishment, as if they might leap from their sockets. Just moments ago, what had occurred? An illusion? It must be an illusion. That was the leader of the Golden Core's 3rd level, along with several foundational practitioners. Just like that, bang. Then poof, 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 and they vanished. Not even a fragment of bone remained, ascending to the heavens, dissolving into a myriad of blood mist. What kind of divine prowess is this? Gu Xian'er felt as though her mind had turned to mush, utterly incapacitated. She had not been sheltered from the world. As a once prominent genius of the Gu family, she had the fortune of witnessing an ancient ancestor of a nascent soul stage from afar. The prowess of a nascent soul elder could indeed easily crush a Golden Core. But to witness this elder with such nonchalance, merely snapping their fingers to render an entire cadre of cultivators, including those at the 3rd level of Golden Core, into nothingness without a sound, was this even conceivable for someone of the nascent soul realm? Gu Xian'er could assert that this was absolutely impossible, let alone nascent soul. Even the legendary transformation stage masters would find it challenging to achieve such effortless and thorough annihilation. Wouldn't they? Could it be an ancient being from beyond the transformation stage? Heavens! Gu Xian'er felt as though the world was spinning, the shock overwhelming her senses, rendering her momentarily breathless. Previously, she had derided him as the leader of a minuscule sect emerging from some obscure corner, doubting his intellect. Now, it appeared that the one lacking insight was her. How blind she'd been! This was not merely clinging to a powerful ally. This was akin to grasping a colossal pillar that reached the heavens, and one encrusted with diamonds to boot. In an instant, the frustration and bewilderment that had arisen for being toyed with by Suyi evaporated into thin air. In its place surged an unparalleled awe, a euphoric relief of having survived a calamity, and a profound reverence for the unknown power before her. Her delicate face flushed with excitement and trepidation, alternating shades of crimson and pallor, creating a captivating sight. Swallowing hard, Gu Xian'er struggled with a dry throat that felt as though it might ignite. She gazed at Suyi, who remained unfazed, as if he had merely swatted away a few pesky mosquitoes, and within her heart, all hesitation vanished. Whatever the Qingyun Sect was, whatever his intentions might be, with such an enigmatic master shielding her, one could hardly fear mere traitors from the Gu family. Let alone that insignificant Gu Yuer, vengeance and retribution were surely within reach. A dull thud echoed as Gu Xian'er, summoning every ounce of her strength. The ground was unyielding and frigid, sending sharp pangs through her already injured knees, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Disciple Gu Xian'er. Her voice remained hoarse, but resonated with an unprecedented conviction and respect. I pay my respects to my master. With that, she pressed her forehead firmly against the cold earth, performing an impeccably formal bow of apprenticeship. Chapter 5. Celestial Stage Techniques, an investment with boundless returns. At the very moment Gu Xian'er's words fell, a notification chimed within Suye's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the fated daughter Gu Xian'er as your personal disciple, completing the system task. Descend the mountain to gather disciples. The system's alert rang clearly in his mind. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations. Host has received Sect Reconstruction Card X1. Congratulations. Host has received Luxurious Disciple Recruitment Package X1. Congratulations, host has received Bronze Summoning Card X1. The series of notifications caused a barely perceptible smile to spread across Su Ye's lips. It worked. All the effort and the performance he had just put forth were not in vain. This auspicious beginning was indeed promising. The acquisition of the sect reconstruction card signified that his dilapidated sect, resembling something chewed by a dog, was finally salvaged. As for the luxurious disciple recruitment package and the bronze summoning card, Su Yi felt a surge of excitement. System, open the luxurious disciple recruitment package. Ding. Luxurious disciple recruitment package opened successfully. Congratulations, host has obtained the celestial stage technique. Ancient celestial phoenix method, even with the Emperor experience card, granting him an unwavering composure. So he could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment upon hearing this reward. Celestial stage technique. Ancient celestial phoenix method. By the heavens. The system truly outdid itself this time. It is worth noting that the cultivation method he was currently practicing under the Emperor realm was merely of the lower grade within that tier. Yet this ancient celestial phoenix method was a celestial stage technique, a transcendent art that far surpassed the realm of emperors. Such a treasure belonged to the realm of legends, existing only in the myths of antiquity. And if the so-called immortal imperial clans or ancient sects outside were to learn of this, their eyes would surely gleam with greed, willing to go to any lengths to seize it. The system's offerings were undoubtedly of the highest quality. No, this was nothing short of extraordinary. So he could not help but marvel inwardly. With the acquisition of the ancient phoenix technique, there is no doubt that his future path of cultivation will be immensely smoother. Such a remarkable treasure. Absolutely a remarkable treasure. Su Yi stifled the small thrill brought on by the celestial grade technique, reminding himself that he was now an emperor and must remain composed. His gaze casually settled on the ancient fairy still kneeling on the ground, her little head likely still buzzing. Having taken this apprentice, he ought to assess her abilities, right? What if she turned out to be utterly useless? Heaven forbid. The chosen one, system certified. How could she possibly be inept? Still, he needed to witness firsthand the extent of her extraordinary talent. Su Yi felt a stirring in his heart. Ancient reincarnation eyes activate. In an instant, within the depths of Su Ye's eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were in constant motion, and the mysteries of the ages flowed through him. A glimmer, imperceptible to others, flickered from his gaze. In his line of sight, the kneeling ancient fairy suddenly emanated a faint, ethereal luminescence. Your name, Xianxia. Age, 17. Identity, chief disciple of Su Yi, the sovereign of Qingyun Sect. Cultivation, none. Holy bone excavated, spirit vein damage. Physiques, 26. Talent, none. Original holy talent, rendered null. Constitution, none. Affinity, 10. Respect. Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. What on earth are those question marks? Is the system teasing him? Unacceptable. However, just as he was mulling over this, the 3 question marks under Constitution suddenly twisted and transformed. Hidden Constitution, ancient phoenix body, awakening unfulfilled, celestial grade. Suiese pupilles abruptly constricted. What? Ancient phoenix body? Celestial grade? Just moments ago, he had been slightly stirred by the ancient phoenix technique, only to discover that his apprentice was, in fact, endowed with a celestial grade constitution. Su Yi felt his heartbeat skip a beat. Goodness, this is astonishing. The ancient phoenix technique and the ancient phoenix body. Just hearing the names reveals they are a perfect match. It is simply tailored, custom-made, an original pairing. System, did you already know this? Su Yi could not help but ponder. Otherwise, how could the rewarded technique align so perfectly with his apprentice's unawakened, yet formidable constitution? System, you sly fox, you must have calculated this all along. However, what does unawakened imply? Su Yi stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems that I must personally intervene and lend her a hand. Otherwise, possessing this celestial grade physique would be akin to carrying a mere brick, a sheer waste of potential. Just as Su Yi pondered how to assist his beloved disciple in awakening this extraordinary physique, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Warm reminder. Host. It has been detected that your direct disciple, Xianxia, possesses the ancient celestial phoenix body and has acquired the corresponding celestial grade cultivation technique, the ancient celestial phoenix method. To encourage the host in the active cultivation of disciples and the joint construction of the strongest sect, hidden benefits have been activated. Hidden benefit, billionfold talent rebate. When the host gifts items to their disciple, there's a chance for a critical rebate to be triggered, with a minimum of 100-fold and a maximum of a billion-fold. Suye? Billion-fold? Talent rebate? For a fleeting moment, his expression froze in disbelief. He suspected he might be experiencing auditory hallucinations from overuse of the Emperor Experience card. System, could you repeat that? My internet connection faltered just now. Suyi earnestly communicated with the system in his mind. Beep. Hidden benefit. Billion-fold talent rebate. Specific explanation. When the host's direct disciple successfully awakens or cultivates a certain physique or technique to a certain level, the system will return to the host a billion-fold enhancement based on the disciple's acquired physique and technique level. For instance, if the disciple awakens the celestial grade physique, the ancient celestial phoenix body, the host will receive a billion-fold enhanced version of the ancient celestial phoenix body, randomly improved quality. If the disciple successfully cultivates the first layer of the ancient celestial phoenix method, the host will directly receive a billion-fold experience in fusion, instantly elevating the ancient celestial phoenix method to an inconceivable realm. Suye Fadsident. The expression on his face, which should have been calm and composed, suddenly transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Initially, he was taken aback, then incredulous, followed by wide-eyed amazement. His breath quickened, and finally, a broad grin spread across his face, revealing nearly all of his back teeth. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Suyi internally screamed with the fervor of a groundhog. A billion-fold rebate. What divine operation is this? This means that as long as my dear disciple Xianxia successfully awakens that ancient celestial phoenix body, I, Suyi, will also acquire one for free, and it will be enhanced a billion-fold. What level of physique is that multiplied by a billion? Super celestial? Tao level? Or will it transcend the heavens, reaching an indescribable realm? Suyi felt as though his mind was on the verge of melting away in bliss. And then there was the ancient celestial phoenix method. As long as Xianxia diligently practices, even if she only manages to cultivate the tiniest fraction of the first layer. After multiplying by 100 million, the feedback would be overwhelming. Wouldn't I then ascend directly, achieving perfection in my cultivation, perhaps even surpassing it? This is exactly what is spoken of in legends. While my disciples toil and strive, I recline in comfort, becoming a deity. Su Yi has attained enlightenment. He has comprehended it fully. What defines the most formidable sect system? This is it, cultivating disciples, and then reaping the rewards. The more exceptional my disciples are, the more extraordinary I, Su Yi, become. Moreover, it is an exponentially explosive kind of extraordinary. Ha ha! Su Yi nearly succumbed to his excitement, letting out 3 hearty laughs towards the sky to express his overwhelming joy. Thankfully, the final vestige of the Emperor's composure compelled him to suppress this impulse. Yet, the slight twitch of his lips and the dazzling intensity of his gaze betrayed the tempest within. System, you are truly my beloved partner, my confidant, my precious treasure. Suyi fervently showered praises upon the system in his heart, indulging in a wave of flattery. Previously, he had regarded the permanent Emperor Realm Experience card as impressive. Now, it pales in comparison. This hidden benefit of 100 million times return on talent is the true ace in the hole. With this, not only can one achieve the rank of Emperor, ascending to immortality and founding a lineage is just around the corner. No, it is as if one can effortlessly ascend to immortality. When Suyi's gaze fell upon Xianxia again, it had transformed entirely. That gaze burned with a fervor capable of melting one's very being. No longer was he merely looking at a mere disciple. This was akin to observing a humanoid cheat code, a phoenix that lays golden eggs, a nurturing vessel for a future titan of the immortal path. Ahem. Suyi cleared his throat, striving to restore the expression on his handsome face to that of a transcendent sage. Xianxia. His voice carried a subtle warmth and anticipation. Chapter 6. A Rebellious Disciple. Suyi cleared his throat once more, making an effort to regain his composed demeanor. Xianxia. His voice held a trace of barely perceptible tenderness and hope. The small figure of Xianxia remained kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing his words, she timidly lifted her head, revealing a pair of tear-streaked yet still clear and bright eyes, filled with a mix of confusion and reverence, gazing up at Suyi. Master? The little girl's voice was somewhat hoarse, trembling with the remnants of a near brush with calamity. Suyi mused internally. Yes, this child is teachable. Her call of master is far more pleasing than her earlier address of sect leader. He feigned profundity, nodding sagely, and spoke with a tone that suggested complete control. This place is not suitable for lingering. I shall take you back to the sect. The sect? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's little head was immediately filled with a flurry of questions. The sect? Qingyun Sect. The master seemed to have just said that. Yet, having grown up in the Great Chu dynasty, how had she never heard of a sect called Qingyun nearby? Could it be one of those legendary reclusive sects? The more she pondered, the brighter Xianxia's big eyes became. Wow, had she truly entered a hidden grand sect and become a direct disciple of a formidable emperor? This was simply a celestial encounter, a leap to greatness. Su Yi, however, paid no heed to the rich inner drama of his precious disciple at that moment. All he desired was to swiftly return this fortunate apprentice to the sect and commence his own endeavors. He wondered, though, would he end up plucking her bald? Yet, considering her age, she likely had no feathers to begin with. Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Yi, who had just lightly coughed to mask his excitement, casually extended a hand. Then, with a gentle grasp, he seized Xianxia's frail little hand. Xianxia felt an irresistible, gentle force envelop her. Her tiny body lifted effortlessly, as if she were a chick being carried. No, it was more like a large bird grasping a chick. This metaphor carries a hint of the ethereal. Before she could exclaim or comprehend what her master intended, Su Yi wielded his other hand and casually swept it across the emptiness before him, with a ripping sound akin to the tearing of fine silk. Accompanied by a piercing wail reminiscent of a sorrowful space, the air suddenly erupted. Just like tearing a piece of cloth, the fabric of space before them cracked open. A dark, profound fissure appeared, its edges flickering with unstable silver light. Within the cracks swirled chaotic space currents, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed capable of devouring all. Xianxia, her little mouth instantly formed an A shape, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What was this? Tearing through space with bare hands? My goodness! Her master, astonishingly, had torn open a rift in space with his bare hands. Was this even possible for a mortal? This was far more direct and shocking than the earlier display of the Emperor's might and the anomalies of heaven and earth. Yet, Su Yi did not even furrow his brow, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He stepped forward, still holding Xianxia, who had yet to recover from her petrified state. And then they entered. In an instant, the stars shifted and the world turned upside down. Xianxia felt darkness envelop her, followed by a dizzying whirl, as if her very insides were misaligned, nearly causing her to regurgitate her last meal. This sensation was 100 times more exhilarating than the time she had secretly climbed to the mountain peak to watch the sunrise, only to accidentally roll down the slope. In the blink of an eye, or perhaps even less than that, as Xianxia felt her feet touch solid ground again, she heard Su Yi's calm voice. As though nothing had transpired. We have arrived. Xianxia? We have arrived? Where exactly are we? Her delicate lips parted slightly as she instinctively rubbed her eyes and vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the overwhelming sensation of dizziness. What just transpired? Had the very fabric of reality been torn asunder? In an instant, she had been transported from the foot of the mountain back to her sect. What unfathomable power was this? Her face, already pale from having her sacred bone removed, appeared even more ghostly, devoid of any color, and her large eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Who exactly was her master? Such a method was not merely unheard of. It was a marvel beyond comprehension. However, as she finally regained her composure and made an effort to widen her glistening eyes to perceive the scene before her, a large, bewildered expression slowly emerged on her small head. Before her lay shattered walls and cobwebs, with a few crooked pillars defiantly supporting a dilapidated sign that seemed on the verge of collapse. The inscription on the sign was barely legible, with only the words Qingyun discernible, while the final character of Zone was reduced to a mere fragment, presenting a picture both desolate and absurd. Several structures that once must have exuded grandeur now stood askew, their roofs marred by numerous gaping holes. The air was thick with an indescribable stench. Far from being infused with celestial energy or ethereal beauty, this place lacked even a hint of human presence. It was so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. If not for the tenaciously hanging characters of Qingyun on the tattered sign and her prior experiences with the prowess of the training uniform, she might have thought she had stumbled into the lair of human traffickers. Xianxia blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, and blinked again. She extended her small hand to rub her eyes, doubting whether she was experiencing an illusion. Yet, the scene before her remained all too real and harsh. The little girl was utterly bewildered. This did not align with her expectations of a reclusive grand sect, which seemed vastly different from what she envisioned. Where were the promised celestial mountains and elegant pavilions? Where were the auspicious clouds and vibrant colors? Where were the soaring cranes and the graceful deer? Even without these standard features, surely there should be at least a hint of human activity, perhaps just a solitary old man sweeping the floor? After a long pause, she finally summoned the courage to weakly inquire, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Master? Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back turned to her as he endeavored to maintain an aura of wisdom. Upon hearing Guxianer's voice, he slowly turned around, a crooked smile gracing his face. What is it? Guxianer, somewhat unsettled by his amiable smile, could not help but point at the sect surrounding them, which resembled a scene of post-disaster reconstruction, and softly asked, "Did you not say that Qingyun Sect is a reclusive sect?" "Indeed," Suyi replied, his expression unchanging, nodding with unwavering conviction. The delicate finger of the ancient fairy traced a circle in the air, encircling the desolate scene before her, her tone imbued with disbelief and profound confusion. How could it resemble a doghouse ransacked by bandits? The little girl struggled to find a more tactful expression, yet her limited vocabulary yielded only this most fitting description. "Suyi remarqué, gut avance. This apprentice of mine possesses quite the sharp gaze." Right to the point. Could he claim that he had just taken over this mess and had not yet had the chance to tidy it up? Absolutely not. The dignity of the emperor and the majesty of the sect leader must not falter. Suyi's face tightened slightly, and he cleared his throat, attempting to salvage a modicum of face. "Ahem. You see, dear fairy, you are unaware. True strength does not rely on external trappings, nor does it disdain the superficial splendor. The might of a sect lies in its heritage, its depth, and its people, rather than in the opulence of its halls." The ancient fairy nodded, half understanding, feeling as though her master's words were indeed quite reasonable. So he continued his solemn discourse. "The strong of my Qingyun sect are those who see through illusion, pursuing the path of the great way. They wander the world, grasping the myriad laws of nature amidst the mundane, where they seclude themselves in arduous cultivation, striving for higher realms in the depths of the abyss. They await a rare opportunity, one that may not come again for eons. When the time arrives, they will break through, revealing their brilliance, and the myriad realms shall tremble at the name of Qingyun Sect. As for this mountain gate," Suyi gestured toward the dilapidated scene, his tone shifting. "You are still too young to understand its profound meaning. Humility, humility, do you comprehend? The great way is simplicity itself, returning to the essence. This, indeed, is the true depth of my Qingyun Sect." The ancient fairy listened, momentarily stunned. Although she recognized each word her master spoke, when strung together, they became somewhat incomprehensible. Yet, she felt a sense of awe. Her master truly was remarkable. This realm, this vision, was extraordinary. Who would have thought that the shabby scene harbored such profound philosophy? It seemed she had been too superficial. Seeing the little girl rendered speechless by his eloquence, Suyi secretly sighed in relief, then divulged a weighty piece of information. "And you, dear fairy," his gaze settled on her with a hint of solemnity, "are the very first disciple I have taken after countless years of silence. In this generation." "The first disciple?" The ancient fairy's large eyes first expressed bewilderment, followed by her heart racing uncontrollably. "The first disciple? Does that mean I am?" Her voice trembled with excitement, tinged with an incredulous delight. "The senior sister of the Qingyun Sect of this generation? Wow, such a title sounds quite extraordinary. From a pitiful figure who had her sacred bones extracted, losing her cultivation and nearly being slaughtered by dark-clad assailants, she transformed into the esteemed direct disciple of the legendary hidden sect's leader, and uniquely, the senior sister. The shift in her status was nothing short of a dream, far too exhilarating. Xianxia's delicate face flushed with fervor, resembling a ripe red apple. The agony of having her bones extracted, the despair of being hunted, and the uncertainties of her future seemed to dissipate in the wake of this sudden, monumental surprise. What replaced it was an unprecedented sense of duty, honor, and a sprinkle of vanity. She, Xianxia, was to be the senior sister of the Qingyun Sect from now on. Disciple Xianxia pays respects to master. Thud. The young girl knelt once more, this time willingly. Filled with excitement and admiration, she vowed not to disappoint her master's high expectations, committing to diligent cultivation, ensuring she would bring glory to her sect. In this moment, she resolved to be a devoted disciple. No, a filial and respectful disciple. Suyi observed the spirited demeanor of the young girl, akin to a revitalized phoenix, and a slight smirk tugged at his lips. Excellent. Not mere flattery, but a genuine spark of ambition ignited, truly befitting of the future Phoenix Empress. Such enlightenment is commendable. With the return of a prodigious talent, I, Suyi, am here. He reveled in this thought while maintaining a calm smile, slowly raising his hand. Arise, my esteemed disciple. Chapter 7. Sect Construction Card. Rebuilding the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, silently affirming, "This child is indeed worthy of guidance. My efforts in teaching him were not in vain." At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully accepted a disciple and ignited her ambition. Meeting the conditions for using the Level 3 Sect Reconstruction Card. Would you like to use it immediately? Suyi raisit anayibroth. Oh, timing is indeed impeccable. This system has a knack for choosing the right moments. Use it, Suyi silently commanded, unwavering in his decision. He was eager to see what marvels this reconstruction card could conjure for the dilapidated Qingyun Sect, which resembled a beggar's branch. The instant Suyi concentrated his thoughts, a vast, indescribable wave surged forth, emanating from the center of Suyi and Xianxia, sweeping outward in all directions. This wave was intangible and formless, yet it seemed to harbor the might of creation itself. Xianxia's face, which had just been flushed with excitement, turned pale in an instant. Master, she instinctively clutched the hem of Suyi's garment, her petite frame trembling with fear. What on earth had transpired? An earthquake? Or perhaps an unparalleled demon was about to emerge. Yet, Suyi merely smiled faintly, extending his hand to gently pat her little head. Do not panic, do not panic. This is merely a minor spectacle, a routine maneuver for me. Xianxia was left bewildered. A minor spectacle? A routine maneuver? Did her esteemed master harbor some colossal misunderstanding of the term minor spectacle? Before she could fully absorb Suyi's nonchalant words, a resounding rumble echoed from all directions. It was as though countless colossal dragons were thrashing and roaring deep beneath the earth. The ground began to quake violently. No, it was not merely trembling. It was rising from the earth. Xianxia felt her eyes nearly pop out in disbelief. She watched in astonishment as the dilapidated ruins, once adorned with crumbling walls and thick spiderwebs, were manipulated by an invisible hand, with dirt and stones flying through the air, splinters swirling all around. The crooked, precarious pillars emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds as they miraculously straightened themselves. The roofs, riddled with numerous gaping holes through which one could gaze at the stars, had countless tiles flying back into place, fitting seamlessly. With a thunderous sound, golden light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of Qingyun Sect. Within the golden radiance, myriad mysterious runes flickered, exuding a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The once dilapidated signboard, of which only half of the word sect remained, now blazed with golden brilliance. With a swish, the dust and grime vanished from the sign, revealing 3 vigorous and elegantly curved characters that shone with resplendent glory. Qingyun Sect. This transformation extended beyond the signboard. The entire sect underwent a cataclysmic metamorphosis beneath the golden light. Majestic halls, previously confined to the realm of imagination, rose from the ground. White jade steps and glazed tiles adorned the structures. Intricate carvings and magnificent architecture filled the space, shrouded in celestial mist and auspicious omens. The once crumbling halls had now transformed into the imposing central hall, the transmission hall, the alchemy pavilion, and the scripture repository. Even the martial arts arena, the spirit herb garden, and the disciples' quarters were all present. Ethereal cranes danced gracefully amidst the clouds, emitting melodious calls. Spiritual deer frolicked in the woods, occasionally peeking out with curiosity. The dense spiritual energy, so rich it nearly took on a tangible form, permeated every corner of the sect, invigorating all who inhaled it, leaving them feeling refreshed and light, as if they were ascending to the heavens. This was no longer the dilapidated ruins of before. It was clearly the fabled paradise of immortal beings, a divine realm. The contrast between the two states was as stark as heaven and earth. The petite mouth of Gu Xian'er formed an astonished ta shape, as if it could accommodate a cucumber. Her little mind was utterly bewildered. If her previous experience of tearing through the void had left her in awe of her master's power, then the transformation of this desolate ruin into a celestial paradise had completely obliterated her grasp on reality. Could such feats truly be within human reach? Divine methods. This was undoubtedly the work of celestial beings. She abruptly turned her head to gaze at Su Yi, who stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully, wearing an expression of serene composure as if everything was well within his control. It seemed as though the cataclysmic spectacle they had just witnessed was merely a trivial episode in his daily endeavors. Gu Xian'er exclaimed in wonder, "Master, you truly did not deceive me. The Qingyun Sect is indeed a hidden grand sect." The earlier scene of ruin must have been what Master referred to as the utmost simplicity of the Tao. It was my own superficiality that prevented me from grasping its profound meaning. Now, Master must have recognized my sincere desire to become his disciple and my grand aspirations. Hence he chose to reveal a glimpse of the true magnificence of our sect. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes as she looked up at Su Yi, her voice thick with admiration and longing. "Master, you are truly remarkable." She found herself at a loss for words to articulate her current emotions. "Soyez chakrit ignardli, naturali." Your master is exceptional. However, the results of the construction of this Tier 3 sect surpass my expectations. The system's output is indeed of exquisite quality. He maintained an air of a seasoned master, slightly nodding. Indeed, foundational skills are paramount. "Come, Xian'er, let me take you to see the grand hall of our sect." With that, Su Yi strode ahead towards the most magnificent structure, its plaque inscribed with the 4 grand characters Qingyun Hall. Gu Xian'er hurriedly wiped the tears of excitement from her eyes, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, following closely behind him. Along the way, her gaze darted about, her mouth agape in astonishment. The square, paved with white jade, radiated a warm aura of spiritual energy upon her steps. The railings, adorned with carvings of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, exuded a palpable essence of Tao when touched. The air was thick with an intoxicating richness of spiritual energy. To cultivate here was equivalent to 100 days of effort elsewhere. Heavens, this was truly a celestial sect. Soon, the two arrived before the Qingyun Hall. The hall loomed majestically, exuding an overwhelming presence, flanked by 2 massive golden pillars shaped like coiling dragons, so lifelike they seemed poised to spring to life at any moment. As Su Yi pushed open the heavy doors, a wave of even denser spiritual energy washed over them. Inside the hall, the splendor of gold and jade mingled seamlessly with an atmosphere of ancient grandeur. Above, there rests an expansive throne, masterfully carved from an unknown divine wood, emanating a subtle yet commanding presence. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Yi strides forward and plops down upon it. Ah, how comfortable! This is indeed the demeanor befitting a master. He gazes at the still astonished and exhilarated Gu Xian'er below, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he speaks. "Xian'er, my disciple, present." Startled, Gu Xian'er promptly bows in response, her voice ringing clear and vibrant, brimming with enthusiasm. Su Yi nods in satisfaction before shifting the tone of the conversation, his voice taking on an air of mystery. "In my previous observations of your innate constitution, I have uncovered certain revelations." At these words, Gu Xian'er's expression tightens, a flicker of anxiety coursing through her. What has the master discovered? Could it be that my talents are insufficient for cultivation? Her heart raced in trepidation, observing her anxious demeanor. Su Yi finds amusement in her nervousness, but maintains a serious facade as he continues. "Do you know that within you, aside from that coveted sacred bone, which others would go to great lengths to seize?" He pauses deliberately, heightening Gu Xian'er's anticipation. Holding her breath, her large, luminous eyes fixated on Su Yi, she awaits his next words. What else could there be besides the sacred bone? A subtle smile plays on Su Yi's lips as he gradually unveils the truth. In fact, there exists a more formidable and exceedingly rare special constitution hidden within you. Chapter 8. Awakening of the Phoenix Body, Foundation Establishment at the 10th Layer. The corners of Su Yi's mouth lift in a slight arc as he slowly articulates. In fact, there exists a more formidable and exceedingly rare special constitution hidden within you. Gu Xian'er's heart thumped violently, nearly leaping from her throat. More formidable, more rare. even more impressive than the sacred bone. My heavens! She widened her enchanting eyes, her mouth agape in disbelief. Master, is what you say true? Her youthful voice quivered, tinged with apprehension as she feared mishearing or that her master might be jesting. Seeing her innocent expression, Su Yi is internally amused. Yet he maintains an air of inscrutable wisdom. He nods slightly, his tone calm but imbued with undeniable authority. I do not speak lightly. This constitution is named. He deliberately elongated his words, further piquing Gu Xian'er's curiosity. Clenching her small hands in nervous anticipation, she held her breath. Her ears perked up like those of a rabbit. The ancient phoenix body. These 4 words resonated in Gu Xian'er's mind like thunder, exploding in her consciousness. The ancient phoenix body. Bewildered, she blinked, clearly struggling to comprehend the significance of these 5 words. It sounded extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even more so than the sacred bone. Su Yi, observing her adorably perplexed expression, decided to enlighten her further while indulging in a moment of grandeur. Indeed, the ancient phoenix body. It is one of the most supreme and rare divine physiques among the myriad realms. Legend has it that only the celestial phoenix of the primordial era possessed such an extraordinary constitution. Once awakened, it equates to having the potential for ascension. Your previous fragment of bone, oh no, that sacred bone, while commendable in its own right, pales in comparison to the ancient phoenix body. Su Yi disdainfully shook his head, a smirk of contempt playing on his lips. It is unworthy of even serving as its footwear. No, it would be more fitting to say that if it were to be used as firewood for the phoenix body, it would be deemed insufficient, lacking the vigor to ignite. Xianxia, my goodness, not even worthy of serving as footwear, disdained even as firewood. That sacred bone, which once filled her with pride and brought her much suffering, is so utterly insignificant in her master's eyes. Just how terrifying must this ancient phoenix body be? The phrase potential for ascension struck her like a colossal axe, shattering all her previous notions. Her mind buzzed, momentarily unable to comprehend. Is it true that my master possesses such an extraordinary physique? Her small face reflected disbelief, tinged with a trace of anxiety and trepidation. Su Yi smiled faintly. When has my judgment ever faltered? If not so, do you think I would take you as my disciple? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's delicate form trembled. Indeed, what manner of person is my master? With a mere flick of his fingers, he can turn the world upside down. Such an existence would surely not err in judgment. It turns out that my master took me as a disciple not merely because of my commendable character, but also due to the hidden ancient phoenix body within me. In an instant, immense joy and excitement surged within Gu Xian'er, overwhelming her like a torrential flood. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls scattered from a broken string. But this time, it was not sorrow nor despair, but exhilaration. It was happiness. It was the dawn of hope. Master, you are too kind to me. Su Yi observed her tearful countenance with a hint of helplessness, shaking his head. All right, why are you crying? What sort of demeanor is this? Though the ancient phoenix body is formidable, if not awakened, it remains merely a pearl covered in dust. No different from waste. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian'er immediately ceased her tears, her small face growing solemn as she nodded vigorously. Master, please help me awaken the phoenix body. I am unafraid of hardship. I can endure anything. Her gaze was unwavering, brimming with a thirst for power. She yearned to grow stronger. She intended to reclaim all that rightfully belonged to her. She would make those who once humiliated and harmed her pay a painful price. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, a teachable child indeed. In light of this, find your seated position, cross-legged, and calm your mind. I shall lend you my support to awaken the ancient celestial phoenix body. Yes, master. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xian'er complied, settling into a meditative posture, her delicate face taut with concentration as she endeavored to enter the desired state. Su Yi extended a finger, gently pressing it to Gu Xian'er's third eye. A resounding hum, a vast and gentle stream of golden divine energy flowed into Gu Xian'er's being, akin to a soft rivulet. This power was not derived from Su Ye's own imperial cultivation, but rather a unique energy bestowed upon him by the system, designed to guide his disciple in awakening her innate potential, harmonizing with the profound essence of the celestial technique, the ancient celestial phoenix method. In an instant, Gu Xian'er was enveloped by an indescribable warmth, surging from her brow and radiating throughout her limbs and bones. A soft gasp escaped her lips as she felt as though she were basking in a rejuvenating hot spring, teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet in the next heartbeat, boom! A far more tumultuous and fiery force erupted within her, as if an ancient phoenix, dormant for eons, had awakened at this very moment. Caw! A resounding cry, piercing and brilliant, resonated from the depths of primordial chaos, echoing within the very essence of Xianxia's soul. Immediately, her previously parched dantian began to gather the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, as though it were a parched land rejoicing in a long-awaited downpour. No, it was not merely gathering, it was voraciously devouring. Within the azure cloud hall, the dense, almost tangible spiritual energy found its release, transforming into visible streams that surged into Xianxia's form. Boom! The first level of qi refinement. Achieved, Xianxia barely registered the moment, only noting a gentle pop within her, as a faint yet tangible magical essence was birthed in her dantian. This is cultivation, yet this was merely the beginning. Boom! 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 Second level of qi refinement. Third level of qi refinement. Fourth level of qi refinement. Xianxia's cultivation soared, as if she were on a roller coaster, ascending with exhilarating speed. The pace was so rapid it could render one dizzy. Were there outsiders present, they would likely be struck with terror. Is this truly cultivation? This is akin to riding a rocket. No, not even a rocket could match such swiftness. This is a quantum leap in advancement. Xianxia was utterly bewildered. She could distinctly sense the power within her swelling in surges. The sensation was akin to a beggar, starved for 3 days and nights, suddenly plunging into a granary overflowing with delicacies, blissfully overwhelmed. Master, I. Her excitement rendered her speech nearly incoherent. Yet, Suyi merely cast her a calm glance, his tone steady and unyielding. Focus your mind, do not be distracted. This is merely the beginning. The best is yet to come. Your ancient celestial phoenix body is not to be underestimated. Charge forth for your master. With Suyi's commanding whisper, the celestial phoenix bloodline within Xianxia seemed to respond to a profound directive, unleashing its full potential. A thunderous roar reverberated. An even more terrifying force of attraction emanated from her being. The entire Qingyun Great Hall, nay, the very realm of the Qingyun Sect, began to convulse with fervent energy. Countless strands of spiritual essence coalesced into an immensely robust beam of energy, descending from the heavens and directly infusing into the crown of Xianxia's head. Crack! The bottleneck of the 9th level of qi refinement shattered with an audible snap. There was not even the slightest hindrance. It was as though a delicate sheet of paper had been effortlessly pierced. Boom! An aura far surpassing that of qi refinement erupted explosively from Xianxia. Foundation establishment. First layer. It was achieved. Xianxia, feeling the surging and overwhelming power within her, which was more than tenfold stronger than her previous qi refinement state, flushed with excitement, trembling all over. I have established my foundation. Master, I have established my foundation. The realm she had once longed for, which eluded her despite years of arduous cultivation, was now effortlessly attained within less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. And this was not the end. Boom! Foundation establishment. Second layer. Boom! Foundation establishment. Third layer. Xianxia's cultivation continued to ascend at a breathtaking pace. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Sixth layer. Seventh layer. When her cultivation soared to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, the fluctuations of power within her finally matched the peak state she had reached before losing her sacred bones. No, it was even stronger. For the spiritual essence condensed after awakening her ancient celestial phoenix body was unparalleled in both purity and potency, far exceeding her previous cultivation. I have recovered. No, I am stronger than before. Xianxia wept tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. Suyi's lips curled into a slight smile, internally acknowledging the fated protagonist truly lives up to her reputation. This girl possesses a remarkable foundation, and coupled with her celestial phoenix body and celestial grade techniques, she is nothing short of an unparalleled prodigy. He cast a glance at Xianxia, who was still fervently absorbing spiritual energy, and spoke calmly. Xianxia, steady your mind, and press on with unwavering resolve. Is the 7th layer of foundation establishment truly worthy of your astonishment? Propel yourself to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of foundation establishment. I shall not rest until the golden elixir is achieved. Cough, cough, perhaps that goal is a tad ambitious. Let's first reach the peak of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Xianxia trembled with excitement, her eyes igniting with brilliant radiance. Indeed, with Master by my side, with the ancient celestial phoenix body within me, what is the mere 7th layer of foundation establishment? I shall obey my Master's command. She bit her tongue sharply, forcing herself to regain composure amidst the overwhelming surprise. With all her might, she activated the ancient phoenix body, channeling the immense spiritual energy to break through to a higher realm. Foundation establishment stage, 8th layer, break. Foundation establishment stage, 9th layer, break. Boom! As the final barrier was shattered with a thunderous roar, an aura of unparalleled strength and perfection erupted from Xianxia. The spiritual storm between heaven and earth gradually calmed. Foundation establishment stage, 10th layer, perfection. Just one step away from condensing the golden core and achieving the golden core path. Xianxia slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with divine light, resembling an ancient phoenix. She sensed within her body an unprecedented surge of power, a connection to the noble and majestic bloodline of the phoenix. In that moment, she felt as though she were transcending time itself. Is this truly the 10th layer of foundation establishment? It was infinitely stronger than her previous peak. Everything felt like a dream. Chapitre 9, Bestowing Celestial Technique. A disciple's duty to filial piety. No, this is not a dream. She pinched herself hard. It hurt. Everything was real. Her gaze slowly shifted to the figure standing before her, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of elegance and charm, so striking it was breathtaking. Her master. It was her master who granted her a new lease on life, pulling her from the depths of despair. Were it not for her master, she might still be the Xianxia who had her sacred bones mercilessly extracted by the Gu family, reduced to nothing more than a worthless wretch. Were it not for her master, she might have long since perished, reduced to mere dust. Reflecting upon those painful memories and then gazing at her transformed self, Xianxia's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. But this time, it was not from overwhelming excitement. Rather, it was profound gratitude. Without any hesitation, Xianxia's knees buckled, and she knelt before Suyi, her head bowing deeply to the hard bluestone floor with a resounding thud. Bang! The sound echoed painfully. Master, disciple Xianxia, humbly thank you for your life-giving grace. Her voice trembled with emotion, yet each word was clear, filled with boundless sincerity and appreciation. Without my master, there would be no Xianxia today. The master not only saved her life, but also granted her a second chance, bestowing upon her a magnificent future. This kindness, Xianxia vowed, she would never forget throughout her lifetime. She swore to the heavens that in this life, she belonged to her master. In death, she would remain devoted to her master. Xianxia was truly overwhelmed with emotion, a drop of blood trickling from her forehead and staining the blue stone, underscoring the depth of her sincerity and heartfelt feelings. Suyi observed her fervent determination, as though she wished to pierce the floor with her fervor, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This girl indeed was quite earnest. With a gentle gesture, he summoned an invisible yet exceedingly gentle force, akin to a spring breeze caressing the willows, which effortlessly lifted Xianxia. There, the ground is cold. Do not knock about any longer. It pains me to watch. Suyi's voice remained calm and soothing, imbued with an undeniable warmth. Since you have genuinely pledged yourself to my tutelage, you are now my cherished disciple. Assisting you is but my duty. There is no need for such excessive reverence. Suspended in the air, Xianxia bore traces of tears and blood upon her small face, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, in her large, glistening eyes, there resided an abundance of admiration and filial piety. Master is truly remarkable. Woo-woo. Not only did he save me, but he also bestowed upon me a divine physique, aiding my recovery and even enhancing my strength. And he claims all of this is merely his obligation. Where else could I find such a master? He is simply the epitome of the perfect mentor in my heart. At that moment, Xianxia gazed at her master's handsome visage, her eyes shimmering with affection. Suyi, noticing the adoration reflected in her gaze, felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this blessing, is becoming increasingly delightful. I have not taken on this disciple in vain. He spoke with a calm demeanor. You have now awakened the ancient celestial phoenix body, achieving the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. However, this is merely the inception of your cultivation journey. The ancient celestial phoenix body is among the most formidable physiques across the myriad realms. Its true might far surpasses what you have yet realized. To fully excavate the potential of such a supreme physique, it is essential to pair it with the appropriate top-tier techniques. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Master speaks the truth. I shall heed your words unconditionally. Her trust in Su Yi had become absolute. Whatever he proclaimed was gospel. Su Yi nodded inaproad. His expression unchanged and gradually opened his palm. A gentle and sacred golden radiance blossomed from his hand, followed by an ancient technique glowing with resplendent hues, radiating an aura of undeniable grandeur, which hovered silently above his palm. The mere essence it exuded caused the spiritual energy within the entire Qingyun Grand Hall to ripple. Even the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. Wow! Xianxia instinctively widened her beautiful eyes. She sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this technique. Far more terrifying than when she awakened her celestial phoenix body. It felt as if a true immortal lay dormant within this technique. Master, could this possibly be? Her sweet voice trembled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Su Yi smiled wryly and spoke casually. This is the cultivation technique I specifically sought for you. Its name. He deliberately paused, tantalizing Xianxia. The ancient immortal phoenix method. Boom! The 5 characters, ancient immortal phoenix method, struck Xianxia like countless divine thunderbolts, violently impacting her mind. No, it was as if a series of nuclear explosions detonated within her consciousness, leaving her dazed and on the verge of soaring into the heavens on the spot. At that moment, her heart felt as if it might cease to beat. Could this surprise be any greater? The happiness arrived too suddenly and ferociously. Her petite frame struggled to bear the weight of it all. Master, you mean this is? Xianxia was so excited that she could hardly complete her sentence. Indeed, this method is a genuine celestial grade technique, without a doubt, Su Yi continued. Moreover, even among the vast array of celestial grade techniques, this one is undoubtedly among the most exceptional, rare, and powerful. It can barely be described as the supreme celestial method. SystemThe technique, and the most exceptional kind. Supreme celestial method. Xianxia was utterly astounded. Her mind buzzed with overwhelming disbelief. Any saintly technique emerging into existence would be enough to stir the entire spirit province, inciting chaos and prompting countless formidable beings to vie for it. Yet now, her master, Su Yi, had effortlessly produced a technique that transcended saintly, supreme, and even emperor-level methods. A supreme celestial method. Oh, my esteemed master, poverty has limited my imagination. No, even the most fantastical of novels would not dare to depict such a scenario. To her, saintly techniques were already a pinnacle she could only gaze up at for a lifetime, something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Supreme and emperor-level methods were legendary artifacts she had barely even heard of. But her master, without even a flicker of his eyes, had simply cast forth a supreme celestial method. This was simply outrageous. Xianxia felt her worldview shattered at this moment, annihilated by the ancient immortal phoenix method, and then ground into dust beneath her master's feet. She gazed at Su Yi, her eyes wide with astonishment. Master, could it be that you are an immortal from the upper realm come to experience life? She could think of no other explanation. Su Yi admitted chocolate softly in response. You will come to know my origins in due time. As for the ancient immortal phoenix method, it is merely a celestial technique, nothing particularly rare to me. Xianxia puffed. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Merli a celestial technique. Just that. Is this truly not something remarkable? Listen carefully. Is this even human discourse? This is a supreme celestial technique that could make countless emperors weep in envy and frenzy. Yet, from the lips of my master, it has been reduced to mere mediocrity. Master, I implore you to be human. Your pretense is simply unparalleled. At this moment, Xianxia's admiration for Su Yi had soared to celestial heights, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. She suddenly recalled the words her master had spoken before. Once the ancient celestial phoenix body is awakened, it is akin to possessing the potential for ascension. At the time, she had been utterly bewildered. Yet now, as the ancient celestial phoenix technique lay before her, enlightenment struck her like lightning. The ancient celestial phoenix body, combined with this tailor-made supreme technique, was nothing short of a legendary rise of a seemingly worthless being. If she diligently adhered to her training, ascension would be inevitable. No, even a pig could attain immortality under such circumstances. The mere thought of herself possibly transcending and standing proud among the heavens sent waves of excitement coursing through Xianxia's being, her cheeks flushed with fervor. She felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Su Yi once more. The debt of gratitude owed to her master was as immense as a mountain. Yet this time, Su Yi was well prepared. Before her knees could touch the ground, a gentle force lifted her up. It was said that within the Master's domain, such formalities were unnecessary. Su Yi's voice retained a hint of playful exasperation. With tearful eyes, Xianxia gazed at Su Yi, her voice trembling with emotion. Master, the kindness you have shown me is something I could never repay, even if I toiled like a beast or offered my life in gratitude. Su Yi simulated softly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his expression. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall spare no effort to assist you in reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. This ancient celestial phoenix technique is perfectly suited to your ancient celestial phoenix body, crafted just for you. Dedicate yourself to your training. Do not become complacent. And do not squander this divine opportunity, nor the expectations I have for you. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's petite frame trembled with determination. She vigorously nodded her head, her fair visage radiating unprecedented resolve. Rest assured, Master, I vow to the heavens that from this day forth, all my thoughts will be devoted to cultivation. I shall not live unless I am fervently dedicated. I will strive diligently, unrelentingly. I will become the most formidable disciple under your guidance, the greatest pride of my master. She extended her small hand, cautiously yet with utmost seriousness, to accept the ancient celestial phoenix technique. As the technique entered her grasp, the vastness of its profound principles and supreme celestial might stirred her spirit, leaving her nearly breathless. She clutched the technique tightly to her chest. In her heart, she silently resolved to uphold a series of steadfast vows. How benevolent her master had been, bestowing upon her the legendary phoenix body capable of defying fate. Furthermore, granting her unparalleled celestial techniques that would resonate through the ages. Such profound kindness could never be repaid, no matter how diligently she toiled. She, Xianxia, swore to be a dutiful and understanding disciple, honoring her master with unwavering devotion. She would never become an ungrateful wretch, a heartless traitor who would betray her teacher or ancestors. Nor could she ever entertain the thought of committing treason against her master, who was so strikingly handsome and powerful, and who treated her with such kindness. He was the epitome of an ideal mentor. Yes, once she successfully cultivated and ascended to the realm of the divine, she would ensure that her master would be cherished by her. Indeed, no one shall dare to covet him. He belongs to me. As I proclaim it, the future phoenix declares it. Chapter 10. The Sect's Guardian, the disciple's errant devotion. At that moment, Su Yi's voice resonated in her ears. Now that you have acquired the techniques, your next task is to devote yourself to diligent cultivation. Choose a palace that resonates with you and settle in to focus on your practice. Do not disappoint the hopes I have for you, nor squander your innate talent. He gestured towards the ethereal pavilions shrouded in mist and imbued with celestial energy beyond the main hall. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Yes, master. I will not let you down. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, and her voice brimmed with unprecedented enthusiasm. With a gleam in her eyes, she quickly added, I shall select the palace closest to you, master. That way, I can always feel your presence while cultivating, ensuring my efforts yield double the results for half the effort. Moreover, I will be able to serve you at any moment, bringing you tea and water, massaging your shoulders and legs. Ideally, I would love to have my quarters right next to yours. No, better yet, I could lay a mat in your chamber. I could keep watch over you at night. Oh dear, what am I thinking? He is your master. How could you entertain such audacious thoughts? I merely wish to repay your kindness. Yes, that is all. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. Observing the fervor in her eyes and her eagerness to be near him, Su Yi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This girl certainly possessed an overactive imagination, and her devotion seemed rather excessive. He waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a composed demeanor. As you wish. Go forth and cultivate diligently. Yes, master. She turned back with every step, her gaze imbued with an irresistible reluctance, a tender affection, nay, a profound reverence for her esteemed master. How wonderful is the master! How dashing is the master! Truly, he is the finest master in all the world. Once I, Xianxia, have perfected my cultivation, attained the status of empress, and ascended to the celestial realm, I shall present the very best of everything to my master, ensuring he becomes the happiest of masters. After Xianxia departed, Suyi finally exhaled softly. Phew! This disciple possesses remarkable qualities, exceptional talent, unparalleled aptitude, and an understanding of filial piety. Yet, at times, he felt a sense of disquiet. What was amiss? It was the peculiar glint in his disciple's eyes. Could her devotion be tainted? Suyi swiftly adjusted his mindset and redirected his focus to another splendid reward previously bestowed by the system. With a thought, he commanded System Manifest and activated the bronze summoning card. Ding! Activating the bronze summoning card. The system's alluringly youthful voice resonated in his mind at the appointed moment, randomly summoning a sect guardian of the Yuanying to Huashan realm for the host. Engraving the sect guardian. From Yuanying to Huashan, Suyi stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow. The term bronze card hardly exuded sophistication or grandeur. Its upper limit was Huashan, which was acceptable. After all, the Qingyun Sect, aside from him and Xianxia, lacked even a mere laborer to guard the entrance. It was indeed a time of desolation, utterly barren. A single Yuanying or Huashan cultivator would suffice to maintain appearances, preventing the Qingyun Sect from being left without any gatekeeper. Surely, he could not be expected to handle every trivial matter himself as the sect master. That would be utterly demeaning. Just as Suyi pondered this, tempering his expectations for the bronze card, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. The system's notification soared in pitch. Congratulations, host. A stroke of fortune. Successfully summoned a sect guardian of the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Huashan realm. What on earth? Upon hearing this, Suyi nearly believed he had misheard. The 10th layer of Huashan perfection. By heavens, not a Yuanying, not early Huashan, not mid or late Huashan, but directly the apex of the Huashan realm. Suyi inhaled sharply. This fortune was simply astounding. He felt as though he might swoon from the sheer magnitude of this unexpected delight. He had anticipated summoning a Yuanying cultivator at best. Yet the system had delivered a bombshell, the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Huashan. While it may not be sufficient to impress him directly at this stage, it was more than adequate. Indeed, within the vast expanse of the Great Chu dynasty, those who have attained the divine transformation realm stand as towering figures. In the realm of second and third-rate sects, they are akin to venerable elders, the ancient titans of the sect. The system does not deceive me. However, at that moment, a voice echoed from outside the grand hall of the sect. Subordinate, Qingyun Sect's guardian, Qingyi. I pay my respects to the sect master. I am willing to plunge into boiling water and tread through fire for you, even to the point of shattering my bones without hesitation. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in azure appeared outside the hall. He humbly knelt before the hall, and the aura emanating from him revealed him to be a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the divine transformation realm. Excellent. Hearing these words, Suyi nodded with satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall serve as the guardian of the Qingyun Sect, responsible for safeguarding the sect's security, patrolling both within and outside the mountain gates, and intimidating any foes that dare to intrude. Should anyone attempt to trespass or harbor ill intentions, you may act decisively. As you command, sect master. I take my leave. Qingyi replied solemnly, his voice steeped in cold, murderous intent. The formidable beings summoned by the system are solely beholden to Suyi. The peak of the 10th level of the divine transformation realm is indeed sufficient for the role of a sect guardian. In the future, should he draw a powerful emperor, he would simply assign the emperor the task of sweeping the floor at the entrance. Qingyi's figure vanished at the hall's entrance, stirring a barely perceptible breeze. Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the roiling sea of clouds beyond the hall, feeling an immense sense of contentment. When he eventually draws an emperor-level stronghold, he would have them guard the entrance or even clean the toilets. No, that would be too wasteful. An emperor should at least be tasked with cooking and tending the fire. Life, indeed, is so simple and monotonous. At that moment, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new sect mission. Mission name, Recruitment at the Heavenly Sword's Sacred Land. Mission description, It has been detected that there is a woman of great fortune within the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Please retrieve her from Jianzhou within 7 days. Mission rewards: a luxurious recruitment package, 3 bronze summoning cards, and 1 silver summoning card. Bronze summoning card can randomly summon a being from the nascent soul realm to the peak of the divine transformation realm. Silver summoning card can randomly summon a being from the void realm to the peak of the harmonization realm. A new recruitment task? I never expected to receive a silver summoning card along with 3 bronze summoning cards. The rewards are indeed generous. Without any hesitation, Suyi immediately accepted this recruitment task. Chapter 11. Forming the Golden Core. Master, you are my deity. Meanwhile, within a secluded hall of the Qingyun Sect, this hall had been meticulously chosen by Xianxia, being the closest to Su Ye's chambers. It was aptly named for the convenience of listening to her master's teachings, absorbing his celestial aura, though cough, such matters are best left unsaid. At this moment, she sat cross-legged upon the mat, her delicate visage adorned with a solemn expression, her eyes tightly shut, diligently attempting to comprehend the profoundly enigmatic first layer of the ancient celestial phoenix technique. Her master had instructed her not to betray his expectations, nor to squander the extraordinary talents she possessed. Xianxia motivated herself within, vowing to become her master's most cherished disciple. Once she achieved mastery, she would ensure that those who had once bullied, humiliated, and desecrated her sacred bones would face their reckoning. No, merely defeating them would be too lenient. She yearned to see them kneeling before her master in repentance, understanding that her master was the most formidable being in existence. Her tiny fists involuntarily clenched, as if she could already envision her adversaries weeping in despair. Hee. The mere thought of such a scene brought a smile to Xianxia's lips. However, the most pressing matter at hand was her cultivation. As the incantation circulated, wisps of pale, golden divine radiance emanated from her being, illuminating the entire chamber with a sacred and harmonious glow. Her breathtakingly beautiful countenance, enhanced by the divine power, exuded an aura of sanctity and majesty. Faintly, a resonant and melodious phoenix cry seemed to descend from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and echoing within her consciousness. The essence of the ancient celestial phoenix technique became astonishingly clear in her mind, as if the technique had been tailor-made for her. This technique doesn't seem so difficult after all. Xianxia pondered. Her master had described it as a celestial grade skill, which sounded quite formidable. Yet why did it feel as effortless as eating or drinking? Little did she know, this was entirely due to the remarkable ancient celestial phoenix physique within her. No, that is not right. It must be her master's extraordinary prowess. Xianxia's mind raced, quickly arriving at the correct conclusion. When her master imparted the teachings, he had already removed all obstacles from her path. Otherwise, how could she understand it with such ease? Yes, it must be so. Master, you are my deity. You are my light. You are the sole motivation for Xianxia's existence. The more she contemplated, the more her master's image soared in her heart, shining even brighter than the sun in the sky. For the sake of her master, she vowed to exert herself double, striving to achieve her goals as soon as possible, so she might repay her master's life-giving grace. In that moment, Xianxia's fervor for cultivation intensified. She became utterly immersed in the profound realm of the ancient celestial phoenix technique, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Time flew by, and 3 days had swiftly elapsed. On this day, as Xianxia sat in meditation, an eruption of celestial phoenix power burst forth from her, a force far more potent than before, magnifying dozens of times. Spiritual energy surged toward the heavens, nearly lifting the roof of the chamber. A vividly lifelike silhouette of a celestial phoenix materialized behind her, its wings flapping as it let out an exceptionally clear and resonant cry. Shoo! The sound of phoenixes resonating through the heavens reverberated across the land. Even Suye, who was deep in contemplation within the main hall about how to cunningly recruit new disciples to the heavenly sword's sacred land, was startled by this sudden commotion. Was this aura? Suye raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It appears that the girl, Xianxia, has successfully broken through. Indeed, she is truly my prized disciple. Her cultivation speed is akin to that of a rocket. I wonder, to what realm has she ascended this time? Suye was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the side hall, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes, and two beams of golden light flashed from her gaze. The first layer of the ancient Phoenix Law. I have mastered it. Her small hands clenched tightly as she felt the surging power within her, almost overflowing with excitement, nearly causing her to leap with joy. Previously, she was at the 9th level of Qi refinement and the 10th level of foundation establishment. Now, she distinctly sensed the tremendous transformation of her spiritual energy within her. The peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement has been shattered. The pinnacle of the 10th level of foundation establishment has also been breached. Golden core is the aura of the golden core. With a crisp crack, it sounded as if it resonated from the depths of her very soul. The barrier of spiritual energy within her shattered. A golden core, the size of a longan, shimmering with brilliant golden light and exuding an immortal aura, began to rise within her dantian. Above the golden core, a faint silhouette of a celestial phoenix circled, exhibiting extraordinary mystique. With the formation of the golden core, her cultivation surged as if propelled by a rocket, skyrocketing rapidly. First level of the golden core realm. Second level of the golden core realm. Third level of the golden core realm. It was only when she reached the pinnacle of the third level of the golden core realm that the explosive momentum finally began to stabilize. Wow, I did it. I have formed my golden core. Xianxia, overwhelmed by the unprecedented strength coursing through her, could hardly contain her excitement. In just 3 days, she had ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the pinnacle of the third level of the golden core realm. What an astonishing rate of cultivation. If shared, it would surely send ripples through the entire mystical world. Master, Xianxia has succeeded. Xianxia has not let down your expectations. Her little face was flushed with excitement, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. She yearned to rush to Su Yi and showcase her achievements, seeking praise and affection. No, rather, seeking guidance from her master. Yes, that is it. I merely wish for my master to witness my progress and to ensure that I have not strayed into perilous territory. There are no impure thoughts whatsoever. Xianxia fervently reassured herself in her mind, suppressing the impulse to leap into her master's embrace. Chapter 12. A tenfold return. The complete ancient phoenix body. At this moment, in the majestic hall of the Qingyun Sect, Su Yi was savoring the formidable aura emanating from Xianxia. A smile of satisfaction lingering at the corner of his lips, yet to fully blossom. Indeed, she had reached the pinnacle of the third level of the golden core realm. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a melodious chime resonated unexpectedly in his mind. An involuntary shiver coursed through him, nearly propelling him from his exalted seat. What on earth was that? Perplexed, Su Yi instinctively touched his ears. Was it an auditory hallucination? Impossible. As a dignified emperor, how could he possibly mishear? This was undoubtedly the voice of the system. There could be no mistake. At that moment, the voice returned, even more sinuous and dulcet, almost as if it were a playful tease. So he felt the muscles in his forehead twitch involuntarily. Good heavens! His system, not only remarkable in function, boasted such a unique notification sound. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure as a venerable master. Speak, what is it? He inquired in as calm a tone as he could muster within his mind. Congratulations, esteemed host. Your cherished disciple, Xianxia, has successfully comprehended the first layer of the ancient Phoenix Law and has transcended to the pinnacle of the third level of the golden core realm. The system's voice was exuberant, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. A twitch pulled at Su Ye's lips. This was something I'd already sensed. Why reiterate? Focus. He shot a glance of disdain at the system. Due to your disciple's success in comprehending the first layer of the ancient Phoenix Law, a tenfold return of aptitude has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly grasped the entirety of the ancient Phoenix Law's profound mysteries, achieving a state of complete enlightenment. Boom! As the system's words echoed, Su Yi felt as if his mind had been inundated with an entire tome of celestial wisdom. Countless intricate symbols, cultivation methodologies, and mystical techniques regarding the ancient Phoenix Law surged into his consciousness like a divine revelation. What once seemed esoteric and arcane now appeared as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Every detail and nuance was crystal clear, as if he had practiced this technique for eons. What the hell? So he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Had he truly comprehended it all? This was a celestial-level technique. Xianxia had toiling away for 3 days and nights, motivating herself with fervor, just to barely grasp the first layer. Yet here he was, with a mere notification, having mastered it all? As he absorbed the vast expanse of knowledge flooding his mind and the profound understanding of the ancient Phoenix law, he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, both amused and bewildered. This is simply exhilarating. The sensation of being a master is so refreshingly unadorned, yet utterly delightful. Suyi beamed with joy, his spirits soaring. Moreover, the return on talent was a staggering 100 million times. The initial reward was the highest multiplier. Such incredible fortune was truly invincible. The luck of the emperor, a golden legend. However, before he could fully revel in his elation, a familiar voice chimed in, even more exuberant than before. Do not be alarmed, esteemed host. There's more good news. Again, is there no end to this? Is your system distributing rewards, like a wholesale market? He mentally scoffed, yet his body instinctively tuned in. Ding! It has been detected that your direct disciple, Xianxia, has begun to awaken the ancient phoenix body hidden within her. This triggers a return of 100 million times on talent. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired a fully developed ancient phoenix body. Boom! This time, it was not merely a notification in his mind, but an indescribable surge of terrifying celestial energy that manifested throughout Su Ye's limbs and bones. It felt as though an ancient phoenix, dormant for eons, was awakening within him. Fiery, sacred, noble, immortal. Various mystical energies erupted from every pore of his being. So he could even witness a monumental transformation occurring within his bones, meridians, blood, and every single cell, as if they were being refined by an unparalleled divine flame, becoming translucent and shimmering with a soft golden glow. A profound strength and confidence, emanating from the depths of his lineage, surged forth. Is this what it means to possess a fully developed ancient phoenix body? Su Yi slowly raised his hand, admiring his slender, fair palm. He could sense that with a mere thought, he could summon the divine phoenix fire, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Every gesture exuded the majestic might of the phoenix. Su Yi gasped, his expression a tapestry of shock, exhilaration, and a tinge of surreal disbelief. That girl, Xianxia, merely began her awakening, and here he was, directly achieving the pinnacle. This 100 million times return is astonishingly powerful. System. Are you certain there's no error in the multiplier? Ding. This system guarantees top quality. No deceit, and if proven false, I shall compensate tenfold. Esteemed host. Suyi. Fine, you are impressive. As he felt the surging, seemingly boundless power of the phoenix within him, the smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. His disciple diligently cultivated on the front lines while he basked in the rewards from behind. This feeling, so gratifying. Suyemu said. He was just uncertain whether this fully developed ancient phoenix body possessed any other extraordinary abilities besides its overwhelming combat prowess, such as laying an egg, perhaps? An absurd thought suddenly emerged in Su Ye's mind. He quickly shook his head, dispelling this unreliable notion. After all, he was a true man. Moreover, the immortal phoenix was a divine bird, not a hen. As he reveled in his own transformation, another thought of the task previously issued by the system crossed his mind. Within 7 days, in the Sword State's heavenly sword sacred land, he was to seek out another gifted individual. So he stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Not only had he perfectly mastered the ancient immortal phoenix method, but he had also acquired a fully developed ancient immortal phoenix body. His strength had undoubtedly ascended to a new height. To go to the heavenly sword's sacred land to recruit a disciple, wasn't that a more certain endeavor? The mere thought of it filled Su Yi with even greater joy. Xianxia, you are truly the most devoted disciple to your master. When you emerge from your seclusion, I shall reward you splendidly. Chapter 13. Once the thought of taking on a disciple arose, it was hard to erase. Just then, a profound and indescribable divine might surge forth, radiating from the Qingyun Sect, sweeping across the 4 corners of the world. No, not sweeping, erupting, like a volcano erupting, like the Milky Way pouring forth. In an instant, the skies above Qingyun Sect changed dramatically. A colossal, unmatched silhouette of the immortal phoenix, ablaze with 9-colored divine flames, soared upwards, piercing the heavens. Its wings like clouds descending from the sky, obscuring the sun and stars. With a piercing, sacred, and overwhelmingly majestic cry, the phoenix's call resonated across the heavens and earth. The eastern region, southern region, northern region, western region, central continent, and the abyss of 10,000 demons. Throughout the expanse of 3,000 prefectures, its voice shattered the clouds and split the stones, seemingly transcending time and space, carrying the breath of primordial chaos, instantly reverberating across the vast eastern wasteland. Within a bottomless blood-red cavern, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, piercing through the endless darkness. Could this be the legendary aura of the immortal phoenix? Impossible. The lineage of the immortal phoenix had long been extinguished in the ancient era. Could it be that some ancestor has risen from the dead? In the eastern wasteland, the central continent, within the depths of a magnificent palace suspended in the heavens, a bronze coffin sealed for countless millennia began to tremble violently. The coffin lid creaked ominously, as if it would be flung open by whatever lay within at any moment. Immortal phoenix? My goodness! After sleeping for 18,000 years, I awakened to such a grand spectacle. Quickly, bring me the miraculous heart-saving pill. No, the 9 transformation soul recovery elixir. In the eastern wasteland, southern region, at an ancient altar shrouded in toxic miasma, a skeletal old priest, seemingly on the verge of death, suddenly sprang up from his mat. His movement was swifter than that of a monkey. Celestial phenomena. The immortal phoenix descends upon the world. Is the grand era truly upon us? A divine prophecy. Indeed, it is a prophecy. In the eastern wilderness, the western regions, and the temple of 10,000 Buddhas, Amitabha, the chant of the Buddha resonates gently, yet it carries an imperceptible tremor. Goodness, goodness, the celestial phoenix emerges, transforming the heavens and the earth. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, a fate or a calamity. In an instant, the entire eastern wilderness is set ablaze with fervor. Countless ancient sacred sites, formidable forces, and immortal imperial clans. Those ancient beings who had slumbered for eons and seldom revealed themselves are all stirred by this sudden manifestation of the celestial phoenix. Some are forcefully awakened from their secluded meditations, nearly succumbing to madness. Others crawl out from the depths of the earth, their bodies caked in dirt. Even more astonishingly, some directly lift the lids of their coffins, gazing in bewilderment at the imposing ethereal figure of the celestial phoenix in the sky. What is happening? This aura is unmistakable. It is undoubtedly that of the ancient celestial phoenix. Could it be that a treasure imbued with the true blood of the phoenix has emerged? Investigate swiftly, at any cost. Ascertain the source of this celestial phenomenon. Oh, celestial phoenix! If I could obtain but a single feather, perhaps I could live once more. The entire eastern wilderness is in a state of frenzy. Countless powerful divine consciousnesses surge like a tide towards the epicenter of the phenomenon. Yet as they approach the vicinity of the Qingyun Sect, an invisible yet terrifying force quietly extinguishes their presence. Meanwhile, within a secluded hall of the Qingyun Sect, Xianxia sits cross-legged, exerting her utmost to cultivate the ancient celestial phoenix technique, solidifying her newly attained golden core cultivation. Suddenly, an aura, both familiar and foreign, vast and magnificent, overwhelming enough to make her very soul tremble, floods the entire hall like a torrent from the Milky Way. What? Xianxia abruptly opens her eyes, her enchanting gaze filled with shock and disbelief. This aura, so pure, so powerful, this is the essence of the celestial phoenix. As an embodiment of the ancient celestial phoenix, she is well acquainted with such an aura. However, this presence is purer than the celestial phoenix power within her by countless times. It is exponentially stronger. It is as if comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Could it be that a treasure related to the celestial phoenix has appeared within the sect? Xianxia speculatis. Yet in the next moment, her expression freezes, for she senses that the source of this aura seems to be very near. Moreover, within this aura lies a trace of a profound familiarity and reverence. That is her master. Xianxia exclaims in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Could this celestial phoenix aura be emanating from her master? Is her master also an embodiment of the ancient celestial phoenix? An earth-shattering thought reverberates through her mind like thunder from the heavens. Xianxia is rendered utterly dumbfounded. No wonder the master can effortlessly produce the ancient celestial phoenix technique, a method of celestial rank. It is clear why the master was able to assist me in awakening the celestial phoenix physique and elevate my cultivation so easily. It turns out that my master is indeed a kindred spirit. No, the master is far more powerful than I could ever be. I have merely begun to awaken. While the aura of the celestial phoenix emanating from my master feels as if the true ancient celestial phoenix has descended. How enlightening this is. Xianxia murmured to herself, her heart overwhelmed with shock that lingered for an extended period. Shortly thereafter, a passage from the ancient celestial phoenix technique involuntarily surfaced in her mind. If two ancient celestial phoenix physiques were to engage in mutual cultivation, with yin and yang complementing each other and their essences merging, the speed of their cultivation could be astonishing, leading them to ascend to immortality in a single day. Boom! Xianxia felt a wave of heat surge from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head, and her exquisitely beautiful face flushed a vibrant crimson, as if it were a flower ready to bloom. Images that were indescribable and made her cheeks burn flashed through her mind in an instant. Xianxia, how could you entertain such thoughts? That is the master. Once a teacher, forever a father. No, not a father. In any case, how could you harbor such rebellious and blasphemous thoughts toward your master? The girl was filled with shame and indignation, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. How embarrassing! How utterly inappropriate! The master has bestowed upon me immense grace. Yet instead of contemplating how to repay this kindness, of striving to cultivate diligently for the master's sake, of seeking to vanquish my enemies at the earliest opportunity, I am instead thinking such thoughts. I am truly in the wrong. Xianxia covered her burning cheeks with her hands and shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast away those unhealthy thoughts. No, I must remain calm. The master must see my exceptional talent, which is why he imparted the celestial technique to assist my cultivation. I must work hard and not disappoint the master's expectations. Yes, diligent cultivation, repaying kindness, avenge. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia endeavored to calm her racing heart and the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, the blush on her cheeks and the fleeting glimmer of unusual light in her eyes indicated that once such rebellious thoughts take root, they would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely. Chapter 14. The cultivation of a lovesick character. The master is mine alone. Soon, 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. For cultivators, especially those who have just broken through and need to stabilize their realm, 2 days pass even more swiftly than a mere blink of an eye for mortals. Within the secluded hall of the Qingyun Sect, Xianxia remained seated cross-legged upon an ordinary-looking mat, which, unbeknownst to her, had been secretly enhanced by her master, Su Yi, with a gathering spirit formation. The stunning crimson hue on her small face had finally faded, albeit only slightly, after 2 days of calm. Just a fleeting moment. The mere thought of my esteemed master's captivating visage, coupled with the notions of the dual cultivation methods from the ancient text, the immortal phoenix technique, sends my heart racing uncontrollably, akin to a fawn bounding about. With a deep exhale, Xianxia released a breath laden with lingering tumult, which momentarily coalesced in the air into a miniature, ethereal phoenix before gradually dissipating. After 2 days of arduous cultivation, she had finally assimilated the sudden surge in her powers. Golden Core, 3rd level, and what a remarkably solid foundation it is, with an extraordinary purity of spiritual energy. Her master is truly formidable. As Xianxia opened her enchanting eyes once more, a hint of bashfulness flickered within them. There was reverence, gratitude, and a tinge of admiration towards her master that even she found hard to fathom. I must strive even harder in my training. I aim to catch up to my master's footsteps, even if just by a fraction. Then, I shall repay the kindness and seek vengeance. The young maiden clenched her delicate fist, silently motivating herself. At that moment, a soft creak echoed as the heavy doors of the side hall were pushed open from the outside. A tall and elegant figure, bathed in the morning light, slowly stepped inside, clad in robes as white as snow. He resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. With a crooked smile, his eyes sparkled like the night sky, and each step he took seemed to resonate with the very essence of the universe, imbued with an unparalleled grace. Who else could it be but her strikingly handsome master, Su Yi? Master, Xianxia exclaimed, hastily rising from her cushion to perform a respectful bow. Her cheeks flushed with a mixture of excitement and shyness at the sight of her idol. Suyi's gaze fell upon Gu Xian, his consciousness brushing against her like a gentle breeze, and he nodded slightly, a look of approval gracing his features. He uttered, his voice tinged with surprise, as if he had only just noticed Gu Xian's cultivation level. Of course, this was merely an act. With the system at his disposal and his own imperial-level cultivation, Suyi was well aware of the nuances in Gu Xian's progress. He even knew how much time she had squandered in her daydreams over the past few days. Very good, Suyi expressed with a satisfied demeanor, speaking leisurely. Golden core, 3rd level, with a solid foundation and refined aura. Your mastery of the Phoenix's power has become increasingly adept. It seems these past days, rather than slacking due to your sudden rise in cultivation, you have redoubled your efforts. I am most pleased. My master has praised me. My master has commended me in person. Upon hearing Suyi's words of encouragement, Gu Xian's face lit up with joy, her excitement almost prompting her to leap in place. The delight within her heart was sweeter than a kiss from her master. Thank you for your kind words, master. She endeavored to restrain the impulses within her heart, striving to render her voice more tranquil, yet the slight upturn of her lips inadvertently revealed her inner thoughts. The disciple's achievements today are solely attributable to the nurturing of her esteemed master. The master's kindness towards Xianxia is akin to a rebirth. Even if Xianxia were to devote herself entirely, she could scarcely repay such profound grace. These words were undeniably heartfelt, so he waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Everyone, please take a seat. I am pleased to see your enlightenment, but the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Your journey lies ahead. The disciple diligently heeded her master's teachings, nodding like an earnest student. Suyi paused momentarily, then shifted the conversation, saying, I have come to discuss a matter of significance with you. Upon hearing this, Gu Xianxia's expression grew serious, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Suyi, eager to listen intently. The master was about to impart important instructions. Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly piercing through the hall and into the distant horizon, his tone calm as he continued. I have sensed a remarkably gifted young girl in the far-off sword state, within the sacred land of the heavenly sword, who shares a fateful connection with our Qingyun Sect. Her prodigious talent rivals even yours. At this, Suyi cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xianxia, as if to caution her against pride. Gu Xianxia felt a shiver run through her. A talent that rivals mine? It must be noted that she is an ancient phoenix body, a rarity among millions, endowed with the potential for ascension. Could this young girl possess some extraordinary constitution as well? Suyi continued. I have employed secret methods to assess her nature and talents, confirming that both are of the highest caliber. She is indeed a fine seedling. Therefore, I intend to set forth today to personally visit the sacred land of the heavenly sword and take this young girl as my second direct disciple. Suyi's voice, though soft, resonated within Gu Xianxia's mind like a thunderclap. What? Gu Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. The joy she felt just moments ago from her master's praise was suddenly doused like a bucket of ice water. A chilling shock coursed through her, leaving her heart in turmoil. A junior sister, and a young girl at that. Gu Xianxia felt her heart lurch at the mention of a second direct disciple and the phrase young girl. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart. Could it be true? Her master had only taken her in for a few days, barely a week, and now he was already considering a second disciple. Moreover, a junior sister? Countless thoughts raced through Gu Xianxia's mind. Could it be that her master found her singular status as a disciple too solitary, desiring a livelier environment? Or did he feel that she was not attentive enough in her role as the senior disciple? Thus, do you wish to seek out a more obedient and sensible disciple? Or perhaps that future junior sister possesses even greater talent than I? Is she more charming than I? More adept at charming the master with her endearing ways? The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety across Gu Xianxia's delicate features. Does this not imply that master's affection will be shared, perhaps halved? No. What if this junior sister becomes the favored one, potentially claiming the lion's share, or even all of it? Much like a mundane emperor who forgets his past, loves upon finding a new delight. Master is certainly not one to be swayed by fleeting whims. Yet, the more Gu Xianxia pondered, the more unsettled she became, her emotions swirling like a pot of mixed flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, salty, yet predominantly tinged with a sour sense of loss. It felt as though her most cherished treasure was on the verge of being snatched away. Oh, Xianxia, you truly lack understanding. Master S' embrace of exceptional talents is a tremendous boon for our sect. You ought to rejoice for him and for our order. How could you entertain such petty thoughts? Qingyun fervently admonished herself, vowing not to become a rebellious disciple. However, that little girl's expression seemed rather off. Observing Qingyun's demeanor, Sui found himself both amused and perplexed. He detected a hint of spoiled affection gone awry. Feigning ignorance, he continued in a calm and unperturbed tone, Xianxia, as my eldest disciple, I intend to take you along. Firstly, to expose you to the customs and cultures of the outside world and broaden your horizons. Secondly, to have you personally welcome your future junior sister to the mountain, both for me and for yourself. After all, you shall be sister disciples, bound to support and love one another as you strive together to elevate our Qingyun Sect. Do you understand? Sui's words rang with grandeur and righteousness. Qingyun's expression became even more animated. To accompany in welcoming a junior sister? Wasn't this akin to seeking out her own rival or sharing Master's affections? Master, you are driving a knife into my heart. A dull blade, slicing slowly. It hurts. It hurts too much. Qingyun opened her mouth, intending to voice her thoughts, yet found her throat constricted as if blocked by some unseen force, rendering her speechless. At that moment, it felt as though two figures were battling within her. One, the weeping Qingyun, implored, no, Master. One disciple is sufficient. I shall strive diligently, be obedient, and offer you my service. Please do not take in another. While the other stood resolute, declaring, Qingyun, you're being selfish. Master is unrivaled, and our Qingyun Sect is destined to achieve greatness. With an additional sister, our sect gains even more strength. You should fully support Master. Two ancient celestial beings were locked in a fierce struggle, their minds nearly on the verge of explosion. Ultimately, the righteous celestial, fueled by her unwavering admiration for her master and a resolute desire for vengeance, managed to gain a slight upper hand. Taking a deep breath, the ancient celestial forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, addressing Sui, Master, your disciple obeys. I, too, eagerly anticipate meeting that little junior sister. As she spoke these words, her heart felt as though it were bleeding. Oh dear, my master will no longer belong solely to me. No, I absolutely cannot allow that junior sister to steal my master's affection. My master is mine alone. With this thought, a twisted, melancholic smile crept upon the ancient celestial's lips. Chapter 15. The Ninth Princess of the Qian. Please line up outside. Jianzhou. As one of the mightiest Dao states among the 108 states of the Eastern Domain, it is home to the Tianjin Sacred Land, one of the 7 great sacred sites of the region. At this moment, outside the Tianjin Sacred Land, at the Tianjin Villa, throngs of people filled the area. Good heavens! There are far too many people. Excuse me, brothers in front, could you please make some room? Your backside is nearly in my face. Face? What does that matter? My shoes are almost trampled into oblivion. At this moment, the Tianjin Villa was a cacophony of chaos. Though there were no drums, the sound of firecrackers filled the air. In essence, it was a sea of humanity, shoulder to shoulder, stretching as far as the eye could see, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with the air thick with the stench of sweat and feet. Why such commotion, you ask? There is no need to inquire. Today marks the 3-yearly disciple recruitment ceremony of the Tianjin Sacred Land. Countless young men and women, harboring dreams of soaring to great heights, stepping upon celestial swords, and captivating throngs of junior sisters and seniors alike, flocked from all corners of the Eastern Domain. The scene was more exaggerated than the frenzy of New Year's incense offerings. At the center of the villa, upon a constructed high platform, an elder clad in the robes of the Tianjin Sacred Land was stroking his beard, striving to uphold the majestic image of a celestial being. Clearing his throat, the elder, with a voice resonating like a thunderous bell, announced to the assembly, esteemed youths who have traveled from afar, I am Gu, and as for the 9 paths, theoretically they exist, yet having lived for over 3 centuries, I have yet to encounter a living one. Upon uttering these words, the audience erupted in a clamor. Countless youthful eyes sparkling with hope, yearning to rush forth and polish that spirit stone until it gleamed. I want to be the direct disciple. I wish to marry the saintess. A young boy, still with remnants of childish innocence, shouted loudly. Get lost. The saintess is mine, retorted a nearby youth, equally eager. Elder Gu Yu's eyelid twitched, and he took a deep breath, reminding himself, I am a sage. I shall not stoop to the level of children. I will not be angered. But how could he not be? Meanwhile, in a rather secluded area of the mountain villa, where only the outer disciples responsible for cleaning the latrines would usually pass, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the fervent excitement of the apprenticeship ceremony. It was thick with suffocating oppression and lewdness. Ha, Your Highness, do run away again, mocked a young man clad in luxurious brocade, adorned with a golden crown and a jade belt, his face sporting a perverse grin that clashed with his opulent attire, accompanied by several sycophants. He cornered a young girl against the wall. This girl, no more than 16 or 17, wore a delicate lavender dress, her skin as pure as snow, her features exquisite, with a petite nose and cherry-like lips, resembling a porcelain doll that had stepped out from a traditional painting. At that moment, her large, tear-filled eyes reflected a mixture of fear and humiliation, yet she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. She was none other than the most favored ninth princess of the great Qian dynasty, Lin Shuyan. The young man in the brocade, leading the group, was the notoriously infamous heir to the northern king, Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian, how dare you? Lin Shuyan's voice trembled, but she summoned her courage to scold him. Daddy? Zhao Ritian feigned disbelief, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, exaggeratedly digging in his ears. Ha ha ha, Your Highness. You must still be groggy from sleep, huh? Stepping forward, he leered unabashedly at Lin Shuyan's yet undeveloped figure. In the capital, with your emperor father protecting you, I refrained from acting. But now, Zhao Ritian licked his greasy lips, revealing a sinister grin. In this remote Jianzhou, it is not your great Qian dynasty's territory. There is nothing this young lord dares not do. I have long coveted you, little Chuyan. Yield to me, and I assure you, bliss awaits, ecstasy beyond imagination. Behind Zhao Ritian, his sycophants echoed with nauseating laughter. The young lord is mighty. The ninth princess is delicate and enticing. To be chosen by him is her fortune of 8 lifetimes. Lin Shuyan trembled with rage. Her petite face flushed crimson, a blend of humiliation and fear coursing through her. Shameless, depraved, you wretches, coming from a royal lineage, she had never endured such an egregious affront. Yet this was indeed the territory of Zhao Ritian. It was rumored that Zhao Ritian had awakened a fire spiritual root and had been taken as a direct disciple by an esteemed elder of the Heavenly Sword sacred land, a dominant force in both Jianzhou and the eastern regions. To her astonishment, this rumor proved true. Today, as Lin Shuyan arrived at the Heavenly Sword Villa to test her spiritual roots, she encountered Zhao Ritian, the notorious scion of the Qian dynasty. TSK, TSK, TSK. How splendidly you scold. How delightful. This young master revels in your prickly little wildcat demeanor. Rather than being incensed, Zhao Ritian grew even more exhilarated. With a grand gesture, he commanded, bring forth the ninth princess, bind her, and escort her back to the inn at the villa. Tonight, I shall engage in a profound exchange of feelings with her. At his command, his 2 sycophants grinned wickedly, rubbing their hands together as if they were wolves who had gone 3 days without sustenance, spotting a delicate rabbit. What the young master had just uttered indicated they were to line up outside for their turn. This was the ninth princess, the most beloved of the Qian emperor, and the most beautiful maiden of the realm, barely 16 and breathtakingly lovely. That the young master would allow them to queue was a testament to his considerate nature towards his subordinates. We pledged to follow the young master to the ends of the earth, even into the fires of hell. At this moment, Lin Shuyan, overwhelmed with despair, shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Father, mother, I fear I am doomed. Am I truly to lose my innocence and perish here today? As a proud transmigrator from Blue Star, I have yet to encounter a domineering, protective master as depicted in novels. I have not had the chance to become a wayward disciple or indulge in an unabashed life with my master. Must I truly be consigned to the clutches of this shameless rogue? I refuse to accept it. I cannot bear such an injustice. Chapter 16. The Blue Star Transmigrator. Lin Shuyan takes a disciple. I cannot accept it. It is utterly intolerable. How could this be happening? I, Lin Shuyan, was once a seasoned reader of countless novels on Blue Star. Among them, a particularly captivating one titled The Record of the Divine Maiden, which was so enthralling it kept me up late into the night, pursuing the path of cultivation until time lost all meaning. Yet what was the outcome? Merely for voicing my thoughts that the male protagonist was blind and the female lead was too contrived. suggesting instead that the darkened second female lead should rise to power and engage in a tumultuous romance with that aloof master. I suddenly found myself transmigrated. Fine, I accept the transmigration, but to become the 9th princess of the Qin dynasty, showered with affection and possessing a noble status and breathtaking beauty? This is undoubtedly the beginning of a grand tale for a chosen heroine. She was instantly filled with excitement. Lin Shuyan initially believed she possessed the dazzling halo of a female protagonist, exuding an aura of dominance that would render subordinates bowing in submission. With handsome men weeping and pleading to join her, such was the allure of a quintessential dragon Ao Tian, or rather, Feng Ao Tian. This arduous journey across vast distances, risking the wrath of her father who might break her legs, was undertaken for what purpose? Was it not to seek a mentor akin to those domineering, fiercely protective figures from novels, handsome to the point of being otherworldly, with unfathomable cultivation and perhaps a hint of charming wickedness? And then she could justifiably embark on a sweet yet perilous romance with her master, one that might threaten the very fabric of the 3 realms. Ideally, this master would initially embody aloofness and restraint, only to be gradually stirred from his composure by her relentless pursuit, transforming into a fervent protector of his beloved disciple. Anyone daring to lay a finger on her would find themselves obliterated by a mere flick of his wrist, their entire lineage extinguished. This was the narrative Lin Shuyan envisioned for her transmigration. But what was this absurd plot unfolding before her? Where was the promised domineering master? Where was the protective guardian? Where was the legendary golden finger? How had it devolved into a melodramatic scenario of a scoundrel brazenly seizing a maiden in the streets, no less a princess? This script was all wrong. Absolutely wrong. Was Lin Shuyan's journey destined to culminate in such a humiliating manner? Confined and subjected to the whims of a shameless rogue before this desolate mountain gate? No, she refused, just as Lin Shuyan's heart surged with furious indignation. Nearly shattering her silver teeth in despair, the 2 grinning lackeys, rubbing their hands together, advanced menacingly, extending their filthy hands towards her delicate arms. It was over. Lin Shuyan despaired, contemplating whether she would truly lose her virtue today and descend into the depths of resentment. Stop. Suddenly, a voice, as clear as the clash of jade, yet laced with an air of casual authority, resonated through the layers of space, echoing hauntingly in front of the secluded mountain gate. The voice, though soft, struck like thunder, penetrating the ears of everyone present. The 2 lackeys froze mid-motion, as if caught in a spell, their hands suspended mere inches from Lin Shuyan's arms. Zhao Ritian's lewd grin faltered, his brows knitting tightly in confusion. Who dared to meddle in the affairs of this young master? Had they lost their minds? He spun around fiercely, his fierce gaze scanning the direction from which the voice had emanated. Upon seeing the source, his expression transformed into one of sheer horror, as if he had encountered a ghost. At the entrance of the mountain path, 3 figures had appeared silently, with the foremost being a young man of approximately 20 years. Draped in a garment as white as snow, his raven locks, akin to ink, were carelessly secured with a jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading over his forehead, adding an air of languor and nonchalance. The young man possessed an astonishingly handsome visage, with arched brows and star-like eyes, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips pressed into a slight line. His expression one of indifference, as if he were a celestial being who had temporarily descended from the heavens. Untouched by the clamor and filth of the mortal realm, he stood there quietly, devoid of any remarkable aura, yet exuding an inherent majesty that rendered him unapproachable. Beside him stood a maiden clad in a simple pale white dress. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, her beauty exquisite, her skin fair as snow, and her pair of phoenix-like eyes sparkled with an agile sharpness, as if harboring the essence of 9-colored divine flames, radiating an indescribable nobility and pride with every glance. She curiously surveyed the tense scene before her, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man in a blue robe, exuding a demeanor of humility, though his gaze, when cast upon Zhao Ritian and his companions, pierced like a tangible sword, causing these once arrogant scions and sycophants to feel a chill of trepidation, as if plunged into an icy abyss. This trio appeared abruptly, as if they were destined to be there, or perhaps as if they had stepped forth from the canvas of a painting. The atmosphere in this secluded corner, previously rife with lewdness and despair, shifted to one of eerie tension. These three were none other than Su Yi, accompanied by his beloved disciple, Xianxia, and the guardian of the Qingyun Sect, Qingyi. As the leader of a hidden sect, Su Yi naturally required the presence of a protector when venturing forth. After all, how could he afford to act carelessly, lest it diminish his standing? Simultaneously, Lin Qian's heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from her throat. Was it mere illusion? Or had her desperation driven her to the brink of hallucination? The three individuals before her, particularly the snow-clad man leading them, seemed to have emerged from the most enchanting reverie of her ideal mentor. As Lin Qian gazed in awe, her mind a blank, nearly forgetting her surroundings, Su Yi's gaze fell upon her. His deep, tranquil eyes appeared to penetrate the very essence of her being. Ding! A faint chime, audible only to Su Yi, resonated within his mind. Target character detected. Target character template is being generated. In the next moment, a soft blue luminescence quietly manifested in Su Yi's field of vision, visible solely to him. Name, Lin Qian. Age, 16. Identity, the ninth princess of the Qin dynasty, transmigrator from Blue Star. Cultivation, foundation establishment, 5th layer. En physique, remarquable. Constitution, water, elemental celestial root, heavenly tier. Talent, adept in harmonizing Tao. Hidden constitution, lunar immortal body, immortal tier talent. Affection level, 0, system introduction, a fervently eager disciple. Possessing an overbearing and fiercely protective yet strikingly handsome master, comes to rescue her from perilous situations. No, not a delusional girl, but a whimsical maiden. Lunar immortal body, another immortal tier talent. However, what in the world is this Blue Star transmigrator? Upon seeing Lin Qian's character template, Su Yi was utterly bewildered. Has he encountered a fellow compatriot? Su Yi's gaze lightly settled upon Lin Qian. I am Su Yi, the 108th generation sect master of the Qingyun Sect. Your talent is commendable, and it seems we are fated. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple? Boom! Those words struck Lin Qian's heart like thunder from the heavens. The sect master of Qingyun Sect. Su Yi? Surely, this cannot be a dream. Did she truly hear such marvels? The domineering and protective masters from novels have finally appeared. Is it her turn to soar? Lin Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on Su Yi, terrified that if she blinked, this dreamlike figure would vanish before her. A direct disciple, not just an outer or inner disciple, but a direct disciple. One who would receive teachings from the master personally. This was an opportunity beyond her wildest dreams. The scenario was intoxicating, so enticing. Observing Lin Qian in a daze, silent and unmoving, Su Yi merely nodded slightly, as if addressing a trivial matter, and added, "Will you accept the apprenticeship? If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave." His words were delivered with such nonchalance. At that moment, Lin Qian's heart was already erupting with ecstatic screams. Overbearing, protective, exceedingly handsome, and the leader of a sect. Was this not the very domineering master she had longed for since her arrival in this realm? All her previous frustrations and despair dissolved in an instant. What melodramatic plot lines! What nonsense Zhao Ritian! In the presence of her future master, they were but mere chickens and dogs. No, at this moment, she was overwhelmed with excitement. She trembled. Tears were nearly welling in her eyes. Master, Lin Qian, disregarding her shyness, declared, "I am willing." Disciple Lin Qian, 1,000 times willing. "I humbly request to be taken under your wing, master. I shall never become a rebellious disciple." As she spoke, disregarding the dirt beneath her, Lin Qian's knees buckled, and with a thud, she attempted to bow her head to Su Yi. This reaction left Su Yi utterly bewildered. Such decisiveness. Mean vida, Xianxia. Observing Lin Qian's somewhat frantic display of excitement, revealed a glimmer of surprise in her phoenix-like eyes, soon followed by a charmingly mischievous smile. The allure of the master, indeed, is irresistible. One wonders, however, if this newly arrived junior disciple will also seek to vie for his affection in the future. Xianxia's gaze subtly flitted between Su Yi and Lin Qian, deep in thought. Chapter 17. A single slap to obliterate. Qian feels blissful. At this moment, Lin Qian's heart raced tumultuously. Oh dear, this act of apprenticeship. Why does it feel akin to a wedding ceremony? Her master, possessing such striking beauty and an ethereal demeanor, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. If only— oh no, Lin Shuyan, what are you thinking? He is accepting you as a disciple. A disciple. Yet your mind is filled with such embarrassing thoughts. How shameless. Despite the inner turmoil that played out like an entire drama titled The Overbearing Master Falls for Me, The Ninth Princess, Lin Shuyan forcefully suppressed the fluttering of 100 little deer in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her skirt and, with utmost sincerity, Grandjeful boit before suye. Thud. A resounding bow. Thud. Another. Thud. A total of 3 firm bows. Her forehead slightly reddened from the impact. Disciple Lin Shuyan pays respects to master. Her voice carried a hint of youthful sweetness, accompanied by an almost imperceptible tremor, whether from excitement or shyness, or perhaps a blend of both. With her head bowed, her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, hardly daring to meet Su Ye's gaze. It felt as though a mere glance would draw her in, leading to utter enchantment. How adorably shy! Su Ye regarded the girl before him, who seemed intent on burying her head into the ground, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Ah, this reaction is quite delightful. Unlike that Xianxia, who immediately sought vengeance and retribution, displaying no charm whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the second personal disciple, Lin Shuyan, who meets the target character template. Reward: a luxurious apprenticeship gift pack, 3 bronze summoning cards, and 1 silver summoning card. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please check host. The system's notification chimed in as expected, and Sui nodded in satisfaction. However, amidst this atmosphere of apprenticeship, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted. Wait. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see Zhao Ritian, previously immobilized by Qin Yi's pressure like a wooden post, now staring at Su Yi with a look of sheer disbelief. His facial muscles contorted in a grotesque display of anger and fear. Is it true that you have accepted Lin Shuyan as your disciple? Zhao Ritian managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, his gaze fixated on Su Yi like a venomous serpent. Su Yi, however, did not even lift an eyebrow, as if he were oblivious to the confrontation, continuing to regard his newly accepted apprentice with casual interest. This sense of being disregarded only intensified Zhao Ritian's fury. Do you know who I am? Zhao Ritian barked defiantly, his neck taut with indignation. My father is the northern king of the great Qian dynasty. My master is none other than Elder Tang San of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, and I, Zhao Ritian, am his direct disciple. Elder Tang San. That name carried weight, resonating with authority. Zhao Ritian believed that invoking the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land would instill fear in the presence of this seemingly inconsequential sect leader from the Qingyun Sect. You have taken Lin Shuyan as your disciple and even injured me. Does this imply a challenge against the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land? As he spoke, his conviction grew stronger, and his voice escalated with a hint of menace. Have you thought carefully about the consequences of opposing the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land? He envisioned Su Yi and his companions groveling in terror. Yet, Su Yi remained unfazed, his demeanor as serene as ever, not even sparing him a glance. It was the ever-cold Qing Yi beside him whose expression flickered momentarily, as if suppressing a smile. A disciple of an elder from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land? Is this all you have? To dare bark before the sect leader? But before Zhao Ritian could fully revel in his self-satisfied expression, Qing Yi coldly uttered 2 words. Enough. The words, though softly spoken, carried a chilling aura reminiscent of the depths of the abyss. In the next instant, a nearly inaudible yet resonant sound echoed, a sound akin to the crushing of a perfectly ripe watermelon or the squashing of a heedless ant. Zhao Ritian's expression froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief and sheer terror. He could barely muster a coherent thought. You dare? Bang! A more profound and thunderous explosion followed. Zhao Ritian, the once arrogant scion of the Northern King, along with his sycophants, was as if crushed by an invisible hand, exploding in an instant. A mist of blood enveloped the vicinity, and shattered limbs scattered in all directions. Strangely, these vile remnants appeared to be repelled by an unseen barrier, leaving Su Yi, Gu Xian'er, and Lin Shuyan unscathed. In the blink of an eye, those who had been so vociferous moments ago were simply gone. Not even a trace remained. Oh no! The ground still bore pools of indescribable blood mist. Qing Yi had not even moved a finger. The mere release and subsequent retraction of his imposing aura, characteristic of a formidable figure in the transformation realm, had reduced these insignificant beings to mere dust. Along with their primordial spirits, they were instantaneously obliterated beneath that terrifying pressure. They could not have perished more completely. At this very moment, the entrance of the heavenly sword sacred land was engulfed in an eerie silence. A silence so profound it felt lifeless. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood intermingled with an indescribable burnt odor, provoking nausea. On the ground, the ghastly pools of blood mist served as a stark reminder of the horrific events that had just transpired. Lin Xuyan's delicate face turned pale. Her instinctive response was to clutch at her clothing. Good heavens! Just moments ago, that Zhao Riqian along with the sycophants had simply, poof, vanished. Not even a sizable fragment of bone remained. This was utterly ruthless. She covertly raised her gaze, peering at the Qingyun guard, who, with a mere gesture, nay, without even a gesture, had effortlessly crushed a person. Qingyun maintained his expressionless demeanor, as if he had merely swatted away a few particularly bothersome flies rather than extinguishing the lives of several individuals, one of whom was the heir of the Northern King. Gulp. Lin Xuyan struggled to swallow. What level of cultivation did this guardian of her master possess? Though still young, she was the 9th princess of the great Qin dynasty and had seen enough to understand. The earlier display, where merely his aura had rendered Zhao Riqian a formidable practitioner at the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage, along with his entourage, incapable of resistance, resulting in their instantaneous explosion and the annihilation of their primordial spirits, indicated that he must at least be of the transformation realm. Hiss. Lin Xuyan inhaled sharply, her beautiful apricot eyes widening in astonishment. A powerhouse of the transformation realm. My heavens! It is worth noting that throughout the entire great Qin dynasty, ancestors of the transformation realm are exceedingly rare. Aside from a few esteemed individuals honored by the royal family and several top-tier clans with millennia of lineage, perhaps one or two reclusive ancient beings might be concealed. Under normal circumstances, even a Yuan-ing realm elder could command respect. Yet now, beside her master stood an individual who appeared utterly ordinary, save for a slightly cold expression, and he was indeed a powerhouse of the transformation realm. Then, what terrifying existence was her newly appointed master, Suyi? Lin Xuyan felt her little heart inexplicably quicken, beating even faster and more fervently than when she had just taken her vows. If her previous excitement had stemmed from shyness and exhilaration, now it was purely due to sheer shock. It was simply unfathomable. Initially, I believed my master to be merely an exceptionally handsome and ethereal person of formidable strength, a recluse of unparalleled talent. However, it has become evident that he is far more than just formidable. He is akin to an immensely powerful pillar of support. I have truly latched onto the leg of an extraordinary master. In an instant, Lin Xuyan's gaze towards Suyi transformed. Where once it contained youthful admiration and shyness, it now bore an additional layer of profound reverence and fervent adoration. Oh dear, not only is my master breathtakingly handsome, but even the guards by his side exude an aura of unrivaled prowess. This configuration is reminiscent of the legendary figures portrayed in novels, where their mere entourage is capable of scattering a horde of antagonists with a mere display of identity. Such a sense of security envelopes me. Lin Xuyan's mind raced. Recalling the tale of the overbearing master falls in love with me, the 9th princess, which had abruptly stalled mid-narrative. No, the plot requires revision. It must be elevated. Her thoughts spun, and a new script began to form autonomously. The Supreme Master's cherished 9th princess's counterattack life? Yes, that title resonates splendidly. With such a formidable master, he will undoubtedly aid her in avenging her grievances, trampling those who wronged her mother and herself beneath his feet. Indeed, and that contemptible prince. Let us see if he dares to disregard morality and covet the beauty of this princess. After all, I am his own sister. Humph. In due time, with a mere wave of his hand and a glance from his loyal guard, let all princes and nobles face obliteration. The mere thought brings me immense satisfaction. The more Lin Xuyan pondered, the more delightful her visions became, her smile nearly reaching her ears. However, mere revenge seemed insufficient. Her master, so strikingly handsome, immensely powerful, and tender, had treated her with such kindness, rescuing her upon their first meeting and accepting her as his disciple. This was undeniably a fateful bond. Suye, am I truly gentle? Could it be that my master has fallen for me at first sight, orchestrating a heroic rescue to facilitate my stay by his side? Oh dear, It must be so. Otherwise, among the multitude of talented young women in the world, why would he have chosen me? Surely it is due to my adorably charming appearance and exceptional aptitude, making us a match crafted by the heavens. The more she contemplated, the more logical it seemed. Lin Shuyan's cheeks flushed a brilliant hue, evoking an irresistible urge to savor her sweetness. Her master has been so kind to her. Perhaps I should express my gratitude? Offering myself so soon seems a bit hasty, considering he is still a young soul. Yet if, perchance, my master truly harbors feelings for me, then I would not be averse to bearing him a brood. Oh goodness! Lin Shuyan shook her head vigorously, her cheeks burning with heat. Lin Shuyan, oh Lin Shuyan, why are you indulging in such embarrassing thoughts again? Your master has accepted you as a disciple. A disciple? How could you harbor such rebellious notions towards him? Yet, he is undeniably handsome. Moreover, the way he looked at me just now was so gentle. What if my master also has a preference for my type? It is not entirely impossible. Just imagine, I could bear him a multitude of chubby, clever, and adorable little babies. One could resemble me, quirky and whimsical, inheriting my unparalleled beauty. Another could take after my master, strikingly handsome, possessing exceptional talent, capturing the hearts of countless young maidens at such a tender age. Perhaps another could be like the cool and taciturn Qingyun, fiercely capable yet not fond of conversation. Oh dear, just thinking about it fills me with such joy. Lin Shuyan cradled her flushed cheeks with both hands, nearly bubbling over with happiness. She felt utterly blissful. Chapter 18. The Delicate Battle of the Obsessed, Clamp versus Scheming Girl. Lin Shuyan cradled her heated cheeks once more, close to bursting with elation. She felt as though her master would spoil her. No, it was she who was on the verge of spoiling herself. Her master, so serious and ethereal, surely had no idea how many forbidden fantasies had played out in her little mind. What a sin, what a sin! Just as Lin Shuyan was lost in her grand thoughts of whether to bear a brood of little monkeys or little fairies for her master, a gentle cough, akin to a celestial melody, abruptly pulled her back to reality. Lin Shuyan jolted upright, only to see Su Yi gazing at her with the faintest hint of a smile. His eyes, oh dear, even softer now, and was that a hint of indulgence? Oh no, it seemed her master truly liked her. This damned, uncontainable charm of hers. Lin Shuyan's face flushed in even deeper crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Master, she whispered softly, her head nearly buried in her chest. Soyez lipstichit imperceptible. Why was this girl's face flushed again? Was she frightened just now? That didn't seem right. It felt more like she was being spoiled. Little did he know that the ninth princess's imagination had fast-forwarded from the supreme master's tenderness to the billion offspring of me and my master. As Su Yi was about to introduce someone, the ever-observant Gu Xian, who had been striving to diminish her presence, suddenly sensed an unprecedented crisis. A woman's intuition, a natural alertness from the senior sister towards her junior sister's intentions towards the master. Oh dear, Gu Xian was taken aback, feeling a sense of foreboding. This little junior sister was looking at the master in a way that seemed quite improper. What kind of gaze is that? Reverence? Oh, no, it is more than that. It carries with it a hook, a spark, an audacious desire to challenge the master and engage in acts of rebellion, to become a defiant disciple. Who is Gu Xian? She is the esteemed senior sister of the Qingyun Sect, the first to be rescued from the depths of despair by our master, granted a new lease on life, and bestowed with the supreme celestial teachings as a direct disciple. The master treats her with unparalleled affection. Although the master has recently taken on another disciple, the senior sister's status remains unshaken, especially with this newcomer, the little junior sister, whose beauty is captivating. Sculpted like jade, clearly a stunning maiden. Despite being a year younger at 16, her charm and playfulness are irresistible. Moreover, she possesses remarkable talent. Being of the water element with innate potential, this is clearly a challenge for the master's affection. Gu Xian narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, observing Lin Shuyan with an inscrutable demeanor. Her bosom is not as ample as mine. Her cultivation level is not as high as mine. All right, she is of a similar age, just a tad younger. However, the master certainly favors me, the sensible and capable senior disciple. Master, are you going to introduce this little junior sister? Gu Xian interjected before Su Yi, displaying a delicate smile tinged with a hint of possessive grace. Her voice soft yet commanding. It was only then that Lin Chuyin noticed an enchanting woman beside her, dressed in a pale white gown. Her skin was as fair as snow, her beauty unparalleled, exuding a cool demeanor laced with an indescribable allure, especially her phoenix eyes, which seemed to see through the hearts of others. Wow, Lin Chuyin marveled inwardly. This sister is truly stunning. Moreover, the aura she emanates is extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of the previous Zhao Ritian. Could it be? Chuyin, this is your senior sister, Gu Xian'er. Suyi finally found an opportunity to speak, introducing her gently. Senior sister? Lin Chuyin's eyes brightened, and she sweetly exclaimed, Greetings, senior sister. I am Lin Chuyin, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Although the senior sister is beautiful, the master surely prefers someone as adorable as I am. The way the master looked at me just now was filled with tenderness. Gu Xian'er thought to herself, this little girl actually knows how to retreat to advance. What a cunning little tea-sipping green tea. And guidance? I'll truly guide you to keep your hands off the master. On the surface, Gu Xian'er maintained the demeanor of a senior sister, nodding slightly. You are too kind. Junior sister. Yet inwardly, she mused, you think you can compete with me? The master came down from the mountain to accept disciples because of me. Who do you think you are? If you dare to covet the master's affections, just wait and see how I will train you. As Suyi observed the harmonious interaction between his two disciples, he nodded with satisfaction. Ah, splendid. Sisterly affection and mutual assistance among disciples are essential for the prosperity of our sect. He remained oblivious to the latent tension simmering in the air, a silent conflict brewing. With that thought, Suyi glanced around. The remnants of the mosaic remained glaringly obvious, and the metallic scent of blood still lingered in the atmosphere. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with the surroundings. Chuyin, let us return to the sect. Yes, master. Lin Chuyin replied cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The thought of returning to the sect, to her exceptionally handsome, remarkably powerful, and tender-hearted master, filled her with excitement. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Suyi. However, Gu Xian'er, quick-witted, subtly edged toward Suyi, positioning herself perfectly between him and Lin Chuyin, her smile charming. Master, shall we set off now? While speaking, she naturally intertwined her arm with Suyi's sleeve, cautious not to grasp his arm directly, lest he notice her intentions. Lin Chuyin was taken aback. How cunning. This senior sister is so scheming. I cannot lose. Master is mine. Suyi, however, paid little mind to Gu Xian'er's affectionate gesture, having already spent several days in her company. Yes, we shall return now, he replied coolly, then turned his gaze to Qingyi. Qingyi understood the cue, and a subtle shift in his aura signaled readiness. In the blink of an eye, Suyi, Gu Xian'er, Lin Chuyin, and the sect's guardian, Qingyi, vanished from their location. At that moment, in front of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's gate, silence reigned supreme. After a considerable pause, a trembling outer disciple, hiding behind a stone pillar, swallowed hard. What just happened? His voice quivered. It seemed like another disciple, concealed in the grass, peered out, his complexion pale as a sheet. Oh dear, that scared me to death. Brother Zhao, he just vanished without a trace. The first disciple gestured, only to shiver himself. What on earth was that figure in blue? And the young man, claiming to be the sect leader of Qingyun Sect? Qingyun Sect. I've never heard of it. Where did it emerge from? Regardless of its origins, to have a cultivator at the god transformation stage as a guardian, the sect leader must be extraordinarily formidable. The group of disciples exchanged hushed words, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, an older, more astute disciple slapped his thigh. This is bad. What is wrong, brotherly? Brother Zhao is dead. He is the cherished disciple of Elder Tang San. If Elder Tang San were to learn of this, we would all meet our demise. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped. Their fear of the previous calamity overshadowed this grave matter. What shall we do? What can we do? Hurry. We must report this to Elder Tang San at once. Yes, yes. Quickly inform Elder Tang San. Tell him that senior brother, Zhao, seems to have been slain by someone called the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Not just seems. He was indeed killed by that guardian of his. We all witnessed it. Enough with the chatter. Go now. A throng of junior disciples scrambled in panic, racing towards the depths of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land to report this catastrophic incident. Chapter 19. Two great apostates compete for favor, annihilating the transformation realm with a single glance. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Sword sacred land, in the inner sanctum, atop a main peak suffused with spiritual energy. Within a secluded chamber, crack, a sharp, jarring sound of shattering echoed abruptly in the tranquil meditation room, piercing through the silence. Elder Tang San, seated in meditation, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, abruptly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed, revealing a trace of displeasure. Which oblivious disciple dares to disturb my retreat? As the words left his lips, a sudden jolt coursed through his spirit, a searing pain piercing through his heart. Puffed. Elder Tang San felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly spewing it forth, but he forcefully swallowed it back, his complexion paling instantly. This is a soul stone. He hastily looked down at the row of soul stones before him. The leftmost stone, inscribed with the characters Zhao Ritian in an elegant script, was now marred by a web of cracks. Then, with a final crack, it shattered into countless fine fragments, cascading down from the jade platform. Zhao Ritian. Elder Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. A wretched roar erupted from his throat, shaking the entire chamber and causing the protective wards to flicker wildly. My beloved disciple. His eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his visage resembling a fearsome dragon. Who among the audacious dares to lay a hand on my disciple? My disciple Zhao Ritian possesses a fire spiritual root, a prodigious talent. He is my sole, cherished disciple. A terrifying pressure emanating from the transformation realm erupted from him, engulfing the entire peak. The beasts atop the mountain quaked in terror, cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Many inner disciples struggled to breathe under this oppressive force, their faces etched with fear. What has transpired? Has Elder Tang San unleashed his wrath? Heaven! Does this pressure signal a desire for bloodshed? Within the chamber, Elder Tang San wrestled to contain his overwhelming fury and heartache, his hands trembling violently from rage. Remain calm. I must maintain my composure. On his person, there lay a life-preserving talisman bestowed by the venerable elder, rendering him impervious to the assaults of ordinary malefactors. Only an adversary of equal, or perhaps even greater prowess, could pose a threat within the hallowed grounds of the heavenly sword sacred land. Who dares to act with such audacity? He inhaled deeply, a flicker of fierce determination and madness igniting in his eyes. Regardless of your identity, should you dare to harm my disciple, I shall ensure your very soul is obliterated, condemned to eternal oblivion. With that proclamation, he bit down on the tip of his tongue, forcing forth a drop of his precious blood, and swiftly formed intricate hand seals. The cosmos is boundless. The heavens lend their power, a pursuit spanning thousands of miles, tracing back to its origin. Show yourself to me. He brought his fingers together and pointed towards the void, endeavoring to discern the location of the assailant. Meanwhile, aboard the exclusive conveyance of the Qingyun Sect, a magnificent flying sword, elongated to several zhang, spacious as a small boat, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. Suyi stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing elegantly, exuding an aura of serene yet formidable presence, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Qingyi respectfully stood half a step behind him. The most devoted guardian of the sect, his demeanor restrained yet reminiscent of a peerless sword, always poised to unsheath. In the middle of the flying sword, the atmosphere had taken on a slightly peculiar tone. Guxian air clung tightly to Su Ye's left sleeve, her delicate head resting against her master's arm, wearing a smile that was both content and vigilant. Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, occasionally darted towards the other side. Lin Chuyen stood to Su Ye's right, neither too far nor too close, her large, watery eyes filled with adoration, almost tangible in their desire to adhere to Su Ye's side. Several times she attempted to utter words, only to be silenced by a gentle cough from Gu Xianair or a tender glance. Master, are you weary? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Gu Xianair's voice was sweet to the point of being saccharine, her small hands already itching to assist. Observing this, Lin Chuyen, unwilling to be outdone, quickly interjected, Master, let me knead your legs. I possess great strength. She punctuated her statement by waving her delicate little fist in a symbolic gesture. Gu Xianair's eyes twitched slightly, her smile strained. Little junior sister, your vivacity is quite remarkable. Unlike me, who only knows the rudimentary tasks of serving. Some individuals, relying on their early entry into the sect, presume to monopolize our master? Lin Chuyen muttered softly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for Su Yi and Gu Xian'er to hear. Gu Xian'er replied, "The little junior sister is still young and does not comprehend the hierarchy. I shall not hold it against you." In the air, it felt as though invisible sparks were crackling, a palpable tension brewing. Even Qing Yi, typically inscrutable, barely concealed a flicker of amusement at the corners of his mouth, inwardly reflecting, "Women, indeed." Amidst this tumultuous undercurrent of rivalry, Su Ye's previously placid gaze sharpened slightly. He emitted an almost inaudible hum, his profound eyes seemingly piercing through the endless void, gazing towards a distant direction. Such insignificant beings dare to pry into my affairs. Asupte, mokin jurve gre Su Ye's lips. He did not even turn his head, nor did he flutter his eyelids. Only those deep, starry eyes with a mere glance. Yes, such a casual gaze, as if merely observing a mosquito that inadvertently flew before him. In an instant, an indescribable terror surged across the vast void, arriving with uncanny precision. In the sacred land of the heavenly sword, within the cave of Elder Tang San, he was straining every nerve, his eyes bulging with intensity as the fabric of reality before him began to warp, as if a scene was about to manifest. Soon, I shall witness you. The murderer, Tang San roared within, his face contorted with a fierce delight. Yet at that very moment, a hum reverberated through the air, an overwhelming pressure, seemingly descending from the heavens. No, from the very edge of the universe, suddenly enveloped him. Elder Tang San's movements abruptly froze. The grimace of glee on his face was instantly replaced by boundless terror and shock. What is this? He felt as if his very soul was gripped tightly by an unseen hand, rendering his thoughts nearly stagnant. He was incapable of uttering a single plea for mercy. All he could see were those eyes, cold, indifferent, lofty eyes that regarded all as mere fodder. Before those eyes, his once proud mastery of the transformation realm felt as insignificant as dust. No, from the 7 orifices of Elder Tang San, blood spurted forth simultaneously. His body, devoid of all strength, crumpled to the ground. Life in that fleeting moment was extinguished, his soul shattered. This esteemed elder of the heavenly sword's inner sect, a powerful being of the transformation realm, perished without even knowing his enemy or the means employed against him. In utter humiliation, he died eyes wide open. Upon the resplendent flying sword, Gu Xian'er and Lin Shuyan were still engaged in a silent battle over whose turn it was to massage their masteress legs. Suddenly, they both sensed a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation in their master's aura. "Master, what has happened?" Gu Xian'er was the first to notice, her concern evident as she discreetly warned Lin Shuyan with a sidelong glance, signaling her to refrain from seizing the opportunity to curry favor. Lin Shuyan blinked her large eyes. Worry etched on her face. "Master, are you encountering some trouble?" Su Yi slowly withdrew his gaze, his deep eyes returning to their tranquil indifference. He gently shook his head, his tone as untroubled as brushing away a speck of dust from his garment. "It's nothing. A foolish little ant sought its own demise, and I merely imparted a small lesson." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian'er immediately displayed an expression of admiration. "Oh, so that is how it is. That ant truly was blind to provoke the master." Lin Shuyan, equally enlightened, clenched her small fist and declared, "Humph, such a reckless creature. Master, you are too merciful. He deserves to be ground to dust." Su Yi smiled faintly, ruffling Lin Shuyan's hair and patting Gu Xian'er's hand. "Very well, a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Let's continue our journey." Qingyi lowered her head silently behind, her reverence for the sect leader deepening further. "Master, do you truly consider this a mere lesson?" The adversary rests peacefully before their grave, effortlessly extinguishing a formidable being of the transformation realm in the blink of an eye, and yet speaks of it with such nonchalance. Is this the might of an emperor? No, the leader appears far more terrifying than an ordinary sovereign. Oh, esteemed ladies, you may never comprehend that the insignificant insect the leader casually crushed moments ago could instigate tremors across a realm as a being of the transformation realm. Truly, it is overwhelmingly invincible. Chapter 20. The enigmatic junior sister, the affectionate senior sister. The exclusive flying sword of Qingyun Sect, swift as light, sliced through the heavens. Before long, the Qingyun Mountains came into view. A celestial mountain palace floated above the sea of clouds, majestic and resplendent. Lin Shuyan's mouth fell slightly agape. From afar, the grandeur of the celestial mountain was breathtaking, shrouded in auspicious clouds, vibrant with ethereal energy, accompanied by the harmonious calls of immortal cranes, and adorned with cascading waterfalls and flowing springs. The palatial structures were arranged with perfect harmony, surpassing even the combined splendor of her royal palace and the holy land of the heavenly sword by 100-fold. Is this truly? Lin Chuyan rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision. As the flying sword drew closer, her clarity sharpened. Each hall shimmered with a faint, precious light, and the spiritual energy in the air nearly solidified. Gulp! She could not help but swallow hard. The flying sword came to a steady halt on the white jade plaza before the mountain gate. The moment Lin Chuyan set foot on the ground, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far denser than that of the holy land of the heavenly sword, enveloped her, causing every pore of her body to expand, akin to luxuriating in a hot spring. Wow! Lin Chuyan was utterly astonished, her cherry lips forming an ah shape. Is this truly the sect? She murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. It is far more potent than the secret realms of our great Qian dynasty, and even more so than the combined spiritual energy of all the holy lands in the eastern region. No wonder the guards of my master are all formidable beings of the transformation realm. In that moment, the shred of pride she held as the 9th princess shattered completely. Irretrievable. Xianxia observed her junior sister's naivete with a slight smile, an expression that suggested this was to be expected, her chin lifted slightly in an air of superiority. How naive, she quietly mused, yet maintained her dignified demeanor as the senior sister. Su Yi, on the other hand, wore an expression of serene indifference, as if all of this were merely commonplace. Calm, just basic protocol. He waved his hand dismissively. Then, Su Yi turned to Xianxia. Xianxia, disciple at your service. Xianxia promptly replied. You shall take your junior sister down and find a side hall for her to settle in. Su Yi casually gestured towards the distant, unending expanse of palatial structures. Once everything is settled, I will summon your junior sister to the grand hall. Yes, master. Xianxia respectfully accepted the command, then turned to Lin Chuyan with a beaming smile, saying, Junior sister, come with me. Rest assured, your elder sister will cherish you dearly. She placed particular emphasis on the word cherish. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuyan felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if a lovesick stalker had set its sights on her. I am a noble traveler from Blue Star, undoubtedly the protagonist of this grand tale. How could I fear a venomous female antagonist with ulterior motives? Master is mine. Who is afraid of whom? Master, fear not. At this moment, Lin Chuyan sweetly addressed Su Yi, declaring, Chuyan will certainly listen to elder sister and will not cause master any worry. Sniff, sniff. Xianxia's lips twitched. Stupid brat. Have you lodged a pig's hair in your throat? She truly wished to stuff a slipper into her junior sister's mouth to silence her. This insufferable brat is indeed a handful. Very well, junior sister, follow me. With that, Xianxia led the way, while Lin Chuyan gracefully followed behind. However, she maintained a respectful distance from Xianxia. As a proud traveler from Blue Star, she possessed a modicum of awareness. The first rule of survival in the immortal cultivation realm. Always keep a safe distance from scheming green tea bitches. Who knows when this venomous female antagonist might strike? Given that this green tea bitch entered the sect so early, her cultivation must significantly surpass Lin Chuyan's. Thus, she must tread carefully. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two girls, Su Yi felt a sense of relief. Finally, he had managed to send these two rebellious disciples on their way. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly calling out in his heart, System, where is my luxurious disciple recruitment gift package? Hurry up, be swift, and do not dawdle. Ding! The luxurious disciple recruitment gift package has been automatically stored in the system space. Please check host. The system's youthful prompt echoed in Su Ye's mind at that moment. He chuckled to himself, eager to see what astonishing treasures awaited him this time. With a flick of his thought, he activated it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the celestial grade cultivation method. Tying Jiutianju. Celestial grade cultivation method? Tying Jiutianju? Su Ye's eyes lit up. Isn't that technique perfectly suited for Chuyan, who possesses the Tying celestial body? This method is tailor-made for her. System, you are truly a thoughtful little companion. Very good, very good. This sect leader feels greatly pleased. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an innate spiritual root. 10 tons of enlightenment tea leaves. Enlightenment tea contains the essence of Tao and the rules of heaven and earth, assisting cultivators in their enlightenment. Cough, cough. Sui nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How much? 10 tons. He blinked vigorously, doubting whether the system had mistakenly added an extra ton. It should be 10 Jin or perhaps 10 Liang, right? System, come forth and explain. 10 tons of Wudao tea? Do you intend for me to establish a tea processing factory, or are you planning to cover the entire Qingyun Sect with Wudao tea? Is this measured by the ton? Do you think this is a wholesale market for cabbage? Sui felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Supreme Emperor weapon. The Chaos Bell. What on earth? The Supreme Emperor weapon, the Chaos Bell? At that moment, Suye's heart raced wildly, feeling as though he might faint from sheer joy. As a dignified emperor, the system has bestowed upon me a Supreme Emperor weapon. But does this mean I am to sweep through the myriad realms, asserting my dominance and recklessly slaying at the springs? Ha ha! This is splendid. This is truly marvelous. Although 10 tons of tea is a bit excessive, the Chaos Bell resonates deeply with my heart. Oh, my beloved system, from this day forth, you shall be my esteemed consort, the matriarch of my harem. I am enamored. This is an absolute gain. Moreover, I possess 3 bronze summoning cards and 1 silver summon card. Truly a luxurious disciple recruitment gift. At this moment, Su Yi concentrated, addressing the system. Let us commence the draw. System, let us start with these 3 bronze cards. Ding! Initiating the draw for the bronze summoning cards. The host is truly blessed with fortune. Congratulations, host. You have summoned 3 formidable beings at the 10th level of the transformation realm. Woohoo, take off. The system's notification tone, with its familiar lowly-like pitch, arrived promptly. However, in the next instant, what the heck? Even someone as seasoned as Su Yi could not help but exclaim a curse from his hometown. At this moment, the 3 seemingly ordinary bronze summoning cards radiated an astonishing brilliance, even more dazzling than the sun. That was a golden legend. Burilak. It was as if the luck of a true sovereign had descended upon him. Chapter 21. The Luck of a Sovereign. Summoning beings of the Unity Realm. The 3 bronze cards had directly summoned 3 powerful beings of the Transformation Realm, a stroke of luck unmatched. Su Yi rubbed his dazzled eyes, incredulity written across his face. The bronze summoning cards could randomly summon a being from the nascent soul realm to the Transformation Realm. Undoubtedly, these summoned beings will be entirely loyal to Su Yi, the Sect Master. Furthermore, they were all at the peak of their current realm, at the apex of the Transformation Realm. Soon, the golden light gradually dissipated, revealing 3 figures before Su Yi. They donned the standard azure robes of the Qingyun Sect, their faces resolute and their auras steady. Each of them was undeniably at the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm, just a step away from reaching the Unity Realm. At this moment, the leader stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonant as a thunderclap. I, Li Yi, pay my respects to the Sect Master. Following suit, the other 2 also knelt in unison. I, Li Er, pay my respects to the Sect Master. I, Li San, pay my respects to the Sect Master. Their voices harmonized, exuding an imposing presence that reverberated throughout the grand hall. Su Yi mused, what a name, strikingly simple and blunt, as if they fear others might not recognize their fraternal bond, or perhaps indicative of a systematic assembly line production. Host, you're not permitted to question. This system has summoned any powerful being that once truly existed in this world. Li, Lier, and Li San were all formidable figures from a sect of immortal cultivators, their memories altered by this system after their demise, now called forth once more. Ultimately, the final interpretation rests with this system. Very well. Upon hearing this, Su Yi shot a glance at the system. Clearing his throat, he said nonchalantly, you may rise. Thank you, Sect Master. The 3 responded in unison, standing upright, their gazes fixed ahead. Su Yi stroked his chin, his eyes falling upon the silver summoning card. If 3 bronze cards proved so formidable, this silver card surely cannot disappoint. With a hint of anticipation, he addressed the system once more. System, proceed. Unleash this silver card for me. Beep. Commencing the summoning of the silver card for the host. Once again, luck graces the host, fortune at its zenith. Congratulations, host, for summoning a formidable being at the harmonization realm. Another notification from the system echoed. This time, the silver summoning card erupted with a dazzling, almost tangible, golden-purple divine radiance. This brilliance surpassed the combined glow of the previous 3 golden lights. Suyeraisit aneyebrok. now seriously questioning whether the system had inverted the color hierarchy. Bronze cards emit golden light, while silver cards unleash golden-purple divine light. What might a gold card summon? A radiant, unparalleled spectrum of colors? Amidst the golden-purple light, a figure gradually materialized, clad in pristine white, unblemished by dust. With a visage like a jade crown and eyes like bright stars, he bore an ancient long sword upon his back, its blade unsheathed, yet radiating an air of lethal sharpness that cleaved through the void. His cultivation was terrifyingly profound, at the 10th level of the harmonization realm. Suye's eyes narrowed slightly. Now this is intriguing. The white-clad swordsman bowed deeply before Suyi, his voice clear, imbued with a distinct air of aloofness and sharpness typical of a swordsman. I, Li Changjian, pay my respects to the sect master. Ah, yet another with the surname Li. Is this system at odds with the old Li family? Suyi thought to himself, mentally berating the system. System, do explain why all summoned individuals share the surname Li. Do you possess some peculiar preference? He shot another incredulous glance at the system, harboring a torrent of internal complaints. Beep. Character names are randomly generated by the system, adhering to popular aesthetic standards without any specific implications. I believe you not. Suyi Sikol Fut Inyardi. At this moment, Li, Lier, and Li San felt a sudden chill as they sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Li Changjian, whose formidable presence reached the 10th level of the Dao integration realm. Their expressions shifted, filled with reverence as they gazed upon him. Meanwhile, Li Changjian, upon perceiving the overwhelming imperial aura of Su Yi, one that seemed to encompass the heavens and the earth, causing his very soul to tremble, unconsciously bent his previously straightened back. Such was the terrifying nature of this sect master. Su Yi cast a satisfied glance at the 4 newly appointed enforcers outside the hall. In his eyes, a genuine emperor, the likes of those in the transformation and Dao integration realms, not to mention the Great Ascension and Tribulation realms, resembled nothing more than a group of robust ants. After all, beneath the saint all are mere insects, and he stood far above them, as an emperor, transcending even the saints and sovereigns. However, Su Yi stroked his chin, donning a benevolent smile reminiscent of a magnanimous capitalist. For the nascent phase of the Qingyun Sect, oh no, should I say, this makeshift ensemble, having experts from the Dao integration and transformation realms, constituted a considerable strength. Indeed, it would suffice. At least it would add some vibrancy to the sect, preventing it from resembling a haunted place, which would surely frighten his newly acquired beloved disciples. The thought of Lin Chuyan's astonished expression upon seeing the celestial mountain brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an air of authority. Li San, heed my command. We are here. The 3 responded promptly, bowing deeply. With a grand gesture, Su Yi exuded an air of leadership. From this day forth, you 3 shall serve as the guardians of the Qingyun Sect, tasked with ensuring the safety of our domain and patrolling the inner and outer gates. You must not fail in this duty. We shall faithfully adhere to the sect master's decree. Li and Li San responded in unison, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. Although merely guardians, serving such a formidable sect master was indeed an honor. Next, Su Ye's gaze shifted to Li Changjian. A shiver ran through Li Changjian, and he quickly bowed, saying, "Please, sect master, give your orders." After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi slowly declared, "Li Changjian, your cultivation is commendable. Henceforth, you shall serve as an outer sect steward, responsible for managing daily affairs and assisting my 2 direct disciples during their training journeys." He added with a serious tone, "Of course, you will also need to occasionally oversee the gate, a task both honorable and arduous." Upon hearing this, Li Changjian was momentarily taken aback, only to be overcome with joy. The title of outer sect steward, though perhaps less imposing than that of a guardian, carried significant weight when it involved assisting the sect master's direct disciples in their training. This indicated that the sect master regarded him highly, nurturing him as a trusted confidant. As for the occasional gate oversight, to be entrusted with such a duty was a fortune he could only dream of. I, Li Changjian, shall uphold the sect master's decree and will not disappoint your expectations," he declared, excitement evident as he knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with emotion. Sui nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, saying, "All right, you all go and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. In addition, the 4 of you should clear out the demonic beast within a radius of 10,000 miles from the sect. Remember, The words of my two personal disciples are, to a certain extent, equivalent to my own. Yes, Sect Master. The four responded in unison, then respectfully exited the grand hall, watching their departing figures. Suyi stretched lazily and murmured to himself, a group of ants, finally proving somewhat useful. With the development of the Qingyun Sect and the increase in numbers, it seemed time to consider refining the internal affairs of the sect. When that moment arrived, it would be essential to recruit more talents in this regard. Having concluded these thoughts, Suyi hummed a tuneless little melody, feeling quite pleased. Next, he needed to arrange cultivation methods for that girl, Qingyun. Chapter 22, The Tying Celestial Body, possessing the potential for immortality. At that moment, a series of gentle yet respectful knocks echoed from outside the hall. Following this, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Master, your disciple Lin Shuyan has come to pay her respects. Suyese eis biriktenet. The girl certainly arrived promptly. Komein, he called, clearing his throat. With a soft creak, the hall door was gently pushed open and a graceful figure stepped inside. It was Lin Shuyan. At that moment, she donned the standard light blue attire of a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, which accentuated her snow-like complexion and exquisite beauty. Yet, within her expressive eyes, alongside reverence for Suyi, there flickered a hint of girlish shyness and unease. Disciple Lin Shuyan, paying respects to Master. Lin Shuyan walked into the hall and performed a graceful bow, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Suyi waved his hand, signaling her to forego excessive formality. All right, rise. Shuyan, I see your complexion is quite good. I presume you have settled in well at the sect? He casually inquired, though his gaze discreetly assessed her. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Lin Shuyan's delicate face as she nodded. In response to Master, Senior Sister Xian has already helped me settle in properly. She paused, seemingly a bit embarrassed, lowering her voice slightly. I have chosen a side hall that is somewhat closer to Master's quarters, thinking that should you have any instructions, I could come over promptly. As she finished speaking, a soft blush crept across her cheeks, and her head lowered. So you muse, well. This girl certainly has many thoughts. Proximity for the sake of heeding teachings? Perhaps it is merely a pretext to gain favor. Truly, as a transmigrator from Blue Star, her mind was astutely intricate. Internally, Suyi scoffed, maintaining an impassive expression, though the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Oh, how thoughtful, he replied nonchalantly, choosing not to expose her intentions. The thoughts of a young girl, yet he, an ancient being who has lived through countless epochs, a formidable emperor-level expert, cannot see through them? Your arrival is quite timely. I summoned you here to discuss your cultivation path, particularly regarding your physical constitution. Suyese tone shifted, his expression taking on a more serious demeanor, laced with an unnoticeable gravity. Clearly, he was about to showcase his prowess. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan's expression became solemn, and she respectfully stated, Physical constitution? I am but a dull disciple. I implore you, Master, to illuminate my path. A flicker of anxiety stirred within her. Could it be that there is something amiss with her aptitude? Surely, Master wouldn't wish to dismiss her, or perhaps he simply does not favor her. Oh, please, Master, I beg you. Suyi observed her anxious demeanor, suppressing a chuckle within. A trivial matter, do not panic. Soon enough, I shall astonish you. You possess a water spirit root. This I have long known. Simply based on this water spirit root, in the outside world, you would be deemed a top-tier genius, with boundless potential for the future. If you do not meet an untimely end, you could at least ascend to the realm of harmonization. Suye's tone carried a hint of nonchalance, as if this so-called top-tier genius was merely ordinary in his eyes. As Lin Shuyan absorbed the affirmation in the first half of his statement, she felt a sense of relief, only to detect an undercurrent of mediocrity in the latter half, which compelled her to display even greater respect. I do not dare to be arrogant, for compared to my senior sister, I am hardly worthy of the title. A soft chuckle escaped Suye's lips, tinged with mystery. The water spirit root is indeed commendable. However, he deliberately elongated his words, successfully piquing Lin Shuyan's curiosity and anxiety. Holding her breath, she fixated her beautiful eyes upon Suyi, fearing the loss of even a single word. Finally, Suyi spoke. I have discovered that beneath the guise of your water spirit root lies an astonishingly rare and unparalleled formidable physique. Master, what did you say? She doubted her own hearing. Suyi regarded her adorable, astonished expression with a crooked smile. You heard me correctly. This physique is known as the Tying Immortal Body. It is a celestial-grade constitution. Boom! The revelation struck Lin Qian's mind like a divine thunderbolt. The Tying immortal body? A celestial-grade constitution. At this moment, Lin Qian was utterly bewildered, standing frozen. Her lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. As a traveler from Blue Star and a royal princess, she had gained extensive knowledge, having read countless novels. Among them, she had perused hundreds of those sensational, albeit indecent, female-centric cultivation narratives on online platforms. To possess the potential for ascension. Could it be that she was destined for invincibility? It seems that Lin Qian is indeed the embodiment of a grand heroine from a novel. Indeed, Suya nodded lightly, his tone devoid of emotion. This was genuinely a celestial-grade physique, far surpassing the so-called heavenly roots, sacred bodies, and divine physiques. The supreme bones, even the emperor-grade physiques, paled in comparison. It could be said to be an existence that transcended countless physiques in this realm. A celestial-grade physique, elevated above the vast majority of physiques. Lin Qian felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. The sudden surge of happiness was overwhelming, rendering her momentarily unable to bear it. Possessing the Tying celestial body was tantamount to having the potential for immortality, as long as she did not falter midway and adhered to her cultivation diligently. Achieving the status of an emperor and ascending to the immortal realm would be but a mere flick of the fingers. The potential for true immortality. Ascending in broad daylight. Achieving the immortal realm. At this moment, Lin Qian felt as though she was about to take flight. With such unparalleled talent, what need had she to fear that scheming and malevolent rival, Xianxia, master would belong solely to her? Observing Lin Qian on the verge of fainting from happiness. Suya, is this what excites you? We're only just beginning. The true surprise lies ahead. Ahem. Suyi cleared his throat, successfully pulling Lin Qian back from her boundless fantasies. My disciple, while the Tying celestial body is indeed unique in eons, awakening it completely is not an easy task. His tone shifted, adopting an air of feigned solemnity. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's small face tensed. It's not easy. What treasures or rare materials are needed? Or how many years of arduous cultivation must I endure? A glimmer of anxiety flashed in her large eyes. Please don't say it will take 1,000 or 800 years. She could hardly wait to soar alongside her master, or rather, to absorb his teachings. Seeing her impatience, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Treasures? Hardship? He snorted lightly, brimming with a sense of superiority. Such thoughts are for the mundane. As your master, awakening a mere celestial body is hardly troublesome. Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. So what master meant was, Suyi smiled faintly and confidently extended a finger. For me, in the blink of an eye, I can awaken your celestial body. Watch closely. Before the words had fully left his lips, Suyi snapped his fingers. A barely perceptible arcane light shot forth from his fingertip like a shooting star, embedding itself in Lin Qian's brow. Buzz. Lin Qian felt a chill at her brow, followed by an indescribable surge of overwhelming coldness. Akin to an ancient beast that had slumbered for eons, suddenly awakening within her body. That power was vast, icy, supreme. It felt as though it sought to freeze her very soul. Lin Qian could not help but emit a soft moan, her delicate body trembling slightly. She felt as if she were about to shatter. Chapter 23. The Awakening of the Celestial Body. Lin Qian ascends to the Golden Core realm. Yet in the next moment, an indescribable sensation of euphoria surged through her limbs and bones. The abundant spiritual energy bestowed by her water-type spiritual root seemed minuscule in the face of this newly awakened power, like a trickling stream encountering a vast ocean. Insignificant, utterly insignificant. Focusing her mind and calming her spirit, she sought to comprehend this force. Suye's tranquil voice, akin to a stabilizing anchor, reached her ears. Lin Qian promptly gathered her thoughts, sitting cross-legged, striving to harness the terrifying power surging within her. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval erupted. Rumble. The entire peak of Qingyun Sect, no, the entirety of the Qingyun mountain range, spanning 100,000 miles, began to tremble violently. It was as if the earth itself had turned over. The heavens above transformed, the once clear sky darkening ominously. A colossal, ethereal dark moon gradually emerged from the horizon. This moon radiated an unfathomable deep black hue, its edges flickering with a chilling silver light. Upon its surface, countless arcane and mysterious symbols flickered in and out of visibility, swirling slowly, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. What in the world is that? At the mountain gate, Li Yi, Li Er, Li San, and Li Changjian, who had only just acclimated to their roles as guardians and were currently planning the external construction, simultaneously looked up, their faces drained of color. What an overwhelming pressure is the power of the Yin. Such pure and dense Yin energy. Li Changjian, a formidable master of the 10th level of the harmonization realm, exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the sect leader is once again unleashing some earth-shattering divine power? This thought ignited in their minds, their gazes toward the main hall filled with fervent admiration. Truly, the sect leader is extraordinary. Even a mere display creates havoc of cataclysmic proportions. At this moment, the dark moon of Yin showed no signs of ceasing its expansion. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, this moon, radiating endless coldness, had enveloped the entire sky of Lingzhou. Lingzhou, among the 108 states of the Eastern Domain. It ranks in the middle, yet it stretches infinitely. Countless beings at this moment felt a shiver emanating from the depths of their souls. Heavens! The moon, the black moon, is clearly daytime. How can a moon appear so cold? I feel as if my blood is about to freeze. Countless townsfolk were thrown into chaos, their cries and screams echoing throughout. Numerous cultivators rushed out of their abodes, gazing skyward, their faces etched with horror and confusion. Such an anomaly had never been heard of or seen before. Could it be that an unparalleled great demon has emerged? No, this power, though frigid, carries a sacred majesty. Unlike any malevolent force, it is Lingzhou. The epicenter of this extraordinary phenomenon appears to lie in Lingzhou. Yet, the spectacle shows no signs of abating. The resplendent light of the Tianxianyu pierces through the barriers that separate the states, cascading towards the entirety of the Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain? How vast it is! 108 states, countless beings. Soon, the myriad of powerful figures across the 108 states of the Eastern Domain were roused. This aura emanates from the very essence of Taiyin. Such a magnificent Taiyin phenomenon envelopes the entire Lingzhou and continues to spread outward. Who could possibly be the divine presence that has incited such a celestial spectacle in Lingzhou? Ancient cities and venerable sects, each with their long-standing legacies, found their powerful members awakened. They activated their mystical abilities, gazing towards Lingzhou with expressions filled with gravity and bewilderment. How could such an immense commotion arise from that desolate place in Lingzhou? Could it be that some reclusive ancient being, in a moment of madness, has conjured this? In the 7 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, at the Tai Chi Sacred Land, within a divine palace suspended in the heavens, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and brows nearly touching the ground suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the cosmos. With a sudden explosion, a spinning tortoise shell before him shattered. What a fierce backlash! The elder let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes were ablaze with tumultuous waves. The Taiyin represents the ultimate power of darkness. Such a phenomenon is beyond the realm of the ordinary. Could it be that a sacred body has manifested, and one of the most supreme Taiyin celestial bodies at that? Expedite the investigation, at any cost. Ensure that I uncover the source of this phenomenon and the identity behind it. The elder's hoarse voice, imbued with undeniable authority, reverberated throughout the divine palace. Yes, ancestor. At the Xianxia sacred land, by the mist-shrouded celestial pond, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in palace attire was leisurely savoring her tea. Suddenly, the jade cup in her hand shattered into fine powder with a sharp crack. The woman sprang to her feet, her exquisite eyes radiating divine light as she gazed towards Lingzhou. Is this the Tianxian, you illuminating the 9 heavens? It is said that only with the complete awakening of a legendary sacred body will such a phenomenon be triggered. How could such a prodigious being arise from the barren lands of Lingzhou? Summon someone. Keep a close watch on the developments in Lingzhou. If it truly is the emergence of a sacred body, we must, at any cost, lure it to our Yaoqi. At the Wanjian sacred land, amidst the sword mounds where sword energy soared to the skies, countless ancient swords hummed and trembled. An elderly figure, seated cross-legged at the center of the myriad swords, appeared withered, as if fused with the ancient blades, his eyes igniting with two beams of astonishing sword light. Such an overpowering tying force. It can even stir my sword heart. Let us investigate who has orchestrated this grand spectacle. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Domain, several other sacred sites, alongside some ancient, reclusive Taoist traditions, awakened from their slumber or seclusion, stirred by an extraordinary occurrence. A multitude of gazes, some filled with astonishment, others with greed or trepidation, were directed towards the remote Lingzhou. What an uproar! What transpired in Lingzhou? Could it be that an immortal has descended? Quickly, dispatch someone to Lingzhou to gather intelligence. It is imperative that we receive reports at the earliest opportunity. The entire Eastern Domain erupted in chaos due to this sudden manifestation of the Tying Xianxia. Countless factions sprang into action, and this tumult even began to extend across the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness Continent. On the Eastern Wilderness Continent, with its 3,000 Dao prefectures, sacred sites abound, and dynasties rise and fall. The ancestors of several top-tier forces sense the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the direction of the Eastern Domain. There appears to be an extraordinary aura emerging from the Eastern Domain. The power of the Tying? So pure. Could that legendary artifact have reemerged? What treasures could those fools of the Eastern Domain possibly possess? In an instant, a current of hidden forces surged throughout the Eastern Wilderness Continent. Countless eyes, both overt and covert, were fixated on the source of this anomaly, Lingzhou. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Yi, stood with his hands clasped behind his back within the hall, gazing at the sky-darkening Tying Xianxia outside, feeling the overwhelming pressure that swept across the heavens and the earth, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed splendid. This effect is sufficient to impress. The system's output is undoubtedly of exquisite quality. Yet, I wonder if such commotion might attract some unwelcome flies. However, with Li Changjian, the external steward of the 10th heaven of the harmonized realm, along with 4 guardians of the 10th heaven of the transformation realm, ordinary miscreants should pose no significant threat. At worst, I shall personally intervene as the sect leader. At this moment, Su Ye's gaze returned to Lin Chuyan, who was seated cross-legged, enveloped in an intense aura of Tying power. The Tying Xianxia mark on her forehead became increasingly distinct, radiating a cold yet sacred luminosity. Her cultivation was ascending at an alarming rate. Boom! An aura far surpassing that of the Foundation Establishment realm erupted from within Lin Chuyan. It felt akin to a small pipe suddenly being replaced by a fire hydrant. The larger version, Foundation Establishment 5th layer, Pinnacle, Breakthrough, Foundation Establishment 6th layer. Upwards she soared with astonishing speed. Foundation Establishment 7th layer, Foundation Establishment 8th layer, Foundation Establishment 9th layer, Pinnacle. It all transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuyan herself was nearly rendered speechless. Is this my cultivation? In the past, I toiled for a year or two without moving even an inch. Is this a wholesale upgrade? She felt that the spiritual energy within her, once resembling a gentle stream, had now surged into a mighty river. Moreover, the flow was rising at a visibly rapid pace. Crack! A crisp sound echoed within her, as if some barrier had been shattered. Immediately following, a brand new force, far purer and tenfold more formidable than the foundational energy she had previously possessed, erupted forth. Golden. It was a golden power. Within her dantian, a phantasmal golden core, spinning and radiating resplendent golden light, gradually took shape. Golden Core Realm. First level. She had ascended. Chapter 24. Overbearing Master. The 9 Heavens Technique of the Dark Moon. Am I truly in the Golden Core stage already? Lin Chuyan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an A shape. How much time has passed since her esteemed master had merely pointed at her? Has it even been the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn? Half an incense stick, and she had skyrocketed from the 5th level of Foundation Establishment to the 1st level of the Golden Core. Who would believe such a tale? They would surely think her mad. As Lin Chuyan felt the unprecedented power coursing through her, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her breath quickened. She even had the illusion that she could now strike down a bull with a single punch. No, 10,000 bulls. Exhaling a long breath filled with a trace of the chilling energy of the dark moon, she reveled in her exhilaration. This sensation of ascending like a rocket was far more thrilling than consuming a complete restorative elixir. Just then, an image flashed inexplicably in her mind. a figure clad in a delicate white dress, seemingly gentle and approachable, yet with a heart blacker than a scorpion's and methods more venomous than a serpent. Her cunning senior sister. Lin Qian's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression mischievous. With the power of the golden core and such a defiant constitution, why should she fear that malicious schemer, who relied on her looks and cultivation to distort the truth before their master? If she dared to speak out again, she would be slapped against the wall, unable to pry herself free. Just as Lin Qian immersed herself in the joy of her surging cultivation and the delightful anticipation of confronting her rival, she nearly bubbled over with happiness when Su Ye's voice floated in. "Qian, how do you feel?" Startled, Lin Qian snapped back to reality. "Master." She fell to her knees with a thud, her eyes glistening with tears as her voice trembled. "Disciple does not know how to express her gratitude. Your grace towards me is akin to that of a second birth. 1,000 deaths would not suffice to repay you. I'm so moved. Master, you are like a deity descended from the heavens, here to rescue this poor soul." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. "Merely a golden core. Why the excitement? My disciples are destined to attain enlightenment and become immortal, a presence that will dominate the ages." Lin Qian's lips quivered. "Master, you have traversed from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 1st level of golden core in less than the time it takes to burn half a joss stick. And you dare to call it merely a golden core? If those cultivators outside, who have toiled for centuries without achieving a golden core, were to hear this, their hearts would shatter on the spot, plunging them into despair. However, the more nonchalant you appear, Master, the more formidable you seem." Lin Qian's admiration for her master was practically overflowing. "Ah, my master." In the next moment, she could not resist the urge to squeeze her hands together. How she adored her master. Su Yi looked at Lin Qian, silently amused. "Is this all it takes to satisfy you, little girl? This is just the beginning. Rise now." Su Yi offered a subtle hand. "Now that you have awakened the Tying celestial body and stepped into the realm of golden core, ordinary techniques are no longer worthy of you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Does Master mean? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be that Master is about to bestow some divine technique upon her? Heaven, earth, the joy was so sudden, she could hardly bear it. Su Ye's lips curled into a mysterious smile as his hand flipped. With a hum, a scroll shimmering with a chilling light, seemingly carved from ancient ice, appeared in his palm. Upon the jade tablet, countless intricate tying runes circulated, exuding a chilling aura far purer, older, and more terrifying than the previous moon. Just a glance was enough to make Lin Qian feel as if her very soul were freezing. This is a supreme celestial technique, the Tying Jiutianju. "Suye remarque jesuali." Supreme celestial? Lin Qian gasped, nearly losing her breath in sheer happiness. Celestial techniques are the stuff of legends. And this is a supreme celestial technique. Throughout the Eastern domain, let alone celestial techniques, even the laws of emperors and sovereigns are scarce. The saintly laws beneath the sovereign level are found in only a few tomes within the 7 great sacred lands. Yet, Master has casually produced a tome of supreme celestial technique. Moreover, the name alone, Tying Jiutianju, is a perfect match for her Tying celestial body. This technique is divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 great realms of immortality. Su Yi explained lightly. When cultivated to perfection, it will summon the power of the 9 heavens Tying star into your body, capable of boiling mountains and seas and freezing vast expanses. Such feats are merely trifles. It is ideally suited for your Tying celestial body. Lin Qian was utterly dazed. She stared blankly at Su Yi, her mind a complete void. Supreme celestial technique, corresponding to the 9 great realms of immortality. She recognized all the words. However, when combined, she felt as if she had never heard of such a thing. It seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, this is, after all, a cultivation novel. A touch of fantasy is quite normal. However, in female-oriented cultivation literature, is it not customary to speak of transcending tribulations and ascending? This realm is rather intricate. With a flick of his finger, Su Yi sent the jade slip of the Tying Jiutianju spiraling forth, whereupon it steadily landed upon Lin Qian's forehead. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of profound and vast information surged into Lin Qian's mind. Countless ancient characters, mysterious diagrams of the Tao, and the esoteric principles of cultivation techniques vividly unfolded before her consciousness, akin to a divine revelation. Lin Chuyan let out a soft gasp, but this time, it was not one of icy despair. Rather, it emanated from the depths of her soul, a sensation of comfort and alignment. It felt as though the Taiyin Jiu Tianju was inherently hers. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique. Lin Chuyan snapped back to reality and was about to kneel in reverence once more. Yet, Su Yi waved his hand, and a gentle force prevented her from doing so. Enough with the kneeling. I do not favor such displays. Focus on your cultivation and do not disappoint my expectations, nor tarnish the reputation of your Taiyin celestial body. With this technique, should anyone dare to bully or insult you, return the favor. If you cannot fend them off, call for assistance. Su Ye's last words carried a hint of dominance, mingled with an inexplicable sense of down-to-earth warmth. Lin Chuyan burst into laughter, the previous tension that had nearly suffocated her dissipating significantly. Master is indeed still the fiercely protective yet endearingly charming figure I adore. Yes, I shall diligently heed your teachings. Lin Chuyan nodded emphatically, her beautiful eyes filled with an unprecedented resolve and confidence. With the Taiyin celestial body, a celestial grade technique, and such a formidable, protective master as her support, her future shone brightly. That so-called scheming senior sister, just wait. I, Princess Lin Chuyan, shall make you aware of who the true traverser of Blue Star is. Who is the heroine of this tale? Who is Master's most cherished disciple? Chapter 25. The resolve of the Master, I, Lin Chuyan, possess as well. Very well, you may withdraw for now, Su Yi instructed Lin Chuyan. Once you depart, diligently cultivate your Taiyin celestial body and do not fail to meet my expectations. At this, Su Yi wore a gentle smile, appearing exceedingly benevolent. Yes, Master, rest assured. Chuyan shall not disappoint your hopes. Lin Chuyan bowed respectfully once more before retreating. As Lin Chuyan's footsteps faded into the distance, the grand hall regained its former tranquility. Su Yi picked up the Dao tea on the table and took a delicate sip. Quite delightful, though the amount of tea leaves seems somewhat lacking. Perhaps I should use 10 kilograms next time. He had just set down his teacup when a crisp notification echoed in Su Ye's mind. Detected direct disciple Lin Chuyan. Preliminary awakening of the Taiyin immortal body. She bears the fortune of the great Qian dynasty, merging with the destiny of a transmigrator's fated heroine. Her luck value is temporarily maximized. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a billion-fold critical return. Reward: a fully realized Taiyin immortal body. What? The fortune of the great Qian dynasty? The luck of a transmigrator's destined heroine? Su Yi furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated Lin Chuyan would possess such a buff. It was akin to having her luck maximized, even more formidable than the luck of an EU emperor. Moreover, the triggered critical return undoubtedly meant a billion-fold enhancement. This meant he was granted a fully realized Taiyin immortal body, rendering him nearly invincible. In other words, he now possessed 3 immortal physiques: the ancient heavy pupil, the ancient phoenix body, and the Taiyin immortal body. Whatever his rebellious disciple had, he possessed as well. Whatever she lacked, he also had. System, you are truly ascending to great heights. Boom! Almost instantaneously after the system's prompt, Su Yi felt an indescribable force surge through him. As if it originated from the depths of the 9 nether and the pinnacle of the celestial moon, a chilling, profound power that also bore the terrifying essence of creation, exploding through his limbs, meridians, and even deep within his soul. That sensation, it was akin to plunging into an icy abyss in midsummer, only to be cast into a purifying sea of pure yang fire, undergoing a vigorous refinement. The juxtaposition of ice and fire sent shivers through his very soul. So he let out a muffled groan. The spiritual power within him, nay, it should be termed the power of the emperor, at this moment seemed to be drawn and elevated by some mysterious force. Originally, his emperor realm had been forcibly enhanced by an experience card. Though genuine, it felt like borrowed strength, lacking the smoothness and ease he desired. But now, with the infusion of the power from the fully realized Taiyin immortal body, coupled with the previously returned ancient phoenix body, he felt his comprehension of the Taiyin path elevate to unprecedented heights. It was as if he were inherently the master of Taiyin, the source and sanctuary of all cold and shadowy powers in existence. If previously, Su Yi believed he could shatter a star with a single punch, now, he felt that merely exhaling could freeze an entire starfield. Goodness, even with Su Ye's composed nature. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is what a fully realized Taiyin immortal body feels like. Lin Shuyan had only just begun to touch the surface of the Taiyin immortal body, while he had leaped directly to mastery. This system, it is undeniably biased. However, I relish it. Su Ye's lips curled into a wild smile, which he forcefully suppressed, maintaining the demeanor of a powerful emperor. Calm, remain composed. As the future leader of the foremost sect across all realms, a mere hundredfold return is trivial. Who knows, in the future, it may even reach thousands, millions, or even billions. One must have grand aspirations. So he took a deep breath, feeling the innate power of the celestial Yin body within him. That girl, Lin Shuyan, possesses astonishing talent. It seems that the endeavor of taking disciples must continue. The more prodigious apprentices he gathers, the stronger he becomes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Shuyan hummed, "The catchy tune of you are too beautiful," skipping joyfully back to the secluded hall bestowed upon her by her master. Although this hall did not match the grandeur of her master's main hall, it was still enveloped in ethereal beauty, elegant and serene, far surpassing her previous quarters in the imperial palace. Hee. Lin Shuyan closed the hall door, rubbed her small hands together, and revealed a mischievous smile, the kind befitting a villain. It was time to show certain individuals what true genius looks like. She settled cross-legged on the central mat of the hall. Celestial Yin 9 Heavens Technique. First layer. Awaken. As her thoughts surged, the profound and esoteric principles of the technique flowed through her heart like a gentle stream. Buzz. In an instant, a chilling yet strangely comforting aura began to converge from all directions. This spiritual energy was purer than any she had absorbed before. Imbued with the unique essence of the celestial Yin, Lin Shuyan found herself frantically drawing in this celestial Yin power. Delightful, exhilarating. The speed of her cultivation had increased by over 100-fold. Xianxia. As she fervently executed her technique, her heart seethed with determination. You scheming witch. Green tea princess. Previously, relying on being the senior sister and having a slight edge in cultivation, you played the innocent in front of our master, distorting the truth. Once I perfect the first layer of the celestial Yin 9 Heavens technique, no, merely mastering the entry level. At that time, you shall know who the true protagonist is. Who is the master's direct disciple. That warm embrace of our master can only belong to me. Mine. In that moment, an unwavering resolve, no, the fervent passion of a young girl, filled her heart. The golden core within her, nourished by the celestial Yin power, began to steadily grow. Its inscribed celestial Yin runes becoming increasingly distinct. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she stabilized her golden core at the first level, or even pushed towards the second level. Lin Shuyan smirked, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Gusianer, just wait for me. The path of my resurgence officially begins today. Let you, the scheming witch, witness the true worth of the celestial Yin body. I am coming for my master's embrace. Chapter 26. My ancient fairy is unyielding in pursuit of my master. Meanwhile, within another ethereal chamber suffused with celestial energy, a frosty glare enveloped the exquisite visage of Gusianer. That insufferable Lin Shuyan, a mere newcomer daring to vie for my master? Such folly. I am the first disciple personally nurtured by my master. Only I, Gusianer, hold the title of their most cherished pupil. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Intertwined with an almost imperceptible fervor, a shared obsession for my master that eclipsed Lin Shuyan's by countless magnitudes. After all, she embodies a delicate yet twisted nature, whereas Lin Shuyan is merely a transmigrator, overly influenced by the tragic narratives of the secondary female antagonist in those heartwarming tales of cultivation. When it comes to devotion to my master, if I, Gusianer, were to declare myself second, none would dare claim the first. I am the devoted and fervent disciple. Ancient Phoenix Method. First layer. Activate for me. Gusianer settled into a meditative posture, her thoughts igniting the golden elixir power within her, reawakened by her master. Suddenly, a blazing and noble aura emanated from her being, as if a phoenix, reborn from flames, began to manifest behind her, issuing a melodious cry that resonated through the air. This phoenix apparition was resplendent, each feather seemingly woven from the very essence of pure flame, exuding an overwhelming pressure capable of incinerating the very heavens. Inhaling deeply, Gusianer felt the surrounding spiritual energy of the world surge into her being, as if rivers were returning to the sea. No, it was not merely the energies of the cosmos that surged. An even more refined and peculiar force, imbued with the essence of eternal rebirth, was drawn into her. Merging with her spirit, this was indeed the power of the ancient phoenix. Exhilaration coursed through Xianxia's veins. The pace of her cultivation, the sensation of power surging within her, was beyond comparison to previous experiences. Lin Chuyan, as Xianxia fervently absorbed the phoenix's might, her teeth clenched in silent rage. You little imp, do you think that a mere hint of my master's favor allows you to ascend and stand equal with me? Humph. I am a master's foremost disciple, raised under their guidance. The strength of my master's powerful embrace is solely my sanctuary. Once I complete the first layer of the ancient phoenix method, no, even a small achievement will suffice. I shall ensure that your so-called Tyene celestial body recognizes who is truly destined to be the future matriarch of our sect, who is the only companion worthy to stand alongside my master as they reign over the realms. In this moment, the fervent desire to claim my master consumed her heart entirely. Within her, the golden core burgeoned rapidly under the nurturing power of the celestial phoenix. Its engraved runes growing increasingly resplendent, seemingly on the verge of animation. At this rate, it would not be long before she could solidify her cultivation, perhaps even break through to the 4th or 5th level of the golden core. A confident and enchanting smile graced Xianxia's lips. Lin Chuyan, you insufferable newcomer. Brace yourself. No one shall impede my path as the favored disciple. The heart and essence of my esteemed master shall belong to me. My endeavor against you shall prove advantageous. I shall ensure you understand who the true destined daughter is. Humph. Meanwhile, as both rebellious disciples diligently honed their skills in their respective chambers, within the main hall of the sect, Suya just quelled the surging joy within him and was preparing to further savor the profound tea of enlightenment. Ding! Master Moi, a voice, sweeter, more delicate, and utterly beguiling than before, resounded once again in his mind. Suyi, what the? That familiar voice again. Can't we have a more conventional notification sound? His lips twitched slightly. This system has detected that your two cherished disciples, Xianxia and Lin Chuyan, are striving diligently for your sake, working tirelessly on their cultivation. Especially the fervent desire of the rebellious disciples to embrace you tightly and shower you with affection is truly moving. Suye, pei fei fei te. Cough, cough. He nearly spewed the enlightenment tea from his mouth. What nonsense is this? Moving? This system must be malfunctioning. And what wild thoughts are these two girls harboring? His face flushed crimson, yet he quickly regained his composure. Calm. I am a sect leader. I am the master. I must maintain authority. How could I entertain thoughts that defy the moral fabric of master-disciple ethics? This system is deeply touched and wishes to commend you, master. A new disciple recruitment mission has been issued. Mission title, Reincarnation of the Empress. Mission location, Huangzhou. Mission objective, please travel to the territory of the Yin dynasty in Huangzhou, retrieve the recently awakened reincarnation of the Empress, and take her as your cherished disciple. Mission deadline, half a month. Mission rewards, a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack, 5 bronze summoning cards, 3 silver summoning cards, and a core facility of the sect. The scripture repository. The reincarnation of the Empress? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes lit up. Just the title alone suggested she would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. Should one accept the role of a disciple, an unimaginable return of 100-fold would ensue. The rewards are indeed lavish, with a splendid disciple recruitment gift package requiring no further elaboration. Furthermore, there are 5 bronze summoning cards and 3 silver summoning cards, along with a sect facility. The scripture repository. These are truly remarkable items. The bronze summoning cards can summon formidable beings, ranging from the nascent soul to the transformation stage, while the silver summoning cards can invoke beings from the void realm to the harmonization stage. With his extraordinary luck, it is evident that he would summon 5 beings of the transformation stage and 3 of the harmonization stage. Such luck is simply overwhelming. In addition, the scripture repository signifies the formal commencement of a sect's operations, paving the way for the establishment of a sect and the recruitment of external disciples. Hiss! Sui gasped in astonishment, nearly drooling at the thought, not to mention the opulent disciple recruitment package. However, the task at hand is not trivial. The reincarnation of the Empress indicates that her previous incarnation was at least a formidable emperor, reborn to strive for the elusive realm of true immortality in this life. The distant region of Huangzhou? A bit far indeed. Nevertheless, for the sake of the luxurious gift package, the summoning cards, and a scripture repository, let's go, brothers. We shall embark on this journey. Half a month's time is still ample, and there is no rush. Suyi stroked his chin, a crooked smile gracing his lips. Oh, system, you seem quite anxious for me to remain occupied. However, I ponder whether this reincarnated empress might also aspire to ride on the coattails of my ambition. It appears that being a master is indeed a perilous vocation. What a dangerous endeavor. Chapter 27. The Crisis of the Gu Family. 5 days have flown by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Suyi, as the sect master, has been leisurely indulging in 10 kilograms of enlightenment tea, pondering when a venture to Huangzhou to coax the reincarnated empress into becoming a disciple, all while being intermittently disturbed by the system's bothersome notifications. His days have been remarkably unadorned. Meanwhile, his 2 eager disciples have not enjoyed such tranquility. At this moment, within the side hall where Xianxia resides, the phoenix fire is almost palpable, casting a crimson glow throughout the entire hall. A proud smile graces Xianxia's exquisite face, her eyes glinting with a hint of arrogance. Oof, that wretched Lin Chuyen. It has been 5 days. This fairy refuses to believe you can turn the tides. With a cold huff, she channels the ancient phoenix technique, her energy surging with fervor. The power of her golden core ascends exponentially. Boom! A force far more potent, fervent, and regal than 5 days prior erupts from within her. The cultivation bottleneck of the golden core's 3rd level, in the face of this overwhelming force, felt as fragile as paper. With a crack, it was effortlessly shattered. The golden core realm reached the 4th level. Yet this was not the end. The residual power of the phoenix continued to propel her cultivation upward with fervor. A soft hum resonated once more. The golden core realm ascended to the 5th level. With a sigh, Xianxia exhaled a breath imbued with a faint fiery essence. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes, within her gaze, a radiant light shimmered, as if 2 tiny golden flames danced within. The 5th level of the golden core realm. The first layer of the ancient phoenix technique had already achieved minor success. As she sensed this surging power within her body, a smug smile played upon her lips. Lin Chuyen, you stubborn one. Did you see that? 5 levels. A full 2 levels. The speed of my cultivation is beyond your reach. Surely, I remain the most cherished disciple of our esteemed master. Once I stabilize my newfound strength, who knows, I may ascend even further. Just imagine, basking in the warm embrace of our master. Hee, a blissful expression of infatuation, no, of fervent admiration for her master, graced the young maiden's face. Meanwhile, in a more ethereal and frigid chamber, Lin Chuyen was enveloped by a faint, dark lunar radiance, resembling a serene moon descending upon the world. Her exquisite, otherworldly visage bore a hint of quiet, unyielding determination. Indeed, senior sister Gu possessed extraordinary talent, and the phoenix body was undeniably formidable. However, the 9 heavens of the dark moon bestowed upon me by our master is also an unparalleled celestial art. Furthermore, our master evidently favors me, the obedient and understanding younger sister, with exceptional potential. With a flicker of thought, Lin Chuyen harmonized her dark moon body with the 9 heavens of the dark moon, drawing forth strands of pure lunar energy from the void, integrating them into her golden core. In just 5 days, her progress in cultivation was equally remarkable. A refreshing and powerful aura radiated from her center. The golden core realm reached the 3rd level. Lin Chuyen opened her clear, autumn-like eyes, a glimmer of surprise and satisfaction flashing through them. She had attained the 3rd level of the golden core. Although she was 2 levels behind senior sister Gu, she had begun from the 1st level of the golden core. The young maiden silently calculated in her mind. In 5 days, she had advanced from the 1st to the 3rd level, a net gain of 2 levels. Senior sister Gu had progressed from the 3rd to the 5th level, also a net gain of 2 levels. However, she started from the 1st level, while she began from the 3rd. By this reckoning, my actual cultivation speed seems to be just a tad faster than senior sister Gu's. The more Lin Chuyen pondered, the brighter her eyes shone. Senior sister Gu, just you wait. The special favor of our esteemed master is not easily earned. In the future, we will stand by our master's side, gazing down upon the myriad realms, laughing triumphantly across the heavens, is still uncertain. The imposing figure of my esteemed master. Only I, Lin Chuyin, am worthy of gazing upon and relying upon in silence. The youthful ambition of the girl to cultivate is no less fervent than that of Gu Xian'er. However, just as Gu Xian'er concluded her meditation, reveling in her aspirations to showcase her prowess at the 5th level of the Golden Core before her master and to suppress Lin Chuyin, thus solidifying her position as the master's daughter-in-law, an abrupt and piercing buzzing sound pierced the tranquility of her secluded chamber. A jade talisman, glowing with an intense crimson light, materialized before her, trembling violently as if bearing some monumental urgency. Gu Xian'er fool hiapaus, irked by the disruption of her delightful daydream. Who dares to interrupt this celestial maiden at such an hour? Do they not realize that she is diligently striving for her master's lifelong happiness and the future of the sect? With a flick of her wrist, the jade talisman landed in her palm. However, as her consciousness delved within, a familiar yet profoundly anxious, terrified, and desperate voice thundered in her mind like a bolt from the blue. The pride and arrogance that adorned Gu Xian'er's face instantly froze, replaced by an incredulous shock and panic. Xian'ia, my daughter, quickly, listen to your father. It was the voice of her father, Gu He, the patriarch of the Gu clan. Yet at that moment his voice was hoarse, trembling, filled with a heavy sob and a near-death frailty. Father! A wave of ominous dread surged within Gu Xian'er, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. Father, what has happened? She responded urgently. On the other end, Gu He's voice was fragmented, as if he had expended all his strength. Xian'er, my child, something grave has occurred in the Gu clan. Your treacherous uncle, Gu Feng, has colluded with the Wang, Li, and Zhang families, taking advantage of my seclusion to launch a sudden assault on our clan. They are revolting. They seek to usurp the position of clan leader. Boom! Gu Xian'er felt her mind explode as if struck by 1,000 thunderclaps. Gu Feng, that wretched uncle who, in his selfishness to pave the way for his daughter Gu Yuer, had allowed her to plunder his own sacred bone. It is he, again. Endless fury and chilling wrath flooded Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes. That scoundrel! How dare he? How dare he? Gu He, with blood-curdling sorrow and indignation, continued to shout. Not just him, that daughter of his, who entered the Taichu sacred land and became some so-called saintess, Gu Yuer, is undoubtedly involved as well. Now that Gu Feng has the backing of the Taichu sacred land, he is utterly unrestrained and mad with ambition. The Taichu sacred land. Xianxia Gu Yuer. These two names pierce through Gu Xian'er's heart like venomous thorns. The wretch who stripped her of everything and nearly led her to death. Now, is her father also coming to annihilate her family and endanger her loved ones? Father, how are you holding up? Please endure. I. Gu Xian'er's voice trembled, her heart aflame with urgency. No. Gu He, with the last of his strength, let out a heart-rending roar. Xian'er, listen to me. No matter what, do not return. They are numerous and powerful, with masters from the other 3 great families. I fear I may not endure much longer. Your second uncle, Gu Feng, has long wished for our lineage's demise. If you return, it will be tantamount to walking into a trap. Flee, my Xian'ia. Escape as far as you can. Never entertain thoughts of revenge. I only wish for you to live well. Live well for your father. A sound of blood being violently expelled accompanied by the shattering of a magical artifact echoed from the transmission jade symbol. Then, Gu He's voice abruptly ceased. Father. Gu Xian'er let out a piercing wail of despair, the transmission jade symbol slipping from her grasp and shattering into pieces upon impact with the ground. Her delicate body trembled violently, as if encased in ice, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Has something happened to her father? Is the family doomed? That once affectionate second uncle, that cousin who had always treated her kindly, turned out to be so malicious, so ruthless, as if extracting her supreme bone was not enough. They conspired with outsiders to eradicate her family line completely. In an instant, the joy of recently breaking through to the 5th level of the Golden Core, the jealousy towards Lin Chuyin, and the boundless fantasies about her master, all were swept away by this sudden catastrophe. All that remained was an overwhelming hatred, a bone-chilling cold, and a profound sense of powerlessness and despair. In the Taichu Holy Land, Gu Xian'er clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Blood dripping through her fingers, yet she felt nothing. Her once lively and charming eyes now burned with blood-red madness. I, Xianxia, vow to the heavens. This grudge shall not go unavenged. I shall not live as a mere mortal. You shall wait for me. Chapter 28. Side Quest. The sickly and obsessive disciple strikes against the master. I, Xianxia, vow to the heavens. This grudge shall not go unavenged. I shall not live as a mere mortal. You shall wait for me. As soon as her words fell, the phoenix fire enveloping Xianxia surged violently. In the next moment, she shot out of the side hall like an arrow released from its bow. Her speed so swift that it left a crimson afterimage in her wake. At this moment, there was not a trace of the petulant young girl who once vied for attention. Her fair face was pale, her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, and her garments stained with her own dripping blood. She resembled a vengeful spirit recently emerged from the depths of hell. Master! Master! A chilling scream shattered the tranquility of the sect's dawn. In the grand hall, Suyi lounged with one leg crossed over the other, delighting in a jade bowl larger than a basin, filled with 10 kilograms of his specially brewed Dao tea. Ah, the exhilaration! This tea must be consumed in such a bold manner to truly savor its unpretentious essence of the Dao. Just as he relished the taste and prepared for another sip, a piercing cry filled with boundless grief and despair erupted at the hall's entrance like a clap of thunder. Coughing violently, Suyi inadvertently sprayed the divine tea across the wall, creating an impressive splash against a mural depicting the harmony of nature. Who on earth is this? One would think they were in a race to reincarnate with such a loud voice. Wiping his face, Suyi grumbled in annoyance. Was it too much to ask for a moment of peace to enjoy the simple pleasures of being a sect leader in the early morning? As he was about to scold, he focused his gaze and froze momentarily. At the entrance stood a figure clad in fiery red, staggering as she rushed in. It was none other than his newly accepted disciple, Xianxia, who had been eager to engage in profound discussions with him. Yet at this moment, her appearance was nothing short of tragic. My goodness, Xianxia, have you been beaten by that Lin Shuyan girl? Suya blurted out instinctively. This cannot be. Lin Shuyan is only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, while Xianxia has reached the 5th. Could it be that the little girl was merely pretending to be weak while hiding her true prowess? At this moment, Xianxia was oblivious to her own image or any jealousy. With a sudden thud, she collapsed to her knees before Suyi, mere inches from his feet. Tears streamed down her face like a cascade of pearls, swiftly forming a small puddle on the immaculate floor. Master, I beg you, please save my family. Save my father. She clutched the hem of Suyi's robe with desperate hands, her knuckles turning white from the strain, as if grasping onto the last thread of hope. Her voice was hoarse, laden with anguish and sorrowful accusations. Suyi raisit aneyibro. Family? Your father? What has happened? Take your time. No need to rush. His tone remained calm, yet a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Seeing his disciple in such distress, he felt a pang of embarrassment as her master. It was primarily affecting his enjoyment of tea. It's my second uncle, Gu Feng. That scoundrel. Xianxia sobbed uncontrollably, hastily narrating the sequence of events. From Gui wearer attempting to extract her supreme bone, to her uncle Gu Feng colluding with the 3 major families to strike while her father was in seclusion healing, to the support from the Saintess Gui wearer of the Taichu Holy Land, and finally to her father's communication jade fragment shattering, leaving his life in jeopardy. Each word, each sentence, carried the weight of an unbreakable vendetta steeped in blood. They seek to eradicate my ancient family lineage. My father. Ancient Xianxia's voice trembled to the point of tears, her delicate form shaking violently, on the verge of fainting. Suyi listened quietly, his expression unchanged, though the hand holding the teacup faltered slightly. The names Gu Feng and Guyu echoed in his mind as he slowly repeated them. Yet another melodramatic tale of sacred bone excavation, familial strife, collusion with external foes, and a thorough eradication of roots. How utterly uninspired. Is this truly the fate of the destined female protagonist? Nevertheless, Gu Feng and Guyu displayed quite the audacity, daring to target even my most cherished disciple. As Suyi pondered whether to swiftly dispatch those blind fools with a single strike or to send flying that so-called Taichu sacred land, the familiar and amiable system notification chimed in his mind at just the right moment. Ding! Dear esteemed host, your chief disciple is currently facing a familial crisis. How tragic! As the most powerful sex system in history, how could we remain idle? Emergency side quest initiated. Save the Gu family. Suyi raised his eyelids, Oh, the system has changed its tune? It now knows to actively issue quests. Quest name: The Chief Disciple's Family Crisis. Quest description: The Gu family is ensnared by treacherous individuals, facing imminent disaster. Please extend your powerful hand to assist Gu Xian'er in restoring justice and rescuing the Gu family from peril. Quest difficulty: 1 star. Quest deadline: 3 days. Quest rewards: a random building for the sect, a low-grade immortal vein, a silver summoning card. Upon hearing the quest rewards, Su Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sect facilities. Such valuable assets. His esteemed sect was currently bare, possessing only a dilapidated main hall, a few side chambers, and some rudimentary structures, lacking even a proper mountain gate. How shabby. A low-grade immortal vein. Goodness, this is indeed an immortal vein, though merely of low grade. Acquiring this would significantly elevate the spiritual energy density of the sect. Wouldn't the disciple's cultivation speed soar? He could also indulge more lavishly in brewing the enlightenment tea. And a silver summoning card. He could summon formidable assistance once more. How delightful. Ahem. Su Yi cleared his throat, a profound and enigmatic smile gracing his face. He gently set down the large jade bowl, reaching out to pat Gu Xian'er's fragrant shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, my dear disciple Xian'er. With me by your side, the sky shall not fall. Gu Xian'er, her eyes glistening with tears, looked up at Su Yi with hopeful anticipation. Master, will you help me? Of course. With a graceful wave of his hand, Su Yi summoned a gentle yet irresistible force that lifted Gu Xian'er to her feet. Now that you have joined my ranks, you are my direct disciple. Your affairs are naturally my concern. How dare a few insignificant clowns attempt to harm my student? They are utterly oblivious to their own mortality. Su Ye's tone was calm, yet it exuded a commanding presence that looked down upon the world. Upon hearing his words, the despair in Gu Xian'er's heart was instantly replaced by boundless gratitude and excitement. Master, she instinctively prepared to kneel again. Enough, enough. No need to kneel so easily. My knees, I simply do not favor such displays, Su Yi interjected, waving his hand to stop her. You may remain at the sect in peace. I shall dispatch someone to deal with this matter. As he spoke, Su Ye's voice resonated clearly across the entire peak of the sect. Where is Qingyi? No sooner had he spoken than a streak of azure light, like a bolt of lightning, shot forth from the back mountain and appeared within the grand hall. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a young man clad in azure attire, his countenance stern and his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. His aura was as steady as a mountain, indicating that he was indeed a formidable figure at the transformation realm. It was none other than Qingyi, one of the guardians summoned by Su Yi using the bronze summoning card. Subordinate Qingyi pays respects to the sect master. Qingyi knelt on one knee, offering a respectful salute, his voice resonant and powerful. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this summoned guardian possesses far more poise than the 3 simpletons Li Yi. He continued, Qingyi, I command you to accompany my eldest disciple, Gu Xian'er, to the Gu family. Anyone involved in this assault, regardless of their identity or background. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Ye's eyes. Shall be dealt with mercilessly. Chapter 29. Engaging with Master, unable to extricate herself. Mercilessly. The 3 words thundered like celestial lightning, reverberating in Gu Xian'er's heart. Cold, overbearing, indisputable. In that instant, a surge of indescribable warmth erupted from the depths of her heart, sweeping away all her despair, indignation, and helplessness. Master, he truly is willing to stand up for me. Moreover, he declared it with such a fierce intention. What unparalleled affection! What overwhelming authority! Gu Xian'er gazed adoringly at Su Ye's extraordinarily handsome face, which now bore a hint of lethal intent. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with glistening tears, reflecting a myriad of emotions. The blood-red hatred she had felt earlier was now replaced by an even more fervent, intense emotion. Master! She parted her cherry lips, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with a hint of unrecognized obsession. In this moment, all thoughts of familial grievances and life-threatening crises seemed to vanish into thin air. In her mind, only one thought spiraled wildly, entangling her heart like a creeping vine, growing tighter and tighter. Master is so incredibly good to me, so enticing that one cannot help but consider defying authority and fiercely challenging the very foundations of their predecessors. Indeed, she, Gu Xian'er, the embodiment of an ancient celestial phoenix, destined to become a monumental figure in the realm of immortality. How could she possibly be content with merely being a dutiful and obedient disciple? Such a notion lacks any thrill. If one must act, let it be as the most cherished, most indulged, and most indispensable disciple of her master. Ideally, she could engage in profound exchanges with her master daily, reveling in the ecstasy of their connection, only to be playfully reprimanded afterward. Merely envisioning that scene causes her fair cheeks to flush a deep scarlet, the alluring hue extending to her delicate neck. In this moment, her beautiful eyes glimmer with a mix of excitement and a hint of obsession. Yes, it is thus resolved. From this day forth, Xianxia's ambition is to transform into a qualified, infatuated disciple who defies her master. She shall render her master utterly captivated. As for that Lin Shuyan, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashes in Xianxia's gaze. Little girl, attempting to vie for my master's affection? You are still too inexperienced. The first of my master's heart must undoubtedly belong to me, Xianxia. Meanwhile, in the distant Great Shu dynasty, within the city of Luoyun, what was once a flourishing bastion of prosperity, the Gu family, now finds itself shrouded in despair and peril. Thunderous crashes of the array reverberate like the ominous beating of a death knell, striking terror into the hearts of every descendant of the Gu lineage. Outside the Gu residence, the surroundings have been besieged to the point of suffocation. A sea of darkened faces encircles the Gu family, forming layers upon layers of opposition. A sweeping glance reveals fluttering banners and an array of weapons. The gleaming edges of the blades reflect a chilling light under the sun, instilling fear in all who behold them. At the forefront of the crowd stand four figures emanating an oppressive aura. Leading them is a man with a sinister countenance, a hooked nose, thin lips, and eyes brimming with malice and resentment. None other than Xianxia's second uncle, Gufeng. In this moment, he has shed his previous despondency, radiating an aura that has surged to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Beside him stand three formidable elders, each more imposing than the last. One is the head of the Wang family, corpulent with eyes glinting with ambition as he strokes his goatee, exuding confidence in his success. Another is the head of the Li family, tall and lean, with high cheekbones and a gaze as cold as a serpent's, surveying the Gu family's crumbling protective array with disdain. The last, the head of the Zhang family, appears simple, yet occasionally reveals a fierce glint that betrays his ruthless nature. Each of these patriarchs commands enough influence that their mere stomps could shake the city of Luoyun. Their cultivation levels astonishingly reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Gufeng, it seems the Gu family shell is about to crack. The patriarch of the Wang family chuckled with a sardonic tone. The head of the Li family scoffed, remarking, "That old fool, Gu He, is so full of himself. He will inevitably end up with a shattered family and a desolate fate." Meanwhile, the Zhang family patriarch gazed greedily into the depths of the Gu residence, exclaiming, "Once we breach this formation, the wealth amassed by the Gu family over centuries will be ours. And those young ladies of the Gu family, I hear they are quite enchanting. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes flickered with a mix of pride and pleasure, but it was overshadowed by a profound hatred. Rest assured, the three patriarchs, today I, Gu Feng, shall ensure that the Gu lineage is utterly obliterated. He thought to himself, "Oh, dear brother, did you never foresee this? The younger brother you so despised is about to personally eradicate everything you hold dear. And your precious daughter, Xianxia, that wretched spawn. Once I capture her, I shall make her wish for life and death alike to escape her torment." The mere thought of Xianxia twisted Gu Feng's expression into a more grotesque and menacing visage. Behind them stood a throng of elite warriors from the three prominent families, numbering in the thousands. The lowest among them were at the later stages of Qi refinement, while the Foundation establishment disciples were countless, at least 1,000 in number. Among them were even several hundred formidable Golden Core masters. In a city, such Golden Core cultivators could establish their own sects and become revered ancestors. Yet here, they were as common as cabbages, easily gathered in droves. Such a formidable display would make any power, even a waning Gu family, hesitate, let alone the top forces in Luoyun City. "Hear me, people of the Gu family." Gu Feng stepped forward, channeling his Yuanying realm power, his voice booming like thunder throughout the ancestral home of the Gu family. "Your patriarch, Gu He, is gravely injured and will soon perish. Those with sense will immediately deactivate the protective formation, bind themselves, and come forth to surrender. I may show some mercy and grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, the day this formation falls shall mark the annihilation of the entire Gu family. His voice dripped with arrogance and self-satisfaction, as if he could already envision the gruesome scene of bloodshed within the Gu residence. Chapter 30. Collusion with Foreign Clans for Respected Yuanying Ancients. Gu Feng's exceedingly arrogant voice, akin to a death knell, pierced through the crumbling protective formation, resonating clearly in every corner of the Gu ancestral home, particularly the phrase, complete annihilation, which struck like a poisoned dagger into the hearts of every Gu disciple. In an instant, the ancestral hall of the Gu family fell into a profound silence. Only heavy breaths remained, mingling with the cacophony of hostile shouts and clashing weapons outside the formation, echoing like a death warrant. In the Gu family's council hall, the once grand chamber had lost its former majesty and solemnity. The air was thick with the scent of blood and medicinal herbs, intermingled with an oppressive aura of despair. At the pinnacle of the hall, upon the patriarch's throne, a figure sat upright, though their once straight posture now appeared somewhat hunched. It was indeed the venerable patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Xian'er's father, Gu He. Suddenly, Gu He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His resplendent robe was already stained crimson in large patches, and a ghastly wound on his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, was exuding wisps of dark energy, a clear indication of a treacherous ambush. Patriarch! Patriarch! Below, several elder members of the Gu family, equally worn and injured, gasped in shock, their faces etched with urgency and concern. It's nothing, cough, cough, I won't perish just yet. Gu He waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse and breath faint. Yet his eyes still flickered with an indomitable spirit. Consider Gu He, a formidable being at the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm. In the entire Chu dynasty, he was undoubtedly a figure of considerable repute. On ordinary days, who would not respectfully address him as the patriarch of the Gu family. But now, it felt as though a tiger had fallen to the ground, only to be bullied by dogs. His inept younger brother, Gu Feng, whose cultivation was merely at the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm, had previously not dared to breathe in his presence. Yet now, he audaciously dared to ascend to his head and defecate upon it. Such insolence was utterly intolerable, if it were not for those 3 old scoundrels. A flicker of deep-seated hatred flashed in Gu He's eyes. The Wang family, the Li family, and the Zhang family, those 3 decrepit old men had all reached the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm. They stood on equal footing with him. Moreover, these 3 wretches were despicable enough to conspire and launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, with Gu He's prowess, even if he could not emerge victorious, he certainly would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Patriarch, those brutes outside are being excessively oppressive, cried an elder who had lost an arm, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. That ungrateful wretch, Gu Feng. The patriarch has treated him well. How could he dare to act so frenziedly? Another elder, trembling with rage, dug his nails into his flesh. And that Gu wearer from the Taichu sacred ground. She too is of the Gu bloodline, yet she colludes with outsiders to harm the family. This woman is worse than a beast. Alas, what use is there in lamenting these matters now? An elder, his face ashen, sighed deeply, his gaze hollow. Gu Feng's rebellious words were not without merit. Patriarch, your injuries, our family's protective formation, may not endure much longer. As these words hung in the air, the atmosphere within the great hall grew even more oppressive. Each heart felt as though a colossal stone was pressing down upon it, rendering them breathless. They were all elders of the nascent soul realm, the backbone of the Gu family. Yet now, each wore a troubled frown, resembling defeated roosters. There was no escape. The enemy was too powerful. Perhaps they could still contend against a single Gu Feng of the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm. Yet, with the addition of 3 patriarchs at the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm, along with a throng of thousands of henchmen, how could they possibly fight back? Would they offer their heads as sacrifices? Could it be that the Gu family is truly destined for annihilation today? An elder cried out in despair, his voice laced with hopelessness. Listening to the words of the crowd, the usually pallid face of Gu, he turned ghostly white, yet his gaze suddenly sharpened. What is there to panic about? He forcefully struck the armrest of his chair, producing a muffled thud. I, Gu He, am still alive. The ancestors of the Gu family are watching over us from the heavens. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow those petty scoundrels to prevail. Xianxia. Gu He's mind conjured the image of his daughter, Gu Xian'er, with her charming smile. She is his sole beacon of hope. But will Xian'er return in time? Even if she does, how can she contend with such formidable foes? Gu He's heart sank. Meanwhile, outside the Gu family residence. How audacious. Gu Feng, witnessing the prolonged silence within the Gu family, wore an even darker expression, one that seemed capable of dripping with malice. Old Gu He, it seems you truly wish to meet a grim fate. He let out a sinister laugh, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Masters Wang, Li, and Zhang. Gu Feng turned to the three beside him, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Yet his tone bore an undeniable urgency. It appears that the Gu family's defenses are tougher than anticipated, since they refuse our cordial overtures. We shall not extend them any further courtesy. In my view, it would be prudent for the four of us to join forces and utterly shatter this wretched formation. Let's not prolong the night with unnecessary dreams. The portly head of the Wang family squinted his small eyes, a gleam of excitement flashing within. Indeed, Brother Gu Feng speaks wisely. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can delve into the treasures. He licked his lips, brimming with impatience. That young lady from the Gu family has been on my mind for quite some time. The head of the Li family, a tall and gaunt elder with a sinister demeanor, scoffed. A family merely clinging to life, and they dare to resist? It is utterly laughable. Let us act. I can hardly wait to sever old Gu He's head. The head of the Zhang family, a seemingly simple man with prominent ears, now wore a fierce expression. He cackled. The wealth of the Gu family shall be claimed by my Zhang family at 30%. Those few comely maidens are also mine by reservation. No problem. Gu Feng felt a twinge of regret, but gritted his teeth in agreement. If we can obliterate the main lineage of the Gu family and avenge his deep-seated grudge, losing some profit is a trivial matter. Moreover, the lion's share will still belong to me, Gu Feng. Excellent. Since all three family heads are in accord, let's not delay any further. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he abruptly raised his head, gazing at the protective array shrouding the Gu family residence, now dimming and on the verge of collapse. Everyone, step back 100 paces. Let us four ancestors demonstrate how to dismantle this tortoise shell. With a single command from Gu Feng, the thousands of disciples from the three prominent families and Gu Feng's lineage eagerly retreated, clearing a vast expanse of ground. Their gazes towards the four from Gu Feng were imbued with reverence and fervor. The presence of four nascent soul ancestors was indeed formidable. What devastation could their combined strike unleash? It could rival the shifting of mountains and the filling of seas. Gu He, keep your eyes wide open. Gu Feng let out a long, thunderous roar, his voice brimming with the delight of impending vengeance. Today marks the demise of your ancient family. Before his words faded, a thunderous roar erupted. Four terrifying auras surged from Gu Feng, along with the heads of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families, soaring into the heavens. The oppressive force of the nascent soul stage manifested like a tangible storm, instantly enveloping the surrounding miles. The sky changed color, and the winds twisted in response. This heart-stopping power sent the distant onlookers retreating in fear, terrified of becoming collateral damage. Prepare, Gu Feng bellowed, his hands forming seals as his magical energy surged wildly. The other three family heads, their expressions grave, simultaneously unleashed their most potent techniques. In an instant, four distinct yet equally despair-inducing waves of magical energy intertwined in the air. A colossal energy sphere, radiating an aura of destruction, began to slowly coalesce from their combined might. Within that sphere, lightning crackled and energy surged, as if it contained the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Within the protective array of the Gu family, alarm bells rang in Gu He's mind. This is bad. They intend to forcefully breach the array. The other elders turned ashen, their eyes filled with boundless dread. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. A combined strike from four nascent soul elders cannot possibly be withstood by the protective array. Chapter 31. The protective array shatters. The heavens abandon the Gu family. Boom! The destructive energy sphere, infused with the cumulative magical essence of the four nascent soul ancestors, finally descended upon the Gu family's dimming protective array with a malevolent roar, trailing a fiery tail like a meteor from the heavens. Bang! The earth-shattering sound resounded as if the very firmament were being torn asunder. The entire Luyan city quaked violently in response. Countless low-level cultivators were sent reeling by the terrifying shockwave, their blood surging chaotically. My heavens! Is this the power of 4 nascent soul elders joining forces? It's utterly terrifying. It's truly apocalyptic. The Gu family is surely doomed. The distant onlookers, pale-faced, murmured in shock, their gazes towards the ancestral home of the Gu family filled with sympathy and a hint of morbid excitement. Within the Gu family's protective array, despair enveloped them. It's over. Completely over. There is no stopping it. Absolutely no stopping it. Gu-he and the elders could only watch in horror as the cataclysmic sphere of light collided violently with the protective barrier of their clan. Their faces ashen and spirits crushed. It felt akin to mortals witnessing a colossal mountain descending upon them, leaving them powerless but to await their doom. Crack! At that moment, a heart-wrenching sound pierced the air, reminiscent of exquisite glass being shattered by a hammer. Gu-he's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He abruptly looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. Before him, the once formidable protective barrier, albeit dimmed in radiance, now bore a faint but unmistakable crack. Though minuscule, in the eyes of Gu-he and the entire Gu family, it was a calamity more terrifying than the collapse of the heavens. It has cracked? An elder's voice trembled, disbelief lacing his words. Is it possible that our clan's protective barrier has truly been breached? Another elder muttered in a daze. This was the last bastion of their family. A powerful formation meticulously crafted by the illustrious Gu Qingyun, who had purportedly brushed against the threshold of the divine transformation realm. Despite the elder's 10-year absence, the barrier, lacking the sustenance and maintenance of its core figure, had waned in might. Yet, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. How could it be that 4 mere Yuaning cultivators could inflict such damage in a single strike? Was the heavens intent on annihilating the Gu family? Crack, crack, crack. As if echoing their deep-seated despair, the initial fissure unleashed a torrent of additional cracks, spreading like a web across the barrier's surface. Each resounding crack struck the hearts of the Gu family members with the weight of a hammer. Ha ha ha! It's broken! It's broken! Outside the formation, Gu Fang's contorted visage twisted into a cruel smile of sheer exhilaration. Gu-he, do you see this? This is the fate that awaits your feudal resistance. Your clan shell is about to be shattered. The rotund patriarch of the Wang family wore a lecherous grin as he declared, "Ah, the treasures of the Gu family. Along with those lovely ladies, I am coming for you." The head of the Li family, with a sinister tone, remarked, "A desperate struggle, utterly futile." The Zhang family patriarch, unable to contain his eagerness, rubbed his hands together. "As soon as the formation falls, I'll be the first to rush in and seize them." The 4 of them gazed at the ever-expanding cracks, their eyes gleaming with the hunger of wolves. Inside the ancestral home of the Gu family, an oppressive silence reigned. No, it was more terrifying than mere silence. It was an overwhelming despair that could suffocate the very soul. All the Gu descendants felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, making even the act of breathing a struggle. It was over. Once the protective formation of the ancient clan was shattered, were those individuals not merely fish awaiting slaughter? As the ferocious enemies surged in like ravenous wolves, what fate could they possibly anticipate? The men fell victim to brutal violence, while the women, particularly the young female disciples, were paralyzed by the horrifying scenes. Their faces drained of color, trembling in fear, some even bursting into tears. "Master, let us surrender," a young steward finally cried out, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, his voice quivering with despair. "Indeed, Master, as long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. If we do not surrender now, our ancient clan will face total annihilation." In an instant, pleas for mercy echoed throughout the chamber. Listening to these desperate cries, Gu-he's pallid face, already resembling gilded paper, turned an even deeper shade of ashen fury. He slammed his fist onto the armrest of his chair, bellowing, "Silence. The descendants of the ancient clan would rather die than submit. Even in death, we shall stand tall and tear a piece of flesh from those beasts." Despite the old patriarch's grievous injuries, the fierce aura he exuded quelled the voices of surrender momentarily. Yet the despair in their eyes only deepened. To die rather than submit? Such words rolled off the tongue with ease. But the disparity in strength was insurmountable. What could they use to fight back? Their lives as currency. A heavy sigh escaped Gu-he's heart, filled with a sense of helplessness. "Father, did you foresee such a day when you established this formation?" If you possess any spirit in the heavens, how would you feel witnessing the ancient clan face such a catastrophic demise? Boom! Just as the members of the ancient clan succumbed to utter despair and Gu Feng and his companions prepared to unleash a second, more ferocious assault to completely obliterate the formation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Gu Feng, poised to channel his magical energy once more, suddenly furrowed his brow. Sensing an overwhelmingly powerful and frigid aura descending from the heavens like a sharpened blade. Following this, a swift azure streak of light, tearing through the fabric of space, shot forth from the distant horizon with astonishing speed. It was faster than the luminous sphere they had just conjured together. Who is it? The heads of the Wang, Li, and Zhang clans felt a jolt of alarm, pausing their actions and gazing warily at the streak of light. The luminescence halted abruptly in midair, a mere 100 paces from the ancient clan's formation, dissipating to reveal two figures. Leading them was a young maiden clad in a simple yet elegant garment, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an ethereal aura that radiated coldness, akin to a celestial being. Her skin was fair as snow, her features exquisite, and her long, lustrous hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, enveloped in a faint celestial glow, untouched by earthly grime. Particularly striking were her clear and icy phoenix eyes, now imbued with an endless chill and murderous intent, fixated intently on Gu Feng and the others below. It was none other than Gu Xian'er. Chapter 32. The 3-year period, Feng Outyin returns. Beside her stood a middle-aged man clad in azure garments, his countenance unremarkable. Yet his aura exuded an inscrutable depth akin to the profound abyss or towering peaks. He appeared to merge effortlessly with the cosmos, emanating an unsettling sense of invincibility and enigma. Xianxia. Within the ancient family's array, Gu He, who had resigned himself to his fate, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment at the sight of that familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, exclaiming in disbelief. His voice was laced with incredulity and a tremor of hope. It is indeed the young lady. She has truly returned. My heavens, the young lady has made it back. The elders and descendants of the Gu family also recognized Gu Xian'er, and after a brief moment of shock, they erupted in a frenzy of joy and commotion, as if they had been granted a second lease on life. In the enveloping darkness, it felt as though a ray of dawn had finally pierced through. Father, your daughter has returned. Gu Xian'er's voice resonated like a celestial melody, instantly soothing the despair and dread that had settled in the hearts of the Gu family. She gazed down at her father, who was in a pitiful state, breath weak, at the injured elders, and at the crumbling protective formation of their clan. Her phoenix-like eyes blazing with renewed determination. Second uncle, Gu Feng. Gu Xian'er's gaze struck like two unsheathed swords, piercing directly at Gu Feng. You possess tremendous audacity to excavate my sacred bones, collude with outsiders, and harm our kin in a bid to annihilate the Gu family. Do you not recognize your transgressions? Gu Xianxia. Gu Feng's twisted visage momentarily froze, only to contort in horror as if he had encountered a specter, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. You little wretch. Were you not meant to have been reduced to nothing, your sacred bones extracted and discarded to feed the dogs at the mass grave? He screeched, his voice cracking with incredulity. How could you still be alive? And your cultivation? Gu Feng's keen perception sensed the aura emanating from Gu Xian'er, which subtly hinted at the attainment of the golden core stage, and, astonishingly, it was at the 5th level. How is this possible? A mere wastrel, who had their sacred bones removed, not only survives, but flourishes as a golden core practitioner. He scrutinized Gu Xian'er, noting her significantly enhanced presence. Yet he dismissed it with disdain. After all, he was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Crushing a little golden core girl was as simple as squashing an ant. You choose to forsake the path to heaven and wander into hell. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he suppressed the flicker of doubt within him, sneering. Since you have come seeking your demise, I shall oblige. It is fortuitous that I can refine you into a blood pill, elevating my own power further. He licked his lips, envisioning the pitiful sight of Gu Xian'er, drained of her essence, reduced to a lifeless husk. Meanwhile, the heads of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families stood by, their attention completely diverted from Gu Xian'er's cultivation. The corpulent patriarch of the Wang family, with his beady green eyes, fixated on the exquisitely alluring figure of Gu Xian'er, nearly drooling in his desire. So this is the legendary beauty of the great Chu dynasty? Xianxia? He chuckled lewdly, exclaiming that she was indeed as enchanting as the tale suggested, even more so than the portraits depicted. Gu Feng, you truly know how to conceal treasures. Why did you not introduce such a stunning maiden to us sooner? The head of the Li family, equally smitten, brazenly scanned Gu Xianxia's form, adding, once you have captured this young lady, be sure to share her with your brothers. Fair distribution is only just. The Zhang family patriarch rubbed his hands together, impatience evident in his demeanor. Indeed, such beauty must be savored. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. The lecherous trio paid little heed to the middle-aged man in plain attire beside Gu Xianxia, dismissing him as an ordinary guard. After all, the strongest member of the Gu family, Gu He, had been severely injured by them. A mere girl accompanied by an unremarkable protector posed no threat. In their eyes, Gu Xianxia was merely walking into a lion's den, inviting her doom. Oblivious to their impending fate, Gu Xianxia's face flushed with righteous fury, her phoenix eyes glinting with lethal intent. Her voice, cold as ice, rang out devoid of emotion. Qing Shu, take action. Subdue these miscreants on the spot, especially that traitor. Gu Feng, I want him alive to face my wrath. Understood, miss, replied the previously silent Qing Shu, who had resembled little more than a backdrop until now. Without even raising his gaze, he simply extended a singular, unremarkable hand in the direction of Gu Feng. This hand appeared ordinary, devoid of any magical radiance or overwhelming presence, much like a farmer intending to swat a bothersome fly. Gu Feng, witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully. Humph. A mere servant dares to act so brazenly before me? I am at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. What are you? His own nascent soul flared to life, unleashing a torrent of violent power akin to a volcanic eruption, ready to crush this bothersome guard before dealing with Gu Xianxia. The patriarchs of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the guard's demise, convinced he was courting death. However, in the blink of an eye, boom, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon Gu Feng, as if countless ancient mountains were crashing down upon him. With a gasp, the power he had just summoned was instantly suppressed by this overwhelming force, causing his nascent soul to emit a shrill, anguished cry. He felt as though an invisible, colossal hand of the heavens had seized him with great force, then abruptly pressed him down. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering bones echoed relentlessly. Boom! Amidst the horrified gazes of all present, the formidable master of the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, the traitor of the Gu family, Gu Feng, found himself entirely devoid of any means of resistance, as the middle-aged man clad in green effortlessly struck him down from the air into the ground. The earth instantly caved in and cracked, forming a vast pit in the shape of a human figure, with dust swirling around. Gu Feng lay embedded in the ground in a star-like position, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes bulging, and his body broken in countless places, his breath dwindling to a mere whisper. He yearned to struggle, yet discovered he lacked even the strength to move a single finger. That seemingly ordinary palm had now transformed into a mountain of suppression, pinning him firmly to the earth. One strike, merely one strike. Gu Feng, at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, was defeated, utterly defeated. Moreover, he was brought down by a single hand, as if swatting a fly. Chapter 33. The Primordial Sacred Land? My master could annihilate with a snap. What the hell? Is that our young lady? The elder of the Gu family nearly tore out his own beard, his eyes bulging larger than a cow's. Wasn't he had said that Xian had been rendered powerless? How did she suddenly attain the golden core stage, and return with such a formidable protector? The third uncle plopped down on the ground, questioning whether he had drunken too much the previous night and had yet to awaken. What script is this? Can anyone inform me what has transpired in the outside world these past few years? Gui clutched his chest, coughing blood while blinking rapidly. Did I miss 100 episodes while I was unconscious? The surviving disciples of the Gu family were utterly astonished. They fixated on the middle-aged man in green, who had struck down a 5th-level nascent soul master into the earth. There was but one thought in their minds. What divine maneuver is this? However, the man in green appeared unfazed, dusting off his hands, disdainfully glancing at his palm. Nascent soul cultivators these days are far too fragile, lacking the resilience of old. The atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The heads of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families exchanged glances, their silent communication swifter than any sound transmission talisman. Brothers, Shall we make our exit? Yet before the words could leave their lips, the three had already retreated a step in unison. In the next moment, they all halted abruptly. We cannot falter. If we run now, we'll be ridiculed. Moreover, we are the ancestors of the three great families of Luoyang City. The three old men rallied their spirits, then simultaneously roared, "Brothers, charge! Let us vanquish this arrogant fool. United, what does it matter if he is a transformation stage cultivator? Together, we shall surely wear him down." Thus, the scene dramatically shifted. The aura of three peak nascent souls erupted, various magical artifacts and spiritual lights swirling chaotically, threatening to lift the ceiling off. However, Qing merely raised his right hand and waved it casually, as if swatting away flies. A crisp sound echoed through the air, more melodious than the crackling of frying beans. Then Wang Li and Zhang, three formidable titans who had dominated Luoyang City for decades, simultaneously exploded into oblivion before the astonished gazes of all present. It was indeed an utter explosion, without any suspense, struggle, or forewarning. It was astonishingly swift and clean, leaving nothing but a cloud of crimson mist and fragments of flesh. At that moment, the venue fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of someone's stomach growling and distant crows cawing, seemingly bidding farewell to the fallen elders. The members of the Gu family were utterly numbed, with several timid female disciples fainting on the spot, and one unfortunate boy wetting himself in terror. The eldest young lady has returned. We are saved. The entire Gu estate now found itself enveloped in an extraordinarily bizarre and surreal atmosphere. Just moments ago, they were facing a dire crisis. Yet in the blink of an eye, the four formidable adversaries have been reduced to mere pulp, the process so simple it was almost maddening, akin to squashing a few mosquitoes. In this surreal tableau, one could hardly believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Gui certainly couldn't. He rubbed his temples vigorously and muttered softly, "Damn it, if anyone ever asked me when my most humiliating day was, I will certainly say it was today when I was blinded by the guards my own daughter brought back." As for the rabble attacking the Gu family, they were now utterly terrified, desperate to flee this horrifying scene. Unfortunately, just as they began to move, a chilling voice as frigid as frost echoed from above. "A group of clowns. Do you think you are worthy to act recklessly before me? After today, none of the three great families shall remain." As the words fell, the sky suddenly blazed with radiant light, a fiery phoenix soaring upward, illuminating the ancestral home as if it were broad daylight. Everyone instinctively looked up, their hair standing on end, as if standing at the edge of an abyss or trapped in an ice cellar. At that moment, no one dared to doubt the existence of an extraordinary prodigy descending upon the world. No one questioned that the once fragile and helpless girl would become an insurmountable figure in their lives. Meanwhile, the eldest young lady of the Gu family elegantly adjusted her skirt and glanced at a certain traitor sprawled in a pit, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Second uncle, didn't you have a fondness for digging bones and refining blood pills? No rush. I shall accompany you in your playtime shortly." The cold yet teasing tone of Gu Xian resonated clearly in everyone's ears, particularly directed at the figure in the deep pit. "Second uncle, didn't you have a fondness for digging bones and refining blood pills? There is no need to rush. I shall accompany you in leisurely play soon." Deep within the pit, the once genteel Gu Feng, battered nearly to the brink of death by Qing Yi's palm, trembled violently at the sound of her voice. It was not excitement. It was a profound and primal fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. He abruptly lifted his head, his once refined visage now marred by dust and dry blood, with sunken eyes that reflected sheer terror. "Xianxia, my dear niece." "No, Xianxia, my esteemed aunt." Gu Feng's voice was hoarse, akin to a broken gong, laced with a sobbing tone as he desperately attempted to escape the pit. Alas, his injuries were too severe. His primordial spirit had been shattered, and even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Thud! He collapsed to his knees at the bottom of the pit, his head striking the ground with a dull thud, stirring up clouds of dust. "Xianer, please spare me. Second uncle is remorseful. Second uncle is not human. Second uncle is a beast. In my moment of foolishness, I was blinded by greed. For the sake of our blood ties, grant me mercy and spare this wretched life." As he prostrated himself, tears streaming down his face, Gu Feng wailed uncontrollably, his snot and tears smearing his features, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a former heir of the Gu family. He appeared even more pitiful than a beggar on the street. The onlookers from the Gu family observed this spectacle with a complex array of emotions. Some found it satisfying. Others looked on with disdain, and a few felt an indescribable sense of pity. Now you know to plead for mercy? It is too late. The grand elder of the Gu family snorted derisively, wishing he could deliver a few kicks, if not for the inappropriateness of the occasion. Suspended in midair, Xianxia bore an ethereal flame phoenix behind her, its flickering form casting an ominous shadow as her expression remained utterly unchanged, coldly watching his performance. "Begging me?" she said, her crimson lips parting, her voice as frigid as ancient ice. "Did you ever consider this day when you excavated my sacred bones and refined my essence?" At her words, Gu Feng's cries faltered, his face draining of color until it was as pale as parchment. He realized that this matter would not be easily resolved. Suddenly, as if seizing upon a final lifeline, his eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. "Xianxia, you yes, my daughter Gu Yuer. She is the saintess of the Taichu sacred land." The Taichu sacred land. Do you comprehend? It is one of the 9 great sacred lands of the eastern region, filled with formidable beings, where primordial spirits roam freely, and transformation is but a triviality. Should you slay me, Yuer shall not let you escape. The Taichu sacred land shall not forgive you. When the Taichu sacred land issues its decree, your Gu family will be obliterated. Even your guardian of transformation will be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Gu family members shifted subtly. The name of the Taichu sacred land resonated like thunder. It was indeed an entity they, as small families in Luoyang City, could only revere. Even Gu, he revealed a fleeting look of concern. His daughter had grown stronger, but the Taichu sacred land was truly a behemoth. However, upon hearing this, Xianxia not only displayed no fear, but instead curled her lips into an even more derisive smirk. The Taichu sacred land? She let out a soft scoff, her voice laced with disdain, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. How could the mere Taichu sacred land threaten me? This esteemed lady? Gu Feng stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Mia, you dare to refer to the Taichu sacred land as mere? Has this girl lost her wits during her time outside, completely oblivious to her own insignificance? Xianxia regarded his incredulous expression with even greater contempt. Uncle, it seems you have truly lived like a dog all these years. Your perspective remains so narrow. Do you truly believe the Taichu sacred land is formidable? She paused momentarily, her voice suddenly rising with an air of haughty superiority. Let me enlighten you. I am now the direct disciple of the esteemed master of the hidden sect, Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. The mere utterance of these 3 characters left the majority of those present utterly bewildered. Never heard of it. What obscure sect has emerged from the shadows? Could it possibly be more powerful than the Taichu sacred land? Gu Feng was likewise taken aback, only to be met with a cruel sneer. Qingyun Sect? What kind of insignificant sect dares to compare itself to the Taichu sacred land? Xianxia, have you been deceived by some rogue sect? He was convinced that Xianxia was merely bluffing. Xianxia shook her head, looking at him with pity, as if gazing upon a hopeless fool. Ignorance is truly lamentable. Our Qingyun Sect is a genuine ancient lineage, with a depth of heritage that far exceeds your imagination. Countless powerful beings have emerged from our ranks, including emperors strong enough to make your so-called sacred lands and divine dynasties tremble in fear. As for the Taichu sacred land, a cold glint flickered in Xianxia's eyes, her tone imbued with unyielding authority and unwavering confidence. Should it dare to support a mere traitor's daughter and provoke my master's wrath? My master can, with a mere snap of his fingers, reduce the entire Taichu sacred land to ashes, erasing it from existence. What? Gu Feng was utterly stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg inside. To annihilate the Taichu sacred land with a mere snap of his fingers. Surely this was an outrageous boast. Or could it be true? He gazed at Xianxia as genuinely icy demeanor, the terrifying celestial phoenix apparition behind her, and the expressionless, yet formidable, green-clad guard capable of effortlessly crushing a peak Yuanying. An overwhelming thought, one that chilled him to the bone, surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Could it be that what she said was indeed true? In this world, are there truly such fearsome hidden sects? And have I truly provoked the disciple of such an existence? No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Feng muttered to himself in a daze, his face as pale as death, as if he had aged decades in an instant. His last glimmer of hope had not only proven futile, but may have stirred up an even greater hornet's nest. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. It is over. The situation is utterly dire. Chapter 34. My master is unrivaled. The words of Xianxia, which declare the ability to annihilate the Taichu Holy Land with a mere snap of her fingers, struck the minds of the onlookers like a thunderous bolt from the heavens. Boom! A resonating buzz filled everyone's ears, and their heads throbbed. What is this? Qingyun Sect. From which obscure corner of the world did this insignificant sect emerge? How had they never heard of it before? And to claim they are unafraid of the Taichu Holy Land? To assert they can extinguish it with a mere snap? Those with weaker constitutions nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Dear sister, if you were to boast, at least prepare a script. What is the Taichu Holy Land? It is a colossal titan of the eastern wilderness, an immortal force with a legacy spanning millennia. The Lord of the Holy Land could shake the entire eastern domain with a stomp of their foot. And you, a nobody from the Qingyun Sect, dare to claim you can annihilate it with a snap? Why not proclaim that you can blow up the entire eastern wilderness in one breath? Hiss. The remnants of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families, who had miraculously escaped the wrath of Qingyi, were now gasping in terror, their teeth aching with fear. Could it be that the young lady of the Gu family has lost her mind? Surely, she must be traumatized from the annihilation of her clan. Qingyun Sect. Bah, never even heard of it. She must be fabricating tales to frighten us. Even among the Gu family, the elders exchanged glances, their faces painted with disbelief. An elderly man, his hair completely white, trembled as he addressed Gu He. Is it true, master? What Miss Xianxia said? Gu He replied, his face flushed with a mix of red, blue, and white, resembling a dyer's workshop. How on earth would I know? He glanced at his daughter, who wore an expression of pride and conviction, and then at the inscrutable Qingyi, who had effortlessly incapacitated Gu Feng's nascent soul. Could it possibly be true? To annihilate the Taichu Holy Land with a snap? How could that even be conceivable? He would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than accept that anyone would dare utter such grandiose claims. Could it be that his daughter had fallen prey to some cult's brainwashing? Or perhaps the Qingyun Sect truly is a hidden colossus, and he, in his ignorance, had failed to recognize it? Gu He felt a tumult of emotions, his heart racing with confusion, more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. He stole a glance at Qing, hoping to discern something from the master's expression. Yet, Qingyi remained as composed as ever, as if Gu Xianxia's proclamation was merely a trivial matter about the pleasantness of the weather. This left Gu He even more bewildered. Are all great figures so unflappable? Just as the crowd was lost in their thoughts, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent, Qingyi made his move. He slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, glancing over the trembling remnants of the three great families huddled together for warmth. The command of the sect leader resonated in the air. Although Qingyi's voice was not loud, it struck like a death knell, clearly reaching every ear present. A tense silence enveloped the crowd. The sect leader, the very one capable of annihilating the primordial sacred land with a mere gesture? What could his command be? Qingyi continued in a tone devoid of inflection. Those who invaded the ancient family. He paused momentarily, as if granting them a fleeting glimmer of hope. Then, he pronounced the three words, cold as the ice of the netherworld. Kill, without mercy. Gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. The elite disciples of the three great families, already terrified by Qingyi's earlier display of power, were now utterly paralyzed by fear. No, spare me. We acted under orders. Please, senior, have mercy. We shall not dare again. Cries for mercy and desperate pleas filled the air, some even collapsing in terror, their resolve shattered. Yet, Qingyi's expression remained unchanged. Devoid of any emotion, he merely lifted his right hand, an action so ordinary, lacking any cataclysmic force or overwhelming pressure, even devoid of a hint of spiritual energy. It was as casual as a neighbor greeting another while stepping out to buy groceries. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What was he doing? Did this elder feel that slaying a single Gu Feng was insufficient and now wished to stretch his limbs and call out names one by one? But that seemed unlikely. Just as confusion reigned, Qingyi gently waved his hand. Yes, with a demeanor as light as a feather. He waved dismissively at the more than 3,000 elite disciples from the three great families, as if shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies. In the next heartbeat, a series of light, strange sounds erupted, akin to the popping of countless tiny bubbles, resonating continuously. Then, time seemed to freeze in that instant. Space appeared suspended as well. All eyes widened, mouths agape, as if their very eyes might burst from their sockets. Before them, the more than 3,000 elite disciples, ranging from chi refinement to foundation establishment, with even a few at the early golden core stage, who just a moment ago had been alive and pleading, now vanished under Qingyi's casual wave. It was as if an unseen, colossal hand of heaven had brushed them away effortlessly. Indeed, they had simply vanished. Not a single hair remained. Not a trace of blood mist erupted. It was as if they had never existed in this world at all. All that was left was an empty expanse, along with over 3,000 scattered spiritual artifacts, storage bags, and suspicious pools of liquid. Silence reigned. The ancestral home of the Gu family was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No, even the sound of breathing had vanished. Everyone, including Gu He, felt as if they had been struck hard on the back of the head with a hammer. Dazed, utterly bewildered. What kind of divine technique was this? With a mere flick of a hand, over 3,000 people simply vanished. Not even a sound was made. This was easier and more casual than crushing 3,000 ants. Gu He gaped, his throat making raspy sounds, yet he could not utter a single word. He felt his legs trembling, not from fear, but from shock. His very soul was quaking. Just moments ago, he had doubted whether his daughter had been deceived regarding the Qingyun Sect and the claim of annihilating the Taichu Holy Land with a snap of the fingers. Now, he suddenly felt that what his daughter had said didn't seem so far-fetched after all. At the very least, this esteemed senior, Qingyi, could indeed wipe out the Wang, Li, and Zhang families of Luoyang City as easily as blowing a breath. Gulp. It was unclear who had managed to swallow hard, but that sound resonated with startling clarity in the profound silence. Soon after, gasps of shock filled the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gazes directed at Qingyi had shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. A primal fear emanated from the depths of their souls. This was no mere guardian. This was clearly a walking harbinger of death. No, a harbinger of death would still draw blood. This individual dispatched lives without a trace of bloodshed. In the blink of an eye, they turned to dust. No, it was even more exaggerated. With just a wave of the hand, 3,000 elite disciples evaporated into thin air. The Taichu Holy Land? At this moment, a single thought flickered in everyone's minds. Perhaps this mysterious sect, known as Qingyun, truly had some measure of defiance against the Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 35. The Phoenix's source fire, instantly refined. Just as the crowd remained engulfed in the staggering shock of the mass disappearance, Gu Xian stirred. She gracefully stepped forward, her poise elegant yet imbued with an undeniable aura of menace, making her way toward the puddle that was once Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng exhibited none of the earlier fervor he had while commanding thousands to besiege the ancestral home. His primordial spirit was crippled, his body severely injured, lying there like a wretched dog pulled from a cesspit, breathing shallowly on the verge of death. He gazed at Gu Xian, who approached step by step. His once vengeful eyes now filled only with boundless fear and a nearly imperceptible plea for mercy. A desire to beg for forgiveness? Not a chance. Every possible escape route has been sealed. Gu Xian, her delicate face frosted with disdain, now emanated a chilling intent to kill from her beautiful phoenix-like eyes, cold enough to carve icicles 3 feet long. Uncle, you should never have conspired with outsiders, coveting the position of family head and harming the members of the Gu clan. Her voice was frigid, each word piercing the heart. Gu Feng attempted to utter something, but no sound escaped his lips. He could only fix his nearly vacant gaze upon Gu Xian. With a cold laugh, she continued, "You should never have threatened me with the Taichu sacred land. Do you think my esteemed master is jesting with you? Do you believe that our Qingyun sect is but clay to be molded, to be bullied at will?" Before her words could fully dissipate, Gu Xian raised her jade-like hand. With a soft hiss, a golden flame, approximately the size of a thumb, yet as solid as reality, suddenly erupted from her fair palm. At first glance, the flame dazzled with brilliance, golden and resplendent, resembling the most exquisite work of art. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could sense the terrifying aura within, capable of incinerating all existence and purifying everything. It was the primordial fire of the ancient celestial phoenix, the phoenix's purifying flame. Gu Feng's pupils constricted in shock, finally managing to force out a few barely audible syllables filled with despair. He could feel that this diminutive golden flame was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more terrifying than any other extraordinary fire he had encountered. It was a deathly flame that could reduce his very soul to nothingness. Xianxia, however, dismissed him with indifference. Such a wretch was not worth lamenting. With a flick of her finger, whoosh, the golden phoenix's purifying flame, as if endowed with consciousness, appeared to teleport, granting Gu Feng no opportunity for reaction, and precisely struck his dilapidated form. A shriek, so piercing it seemed inhuman, echoed for just a fleeting moment before abruptly ceasing. In the horrified gaze of the Gu family members and the remnants of the three major family-side descendants, Gu Feng's massive body, along with his disintegrating soul, was instantly consumed by the seemingly insignificant yet overwhelmingly powerful golden flame. There was no violent explosion, no billowing blood mist, not even a semblance of struggle. In the blink of an eye, a gentle, warm breeze swept through. All that remained on the ground was a charred human-shaped imprint and a faint, nauseating scent of burnt flesh lingering in the air. Ugh, what a delightful aroma. It was the repugnant stench of charred remains. Bone fragments? No, not even a trace of bone dust was left behind. In the truest sense, to crush bones and scatter ashes, to be utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. It is as if the individual known as Gu Feng never existed at all. Hiss! Yet again, a wave of gasps rises and falls, as if the very lungs are being drawn out. The sound is relentless, akin to a fierce competition with a bellows. If it can be said that the earlier gesture of Senior Qingyun, extinguishing 3,000 lives with a mere wave of his hand, was enigmatic and invoked a deep-seated reverence and chill within the soul, then Gu Xian'er's ability to incinerate a Yuan Ying to the point of leaving not even a remnant, with a mere flick of her fingers, embodies an unparalleled dominance. A terrifying force that obliterates and purifies all. Gulp. Another individual struggled to swallow, their throat dry. The gazes of the crowd towards Gu Xian'er shifted dramatically. This young lady of the Gu family, who had hitherto been so unassuming, turned out to be a formidable character indeed. Previously, there had been a notion that she merely relied on the influence of her elders to boldly proclaim her ability to annihilate the Taichu Holy Land with a mere gesture. However, it is now evident that she is decisively ruthless, a person of extraordinary capabilities. The terror is palpable. The members of the Gu family, especially the elders, regarded Gu Xian'er with expressions that, beyond shock, brimmed with fervor and reverence. The young lady is extraordinary. The Gu family is on the verge of rising. With the traitor Gu Feng dealt with, Gu Xian'er felt a considerable weight lifted from her heart, as if a refreshing breeze had swept through her being. Approaching her still-dazed father, Gu He, who seemed yet to recover from the dual shocks, she performed a graceful bow. I am an unfilial daughter, causing distress to my father and the family. Gu He jolted upright, as though a cat had been stepped on its tail, hastily supporting his daughter. Silly child, what nonsense are you speaking? It is I who am inept, unable to protect you, unable to safeguard the Gu family. His gaze upon his daughter was a tapestry of emotions, a kaleidoscope of pride, disbelief, and profound confusion. A deep sense of bewilderment lingered, coupled with a lingering dread of survival. Xian'er, your sect, the Qingyun Sect, and that esteemed Senior Qingyun. Gu He's voice faltered, his tongue seemingly tied in knots. He gestured towards the indifferent figure of Qingyun, who appeared as if extinguishing 3,000 lives was no more significant than swatting a few mosquitoes, and then pointed towards the heavens, as if referring to the legendary Qingyun Sect. Father, this matter is quite lengthy. Gu Xian'er began to organize her thoughts, a gentle smile gracing her delicate features. She did not conceal too much, for after all, he is her father, and the family is her foundation. Thus, she shared the experiences of recent times in a concise manner. Even so, Gu He and the elders nearby, who strained to listen like radar, were left utterly stupefied. Their perceptions shattered as if by an earthquake of magnitude 18, lying in fragments around them. What on earth? The young lady of the family has had her cultivation shattered, her dantian destroyed, yet she can still turn misfortune into fortune. Joining a celestial sect that can dispatch guardians of the divine realm with a mere wave of the hand? What sheer luck is this? No, this is the decree of destiny. And to awaken an ancient phoenix body, the very name exudes an air of majesty and power. The flames witnessed moments ago were a testament to their might. Master Suye? This name may appear unremarkable, yet to have trained a disciple as remarkable as Miss Xian, and to have a predecessor like Qingyun as a subordinate. How terrifying indeed. Could it be that the master of the Qingyun Sect, Su Yi, is some elusive ancient being? Toying with the world? Chapter 36. The ancient family relocates en masse to seek refuge in the Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing this, Gui was so overcome with excitement that his old face flushed crimson, his lips trembling as he finally managed to exclaim, "Excellent, truly excellent. Heaven bless our ancient family. It appears we're destined to give birth to a true phoenix. Oh, ancestors, do you see this?" As he spoke, the old man's eyes reddened, nearly overflowing with tears of joy. Beside him, an elderly elder with graying hair but a sharp mind suddenly slapped his thigh, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, exclaiming, "Patriarch, Miss Xian, this is grave. We are in serious trouble." His outburst sent the hearts of those who had just begun to relax soaring back into their throats. With the demise of Gu Feng, the elite from the prominent families of Wang, Li, and Zhang had also been purged by predecessor Qingyi. But what of the Taichu Holy Land? Yes. Another elder with a goatee jumped up in agitation, recalling, did not Gu Feng threaten us with his daughter? The saint is Gu Yu of the Taichu Holy Land. Before his death, she is Gu Feng's own daughter and holds a status of immense prestige. If she were to learn of her father's tragic demise, leaving not even a remnant behind, what would become of our ancient family? His words hung heavily in the air, and the implication was unmistakable. The hearts of the assembly, recently buoyed by the formidable power of the Qingyun Sect, suddenly plummeted. Indeed, predecessor Qingyi is extraordinarily powerful. The Qingyun Sect sounds even more formidable, yet the Taichu Holy Land is no mere pushover. The Qingyun Sect may protect our ancient family for a time, but not indefinitely. Gu He's expression swiftly turned grave, the earlier elation and excitement doused as if by a bucket of icy water. He glanced at his daughter, then furtively cast a look at the seemingly indifferent predecessor Qingyi, who appeared untouched by the unfolding events. The thoughts of such a formidable figure are inscrutable, beyond comprehension. "Xianer, what do you think of this matter?" Gu He's voice betrayed a subtle tremor. However, Gu Xianer merely smiled radiantly, her expression brimming with confidence and a hint of blind admiration for her master. "Father, esteemed elders, there is no need for alarm. Since my master dares to assert he can extinguish the Taichu Holy Land with a snap of his fingers, he must possess the strength and resources to back such claims. I have faith in my master." Her words were delivered with unwavering conviction and a resounding clarity, although there remained a tinge of uncertainty, for some inexplicable reason. Witnessing Miss Xian's resolute demeanor instilled a modicum of confidence within the hearts of the onlookers. A mere illusion. It must surely be an illusion. Turning the tide of her discourse, Gu Xianer continued. However, the Taichu sacred land is a colossal entity, deeply rooted and formidable. Though our Gu family has eradicated internal strife, we have suffered considerable depletion of our vitality. Should we linger in Luyun City, we may inadvertently provoke further complications, leading to prolonged turmoil. Gu He, upon hearing this, nodded in profound agreement, striking his palm with a decisive punch that echoed in the room. Indeed, Xianer speaks with utmost accuracy. His gaze swept across the varied expressions of the elders and clan members, inhaling deeply before solemnly declaring, "I have resolved that from this day forth, our Gu family shall relocate." What? Relocate? The elders and clansmen were momentarily taken aback, followed by an uproar. "Master, please reconsider. Luyun City has been the foundation of our Gu family for hundreds of years. Indeed, Master, parting from our homeland is no easy task. Where shall we go in this unfamiliar land?" The air was thick with anxious chatter and trepidation. Yet Gu He's countenance remained resolute as he gestured for silence. He spoke with unwavering determination. "This place has become a den of discord. If the Taichu sacred land were to pursue an investigation, our Gu family would be the first to suffer. Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the Wang, Li, and Zhang families, facing extermination at the hands of the Taichu sacred land?" At his words, the crowd instinctively recoiled, falling silent. Indeed, when weighed against the value of life, what significance do legacy and homeland hold? "Master, where shall we relocate?" An elder, whose stature commanded respect, trembled as he posed the question. This was the crux of the matter. In such a vast world, Where could the Gu family find refuge? A newfound resolution and hope flickered in Gu He's eyes as he gazed at his daughter, Gu Xian'er, and then towards the direction of the venerable Qingyi, who stood like a steadfast anchor, radiating a sense of calm. It was as if that direction illuminated the path to a promising future for the Gu family. With each word resonating with power, he proclaimed, "We shall move to the foot of the Qingyun Sect." What? The crowd gasped once more, but this time, their astonishment was tinged with a glimmer of anticipation and excitement. Gu He's eyes sparkled with fervor as he elaborated. Firstly, the Qingyun Sect is Xian'er's alma mater, and Senior Qingyi resides there. By relocating our entire family to the foot of the Qingyun Sect, we shall undoubtedly receive the protection of the sect master and Senior Qingyi, regardless of how formidable the Taichu sacred land may be. They must weigh the influence of the Qingyun Sect before making a move against us. The eyes of the crowd brightened with understanding. Indeed, this reasoning was compelling. Secondly, Xian'er embodies the future hope of our Gu family, possessing the phoenix body and receiving the nurturing of the Qingyun Sect. Her potential is boundless. By moving closer to the Qingyun Sect, it will be convenient for her to return for cultivation, allowing us to visit often and share in familial bonds. This reasoning is quite compelling. Thirdly, and most importantly, Gu He's voice suddenly escalated, infused with an irrepressible excitement. What manner of mysterious and formidable sect is the Qingyun Sect? Even the esteemed elder Qingyi, a celestial figure, merely serves as a guardian beneath the sect master. If but a few of our Gu family's descendants could have the fortune to join such a divine sect as the Qingyun Sect, even if it were merely as outer disciples, sweeping floors or tending the gardens, it would be a glorious achievement, a leap into the heavens. At that time, how could our Gu family not rise anew? How could we not surpass our former glory and become a true lineage of cultivation, renowned across the eastern wilderness? The more Gu he spoke, the more fervent he became, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. As if he could already envision the Gu family flourishing under the aegis of the Qingyun Sect, each descendant becoming a dragon or phoenix. The family's influence soaring to extraordinary heights, overshadowing the illustrious Taichu sacred land. Upon hearing this, the elders and clansmen's eyes sparkled instantly, brighter than a 100-watt bulb. Indeed, how astute our patriarch is, how utterly sensible. With the towering presence of the Qingyun Sect, a behemoth far mightier than the Taichu sacred land, what would they possibly fear from retaliation? Even if the Taichu sacred land did send emissaries, could Elder Qing not simply wave his hand? Just imagining the awe-inspiring scene of over 3,000 elite disciples vanishing without a trace sent shivers down everyone's spine, and they collectively donned mischievous grins. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped them, an overwhelming feeling of safety. The prospect of allowing their younger generation the chance to join a celestial sect was akin to a splendid bargain, a windfall. Our patriarch is wise and farsighted. We are in profound admiration. I second this. We wholeheartedly support our patriarch's decision. Let us prepare at once. Pack up, move, with the entire family in tow. We shall seek refuge at the Qingyun Sect. We would even sell everything we own to make this journey. In an instant, the entire Gu family was ablaze with fervor, yearning to sprout wings and fly to the foothills of the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 37. Returning to the Qingyun Sect, drinking spirit liquid like water. The members of the Gu family were, as if injected with adrenaline, clamoring to relocate, eager to carry their ancestral home to the Qingyun Sect overnight, fearing that they might arrive too late and find no place to pitch tents at the foot of the celestial sect. Meanwhile, as they fervently prepared for this monumental migration, Luoyang City was in complete turmoil. It was a greater upheaval than dousing a fire with cold water. Have you heard? Something monumental has occurred. The sky itself has fallen. What is it? Look at your naive expression. Could it be that the city lord's concubine has fled with someone? Flee, you say? This is 1,000 times more explosive. At the largest tea house in Luoyang City, by Xiao Lu, every seat was filled, and even the aisles were crowded with onlookers straining to hear, the atmosphere rivaling that of a decennial sect election. A cultivator, who had fled back from the direction of the ancient Gu family, appeared pallid and disheveled, with suspicious stains around his trousers. He gesticulated wildly, his words tumbling out in an animated frenzy as he recounted his harrowing experience. The three great families, the Wang, Li, and Zhang clans, all utterly annihilated. His voice, akin to a thunderclap, silenced the previously bustling tea house, rendering the room as quiet as a grave. One could hear a pin drop. Every individual, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, stood frozen in shock, while teacups clattered to the floor, peanuts and sunflower seeds scattered everywhere, and a fellow with a half-eaten bun comically dangling from his mouth, with the other half lodged in his nostril, created a rather bizarre spectacle. What on earth is happening? Stammered a plump shopkeeper, his flesh quivering like sifted flour. Brother, you can't possibly have been struck by the malevolent aura of the Gu family and lost your mind. Can you? The Wang, Li, and Zhang families are the overlords of Flowing Cloud City, with thousands of disciples among them. You cannot simply declare their demise without reason. Are you jesting? The messenger cultivator, flustered, flushed crimson, exclaiming, if I am lying, may I be condemned. It is the absolute truth. That malevolent Uncle Gu Feng from the Gu family colluded with the three great families and led thousands to besiege the Gu family, creating a spectacle that was utterly terrifying. And then he slammed his thigh with fervor, his voice cracking with intensity. The Gu family's esteemed young lady, Gu Xianxia, summoned aid from an unexpected source, a seemingly unassuming green-clad guardian, who merely waved a hand. And then, the crowd chorused, their anxiety palpable, fidgeting in anticipation. And then, the over 3,000 elite disciples of the three families vanished, as if they were snowmen under the sun. Poof, completely evaporated without a trace. Gasp! The tea house descended once more into a profound silence. If the earlier quietude was one of shock, the current stillness was steeped in an eerie terror. Over 3,000 individuals, not merely a swarm of ants, to disappear with a mere gesture. This was beyond the realm of human capability, surely. It was the work of celestial beings. Gulp! A sound pierced the silence as someone swallowed hard, the noise resonating acutely in the stillness. One of the heads of the three families. They're all nascent soul ancestors, are they not? A trembling voice inquired. The messenger cultivator grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, though the smile was more ghastly than joyous. The heads? Huh. They too were casually dispatched with a wave from that esteemed green-clad figure. Boom. Like 3 oversized firecrackers, they exploded. A deluge of blood rained down. It was nothing short of catastrophic. Profanity erupted in the tea house as chaos ensued. Gasps of disbelief, sharp intakes of breath, and the cacophony of overturned tables and chairs spiraled into utter disarray. And there's more. The messenger cultivator, growing increasingly animated yet more terrified, continued, that traitor Gu Feng of the Gu family, after having his nascent soul shattered, was met with the delicate flick of Lady Gu Xianxia's hand. He mimicked the gesture of a snap, illustrating the gravity of the situation. A small golden flame, with a swift motion, descended upon Gu Feng. And then, the crowd was on the verge of madness. Driven to the brink by his breathless manner of speaking, in an instant, Gu Feng resembled a pat of butter dropped into a hot skillet, sizzling with a sound that scarcely allowed him to utter a cry. His entire being, along with his very essence, was consumed, leaving not even a trace behind. A true vanishing into thin air, cleaner than even my home's hearth. At that moment, everyone felt their minds overwhelmed. The influx of information was too immense, too stimulating, too utterly world-shattering. This news spread like a plague with wings, sweeping across the entire Luyan city at lightning speed. In taverns, brothels, casinos, and marketplaces, wherever there were people, discussions erupted regarding this earth-shattering event. The versions became increasingly absurd. Some claimed that Gu Xianxia was, in fact, the reincarnation of an ancient empress, capable of annihilating foes with a thought. Others asserted that Su Yi, the leader of the Qingyun Sect, was a celestial giant descended to the mortal realm, playing with humanity. Yet others insisted that the green-clad guardian was actually an incarnation of Su Yi, capable of obliterating entire sacred lands with a mere finger. In summary, it was evident that the skies over Luyan City had irrevocably changed hue due to the Gu family and that enigmatic Qingyun Sect. This whirlwind soon began to spread with unstoppable force, reaching further afield, engulfing the entirety of the Great Chu dynasty. It was foreseeable that for a lengthy period ahead, the names Qingyun Sect, Su Yi, Gu Xianxia, and the Green-Clad Guardian would become the most discussed legends among the practitioners of the Great Chu dynasty. Both eagerly relished and regarded with trepidation as the entire Luoyang city and surrounding regions were shaken by the Gu family's thunderous methods. Countless factions began to re-evaluate the Gu family, or rather, to frantically probe into the mystery of the sect known as Qingyun. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Gu Xianxia and Qing, accompanied by a grand procession of the Gu family, arrived at the foot of the legendary Qingyun Mountains. With the protection of Qing, a pinnacle figure at the 10th level of the transformation god realm, their speed was nothing short of that of a rocket, providing the Gu family with an exhilarating experience. The moment they truly stepped into the territory of the Qingyun Mountains, a profound and indescribable aura enveloped them, gentle as spring rain, yet fierce as raging waves. This was Gu He, the head of the Gu family, now wide-eyed and agape, found himself at a loss for words. He could distinctly feel an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy surging into his body from all directions. This energy was so dense it felt almost tangible with a single breath. He sensed his cultivation bottleneck loosening ever so slightly. My goodness, an elder of the Gu family, usually quite composed and with a beard that had turned mostly white, was now utterly disregarding his dignified image. He plopped down on the ground, vigorously rubbing his eyes as if he thought he was hallucinating. The spiritual energy here is far denser than in our Luoyang city. It surpasses any celestial paradise I have encountered in my lifetime by at least dozens of times. Trembling, he extended his hand as if attempting to grasp the almost visible points of spiritual light. Not merely dozens of times. I feel that cultivating here for a single day equates to a month of practice outside. No, it's 2 months. Another elder, his face flushed with excitement, began to breathe rapidly. Father, mother, look, it seems that I am on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck that has confined me at the 7th level of Qi refining for several years. A young boy from the Gu family, filled with disbelief and joy, exclaimed. Upon hearing this, more family members began to resonate with the sentiment. Me too, me too. I can feel my true essence becoming much more vibrant. My heavens, what sort of divine place is this? Even a single breath feels as though it could lift me off the ground. In an instant, the entire Gu family territory resembled a bustling market, filled with exclamations, strange calls, and raucous laughter, all in delightful disarray. The elderly clan members, who had been frail and depleted, suddenly felt warmth enveloping them, as if countless gentle currents were nourishing their withered meridians, straightening their backs considerably. Meanwhile, the younger disciples joyfully rolled on the grass, their cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, brimming with vitality. Gu Xianxia observed her kin's ecstatic demeanor, a look of satisfaction gracing her delicate features. When she was first brought here by her master, she had not fared much better than they. No, in fact, she had been overwhelmed, nearly fainting from the intense spiritual energy. Now, as a gold core cultivator and the embodiment of the ancient phoenix, she had grown accustomed to such density, yet she still felt the refreshing comfort it provided. Is this merely the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range? Gui finally regained his voice, albeit still trembling with disbelief, in a nasal tone, as he pointed toward the towering mountains shrouded in mist, which seemed to stretch infinitely. Gu Xianxia gently nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, father, this is merely the base area of the Qingyun mountain range. The true sect lies deeper within the mountains. Gulp! A collective sound of swallowing echoed through the air. Just at the foot of the mountain, the concentration of spiritual energy here is already dozens, if not hundreds, of times more potent than any cultivation site they had ever known. What terrifying level of density must be found within the true gates of the Qingyun Sect? Unimaginable. Truly unimaginable. I fear my heart may not withstand it. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the senior figure standing aloof with hands clasped behind, his expression inscrutable and seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, they could not help but feel a sense of awe. This was a true master indeed. Having dwelled in such a celestial realm for an extended period, he likely regarded them as mere country bumpkins, akin to a troop of unworldly monkeys. Many felt a flush rising to their cheeks. Could it be that within that sect, the spiritual energy had transformed into a liquid essence, fit for consumption? A young disciple foolishly inquired. The nearby elders nearly choked on their breaths. Did he think it was a foot bath? How could one drink it? Yet, upon further contemplation, the notion did not seem entirely implausible. The mere thought sent heavy breaths coursing through the assembly, their eyes alight with boundless longing and fervor. Goodness, this was not merely a relocation. It was akin to an entire clan ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Following the Celestial Maiden and aligning with the Qingyun Sect, their ancient family was poised for an exhilarating rise. They envisioned soaring on the wings of a great Kuanpeng, ascending to dizzying heights. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qingyun Sect, Xianxia returned, her voice ringing out, "Master, Xianxia has returned." Suis replied nonchalantly. Was everything smooth? Xianxia raised her small face, her chest puffed with pride. It went exceedingly well, like a ship sailing with the current. "Master, that old scoundrel Gu Feng, along with the blind fools from the Wang, Li, and Zhang families, were all thoroughly dealt with by by me." As she recalled her master's teachings to remain low-key and play the fool, she quickly amended her words, her face flushing crimson. "It was I, using the supreme celestial techniques you bestowed upon me, who incinerated them completely, leaving no trace behind." Xianxia waved her small fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if reliving her moment of triumph. "You should have seen the blaze, Master. It was magnificent. It engulfed a vast area. It was exhilarating. I did not send you to extinguish a crisis just to set fire to the mountains." He paused before adding, "However, well done." This girl had become increasingly fierce since awakening her phoenix body. Yes, he found that appealing. With a mischievous grin, Xianxia bounded toward Su Yi, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Master, there is one more thing. My father and our entire Gu family, all several hundred of us." She hesitated, carefully gauging Su Ye's expression. "They believe we cannot remain in Luyun City any longer, fearing trouble from the Taichu Sanctum. Therefore, they wish to relocate to the foot of our Qingyun Sect and seek your protection." Having spoken, she blinked her large, glistening eyes, gazing at Su Yi with hopeful anticipation, resembling a kitten awaiting its master's feed. "Master, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised his brow ever so slightly. "To seek refuge in the Qingyun Sect? Here I am, a mere solitary figure. Oh no, with the addition of Xianxia and Lin Chuyin, I can barely count 2 disciples along with a few third-rate guardians. Can such a meager establishment truly protect a family?" He pondered within, contemplating whether the old man Gu he was genuinely at his wit's end, or if he had discerned the extraordinary potential of the Qingyun Sect. Most likely the latter. For surely, his own prowess was so formidable that the aura of dominance nearly overflowed. As Su Yi remained lost in thought, that familiar voice echoed once more in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a hidden condition. The Sect Force Expansion Module has been activated. It has been detected that an affiliated force, the Gu family of Luyun City, is about to be added under your command. Friendly reminder, affiliated forces also contribute to the overall strength assessment of the sect. The stronger the affiliated force, the larger the population, and the greater the sense of belonging to the sect, the higher the comprehensive score you will receive. An increased score not only accelerates the sect's advancement, but also unlocks sect points, rare summoning cards, various hidden benefits, such as sect facilities. Host, what are you waiting for? Quickly bring them under your wing. Let them feel the profound care akin to a paternal love. Tiepte ode atul, sina admires her master deeply. Suye, what? Such a fortunate opportunity. His eyes instantly sparkled, shining as brightly as a 200-watt bulb. This system is truly becoming more enlightened. Just as sleep arrives with a pillow, when in need of manpower, it directly delivers a family. A buy-one-get-the-whole-family deal, complete with home delivery service. This is simply the epitome of industry integrity, a model system. A broad smile spread across Su Ye's face in an instant. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to maintain an air of a lofty figure, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his joyous mood. "Xianxia," he began earnestly, his voice rich and magnetic, imbued with a touch of compassion. "Your Gu family faces a grave calamity, and I too am deeply pained. Consider the treacherous ambition of Gu Feng, a disgrace to the world of cultivation, deserving of condemnation by all. Your father, Gu He, has shown great wisdom in abandoning the darkness to embrace the light, deciding to lead his kin to seek refuge with our Qingyun Sect. This is indeed a noble decision." With a sweeping gesture, Su Yi proclaimed with grandeur, "What is merely a Taichu sacred land to be feared? Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall dare lay a finger on even a hair of your Gu family. From this day forth, your Gu family shall be the first affiliated family of our Qingyun Sect and shall be under our protection." His words rang out with righteous fervor, resonating with conviction. as if he were backed by an army of thousands rather than a hastily assembled troop. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's joy blossomed, her excitement nearly propelling her into the air. "Thank you, Master. Master is magnificent. Master is unparalleled." The young girl, with her sweet words, flattered Su Yi to the point of utter contentment. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Let us depart, Xianxia." He rose slowly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze, evoking an overwhelming sense of solitude akin to snow amidst heroes. "Accompany your master down the mountain to greet your kin. Let them witness, firsthand, the mere tip of the iceberg that is the Qingyun Sect. They must realize that aligning with the Qingyun Sect is the wisest decision they shall ever make." Without exception, leading Xianxia, Su Yi descended the 99,999 steps of the white jade staircase of the Qingyun Sect. At the foot of the mountain, a sea of black-clad figures knelt, comprising the Gu family led by Gu He, hundreds of souls, young and old, weary from their journey, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived calamity, mingled with confusion and apprehension about the future. They looked up, gazing at the mist-shrouded gates of the Qingyun Sect and the young sect leader descending gracefully. Is this truly the powerful figure who could protect their family? As spoken of by Miss Sienna, he appears so remarkably young. Some members of the family whispered doubts among themselves. Could this tender youth truly be reliable? Surely, Miss Sienna has not been deceived. Yet Gu He, seasoned by experience, suppressed his uncertainties and led the elders respectfully forward. Sinner Gu He, representing the entire Gu family, bows before sect leader Su. The great kindness of sect leader Su is etched in the hearts of the Gu family forever. As he spoke, he prepared to lead the others in prostration. Su Yi raised a hand gently, an invisible force preventing them from bowing. "Patriarch Gu, there is no need for such formalities." His tone was calm, yet it carried a convincing authority. "Now that you have chosen to align with the Qingyun Sect, you are one of us. No need for such politeness among family." Su Yi surveyed the anxious faces below, standing with an air of confidence, his chin slightly raised, his gaze dismissive of any worldly powers. "I am aware of your concerns, primarily your fear of retaliation from the Taichu Holy Land." He paused, his voice suddenly rising to a resonant thunder that echoed through the valley, sending ripples of shock through the Gu family, stirring their hearts tumultuously. The Taichu Holy Land? Merely a collection of insignificant clowns. Before the Qingyun Sect, they are but jesters, unworthy of mention. Such words were brazen, audacious beyond measure. The members of the Gu family stood in stunned silence, their spirits shaken. That was the Taichu Holy Land, one of the dominators of the eastern region. An immortal sanctuary with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, in the mouth of this young sect leader, they were reduced to mere trifles. Had it not been for the proud expression on Gu Xianxia's face, as she stood beside him, exuding an aura of "my master is truly formidable," they might have thought they had encountered a madman. Gu Hie's heart raced, his lips parted as if to speak, yet he found his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. Having lived for centuries, it was his first encounter with such brazen audacity. Yet, the profound and inscrutable aura emanating from the other party instilled in him a sense of trepidation, leaving no room for doubt. Could it be that this master, Su, truly possessed such confidence? Seeing the crowd rendered speechless, Su Yi felt a surge of satisfaction within. The effect was remarkable. This was precisely the sensation he desired, an air of supremacy, as if proclaiming himself the unrivaled ruler of the realm, compelling them to cling to his coattails. He continued in a tone imbued with an air of benevolence, saying, "Rest assured, you may dwell here. The Qingyun mountain range, rich in spiritual energy, far surpasses the outside world by hundreds of times. Here, your cultivation will yield extraordinary results. As for safety," he chuckled lightly, his laughter laced with disdain and confidence. "As long as you remain under the protection of the Qingyun Sect, not even the celestial beings from the 9 heavens would dare to lay a finger on you. Should they attempt to harm you, I shall ensure they do not return." Upon hearing these words, the members of the Gu family fell to their knees, not out of coercion, but from sheer astonishment. The audacity of such proclamations was nothing short of astronomical. To dismiss even the celestial beings of the 9 heavens? Who exactly was this Master Su? Gu Xianxia, listening nearby, felt her blood surge with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at her master with eyes brimming with admiration, practically sparkling with fervor. "Master, you are so impressive. Such charisma, such demeanor. You outshine those so-called holy sons by 100-fold. Suyi was pleased as he observed their reactions. Excellent. A sense of belonging to the sect is firmly established. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Under my command, there are countless formidable beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars and seizing moons with ease. Protecting a mere Gu family is well within my capabilities. Therefore, set your worries aside. From this day forth, you shall be members of the Qingyun Sect, and under my protection, the heavens shall not fall." At that moment, Gu finally regained his composure. His face flushed with excitement, trembling all over. He fell to his knees once more, and this time Suyi did not intervene. "Master Su, your kindness is beyond words. From now on, my entire Gu family shall be willing to traverse fire and water for the Qingyun Sect, without a second thought. Should we betray this oath, may the heavens condemn us." Behind him, all the members of the Gu family bowed deeply, their voices tinged with emotion, filled with the exhilaration of survival and the joy of finding a protector. "We are willing to traverse fire and water for the Qingyun Sect without hesitation." Their voices echoed through the mountains and valleys, resounding endlessly. They were utterly captivated by Suyi's earth-shattering declaration, regardless of whether he was boasting. The sheer spirit and responsibility he displayed was sufficient to win their unwavering loyalty. Moreover, the fact that one could effortlessly dispatch a golden core stage practitioner with a mere palm strike attests to an undeniable prowess. Following a leader of such caliber promises a bright future. With tears of gratitude, Gu rose, his gaze piercing as he addressed Suyi. "Master Su, our Gu family is eternally grateful for your benevolence in accepting us as your vassals. With the destruction of Luyan City, we find ourselves without a home." He glanced at the expansive plains at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, as well as the lush, spiritually vibrant mountain range in the distance. "I humbly wish to seek a refuge for my Gu family at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, to rebuild our home, and, in turn, serve the sect more effectively. What are your thoughts on this, esteemed leader?" Upon hearing this, Suyi felt a stirring in his heart. Establishing a city? That could indeed be advantageous. The more people there are, the stronger the vassal forces become, and, consequently, the higher my sect's standing will rise. Yet, he maintained an air of tranquility. "It is splendid that you harbor such intentions, Elder Gu. The entire expanse of the Qingyun mountain range, spanning millions of miles, falls under the jurisdiction of our Qingyun Sect. You may settle wherever you deem fit. Should you require assistance, the sect is willing to provide some support." Gu was overjoyed beyond measure. "Thank you, Master, for your generosity." After a moment's reflection, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. "Master, I propose we name our new city Qingyun City, both in gratitude for your protection and as a testament to our Gu family's unwavering allegiance to the Qingyun Sect." Upon hearing this, the members of the Gu family nodded in agreement. Qingyun City, a splendid name. It signifies our newfound bond with the Qingyun Sect. Afin simile gré suye cedips. Qingyun City? Excellent choice. This old man Gu certainly knows how to navigate the situation, just as he was about to commend him further. The long-forgotten, yet familiar sound of the system notification abruptly resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The side mission family crisis has been successfully completed. Mission evaluation, perfect." Due to the host exceeding mission expectations, not only has the Gu family been saved from peril, but they have also wholeheartedly pledged their allegiance, becoming the sect's first vassal family. An exceptional reward has been granted. Suyi's eyes widened with excitement. "Exceptional rewards? Such fortune. I truly appreciate the thoughtful nature of the system." Ding. Calculating mission rewards. "Congratulations, host. You have received a fixed reward. A celestial vein. Celestial vein can be placed within the sect or a vassal's territory, gradually nurturing the land and increasing the spiritual energy concentration in a 100-mile radius by 1,000-fold. Accelerating the cultivation of practitioners, with a chance to yield rare spiritual herbs and minerals. One astonishing gift. Suyi's heart raced with exhilaration. This treasure is indeed remarkable. With it, the spiritual energy concentration of Qingyun Sect will soar 1,000-fold. At that moment, who could possibly fear the inability to recruit disciples or worry about the slow progress of their apprentices? This was undoubtedly a milestone in the annals of sect development. The system seemed to sense Suyi's thoughts, and before he could fully absorb this delightful surprise, another bombshell was dropped. Congratulations, host! You have received an additional reward, 1 silver summoning card. Silver summoning card. Upon use, it randomly summons a formidable being from the Void Refinement realm to the Harmonization realm, guaranteed to be 100% loyal. Suye! He nearly lost his breath, overwhelmed with joy to the point of fainting. A silver summoning card, from the Void Refinement stage to the Harmonization stage. My goodness! Another one has arrived. Xianxia observed her master suddenly freeze, his expression alternating between astonishment and silly grins, which piqued her curiosity. Master, what troubles you? Did I say something amiss? The young girl felt a twinge of anxiety. Sui abruptly snapped back to reality and quickly masked his silly grin. Ahem. He cleared his throat, attempting to conceal his moment of indiscretion. It's nothing. I merely contemplated some, grand plans for the sect's development and felt a surge of inspiration. He feigned calmness, yet the slight tremor at the corners of his mouth betrayed his inner turmoil. Elder Gu, your ambition to establish Qingyun City is commendable. As a sect leader, I grant my approval, with matters concerning the Gu family settled. Suyi returned to Qingyun Sect with Xianxia. As soon as they stepped foot within the sect's territory, Xianxia's delightful yet tempestuous visage instantly tensed. No, no, she muttered anxiously, her steps quickening, as if pursued by a ravenous wolf. I've been delayed for 2 whole days in my family. 2 days. Do you understand what those 2 days imply? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. That Lin Chuyin, that insufferable rival, must be reveling in delight right now. The mere thought of Lin Chuyin's seemingly innocent yet cunning demeanor ignited a fervent hatred within Xianxia. Even her master was infuriatingly generous, granting her numerous advantages. The Tying celestial body, the Tying 9 heavens technique, and directly at the 3rd level of golden core. My own celestial phoenix body is no less impressive. She felt a deep imbalance within her, a bitterness rising to the surface. It was intolerable. She must not allow her to catch up. She must strive relentlessly. A fierce determination ignited in Xianxia's beautiful eyes, as if she could set the very air ablaze. She scarcely spared a moment to greet Su Yi before transforming into a streak of crimson light. Racing towards her exclusive hall within Qingyun Sect, the Phoenix Hall. Bang! She forcefully flung open the hall doors, slamming them shut behind her. Sister, to catch up with your elder sister, you'll have to wait until your next life. Master, you shall be mine alone. Echoing from within the Phoenix Hall came Xianxia's teeth-clenching yet slightly triumphant huff. She sat cross-legged, channeling the ancient Phoenix technique with all her might. Surrounded by a swirling crimson mist, a vividly lifelike phantom of a celestial phoenix gradually emerged behind her, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth. However, unbeknownst to her, a far greater storm of internal strife was about to sweep through the entire Qingyun Sect, unbeknownst to her. As for Su Yi, he watched ancient immortal air depart, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. This girl, still so impatient. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, his 2 disciples. One as cool as the moon and the other as fervent as fire, indeed complemented each other splendidly. In his heart, he silently pondered, it is time to utilize that celestial vein. Ding! Does the host confirm the placement of the celestial vein now? Confirm. Suis replied succinctly. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared as if a specter, seemingly unaffected by the constraints of space and time, silently manifesting in the back mountains of Qingyun Sect. Here, surrounded by towering peaks and ethereal mists, it resembled a paradise. The undulating hills were lush with greenery, with streams gurgling between them, and the melodies of birds provided a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Moreover, due to its elevated terrain, distant from the clamor of the world, the spiritual energy here was notably dense, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Yet, in Su Ye's eyes, this environment still appeared somewhat barren. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. Although the spiritual energy here was more abundant than in other places, it was still far from sufficient for my needs. After a thorough search, Su Yi ultimately selected the heart of a valley as his cultivation ground. The terrain was spacious with a clear view, and below, there seemed to be faint signs of a flowing earth vein. Standing in the center of the valley, feeling the pulsations of the earth beneath him, he grew increasingly assured of his choice. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his right hand. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed from his palm, as if enveloped by a mysterious force. With a low, resonant hum, a magnificent light resembling a dragon, approximately 100 feet long, abruptly appeared above his palm. This radiant figure, swirling with 7 colored glimmers, was as majestic and awe-inspiring as a scaled-down dragon. This was the celestial vein bestowed upon him by the system. As soon as the celestial vein emerged, it emitted a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder, the sound echoing throughout the valley. Simultaneously, a vast torrent of celestial spiritual energy surged forth from the vein, almost materializing into a visible mist, spreading outward in all directions. Go! Sui flicked his fingers. The dragon-shaped celestial vein seemed to possess a spirit of its own, emitting a joyful trill before swiftly darting towards the selected center of the valley. There were no earth-shattering roars or cataclysmic upheavals. The celestial vein, akin to a single droplet merging into the vast ocean, silently melded into the depths of the earth. Sui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene as if he had merely tossed aside an inconsequential stone. Yet, at the very instant the celestial vein completely integrated into the ground, a resounding roar echoed. The entire Qingyun Sect, no, the very earth for thousands of miles around, seemed to awaken at that moment. Beneath the surface, thunderous sounds reverberated like ominous rumblings. Simultaneously, Gu Xian'er, poised to enter seclusion to confront Lin Chuyan, along with Lin Chuyan herself, who was stabilizing her realm in a quiet chamber, were both momentarily taken aback. What is happening? My heavens! The spiritual energy is so dense. In a heartbeat, Lin Chuyan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She felt an unimaginably pure torrent of spiritual energy surging into her body, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, wildly pouring in from all directions. In that instant, the concentration of spiritual energy surged at an alarming rate. 10-fold, 100-fold, 500-fold, 1,000-fold. Beep. The celestial vein has been successfully positioned. The overall spiritual energy concentration of the Qingyun Sect has increased 1,000-fold. The current spiritual energy concentration has far surpassed that of ordinary paradises, rivaling certain ancient sects' ruins. The system's notification resonated in Su Ye's mind, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Sui nodded slightly, somewhat content with this outcome. 1,000-fold increase, adequate enough for now. At this moment, the Qingyun Sect was enveloped in a spiritual energy so dense it nearly took on a tangible form. Above, the sky transformed as the energies converged into a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, swirling and pulsating, accompanied by ethereal melodies and enchanting fragrances. The flora and fauna of the mountains grew at an astonishing pace, becoming lush and vibrant, brimming with vitality. Ordinary creatures, bathing in this rich spiritual energy, began to experience extraordinary transformations, their gazes now infused with a spark of intelligence. At that moment, the Qingyun Sect transcended its previous identity, emerging as a legendary paradise. On the peak of the rear mountain, Su Yi, his garments fluttering like a deity, gazed down upon the rejuvenated sect, a smile widening upon his lips. This was the nascent form of the mightiest sect. Meanwhile, within the side hall, the exquisite visage of Lin Chuyan, usually characterized by cold beauty, now bore an unprecedented expression of tumultuous surprise. What divine sorcery is this? Spiritual energy. An overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. It feels as though it will fill her entirely. No, not merely filling. It is a cleansing, a baptism, an ascension. Her tiny celestial body, in that moment, resembled a glutton starved for centuries, ravenously awakening to feast upon an extravagant banquet. The Taiyin Jiutianju surged within her like a powerful nitrogen boost. Requiring no deliberate effort on her part, it fervently refined the influx of spiritual energy at an astonishing pace. The bottleneck of the early stage of the Golden Core's third level crumbled before this overwhelming torrent of energy, proving to be more fragile than a mere sheet of paper. A barely audible crack echoed, reminiscent of a celestial cocoon breaking open, resonating silently within her being. Midway through the first stage of the Golden Core. No, this is just the beginning. The late stage of the third level of the Golden Core. The pinnacle of the third level of the Golden Core. Boom! An even more formidable aura erupted from within her, nearly threatening to lift the ceiling of the quiet room. Golden Core, fourth level. Lin Chuyan abruptly opened her eyes. first filled with profound shock, which swiftly transformed into uncontrollable ecstasy. My heavens! How long has it been? A stick of incense? Half a stick? To ascend from the early stage of the 3rd level to the 4th level of the golden core? Surely, even with a master capable of instantaneous travel, such speed is unfathomable. The concentration of spiritual energy here is utterly outrageous. She greedily inhaled deeply, feeling as though what she breathed in was not air, but rather a liquid. Sweet nectar from the celestial realms. Every pore of her body rejoiced in euphoric exclamations. Each cell celebrated in jubilant cheer. This is undoubtedly the work of my master. Who but that extraordinarily handsome and immensely powerful master could possess such transcendent ability to alter the fortunes of a sect with a mere flick of the wrist? In an instant, Lin Qian's admiration, reverence, gratitude, and an indescribable hint of affection for Su Yi surged within her like a volcanic eruption, elevating her emotions to unfathomable heights. However, her expression soon turned serious, her gaze sharpening. No, now is not the time for infatuation. That ancient fairy, the one who incessantly clamors, endowed with ample bosom yet lacking in intellect, who loves to shoot sidelong glances with a scheming demeanor. She must have sensed this overwhelming and almost offensive concentration of spiritual energy. With her explosive temperament, akin to a firecracker, and her competitive nature, she might go mad trying to outshine me. A confident yet slightly cunning smile curled at the corners of Lin Qian's lips. She wishes to compete with me? I am the chosen daughter who has traversed from Blue Star. Do you comprehend the golden rule of the protagonist in novels, the invincibility of the initial 3 chapters, and the subsequent fortune that befalls me, allowing me to trample all rival female characters? Do you understand? That ancient celestial phoenix body sounds impressive, but before my flawless Tyene celestial body and the unparalleled water element heavenly root, both of which are a double calamity, they're mere paper tigers. It is evident that my master values me more. Just look at this Tyene Jiutianju. Its name alone is far superior to that so-called ancient celestial phoenix method, boasting an additional 5 characters. At present, the surge of spiritual energy has increased 1,000-fold. Surely, my esteemed master is focusing on cultivating me, the destined girl endowed with both beauty and talent. That simpleton Gu Xian'er is merely basking in the glow of my brilliance. Gu Xian'er, prepare to be left far behind, unable even to savor the warmth of my bathwater. I shall strive. I too shall strive with fervor. I shall push myself to the limit, until you question the very essence of your existence, until you kneel and sing of submission. In Lin Qian's eyes, the flames of battle ignited, her previously cool demeanor evaporating, replaced by an ardent spirit of competition and an unwavering determination to surpass her master. She quickly centered her thoughts, reaching for the heavens with her 5 hearts, fully activating her Tyene immortal body to its utmost potential. She seemed to transform into an unfathomable Tyene vortex, voraciously consuming the dense, almost tangible, multicolored spiritual energy swirling around her. Oh, dear sister, your little schemes have long been seen through by me. Await the moment when I mercilessly crush you, and watch as I execute a stunning overtaking maneuver. I, Lin Qian, am destined to be the only future matriarch of Qingyun Sect, the singular heroine of this tale. Meanwhile, within the Xianwang Hall, a thunderous roar erupted. Gu Xian'er, who had previously pushed the ancient phoenix technique to its zenith, with the phoenix phantom behind her nearly materializing, was startled by this sudden surge of spiritual energy, tenfold more violent than before, almost leading her to experience a catastrophic failure of her phoenix rebirth. With a gasp, she opened her captivating phoenix eyes, nearly spewing blood in a violent eruption, but thanks to her swift reflexes, she managed to suppress it with the force of her golden core. Yet the sensation was overwhelming. Goodness gracious! Gu Xian'er's lovely face flushed crimson, not out of embarrassment, but from the pressure and the shock of this unexpected delight. What sort of divine intervention is this? She could distinctly perceive that the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world was skyrocketing in a manner beyond her wildest imagination, 1,000 times more intense. What a farcical jest! Just moments ago, she had been reveling in the fact that her sect's spiritual energy was exponentially denser than her father's ancient clan, believing that this retreat would surely widen the gap between herself and that insufferable Lin Qian, proving who truly is the favored daughter of the master. Yet in an instant, the spiritual energy flipped the table, escalating to an overwhelming level that nearly suffocated her. It must be the master. Without a doubt, it is my revered master. Xianxia's mind was struck as if by a divine thunderbolt, immediately conjuring the image of the magnificent figure in her heart, a paragon of strength and capability, capable of altering the heavens and crafting celestial realms with a mere wave of the hand. Who else in this world possesses such extraordinary power? Oh, how incredibly benevolent my master has been to me. Xianxia felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, shimmering like jewels, teetering on the brink of spilling over, a sight that elicits profound sympathy. It must be that my esteemed master, witnessing my diligent cultivation and earnest desire to follow in his footsteps, has prepared an astonishing surprise exclusively for me. Indeed, surely, my master holds a special affection for me. As for that Lin Chuyin, she is merely basking in a fraction of my brilliance. How fortunate for her! With this thought, the slight frustration that had arisen from nearly being overwhelmed by spiritual energy dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of joy and an even more intense feeling of impending urgency. No, absolutely not. With such an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy, that insufferable interloper, that scheming green tea, must also be desperately absorbing it. The meager advantage I have painstakingly established cannot be relinquished. My master belongs to me. He is mine, and mine alone. Such a crucial matter must be reiterated countless times. No one shall snatch away my master's gaze and affection, not even a fraction. With a fierce bite of her cherry lips, a hint of sweetness mingled with blood flooded her senses, and her beautiful eyes erupted with unprecedented determination and fervor. The ancient phoenix technique. Ignite for me. Explode. The golden elixir within her body spun at an unparalleled speed, nearly igniting sparks. The ethereal phoenix shadow behind her, already vivid, seemed to be infused with true spirit at that moment, coming to life as it let out a resounding cry that pierced the heavens. A crimson divine flame blazed around her, transforming into an exquisite and unparalleled phoenix feather garment. This flame, capable of incinerating all, also purifies all things, the ancient phoenix as cleansing fire. In this moment, this domineering and unparalleled cleansing fire was no longer merely for destruction, but was harnessed by her immense will and determination to refine her own phoenix body, aiding in the assimilation of the tumultuous and vibrant seven-colored spiritual energy that surged like a torrential river from the nine heavens. Master, he is mine. At this moment, her entire aura soared, almost transforming into a blazing phoenix fire that voraciously and dominantly absorbed every trace of spiritual energy within reach. She must grow stronger. She desires to ascend at the swiftest pace. She aims to become the most radiant, formidable, and indispensable presence by her master's side, rendering that Lin Chuyin, that loathsome interloper, utterly despondent, relegated to mere background. Chapter 40. Claiming my master, binding him with iron chains. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now, within the Phoenix Hall, with each breath, Xianxia sat cross-legged, enveloped in the crimson phoenix cleansing fire, which had transformed from a roaring blaze into a radiant garment that seemed alive, closely hugging her exquisite form. Her enchanting face, capable of both delight and ire, radiated beauty. At this moment, a faint blush permeated her pallor, and several crystalline beads of sweat clung to her long eyelashes, clearly indicative of the extreme depletion of both her magical and mental energies. Yet, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. Boom! A force, exponentially more potent than that experienced 5 days prior at the 5th level of the Golden Pill Realm, erupted violently from within her. The 6th level of the Golden Pill Realm. But this was just the beginning. Push on, I must. Xianxia bit her silver teeth, her heart steeling with determination. The 7th level of the Golden Pill Realm. Still insufficient. That insufferable Lin Chuyin has surely not been idle. I am a favored disciple of our revered master. The 8th level of the Golden Pill Realm. As her realm stabilized at the pinnacle of the 8th level. With only a single step remaining to attain the grand completion of the 9th level, Xianxia's delicate form trembled violently, expelling a mist of faint red, a mix of stagnant, turbid energy and remnants of fatigue. She slowly opened her eyes, initially revealing a flicker of profound exhaustion, which was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. The pinnacle of the 8th level of the Golden Pill realm. 5 days. A full 5 days without rest. And this fairy hasn't even blinked. That Lin Chuyin, no matter how gifted, could never match my relentless effort. She is probably only at the 7th level at best, or perhaps even the peak of the 6th. Gusiene applaudly lifted her exquisitely delicate scene. Envisioning Lin Chuyin's icy visage contorted in frustration after being utterly surpassed by her. I'll not merely outdo you. I shall crush you. The revered master's affections are mine to claim. She stretched languidly, perfectly embodying the essence of tempestuous waves, then tenderly caressed her still flat abdomen, feeling slightly hungry, as if she could devour an entire cow. I must ensure the master prepares a special feast for me. Yes, that is the plan. Meanwhile, in another secluded chamber, Lin Huyan's circumstances mirrored Gu Xian's closely. Her elegantly simple palace gown was already drenched with sweat, clinging tightly to her form, accentuating the youthful yet burgeoning curves of her figure. Her usually cool and serene complexion was now flushed, with a few strands of hair dampened by sweat, sticking messily to her smooth forehead, adding an extra touch of delicate vulnerability. Were Suyi present, he would surely exclaim in awe at how his disciple had matured. Buzz! The translucent tying golden pill within her spun wildly, emanating a chilling yet formidable aura. Crack! Another subtle sound echoed as a barrier shattered. The 5th level of the Golden Pill realm. Not enough. That scheming vixen, relying on her early entry, must have skyrocketed in strength. The 6th level of the Golden Pill realm. Unacceptable. I cannot be outdone. I am the chosen one, a transcendent being. How could I allow an insidious rival to overpower me? The 7th level of the Golden Pill realm. Who? As Lin Qian's cultivation barely stabilized at the initial stage of the 7th level of the Golden Core, she could no longer maintain her composure. Her delicate form softened. Nearly sliding off the jade-bed, she abruptly opened her eyes, her starry gaze shimmering with a mix of shock, elation, and a barely perceptible hint of unwillingness. The initial stage of the 7th level of the Golden Core. In just 5 days, she had soared from the initial stage of the 4th level to the initial stage of the 7th. Such speed would surely terrify even the most seasoned nascent soul experts. Lin Chuyin wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow, feeling the surging power within her body, her heart brimming with ambition. Yet, upon recalling that enchanting yet insidious Gu Xian'er, her expression fell. How infuriating! That Gu Xian'er, relying on her ancient phoenix physique and the favoritism of their master, might have already reached the pinnacle of the 7th level, or even the 8th. This simply would not do. This princess is the designated protagonist. How could she lag so far behind? She must push herself to the limits, to the point of questioning her very existence, to the point of kneeling and calling out father. Senior sister, master. Just as both women concluded their 5-day intense seclusion, preparing to take a brief respite before diving back into the relentless competition, 2 sound transmission talismans, as if endowed with sight, precisely flew into the Phoenix Hall and the chamber where Lin Chuyin resided. The talismans ignited spontaneously, and Su Ye's magnetic voice, imbued with a touch of languor and authority, resonated in both their ears. Xian'er, Chuyin, swiftly come to the Qingyun Great Hall. The summons from their master, Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyin, felt a surge of energy almost simultaneously. Fatigue? Irrelevant. Hunger? What is that? Is there anything more important than encountering their extraordinarily handsome and formidable master? The 2 women hurriedly tidied their appearances, anxious not to lose face before their master, then transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the Qingyun Great Hall. Along the way, they engaged in a subtle competition, each striving to outpace the other, as if the first to arrive would secure a more significant place in their master's heart. Within the Qingyun Great Hall, Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in white robes, his stature regal as a pine tree, his countenance strikingly handsome, exuding an aura that seemed to signify he was the very center of this realm. Disciple Gu Xian'er pays respects to master. Disciple Lin Chuyin pays respects to master. The 2 graceful figures appeared simultaneously at the hall's entrance, bowing in unison, their voices sweet and melodious, yet laced with an undercurrent of rivalry. A subtle smile graced Su Ye's lips. These 2 girls were truly spirited in their competition. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the 2. Quite commendable. Xianxia, pinnacle of the 8th level of the Golden Core. Chuyan, initial stage of the 7th level. Such remarkable progress in merely 5 days is indeed rare. His tone was calm, as if he were merely stating a trivial fact. However, to the ears of Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan, it was akin to the celestial music of the heavens. Gu Xian'er's heart was filled with joy. Wow. Master praised me. I am the first to be acknowledged by him. I knew it. Master values me. His diligent and sensible first disciple, the most. She cast a triumphant glance at Lin Chuyan, her eyes seemingly conveying, "Did you see that? Master praised me first. You, on the other hand, are not worthy." Lin Chuyan bit her rosy lip, feeling a twinge of frustration. Damn it. I have indeed been overshadowed by that scheming girl. Yet, Master praised me too. This indicates that my efforts have not gone unnoticed. Moreover, Master's words were commendable, rare, and affirming of my potential. She defiantly shot a glare back at Gu Xian'er. This is merely a temporary lead. I, a princess of the Taine, celestial body, and possessing a heavenly root, have boundless potential. Just wait and see. Suyi observed the subtle exchanges between the two women, stifling a chuckle, but choosing not to interrupt. He spoke in a calm tone. I have summoned both of you today to announce an important matter. Oh, the two women immediately perked up. Curiosity etched on their faces as they turned their attention to Suyi. Suyi's gaze was profound, as if it could pierce through the realms of heaven and earth, and he spoke with an air of gravity. Recently, I have felt a certain premonition. By calculating the celestial signs, I have discerned that your future younger sister has already been born in the wasteland. Younger sister? Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting swiftly. Gu Xian'er's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. A younger sister? Another one to share Master's affection? Alarm bells rang in her mind. No, this cannot be allowed. Master's love is solely mine. Lin Chuyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, her thoughts racing. Younger sister? In the wasteland? Could she be a fated child blessed with great fortune? Well, having a companion could provide more motivation for our endeavors. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned serious. Wait, what if this younger sister possesses even greater talent than I do? Wouldn't he that threatened my position as the esteemed direct disciple? As if oblivious to their inner turmoil. Suyi continued, I am preparing to set off for the wasteland shortly to bring her under my wing. Additionally, I will take you both along for some practical training, to broaden your horizons and solidify your cultivation, as it will greatly benefit your future pursuits. Practical training. Upon hearing those words, Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan's eyes instantly sparkled, especially Gu Xian'er, who was inherently restless, having been cooped up in the sect for so long. She yearned to venture out, not merely for her own amusement, but to bring glory to the sect. Wonderful master, Xian'er is eager to accompany you on this journey. I will face any challenge without hesitation. Gu Xian'er was the first to express her enthusiasm, fearful of being outdone. Lin Chuyan, not wishing to lag behind, allowed a glimmer of anticipation to surface on her serene visage. I too wish to accompany Master, to gain knowledge and sharpen my resolve. Yet in her heart, she thought, practical training is excellent. Aren't the protagonists in novels always acquiring treasures, gathering companions, and overcoming formidable foes during their journeys? This is my domain. Moreover, outside, free from the scheming presence of that heartless woman, the opportunity for this princess to be alone with her esteemed master is simply delightful. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The journey to Huangzhou is long and fraught with unknown dangers. You must not let your guard down. Prepare yourselves and gather at the mountain gate in half an hour. Yes, master. The two young women replied in unison. At this moment, the air was thick with an overwhelming desire to possess the master solely for themselves, to bind him with iron chains, and to quench their thirst for his attention. Chapter 41. Constructing Qingyun City, heading to Huangzhou. Rest assured, master, I shall pack my belongings immediately. The moment Gu Xian'er finished her sentence, she vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting shadow and a series of melodious giggles. Lin Chuyan, not to be outdone, waved her sleeves and took to the wind. Master, I too shall return to the hall to prepare, and will be back shortly. Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching as the two figures raced out of the grand hall, a slight smile gracing his lips. Surely, these two girls have mistaken this trial for a contest for affection. At this moment, at the foot of Qingyun Sect, a fervent atmosphere enveloped the scene. The Gu family members were bustling with activity. Some were carrying bricks, others fetching water, while several elders of the Yuanying realm rolled up their sleeves to lay bricks and plaster walls, each one drenched in sweat and covered in dust. Yet they worked with unbridled enthusiasm. After all, who could have anticipated that just yesterday they were being besieged by the three great families? And today they had secured the favor of Qingyun Sect, becoming an affiliated family? This stroke of fortune is akin to ancestral graves, smoking, and 8 centuries of good luck converging. As everyone worked vigorously, a troop of sect guards descended the mountain in a grand formation, all clad in standard blue uniforms, each bearing a spirit's sword at their waist, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Leading them was Li Changjian, an outer sect steward who was currently delivering a serious address. Everyone, by the order of the sect master, we have come down to assist the Gu family in constructing the new city. It is imperative that Qingyun City rises from the ground in the shortest time possible, leaving all passing cultivators envious. The guards responded in unison, understood. This scene was witnessed by several smaller factions passing by, leaving them utterly stunned. Wait, isn't that the legendary iron-blooded guards of Qingyun Sect? Why are they all down here moving bricks? I heard they are all formidable beings at the transformation realm, and now they are mixing cement for someone else. Such is the treatment of an affiliated family. This spectacle is even grander than our ancestral birthday banquet. Meanwhile, Suyi awaited at the mountain gate, and soon the 2 young women arrived in a flurry. Xianxia had donned a brand new red light armor dress, the aura of the phoenix divine garment faintly shimmering around her, wrapping her securely, yet her bosom still surged impressively, as if she feared that others might not recognize her allure. In her hands, she carried 2 bulging storage bags, filled to the brim with snacks and magical treasures. As if to proclaim, this young lady is off to revel in adventure. Lin Chuyin adorned herself in a simple yet elegant white palace attire, her hair elegantly tied up, embellished only by a single blue jade hairpin, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Yet, her eyes frequently darted towards Xianxia, as if she were prepared to jot down grievances at any moment. More astonishingly, she trailed behind a half-box of spirit stones and elixirs, embodying the essence of prudence and resourcefulness, while simultaneously flaunting a palpable sense of superiority as if to declare, "My wealth surpasses yours." Suyi cast a glance at the 2 well-equipped apprentices, lamenting inwardly that their fervent ambition was a source of vexation. He spoke calmly, "Since you are prepared, let us set forth." In unison, the 2 women replied, "We shall dutifully obey your command." They exchanged glances, each believing the other's voice sweeter than her own, resulting in a simultaneous huff as they turned their heads away with a hint of petulance. With Su Ye's command, the trio ascended into the sky on their swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 beams of differently colored sword light shot through the air like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the desolate region known for its barren landscapes and ferocious beasts. Beneath Su Ye's feet lay an ancient, obsidian sword, its blade shimmering with a subtle purple-golden aura, unmistakably a treasure of great worth. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, his attire billowing, he emanated an aloof demeanor, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. His presence undeniably commanding. Xianxia wielded a fiery crimson sword that complemented her striking red light armor and short skirt, the hem of which revealed her long, slender legs, alluringly swaying in the brisk wind. Lin Xuyin's sword, on the other hand, was a frosty blue, exuding a chilling aura that, paired with her white palace gown, lent her an air of the ethereal and proud fairy of the moon. The 2 women flanked Su Yi, their eyes occasionally meeting in the air, igniting sparks of competition more vibrant than the fireworks of the new year. High above, the fierce winds howled, stinging the skin. Su Yi, however, felt no discomfort. His body, fortified by the emperor's realm, found the wind merely a gentle tickle. Xianxia, her eyes darting mischievously, devised a plan. Another little enchantress, attempting to vie for masteress attention? I am the first disciple, the inaugural student of the sect. This position is unassailable. She skillfully maneuvered her sword closer to Su Ye's, until the 2 blades nearly touched. Masta, Xianxia purred sweetly, her voice so syrupy it could overwhelm even the mightiest ancient beast. After such a long journey, you must be weary. May I offer you a shoulder massage? Suye, barely lifting his eyelids, maintained his aloof posture, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, and replied nonchalantly, Excellent. Xianxia beamed, her small hand affectionately resting on Su Ye's shoulder, her touch just right, clearly the result of clandestine practice. As she kneaded his shoulder, she fervently internalized. This shoulder is mine. This back is mine as well. My master should solely belong to me. A new junior sister? Don't even think about it. With every additional disciple vying for my master's affection, my sense of urgency intensifies. I must ensure that my master is treated with utmost comfort. So she acknowledges who truly holds the most significant place by her side. Her delicate fingers work diligently, even daringly tracing gentle circles upon Su Ye's neck. Su Ye remains largely unperturbed, primarily due to the girl's feeble strength. Her touch feels almost non-existent. Nevertheless, her filial piety, albeit lacking in force, is begrudgingly commendable. Beside them, Lin Chuyin gritted her teeth, nearly biting through her lip in frustration. That cunning fox, resorting to such tactics. How can my master fall for this? Lin Chuyin's mind raced with alarms, a palpable sense of crisis washing over her. The presence of that ancient fairy, a scheming vixen, was already enough to cause headaches. This woman, taking advantage of her seniority, relentlessly seeks to curry favor with my master, exhibiting an utter lack of shame. And now, my master intends to bring back some insignificant junior sister from the wilds. From her tone, it seems she harbors some anticipation for this stranger yet to be met. Lin Chuyin's face contorted into a bitter frown. This is a disaster. Surely, another green tea schemer is on the way to torment me. With one cunning vixen and one green tea girl, how can I possibly endure this life? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her small face puffing up like a bun as she shot a fierce glare at the ancient fairy, who happened to turn around and cast a smug glance her way. The ancient fairy silently taunted with her lips. You. Lin Chuyin was so furious she nearly toppled from her flying sword. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. No, I am the celestial body of the great Yin, with a water affinity. In terms of talent, that ancient fairy is not even fit to carry my shoes. That yet-to-be-seen junior sister, no matter how gifted, could never surpass me. I absolutely cannot be outdone by these seductive harlots. Upon reaching our destination, I will ensure my master sees who is her most exceptional, most devoted, and most worthy disciple. Lin Chuyin resolved firmly, a flicker of determination glinting in her eyes. The three of them, each harboring their own thoughts, soared through the clouds on their spiritual swords, racing toward the distant wilderness. In the air, amidst the howling winds, an almost imperceptible scent of jealousy lingered. Su Ye remained as calm as an old dog, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Occasionally, he would glance down at the delicate hands of his two disciples. Quite impressive indeed. As for the trivial thoughts of his two disciples, goodness, why is it always about competing for affection? Chapter 42. The Reborn Empress. Beaten by the menial workers of Qingyun Sect. A day later. Master, have we arrived in the wilderness yet? Ancient fairy air gently massaged her somewhat sore waist. After all, maintaining a single posture while wielding a sword throughout the day, even for one at the golden core stage, could be rather exhausting. The crux of the matter was that she had to consistently embody the elegance of a phoenix in flight, a task far more demanding than mere travel. Beside her, Lin Chuyin, though also feeling fatigue, retained her ethereal demeanor as a celestial maiden. Upon hearing her companion's words, she cast a fleeting glance at ancient fairy air, internally scoffing. Can't you endure a little discomfort? Truly, your stamina pales in comparison to mine. Su Ye stood with his hands clasped behind him atop the ancient black sword, his garments billowing like clouds, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the day and night's swift journey were merely a leisurely stroll after a meal. He spoke softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in the ears of both women. Ahead lies the domain of the Wasteland Province. No sooner had he spoken than the landscape before them opened up magnificently. Below, the terrain was no longer a series of undulating mountains or endless plains, but revealed towering, magnificent cities. Each city loomed like a slumbering primordial beast, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. Between the cities, the spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized, forming a delicate haze of vibrant colors that swirled around. Ancient fairy air's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parting slightly in awe. Is this the Wasteland Province? How magnificent! Lin Chuyin's delicate face also shifted, a flicker of shock crossing her features. Indeed, this was one of the top 10, if not the top 5. Super provinces among the 108 in the eastern region. Such majesty was beyond what a small place like Lingzhou could ever compare to. Su Ye's gaze swept over the scene below, and he nodded slightly in agreement. The concentration of spiritual energy in the wasteland province surpassed that of Lingzhou by several folds. If an ordinary cultivator were to practice here, their speed of progress would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. At that moment, Su Yi heard the system's prompt echoing in his mind. Beep. Host, please note, 3,000 miles ahead lies the Xianxia sacred ground, one of the 9 great sacred sites of the eastern region. The reincarnated empress you seek has a 99 probability of being within this Xianxia sacred ground. Su Yi raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Oh, the Xianxia sacred ground? The reincarnated empress? A playful smile graced his lips. Interesting, it seems this objective carries considerable weight. As the name suggests, the reincarnated empress must be a formidable figure who once dominated the heavens and earth. In his mind, Su Yi queried the system. Is this Xianxia sacred ground truly formidable? In response, host, the Xianxia sacred ground is one of the 9 great sacred sites of the East, boasting an unbroken lineage of several 100,000 years. It is said that its founding patriarch was a genuine sage-level powerhouse. Its depth is unfathomable, with strong figures aplenty. A mere stomp could tremble the entire wasteland province. Su Yi smirked. A sage-level powerhouse founded it? Is that all? Sage powerhouses are indeed formidable in the eastern region, but I, Su Yi, am an emperor. Such a mere sacred ground, with its ant-like sages, can be obliterated with a flick of my finger. Let us proceed to the foot of the sacred mountain of the celestial emperor, Su Yi declared, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand to change their course. Before long, the trio arrived at the grand city known as Qingyun City. This magnificent city was nestled against the towering peaks of the sacred mountain, which soared into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. At the city gates, a bustling throng of cultivators flowed in and out, while ornate carriages drawn by exotic beasts showcased the locale's opulence. The 3 entered Qingyun City with ease, where the atmosphere was even more vibrant. Shops lined the streets, and the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares filled the air. Su Yi selected a particularly impressive and named celestial guest arrival. 3 elegant rooms, please, he proclaimed with a flourish, tossing a pouch of spirit stones casually. The innkeeper, noticing the distinguished demeanor and generous nature of the guest, immediately bowed and said, Certainly. Esteemed guest, I shall arrange for your 3 rooms at once. Gu Xianer and Lin Chuyin exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. The master is still considering us sisters, providing 1 room, each to prevent any disputes between us, Lin Chuyin mused silently, appreciating her masteress' thoughtfulness. Gu Xianer, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Yi, thought to herself, Is master concerned that I might be too forward and frighten the little junior sister? Truly, she is not that fierce. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Emperor's sacred land, atop the purple bamboo peak in the inner sanctum, the peak pierced the heavens, shrouded in ethereal mists. A sea of purple bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, producing a melodious rustling sound. At the summit stood a finely crafted bamboo pavilion, within which lay a warm jade bed. Upon it, a breathtakingly beautiful figure slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to hold the depths of starry seas. A soft murmur escaped her lips, tinged with the confusion of awakening and an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Xianxia, the current holy maiden of the Celestial Emperor's sacred land. Xianxia, was she not supposed to have perished? Am I reborn? Suddenly, Shi sat upright on the jade bed, her snowy robe slipping with her movement, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow. Yet at that moment, she paid no heed to her appearance. She extended her porcelain-like hand and pinched her tender cheek with determination. Ouch! The sharp sensation jolted her, causing her exquisitely beautiful phoenix eyes to widen in astonishment. This is no dream. I have truly been reborn. Moreover, I have returned to my youthful days in the lower realm on the eastern wasteland, before I ever embarked on the path of ascendance that would lead me to the heights of power. Memories surged forth like a torrential flood. In her past life, Shi had risen step by step from the eastern wasteland. With unparalleled grace, she swept across the realms, piercing through the heavens and staining the worlds with blood. Ultimately, she attained the status of an emperor, ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial domain. Known as the white-clad empress, she donned her white robes with unmatched elegance. gazing down upon the world with an air of supremacy that commanded reverence across the ages. In the realm of immortals, who dares to show disrespect? Who would defy? When the name of the white-clad empress is mentioned, which sovereign of the celestial domain would not tremble in fear? Yet, astonishingly, this formidable empress, who has dominated the entire realm and reigned supreme for millions of years, has met with defeat. And not just any defeat, but at the hands of an insignificant, nameless commoner. As this thought crossed her mind, Mushi felt a surge of bitterness rise in her throat, nearly choking on her own blood. What a profound humiliation. This is undeniably the greatest and most indelible stain upon her illustrious life as the white-clad empress. The most vexing part is that the very commoner who brought her down, no, who cast her down from the heavens, had the audacity to declare, "I am but a humble servant disciple of the Qingyun Sect." Empress, your defeat is not unjust. At the time, upon hearing these words, Mushi was nearly driven to the brink of insanity, feeling as though her soul might shatter into pieces. The Qingyun Sect? What kind of nonsense is that? What a ridiculous sect. I have traversed the celestial domain for millions of years, exploring every corner of the heavens. Yet I have never even heard of this sect. From which obscure corner of the world has this third-rate, no, ninth-rate sect emerged? A mere servant disciple. How could such a lowly figure have defeated the illustrious white-clad empress? If so, then surely the leader of the Qingyun Sect could obliterate the entire celestial realm with a mere sneeze. Their ancestors must be capable of shattering the universe with a mere finger. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Bah! Is this what constitutes celestial learning? The more Mushi pondered, the more her anger swelled, and the absurdity of it all became increasingly maddening. She had been invincible for millions of years. Yet a trifling sect she had never even heard of had produced a disciple capable of defeating her. The white-clad empress? How unfathomably powerful must the Qingyun Sect be? How outrageously shocking. Could it be a hidden sect quietly evolving in the shadows, poised to overturn the entire celestial hierarchy upon its emergence? Mushi felt as though her worldview had been utterly shattered by that self-proclaimed disciple of the Qingyun Sect in her previous life, as if he had ground it into the dirt. Then, darkness enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself back here, in this place where everything had yet to begin, where she had not yet made her name known to the world. Zizhu Peak. The girl, Mushi. With a deep breath, Mushi exhaled a long, heavy sigh, and the fierce turmoil in her chest, born of anger and frustration, gradually subsided. Her beautiful eyes, now shimmering with doubt and fury, slowly narrowed, radiating a chilling light. It seems that fate has intervened, unwilling to allow this unparalleled prodigy to perish in bitterness. Thus, has the heavens granted me, the Emperor, a chance to reverse my fate? Mushi's lips slowly curled into a cold, yet slightly deranged smile. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Given this opportunity, I shall not stand on ceremony. In this life, I shall rise once more at lightning speed, propelled by the unparalleled foundation and cultivation experience of my past existence. The mistakes of yours shall never be repeated. The celestial path I once failed to tread, I shall shatter it into pieces. I shall attain the realm of true immortality. She murmured, her voice growing colder and her eyes shining brighter with fervor. And that so-called Qingyun Sect? Mushi gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be forced through clenched jaws. I care not what hidden sect you may be, nor what guise you don as a formidable underdog. In this life, I shall uproot you entirely, turning your bones to dust, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Especially that audacious fool who dared to defeat me and had the audacity to claim himself a mere servant disciple. I shall make you understand what true despair means. I shall show you the wrath of an empress, staining the heavens with blood. Brace yourself. In this life, I shall not only reclaim my throne and reign supreme over the 9 heavens. I shall personally tread upon the threshold of your wretched Qingyun Sect and all within, from the mightiest to the weakest, from the living to the deceased, shall be ruthlessly suppressed by me. I shall avenge my past humiliations, particularly that insufferable sect leader of Qingyun. I shall ensure you comprehend who the true invincible one is. Atop the peak of purple bamboo, young Mushi clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force. A bone-chilling, murderous intent erupted from her core. In an instant, the temperature of the entire purple bamboo peak seemed to drop several degrees. The once gently swaying purple bamboos now trembled, as if in fear of something. Chapter 43. Taking disciples atop the purple bamboo peak, on the warm jade bed, Mushi no, she should now be referred to as the white-clad empress, clutched her jade-like hands, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her tender palms. The Qingyun Sect, that accursed servant disciple, this grievance shall not go unavenged. I swear I shall not rest until I have my retribution. Her teeth were clenched, her eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Already envisioning the grand scene of her standing over the Qingyun Sect, personally avenging herself upon that servant disciple. In her past life, she had swept through the realms, achieving the status of an emperor, looking down upon the world as the white-clad empress. How could she have stumbled upon a nameless sect, brought low by a servant disciple whose name she could not even recall? Such a humiliation. It was as if her face had been ground into the dirt, rubbed and rubbed again. In this life, I, the empress, shall tread carefully, seize every opportunity, and crush all threats in their infancy. Qingyun Sect. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. Mushi was secretly steeling herself, meticulously plotting her grand scheme of vengeance. Suddenly, at that very moment, a soft sound akin to fabric being torn echoed through the air. Without warning, the space before her split open. Indeed, you read that correctly. It simply fractured. A pitch-black rift materialized, as if an invisible hand had forcefully wrenched it apart. Mushi was taken aback, her mind racing with disbelief. What was happening? A breach in space? Could it be that some oblivious adversary had tracked her down from before her rebirth? No, that couldn't be right. She had only just reincarnated, still a delicate young maiden. Just as her thoughts spiraled and her caution heightened, a figure slowly emerged from the dark abyss. Clad in pristine white, the figure was untainted and exuded an otherworldly elegance. His features were striking, and his eyes, deep as the starry sky, seemed capable of perceiving the illusions of the world. He stood there, tranquil, yet appeared to merge seamlessly with the very fabric of existence, as if transcending the realm itself. Mysterious, formidable, and terrifying. Mushi's heart skipped a beat, nearly leaping from her throat. A powerhouse, an undeniable force. In her past life as an empress, she had encountered countless formidable emperors. Yet this individual instilled a sense of dread greater than any she had ever known. Not even during her peak as an empress did she feel such trepidation in the presence of this person. When had such a figure emerged in the eastern wilderness? Why did she have no recollection of him? Could it be a consequence of the butterfly effect triggered by her rebirth? Who are you? Her voice betraying a tremor she was unaware of. The figure in white was none other than Su Yi, who slightly curled his lips into a nonchalant smile. His tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I'm the sect master of Qingyun Sect, Su Yi. Boom! It felt as if 1,000 thunderclaps exploded simultaneously in Mu Shi's mind. The sect master of Qingyun Sect? Su Yi. She stood there utterly dumbfounded, eyes wide and mouth agape, as if a cucumber could fit inside. What on earth? Qingyun Sect. The very sect she had just sworn to uproot and annihilate? This seemingly illustrious man was the leader of the Qingyun Sect, who would one day be confronted by an eccentric disciple, forcing her face down to the ground? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Mushi felt her mind struggling to keep up. In her previous life, she had been mercilessly bested by a servant disciple of Qingyun Sect. Now, reborn, before she had even begun to mature, the sect master had torn through space to confront her. What kind of celestial narrative was this? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Su Yi gazed upon Mu Shi's expression, which was one of sheer disbelief, yet maintained his composure as he continued. I observe that your physique is remarkable and your talents extraordinary. You are destined to cross paths with me. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple? Without a doubt, upon arriving at the foot of the sacred mountain of the celestial emperor, Su Yi had sensed Mu Shi's presence and had chosen to tear through the void to stand before her, forcibly accepting her as his apprentice. Mu Shi nearly choked on her own blood. To accept him as her master? To become the personal disciple of the leader of the Qingyun Sect? As an illustrious empress clad in white, having returned from death, was she not meant to sweep away all obstacles and extinguish any potential threats in their infancy? Why was she starting off by pledging allegiance to her greatest adversary? This narrative was utterly flawed. Wait. Mu Shi stammered, struggling to clarify her chaotic thoughts. You say you're the leader of the Qingyun Sect? Raisit an Eyebrok, seemingly puzzled. What issue do you have with that? The issue was monumental. Mu Shi's mind screamed in turmoil. She fixed her gaze on Su Yi, attempting to discern any hint of jest upon his countenance. Yet there was none. His expression was grave, and his gaze was so profound that it instilled fear within her. Particularly, the barely perceptible, yet chilling aura emanating from him sent shivers through her very soul. This was no facade. His cultivation was unfathomable, surpassing her peak in her previous life by a staggering margin. A thought flashed through Mu Shi's mind like a bolt of lightning. Millions of years ago, he was at the Emperor realm. Could it be that this leader of the Qingyun Sect had already attained the status of an emperor eons ago? Gasp! Mu Shi inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down her spine, her limbs turning cold. If this were true, then her defeat to a mere disciple of the Qingyun Sect in her previous life was wholly understandable. After all, with such an emperor as the sect leader, this ancient being must have long since ascended to the true immortal realm, or even that of an immortal king. Could a disciple nurtured by a true immortal or an immortal king be anything but extraordinary? It was likely that even that seemingly insignificant disciple could achieve the emperor realm. No wonder. Everything suddenly made sense. In that moment, the flames of vengeance within Mu Shi were doused as if cold water had been poured over her entire being. What was the point of revenge when the Emperor Sect leader had already found her in her rebirth, tearing through the cycle of reincarnation? The disparity in strength was insurmountable. No, it was as if dust were gazing up at the cosmos. Even if she were to cultivate for millions of years to achieve the true immortal realm, it was likely she wouldn't stand a chance against this individual, not even with the smallest of his fingers. No wonder a mere disciple of the Qingyun Sect could overpower her in her past life. The root of it all lay here. Mu Shi felt a deep sense of desolation within her, yet also a flicker of enlightenment. The sensation is akin to laboriously climbing the ranks, finally achieving the coveted title of king, only to find oneself pitted against a professional player masquerading under a lowly account, mercilessly tormenting you to the point where you dare not venture from your fountain. The despair deepens when you respawn, yearning to commence anew from the bronze tier, only to have that same professional player descend upon your novice village, blocking your path. They even inquire if you wish to take them as your master. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? In a moment of inspiration, Mu Shi's mind lit up with a brilliant idea. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true talents. It is also said that if one cannot defeat an opponent, they should join forces instead, with vengeance seemingly unattainable. Could she not seek an alternative path? To take this formidable figure as her master, to infiltrate the Qingyun Sect, learn their supreme techniques, and once her strength burgeons, return to serve them tea and ensure their comfort in old age? Perhaps even become a rebellious disciple and bear them a brood of offspring? No, what foolishness is this? Mu Shi shook her head vigorously, discarding those impractical fantasies. At this moment, she harbored only one thought. Survival is paramount. Moreover, if she could indeed take such an unfathomable powerhouse as her mentor, it would undoubtedly be a monumental opportunity for her future cultivation. In her past life, she had traversed her path alone, achieving the status of an emperor, yet the hardships endured were known only to her. If in this lifetime she could have such a powerful master to guide her, reclaiming her former glory, or even surpassing it, would be merely a matter of time. As for revenge, perhaps the target is a bit too formidable. Maybe it is best to let it go. When will grudges ever cease? Harmony in society is of utmost importance. Mu Shi's mental fortitude was swiftly constructed. There was no choice. The circumstances were beyond her control. Comprehending this, the shock and indignation on her face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of reverence. No, it was respect. Yes, it was heartfelt respect. Gulp. She swallowed hard, gazing at Su Ye's strikingly handsome face, which could incite both admiration and envy, along with his unfathomable strength. Clinging to such a powerful ally is a privilege not to be squandered. The grievances of her past life pale in comparison to the opportunities of this one. Moreover, being defeated by a future disciple of a super sect is hardly shameful. Perhaps that ordinary-looking servant disciple is merely a random individual favored by this esteemed figure. With this thought, Mu Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. And thus, with a resounding thud, the reincarnated Empress Mu Shi, who had just contemplated uprooting the Qingyun Sect, decisively and swiftly knelt down. Her knees hit the ground in a posture so precise it seemed she had rehearsed it 1,000 times. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling, her tone imbued with sincerity and reverence, her voice sweetly melodic. Disciple Mu Shi pays respects to master. I wish to take you as my teacher and humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. Master, please allow me to bow before you. With that, Mushi promptly performed 3 resounding bows. How decisive! How elegant! Suyi, he was momentarily taken aback by Mushi's sudden and audacious actions. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. The system had indicated that the reincarnated empress should be proud and unyielding, only to be convinced through a display of strength. How could she so easily bow to him? And why did her kowtowing sound so resounding? Was it perhaps his striking handsomeness that overwhelmed her, exuding an aura of dominance that left her in awe? Suyi stroked his chin, thoroughly convinced of this notion. Yes, it must be so. Meanwhile, after finishing her reverent bows, Mushi knelt obediently, yet her mind was rife with mockery. Nonsense. A true hero is adaptable. This emperor is not yielding. This is merely following my heart. Once I master the divine arts, I shall honor you properly, my esteemed mentor. Yes, honor. Honor that breeds strength. At this moment, Mushi epitomized the philosophy of joining forces when faced with defeat, and even when victorious, to first join and assess the situation. Past grievances? Were they? Can they be consumed? In the face of overwhelming power, all pride and dignity seem utterly trivial. Unable to defeat him? Yet I shall not be outdone in filial piety. Chapter 44. The Reincarnated Celestial Body, Possessing the Essence of Ascendancy. Suyi was momentarily taken aback by Mushi's sudden and audacious actions. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. The system had indicated that the reincarnated empress should be proud and unyielding, only to be convinced through a display of strength. How could she so easily bow to him? And why did her kowtowing sound so resounding? Thud, thud, thud. Was she afraid he wouldn't hear? Suyi furrowed his brows, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. Was this girl too straightforward? Could she be yet another aspiring disciple with intentions to rebel against her master? Instantly, images of Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan flashed through Su Ye's mind, one constantly contemplating how to honor him, while the other was solely focused on monopolizing his attention. Neither of those girls was ever a source of peace. And now, another reincarnated empress with a face full of filial piety, given her demeanor and efficiency. She might not be a simple case. Was his discernment in selecting disciples somewhat peculiar? Was he attracting such rebellious students? He silently mused that if a few more like this came along, his Qingyun Sect might very well become a lineage of rebellious disciples. However, upon further reflection, Suyi felt a sense of relief. Ahem, it must simply be that my aura of dominance is too potent, my charisma irresistible. Indeed, it must be so. A mere reincarnated empress before me is but a bowing subject. Suyi stroked his chin, firmly believing in his reasoning, his expression once again adopting the demeanor of a carefree and transcendent sage. As he basked in the warmth of self-affirmation, a melodious chime echoed through the air. The moment had arrived. His beloved system was online. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of locating the reincarnated Empress Mu Shi and have accepted her as your direct disciple. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 bronze summon cards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 silver summon cards. Congratulations, host. You have secured a core sect building, the Sutra Pavilion, which has automatically manifested on the back mountain of the sect. Please check it at your convenience. Oh my. Su Ye's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth curved into an uncontrollable smile. Well done, system. This time, you have truly been generous. A luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack? The very name exudes an air of opulence. I can only wonder what treasures lie within. He rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. With 5 bronze and 3 silver summon cards in hand, he could further bolster the sect and recruit talented individuals. I wonder what extraordinary guardians or talents I might summon this time. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the final reward. The core sect building, the Sutra Pavilion. This is truly remarkable. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Ye's heart. The strength of a sect is not solely reliant on top-tier combat prowess. The essence of its legacy lies in its teachings. And what is the core of that legacy, if not the compendium of techniques? This Sutra Pavilion is akin to a timely gift, or rather, a flourish upon an already splendid creation. Moreover, it has already manifested. This saves me the effort of laboring to secure my own sustenance. System, you are indeed my thoughtful little helper. or rather, my invaluable guiding star. Instantly, Suye Fetan Overhelmingjoy. With the Sutra Pavilion, the foundation of Qingyun Sect would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The disciples' cultivation speed and strength would ascend to unprecedented levels. Indeed, this is a splendid turn of events, an absolute profit. By taking on a disciple, not only did I fulfill the system's task, but I also acquired a future empress as a dedicated worker, along with a plethora of rewards. I am becoming increasingly astute in my dealings. In high spirits, he glanced at Mu Shi, who remained dutifully kneeling before him, and found her increasingly pleasing to the eye. After all, a disciple that brings tangible benefits is indeed a good disciple. As for the minor concern of potential rebellion, Su Yi thought, it is not a significant issue. As long as the rewards are substantial, everything is negotiable. In the next moment, a pale blue light screen quietly appeared before his eyes. Name, Mu Shi. Age, 16. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Celestial Emperor's Sacred Land. Reincarnation of the White-Clad Empress. Cultivation, Golden Core Realm, 10th level. Physique, Reincarnation, Celestial Body, Celestial Rank Qualification. Qualification, Talent for Ascension. Hidden Physique, None. Affection Level, 2. System Introduction, the Reincarnation of the White-Clad Empress. Determined to exact vengeance on the petty disciple of the Qingyun Sect who humiliated her in her past life. Su Yi's gaze traversed through the layers of information, ultimately fixating on the striking 36D. Suddenly, it was utterly captivating. +136D? Goodness, how astonishingly large. Su Yi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He instinctively cast a glance at the respectful and demure Mu Shi, who remained kneeling with her head bowed. This young lady had exuded an aura of ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane world from the very beginning. Who could have imagined? Beneath her seemingly delicate and youthful exterior, there lay such tumultuous curves. Gulp. This was truly beyond his expectations. Just considering Mu Shi's exquisitely refined and slightly aloof visage, complemented by the regal aura of a reincarnated empress, who could ever associate her with the audacious term 36D? Had he misjudged her? He had initially perceived Mu Shi as a frigid presence, perhaps even more challenging than both Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan combined. Yet now, it appeared that beneath the iceberg, there lurked a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. His gaze inadvertently lingered a fraction longer on the prominently highlighted section of the system panel. A sudden thought, both audacious and entirely in line with Su Yi's style of selecting disciples, surged forth. One must admit, Mu Shi was indeed remarkable. Chapter 45, Rebellious Disciple. Are you going to charge at your master tonight? Su Yi forcibly averted his gaze, which had nearly become welded to the 36D description, with great effort. He felt an urgent need to compose himself. Indeed, he truly required it. As a seasoned emperor accustomed to grand spectacles, a mere 36D, cough cough, was nothing to lose one's composure over. However, when his gaze shifted slightly downward on the system panel from the captivating highlighted area, good heavens! Su Yi's eyes nearly leapt from their sockets once more. There, on the system panel, aside from the breathtaking physique remark, a line of gleaming golden text stood out prominently. Physique, Reincarnation Immortal Body, Talent for Ascension. The Reincarnation Immortal Body. Su Yi inhaled sharply, nearly choking on his own breath. He was all too familiar with this concept. It was a phenomenon so rare, heralded as a guaranteed path to becoming an immortal, provided one did not meet an untimely demise along the way. Moreover, the crucial detail was that the last three words were not concealed, not hidden. The little voice inside Su Yi's mind was on the verge of frenzy. Once upon a time, when he accepted Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan into his fold, both the ancient phoenix body and the lunar mortal body were meticulously concealed, requiring his immense effort as a grand emperor to unveil and activate them. Yet, upon reaching Mu Shi, it was an entirely different scenario. There it lay, boldly displayed, a reincarnation of the immortal body, as if to declare her extraordinary prowess to the world. It was as though she came equipped with a top-tier package straight from the factory, skipping over the novice tutorials entirely. Had this young lady reincarnated with the very essence of immortality? Su Yi felt his worldview shattered not once, but twice within mere minutes. The first was a physical upheaval. The second, a staggering revelation of innate talent. He couldn't help but let out a sharp intake of breath. No wonder this reincarnated empress had achieved such heights in her past life. Her foundation was utterly phenomenal. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? His mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, grappling with the reality of having a remarkably gifted, physically stunning disciple who seemingly harbored intentions toward him. The thought of nurturing her filled him with trepidation, along with an endless supply of nosebleeds. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the storm within. Clearing his throat, he sought to regain the dignity befitting his status as sect leader. He adopted a steady tone tinged with a hint of paternal concern as he addressed the still kneeling Mu Shi. Mu Shi, he began. At his words, Mu Shi slightly lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, her gaze calm and unruffled, as if Su Ye's inner turmoil had no bearing on her. Disciple is present, she replied, her voice as cool as ever, marked by a touch of detachment yet overflowing with respect. Su Ye no dit ignardly, head outdart demanor vas commendable. He continued, having taken refuge under my wing, you are now a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect. By dawn tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to the sect and commence your formal training. However, what Mu Shi uttered next caused his previously settled emotions to surge once more. Remaining in her kneeling position, her icy voice resonated without a trace of fluctuation, respectfully reporting to Master, disciple wishes to return to the sect immediately. Immediately, Sui esse pupils constricted sharply. Right now, instinctively, he glanced out the window. The sky had darkened, the moon hung high. Here, they were, isolated on the desolate Zizhu Peak, with just the two of them, Master and disciple. Moreover, this disciple appeared to possess a rather explosive nature. A blaring alarm sounded in Su Ye's mind. Wait a moment. What did this rebellious disciple mean by immediately? Did she intend to rush toward him at this very moment? A cold sweat erupted on his back, realizing just how impatient she was. Could you not even wait for a single night? Has my allure reached such an extraordinary level? In Su Ye's mind, vivid images of those indescribable moments with his wayward disciples resurfaced. Yet this time, the backdrop shifted to the humble thatched cottage on the purple bamboo peak, or the desolate mountains under the moonlight. How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. However, Mu Shi, I'm not yet fully prepared. Mu Shi, I understand your fervent desire for enlightenment, and I find comfort in your passion. Nevertheless, the affairs of the sect are numerous, and my descent from the mountain is for pressing matters. As master and disciple, our journey under the stars poses certain inconveniences. He spoke with such eloquence that he almost impressed himself, perfectly cloaking the inappropriate nature of a lone man and woman traveling together at night in a facade of nobility. Mu Shi remained kneeling, her icy gaze revealing no hint of emotion, merely observing him quietly, as if to say, Master, please continue your performance. Su Yi felt a shiver under her penetrating gaze. Why did it seem as though she could see through everything? Clearing his throat, he continued, therefore, you shall accompany me down the mountain and rest for the night at the Xianxia. Upon the morrow, once I have attended to my worldly duties, we shall return to the sect together for your formal initiation ceremony. What say you? Upon uttering these words, Su Yi found himself wanting to commend his own cleverness. Perfect. He had provided an escape route, showcased his consideration for his disciple, and conveniently bypassed the precariousness of the night. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi's discerning eyes lingered on Su Ye's face for a moment, just as he anticipated her to speak astonishing words, perhaps suggesting that she was not fatigued and could serve him through the night with foot rubs or warmth. She simply nodded gently. I shall obey your command, Master. Her voice remained cold, yet it felt like a reprieve to Su Yi. Excellent, he exclaimed, nearly overcome with joy. Then let us rise and descend together. Only then did Mu Shi slowly rise, her posture still upright, the breathtaking curves of her figure tracing an elegant arc before Su Ye's eyes. Su Ye tot, Amitabha. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I'm a serious master. Keep up. Mu Shi silently followed behind him, her steps light as a moonlit sprite. Yet Su Ye's mind was consumed with thoughts of propriety, not daring to look back, fearing that a single glance would shatter his resolve once more. The two traveled in silence, primarily because Su Yi dared not speak, afraid that voicing his thoughts would reveal the tumult within. Meanwhile, Mu Shi seemed to relish the tranquility. Soon, one walked ahead while the other trailed behind, arriving at the brightly lit Xianxia at the mountain's foot. Su Yi exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, they were momentarily safe. However, before he could fully catch his breath, he heard a voice call out, Master. A delicate voice, imbued with a hint of urgency and surprise, rang out like a lark emerging from the valley. Following closely, another voice, crisp yet equally filled with concern, chimed in. Master, you have returned. At the entrance of the inn, two enchanting figures emerged, akin to cats detecting a tantalizing scent, or rather, like loyal hounds sensing their master. They darted out from the inn with remarkable speed. It was none other than Xianxia and Lin Chuyan. Good heavens! Did these two maidens possess the olfactory prowess of dogs? Or was it that I, by some miracle, carried an essence of master that acted as a tracking device? Before Su Yi could articulate his thoughts, Xianxia gracefully approached him, her captivating phoenix eyes glistening with affection. Master, you have finally returned. Both I and junior sister Chuyan have been terribly worried about you. Her voice was so sweet that it nearly melted Su Ye's bones. Lin Chuyan followed closely behind. Though less exuberant than Xianxia, her clear eyes reflected the joy of having her master back at last. However, as their gazes drifted past Su Yi and landed upon the ethereal figure of Mu Shi behind him, the atmosphere seemed to quiet for just a moment. Xianxia's saccharine smile faltered slightly, while the delight in Lin Chuyan's eyes froze momentarily. Their gazes, akin to X-ray beams, meticulously scanned Mu Shi from head to toe, particularly lingering on the strikingly memorable features that even Su Yi could not forget. The temperature of the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Su Yi shivered involuntarily. Oh no! It appeared that the stage for a showdown was about to be set prematurely. At that moment, Su Yi felt a tingling at the back of his head. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the eerie silence. Ahem, Xianxia, Chuyan, allow me to introduce someone. Striving to embody the benevolent demeanor of a master, he slightly turned to indicate the serene and seemingly unperturbed Mu Shi behind him. This is Mu Shi, my newly accepted disciple. From this day forth, she shall be your junior sister. Pausing for effect, he felt as though two invisible ice blades were suspended above him. He deliberately emphasized his words, speaking earnestly. As senior sisters, you must take good care of your junior sister, understand? As soon as Su Ye's words fell, the delicate balance in the air appeared to be gently disturbed by an unseen feather. Xianxia's smile became exceedingly sweet, almost overwhelmingly so. She replied in a sing-song tone, understood, master. The voice lingered, sweetened as if dipped in honey, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yi, while subtly sweeping over Mu Shi. That gaze held a mixture of 3 parts curiosity, 7 parts scrutiny, and an overwhelming 90 parts vigilance. Oomph. Another one. Must a master's romantic prospects be so prolific? Moreover, this junior sister, oh my, her figure, her demeanor, it was evident she was no ordinary individual. This simply would not do. The master is mine. No one shall contest that. In the depths of Xianxia's heart, alarm bells rang, and her mind was a flurry of calculations, yet her face retained a sweet, harmless smile, as if she longed to cradle Mu Shi in her hands and care for her tenderly. Lin Chuyan, by contrast, exuded a quietude. She merely nodded gently, her voice clear and melodious. The disciple understood. Her crystalline eyes also turned toward Mu Shi, but when they met the latter's cold yet breathtaking beauty, and the astonishing curves that even made her, a fellow woman, steal a second glance, her gaze flickered ever so slightly. Indeed, one would never lack for exceptional women in the master's presence. This junior sister radiated a strong aura, appearing aloof and proud. She likely would not be easy to approach. The future promised to be livelier, yet more exhausting. Lin Chuyan sighed softly within, maintaining the decorum befitting a senior sister. After all, she was a traveler from Blue Star, intimately familiar with the scripts of novels. This junior sister was likely destined to shield their profound love from the tribulations of fate. The unfolding narrative would surely depict the scheming senior sister, consumed by jealousy over the affection bestowed upon the princess by the master, leading her down a dark path of destruction, while the junior sister would meet a cruel fate at the hands of the malicious senior sister, becoming the master's deepest sorrow, and a source of unresolvable anguish for the readers. And I, Lin Chuyan, must dedicate my life to healing the master's wounds, standing by his side, and bearing him a brood of adorable little monkeys. Su Yi watched his 2 obedient and insightful disciples, his lips twitching in exasperation. Good heavens! Who taught them this art of feigned sweetness? Care? With those eyes, they seemed more inclined to stir up trouble and engage in fierce competition. He felt the veins on his forehead pulsating uncontrollably. Heaven and earth, all I desire is to quietly develop the sect and enjoy the tranquility of being a mentor. Why must this be so difficult? The tension in the air was palpable, detectable even from 800 miles away, just as Su Yi lamented silently, racking his brain for a way to quell the impending storm of unspoken strife. Behind him, Mu Shi's gaze, serene and seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions, subtly sharpened. A faint yet palpable aura, imbued with a tinge of coldness and unmasked hostility, enveloped the atmosphere. Mu Shi, with her exquisitely arched brows, barely discernibly furrowed them for a fleeting moment. This presence, so subtle that it could easily be mistaken for an illusion, was nevertheless as distinct to her. A being who once stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, as the glow of fireflies in the dark night. It felt akin to two finely tempered icy needles, silently and precisely piercing towards her. The targets were indeed herself. Mu Shi's calm gaze swept over the radiant smile of the ancient fairy, Xianxia, whose eyes concealed ulterior motives, and the complex expression of Lin Chuyin, whose scrutinizing gaze bore into her. Were these two just recently acknowledged as her senior sisters? The murder intent? No, it hardly qualified as true murderous intent. It resembled a warning, or perhaps a childlike hostility akin to guarding one's possessions. A flicker of surprise coursed through Mu Shi's heart, quickly followed by a greater enigma, slowly surfacing in the depths of her icy gaze. She had only just arrived, achieved no accomplishments, and had barely exchanged a few words with them. How had this animosity arisen out of thin air? Why had she ever offended these two? Countless thoughts flitted through her mind. Could it be that her stunning beauty and ethereal presence inadvertently emanated an aura of supremacy, provoking feelings of jealousy? Instinctively, she touched her flawless, jade-like visage, momentarily lost in philosophical contemplation. Quite possible. After all, in both her past and present lives, those who coveted her beauty, or envied her talents and looks, could be traced from the celestial realms to the depths of hell. However, the hostility reflected in the eyes of these two young maidens, while tinged with a hint of animosity, felt more akin to the petty jealousy often seen between mortal women. Jealousy over whom? Muyidanat's gaze, as if drawn by invisible strings, instinctively drifted toward her conveniently unremarkable master, who wore a face akin to a bitter melon. She was momentarily taken aback, a colossal question mark slowly emerging on her forehead. Surely not. Was it truly over this seemingly inscrutable yet somewhat unreliable master, who displayed a hint of timidity at crucial moments? The reincarnated empress had traversed through life and death, enduring harrowing trials, never once allowing herself to be vexed by such trifling matters. Yet, a sliver of amusement flickered in her cool eyes. The hostility emanating from these so-called senior sisters could hardly be deemed genuine murderous intent. Rather, it resembled the plaintive whines of kittens and puppies vying for their owner's affection. How intriguing. Chapter 47. The Emperor's Divine Vehicle, the Azure Cloud Celestial Vessel. The following day, as dawn broke, the celestial visitors arrived. In the inn's upper room, it is time to return to the sect, he mused softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. With a flick of his consciousness, 3 shimmering sound transmission talismans slipped through the cracks of the doors belonging to Xianxia, Lin Chuyin, and Mu Shi. Master summons, almost simultaneously from the adjacent rooms. Xianxia and Lin Chuyin replied in unison, each eager not to be left behind. Xianxia spoke with her characteristic charm and enthusiasm, akin to a flickering flame that could ignite the hearts of those around her. Lin Chuyin's voice, however, was cool yet tinged with urgency, reminiscent of ancient ice suddenly plunged into boiling water, maintaining a facade of calm while bubbling beneath the surface. Only Mu Shi's room remained silent, until a languid yet slightly impatient voice emerged. Understood. This woman certainly carried an air of grandeur. Su Yi stroked his chin, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. This was intriguing. Before long, in the small square outside the inn, Su Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Behind him stood 3 stunning female disciples, each exuding their unique charm. Xianxia wore a fiery red palace outfit, accentuating her snow-like complexion, her eyes glimmering with innate allure, as if she were a walking embodiment of desire. Lin Chuyin had donned a delicate lavender gown adorned with cloud patterns, her demeanor as cool as a moonlit fairy. Yet her gaze towards Xianxia bore a hint of subtle provocation. Mu Shi, dressed in an ice-blue gown, radiated the elegance of a divine empress. Of course, if one were to overlook her occasional glances at Su Yi, filled with 3 parts scrutiny, 3 parts curiosity, and 4 parts questioning the reliability of her rather unorthodox master, it would be even more perfect. Is everyone here? Su Ye's gaze swept over the 3, accompanied by a faint smile. Master, where are we headed? Lin Chuyin asked eagerly, her large, watery eyes sparkling, her voice sweet enough to be syrupy. Gu Xian'er rolled her eyes discreetly, muttering, "Humph, that crafty junior sister only knows how to play coy." Su Yi smiled slightly and waved his hand. With a hum, the air trembled lightly, and a luxurious spiritual vessel, enveloped in 7-colored celestial light and boasting a design as striking as an interstellar warship, suddenly materialized before them. The vessel was so vast it nearly occupied half the square, its body inscribed with countless mysterious runes, exuding an ethereal aura that clearly marked it as extraordinary. This vessel was a reward for Su Yi, given for successfully accepting Mu Shi as his disciple the previous night. It was a grand imperial-class spiritual vessel, named the Qingyun Sect. Wow! Lin Chuyin exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth forming an A shape as if she might drool. Master, is this truly the fabled imperial-class vehicle? Gu Xian'er's eyes sparkled with wonder, marveling, as expected of our master. Such grandeur, such spectacle, it's simply dazzling to my phoenix eyes. Even the typically composed Mu, she felt her pupils constrict at this moment. Goodness, she mused internally. The rank of this spiritual vessel must surpass that of my previous life's imperial chariot, the 9 heavens mooncatcher. What kind of formidable being is my esteemed master? Could he truly be some reclusive ancient entity? Su Yi was thoroughly pleased with the astonishment of the 3, wearing an expression of unfazed calm as he waved his hand dismissively. This little trinket is of no consequence. Let us board and return to our Qingyun Sect. With that, he gracefully stepped onto the spiritual vessel first, embodying elegance. The interior of the vessel was a realm unto itself, pavilions and towers, artificial mountains and flowing water, rare herbs and extraordinary flowers, everything one could desire, resembling a moving paradise. Su Yi settled into a soft couch fashioned from ancient jade, gently closing his eyes in a pose of relaxation. Gu Xian'er was remarkably swift. She glided gracefully to Su Ye's back, her delicate hand lightly resting on his shoulder. Her voice sweet enough to coax honey from bees. Master, you are burdened with endless duties. Surely you must be weary. Allow me to massage your shoulders and neck for a moment of relief. The fragrant scent that wafted from her, the perfectly measured pressure of her touch, and the warmth of her gentle hand. Su Yi did not lift his eyelids, emitting a barely audible sound of acknowledgement from his nostrils, while the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Delightful. Gu Xian'er felt a surge of joy, putting forth greater effort in her ministrations. Casting a triumphant glance at Lin Chuyin not far away, her gaze seemed to convey, "Did you see? You little vixen, my master still favors me most." How could Lin Chuyin allow her to bask in glory alone? "You cunning schemer," she silently cursed, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. In the next moment, she sprang forward, claiming the opposite shoulder of Su Yi. "Master, you need some relaxation on this side too." Lin Chuyin's voice remained cool, yet her touch bore an unyielding determination. Furthermore, she subtly channeled the energy of the Taiyin Jiu Tianju, sending a refreshing coolness through Su Yi's skin, reaching his very bones. Ah, how delightful! Su Yi ignardly pides. On one side was the warm penetration of Gu Xian'er's fire energy, akin to soaking in a hot spring. On the other was the refreshing nourishment of Lin Chuyin's water energy, reminiscent of sipping from sweet spring. The contrasting sensations of ice and fire were utterly exquisite. Su Yi was nearly on the verge of vocalizing his pleasure, yet outwardly maintained an enigmatic demeanor. Gu Xian'er, unwilling to concede, intensified her grip, intentionally employing a fragment of the Phoenix massage qi gleaned from the ancient Phoenix method, targeting a specific acupoint on Su Yi, inducing a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body. Lin Chuyin, not to be outdone, deftly manipulated her fingers, the Taiyin energy flowing more intricately, as if countless tiny hands were caressing Su Yi, igniting waves of electric pleasure. On the ethereal vessel, an extraordinarily bizarre and alluring scene unfolded. Su Yi sat in serene meditation, akin to an old monk in deep contemplation. To his left, The enchanting Xianxia, donned in fiery red, exuded an irresistible charm, her delicate fists echoing with a rhythmic thump, while her gaze seemed intent on devouring Su Yi whole, with a desire to hurl Lin Chuyin, seated beside him. 1,000 miles away, to his right, Lin Chuyin, adorned in a pale purple gown, emanated an icy pride, her graceful fingers fluttering like butterflies among flowers. Her eyes equally eager to whisk Su Yi away, along with a fervent wish to rub Xianxia's beguiling face into the ground 100 times over. The intensity of their glances clashed above Su Yi's head, sparking like fireworks, crackling with energy. You pretender, only capable of feigning innocence. Watch me not break your fingers. Xian seethed internally. You cunning vixen, only good at alluring the master. Watch me not crush you. Lin Chuyin roared within. Their eyes seemed to proclaim, the master is mine. Mine, mine, you depart. No, you depart. The ferocity of their silent exchange was 100-fold more brutal than an argument spoken aloud. Su Yi remained with his eyes closed, exuding an air of tranquility, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with delight. Alas, the devotion of his disciples was indeed a sweet burden, but was the intensity not increasing? Mile back, no. My imperial physique seemed on the verge of being dismantled by these two. He felt his shoulders, one scorched as if pressed by a heated iron, the other frozen as if gripped by eternal ice. Yet oddly, the sensation was pleasurable. Did these young maidens intend to directly send their master away to inherit his sect's legacy? Such horror, such dread. Meanwhile, the newly initiated junior sister, Mu Shi, observing with her arms crossed, was utterly engrossed. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes gleaming with the delight of a spectator. Ha, women! Mu Shi mused with a cold chuckle. The antics of jealousy and rivalry have remained unchanged through the eons. How childish. Yet, she cast a glance at Su Yi, who was squinting in enjoyment, his smile betraying an effort to maintain composure. This seemingly unremarkable master possessed some merit, able to incite such fervor among two distinguished maidens. His methods were not to be underestimated. However, she pondered whether his physique could withstand the onslaught of his rebellious disciples. Chapter 48. The rebellious disciples compete for favor. Goodness! These two maidens truly intended to dislocate their master's shoulders. If this continues, my imperial form may very well collapse. I must divert my attention to something else lest I inadvertently reveal my distress. Su Yi's thoughts raced, and suddenly, he recalled an important matter. I have yet to check the rewards for accepting Mu Shi as a disciple. System, come forth. Su Yi silently commanded. Ding. Dear host, your dedicated little companion. No. Your invincible sex system is at your service. Enough of the chit-chat. Su Yi spoke with a hint of irritation, urging, hurry. Open the luxurious apprenticeship gift package for Mu Shi. Received. The luxurious apprenticeship gift package is being opened. Please wait a moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fortune smiles upon you. Auspicious energy arrives from the east. You have successfully opened the luxurious apprenticeship gift package. You have obtained a bespoke cultivation method, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. The mention of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra stirred something within Su Yi. It seemed to be specially tailored for Mu Shi's reincarnation celestial body. This seemingly inexpensive disciple of the Empress must be nurtured well, as she could potentially become a significant asset in the future. Time flowed like the fleeting clouds outside the ethereal vessel, swiftly passing by. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had elapsed. The colorful celestial light ship descended gracefully upon the vast and boundless square of the Qingyun Sect. Finally, we are back. Su Yi inhaled deeply, the first to disembark from the vessel, feeling a noticeable lightness in his bones. Xianxia and Lin Chuyin followed closely behind, though they continued to secretly vie with each other. A subtle relaxation from their journey was evident in their expressions. Only Mu Shi remained aloof and indifferent, as if the 2.5 days spent aboard the vessel were merely a change of scenery for her to daydream. Chuyin, Su Yi turned around, his expression turning serious as he addressed his two disciples. You both should return to your respective chambers to rest and reflect on the insights gained from this journey. Xianxia, taken aback by his words, momentarily hesitated, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Lin Chuyin also furrowed her brows slightly, her lips parting in astonishment. Yet, Su Yi waved his hand, continuing, I have matters to discuss privately with your junior sister, Mu Shi. Privately? Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. The atmosphere turned electric as Gu Xian'er's previous languid charm evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of vigilance, tinged with a barely detectable hint of jealousy. Master, you wish to speak with junior sister Mushi alone? She asked tentatively, her voice tightening. Lin Chuyan, more direct, displayed disbelief and a profound sense of grievance on her delicate face. Master, why? She blurted out, her voice trembling. Can't we listen? Observing their alarmed reactions, so he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he maintained the facade of a stern master, replying calmly, this is a matter of importance, unrelated to you. Unrelated? Gu Xian'er and Lin Chuyan felt their hearts sink, a sense of dread creeping in. The master actually stated it was unrelated to them. What could this possibly mean? Did the master hold such a different regard for this newcomer, who had only just begun her journey? Alarm bells rang in Gu Xian'er's mind. Why would the master wish to speak privately with this woman who had only arrived a few days ago? What right did she have? A notion, both absurd and terrifying, sprouted within her like mushrooms after rain. She cast a furtive glance at Mu Shi, whose figure, though draped in modest robes, could not conceal her alluring curves. Particularly notable was her bosom, while Gu Xian'er prided herself on her own impressive development. The comparison to this reincarnated empress rendered her own stature seemingly lacking. Did master truly prefer such ample attributes in Mu Shi? Gu Xian'er's delicate face flushed a vibrant red, then paled, only to take on a tinge of green. Surely not. Master was not a superficial person. But what if? Men, after all. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyan was engulfed in profound self-doubt and an overwhelming sense of crisis. Master. She clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her gaze inevitably drifted toward Mu Shi. Although Mu Shi exuded a cool elegance, her innate grace was something Lin Chuyan and Gu Xian'er, mere budding maidens, could not hope to possess, not to mention her formidable assets. Did master find me and sister Xian'er too youthful? Lin Chuyan's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Did master truly favor a more mature and voluptuous figure? Alas, my tiny celestial body is pure and ethereal, yet does not manifest in such a manner. At this moment, the two proud women were in tumult, their hearts in disarray, jealousy surging like the floodwaters of the Yellow River, spiraling out of control. The glances they cast at Mu Shi were fiery, brimming with animosity, as if they could conjure flames or freeze her with their ire. If gazes could kill, Mu Shi would have been reduced to ashes by their wrath. Mu Shi merely cast a fleeting glance at the two envious sisters, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. Childish. Here we go again. But why did master summon me alone? Could it be that he wishes to utilize this empress's bosom for his own ends? Gu Xian'er bit her silver teeth, nearly breaking her delicate lips in frustration. It is master. With a heavy huff, she turned on her heel and departed. Master belongs solely to this fairy. Mu Shi, is it? Do not think that your ample bosom makes you extraordinary. This fairy shall retreat to cultivate. Once my cultivation ascends, let us see who dares to vie for master's affection. The thought of her ancient phoenix's cleansing flames, capable of incinerating even the soul, fortified Gu Xian'er's resolve. Yes, cultivation. I shall outshine you all. She fumed, transforming into a streak of crimson light, racing toward her phoenix palace as if pursued by hounds. Lin Chuyan watched Gu Xian'er's retreating figure, then glanced at the impassive Mu Shi, ultimately casting a pitiful look at her own master. Master. She wanted to voice her thoughts, yet the words remained unspoken. Sigh. The little princess exhaled a melancholic breath, feeling as though the entire world had dimmed. Why must it be so? Among the three sisters, I am the most unremarkable. The tiny immortal body does not take on this responsibility. The more she pondered, the more agitated and wrong she felt, her eyes reddening with emotion. No, I must cultivate as well. My master must have been temporarily deceived by that woman's superficial charm. Once my cultivation leaps forward, my master will surely recognize my merits anew. Moreover, just what if cultivation could enhance my second growth? A myriad of peculiar and unrealistic thoughts began to swirl within Lin Chuyan's mind. She stomped her foot, her heart brimming with indignation and resentment, transforming into a streak of azure sword light that shot toward her Tayin Hall. Muya Dinastia, you wait for me. This princess will not concede defeat. In the blink of an eye, only Su Yi and Mu Shi remained in the Mountain Gate Square. Chapter 49. Supreme Immortal Technique, Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Su Yi glanced at the still-cold Mu Shi beside him, who seemed untouched by the world around her. Mu Shi, my disciple. Su Yi's voice softened a touch. Mu Shi nodded slightly, her clear eyes fixed on Su Yi, awaiting further words. She was still pondering. What exactly was my master scheming during this private conversation? Surely it cannot be solely because of my ample bosom, although this emperor does possess such attributes. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, his new disciple was still mulling over such absurd notions. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes flowing gracefully, exuding an air of an esteemed master. Follow me. With that, Su Yi turned and made his way toward the majestic Qingyun Hall atop the main peak of the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Mu Shi's gaze flickered slightly as she silently followed behind. The two moved at a leisurely pace, and soon, a grand, magnificent hall enveloped in ethereal mist appeared before Mu Shi's eyes. This Qingyun Hall, having undergone a masterful reconstruction, was no longer comparable to its former self. The entire structure was carved from unknown celestial jade, with eaves that soared and auspicious beasts perched upon it, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Wisps of celestial spirit energy swirled around the hall, rising and even coalescing into faint, colorful rays of light. Mu Shi's pupils narrowed slightly. Such a rich essence of celestial spirit. The materials of this hall seemingly transcend the ordinary. In her previous life, she had been an empress, and her perspective was naturally extraordinary. She could discern at a glance that this Qingyun Hall was likely far superior to the most central cultivation chamber in her former imperial palace. The Qingyun Sect is indeed peculiar, Mu Shi mused silently. In front, Su Yi pushed open the heavy and ancient hall doors. Creaking, the doors swung wide, and an even purer and more vast spiritual energy rushed forth, invigorating Mu Shi, the reincarnated empress. Inside the hall, golden brilliance dazzled, and the air was thick with celestial light. 9 enormous dragon-patterned jade pillars supported the dome, each intricately carved with lifelike ancient dragons, as if they might spring to life at any moment. The floor was laid with smooth white jade, shining like a mirror. Directly ahead stood a towering white jade throne, similarly etched with complex and profound celestial patterns, subtly emanating the aura of the great Tao. What a far cry this is from an ordinary sect's grand hall. This is evidently a top-tier celestial abode, a paradise of the immortals. Within Mu Shi's heart, tumultuous waves surged. She had initially perceived the Qingyun Sect as merely a reclusive minor sect with some historical depth, clinging to life by a single celestial vein. Yet, it now appeared that this emperor had underestimated them. Su Yi approached the celestial jade throne and naturally settled upon it. In that instant, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he were destined to occupy this position, surveying the myriad beings and commanding the cosmos. Mudi, Su Yi spoke, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Mu Shi snapped back to reality, her gaze complex as it rested upon Su Yi on the throne. The disciple is present, she said, inclining her body slightly. Su Yi's profound gaze fell upon Mu Shi, as if he could penetrate all her secrets. He spoke slowly, his tone indifferent. You are the reincarnation celestial body, are you not? Boom! At those words, it was akin to a bolt of thunder reverberating through Mu Shi's mind. Her delicate form trembled, and her eyes, akin to ice that had been sealed for millennia, widened in shock. How do you know? She exclaimed, losing her usual composure and tranquility. The reincarnation celestial body. This was her greatest secret, her most formidable support in her quest for vengeance upon her return. Logically, no one else should know, save for herself. Yet this enigmatic master had unveiled it with a single utterance. How could this be possible? Mu Shi's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from her throat. She fixed her gaze upon Su Yi, hoping to discern something from his expression. However, Su Yi's countenance remained as tranquil as water, his deep eyes resembling the starry sky, inscrutable and beyond comprehension. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect was an unfathomable reclusive sect. The spirit vein of the sect was an intact celestial vein, among the finest in the entire upper realm of the celestial domain. And this master had recognized the secret of her reincarnation celestial body at a mere glance. Mu Shi's heart was a tempest. Her perception of Su Yi completely overturned in that moment. The earlier absurd thoughts about whether her master sought her assistance now seemed utterly ridiculous. How could someone who could effortlessly see through her reincarnation celestial body be a superficial individual. Who exactly was this extraordinary being? Watching Mu Shi's stunned expression, Sui felt a secret delight. Ah, so this has frightened you? I possess many more means. He smiled slightly, offering no explanation, merely flipping his palm. Buzz. An enigmatic radiance materialized in his hand. As the light dissipated, an ancient and weighty jade tome quietly lay within his palm. The tome shimmered with a chaotic hue, neither gold nor jade, its surface flowing with a faint rhythm of reincarnation, as if it bore the essence of the birth and demise of countless worlds. A mere glance was enough to ensnare one's soul, creating an illusion of endless reincarnation. Such was the allure of Mu Shi's gaze, instantly captivated by the jade tome. She could distinctly sense that this tome contained a force, deeply intertwined with her reincarnated celestial body, yet infinitely more vast and profound. Sui gently nudged the jade tome, and it transformed into a streak of luminous energy, gracefully drifting towards Mu Shi. This is the reincarnation celestial scripture, specially prepared for you by your master. From this day forth, you shall embark on your studies of this method. Suye's voice resonated in Mu Shi's ears like the profound tones of a Tao. The reincarnation celestial scripture. Mu Shi instinctively reached out with trembling hands to catch the tome that emanated an aura of boundless mystique. The moment her fingertips brushed against it, an indescribable sense of familiarity and yearning surged from the depths of her soul. It felt as though this celestial scripture was destined to belong to her, a scripture tailored specifically for her. Mu Shi was utterly bewildered. In her past life as an empress, she had encountered all manner of martial arts and secret manuals. Yet even the supreme techniques she had collected back then paled in comparison to this reincarnation celestial scripture, akin to a firefly competing with the brilliance of the full moon. No, it lacked even the qualification for comparison. This was undoubtedly a transcendental celestial art, surpassing the emperor's techniques and directly pointing to the essence of the reincarnation path. Furthermore, it was created specifically for her reincarnated celestial body. How could this be possible? Even the most ancient lineages of the celestial realms might struggle to produce a scripture so perfectly aligned with her constitution. Cradling the reincarnation celestial scripture, Mu Shi trembled slightly. At this moment, her gaze towards Su Yi had irrevocably changed, no longer scrutinizing, no longer wary, nor filled with chaotic thoughts. Instead, there was profound shock, an incredulous reverence, and an unrecognized sense of dependence. What manner of existence is my master? Chapter 50. Your master also takes delight in it. Holding the weighty, yet seemingly weightless reincarnation celestial scripture, Mu Shi's mind was blank, only to be swept away by a tidal wave of realization. A celestial art? This thing. It transcends the emperor's techniques, embodying the supreme celestial arts. In her previous life, as the empress of the upper realm, she had scoured the world for extraordinary skills, and the finest she had encountered were mere fragments of emperor's techniques. Celestial arts? Those were the stuff of legends, existing solely in the ancient, mysterious celestial era. Yet now, a complete and impeccably tailored reincarnation celestial scripture had been casually tossed to her by her master, as if it were refuse. A celestial art at her fingertips? Mu Shi felt her worldview shatter into countless fragments at that moment. Shattered to pieces. Gulp. She struggled to swallow. What manner of existence is my master, truly? He sees through not just my body, but my reincarnated celestial form. Such perceptiveness is utterly astonishing, surpassing even X-rays. Wait, a sudden spark ignited in Mu Shi's mind. As if struck by lightning, and a long-buried, infuriating memory surged forth. Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect, she murmured to herself, her complexion shifting through a spectrum of colors, ultimately settling on a visage of sheer horror. Goodness. It appears that the Qingyun Sect is indeed the very sect where the menial disciple who defeated this emperor in a past life resided. This reincarnated empress, once dignified and formidable, could not help but utter a curse. The thought was overwhelming. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced. The corners of Mu Shi's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, her eyelids fluttering erratically. If a mere menial disciple could so easily subdue this grand empress, what the others within this sect? Reflexively, she recalled those two, the senior sisters who nearly staged a rebellion against their master for his sake. The first sister, Guxian with her ancient phoenix physique, was undoubtedly destined for ascendance, manipulating divine souls with such ease. The second sister, Lin Chuyin, possessed a lunar celestial body, equally promising for transcendence. Coupled with this Emperor's, relatively acceptable reincarnated celestial form, and the master himself, Mushi felt a chill run down her spine. A shiver of apprehension. What kind of terrifying entity is the Qingyun Sect? Furthermore, that celestial vein, utilizing an entire celestial vein as the foundation of the sect, with an influx of spiritual energy 1,000-fold that of the outside world. What a horrifying strategy. Is this the work of mere mortals? Those so-called imperial sects in the upper realms, the undying divine dynasty, would go to war over a mere fragment of a celestial vein. Yet here, it seems as casually deployed as common cabbage from the backyard. And not just any cabbage, but one radiating with multicolored brilliance. Mushi felt her understanding repeatedly crushed, ground down again and again. Her skin felt as though it had been worn away. The Qingyun Sect from top to bottom, inside and out, from humans to beasts, from beings to objects. What kind of monstrous anomalies are these? Has this emperor stumbled upon extraordinary fortune? Stealing a furtive glance at the throne where Su Yi remained composed, as if he had merely tossed her a candy for her amusement. Her heart brimmed with a tumult of emotions, from reverence to shock, confusion, and a fleeting urge to kneel and cling to her master's leg. This master is terrifying. He is almost otherworldly. Su Yi observed Mu Shi's transformation from shock to stupor, then to existential doubt, and finally to a medley of emotions. Her small face a canvas of shifting expressions, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that training a reincarnated empress could be quite entertaining. He mused silently, wondering if her imaginative faculties surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Ahem. Su Yi lightly cleared his throat, reminiscent of the evening drum and morning bell, instantly drawing Mu Shi back from a reverie. Mu Shi, my disciple. His voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as if he spoke the very truths of the universe. Startled, Mu Shi felt as though her soul had nearly fled, hastily centering her thoughts and bowing respectfully. Disciple is here. In that moment, she dared not entertain any trivial notions or misguided thoughts, such as whether her master sought her out due to her physical appearance. How absurd! Was she truly so shallow? And was her master of such a superficial character? The image of her master had irrevocably transformed in her mind, embodying her ideals. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction, casually gesturing towards the expansive grounds beyond the main hall. Within the sect, aside from this Qingyun Hall where I reside, and the Phoenix Hall and Tying Hall of your two senior sisters, the other side halls are yours to choose from. Reside wherever you wish, without constraint. As if it were your own home. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. Choose freely? She struggled to comprehend, feeling as if happiness had descended upon her too abruptly, bordering on the surreal. Was it truly this simple and direct? She had anticipated that joining such a mysterious and powerful sect would entail some grand gesture or a series of trials. Perhaps tasks such as cleaning the lavatories for 3 months or chopping wood for a decade in the back mountains. Hadn't tea novels depicted such scenarios? Yet here it was merely a casual invitation to choose, as if it were her home. Her master's style was indeed refreshingly unconventional, so delightfully unique. Regaining her composure, Mushi's mind began to race with thoughts akin to a supercomputer. Those two senior sisters. Just the thought of Xianxia, who could explode in anger at the slightest provocation, resembling a firecracker, and Lin Chuyin, whose seemingly innocent demeanor masked a mind sharper than any, made her head ache. Their competition for their master's affection could potentially lead to a clash of disciples. The choice of side halls was bound to be fiercely contested, a battlefield of sorts. The Qingyun Hall, a central hub of the sect, was where the dragon vein converged, positioned to the north and facing south, exuding a majestic aura thick with celestial energy. The side halls on either side were undoubtedly prime locations, offering the best views and closest proximity to their master. It was evident that those two senior sisters had likely already claimed those spots for themselves. Perhaps they had even quarreled over territory. With names like the Phoenix Hall and the Tying Hall, the titles were undeniably grandiose, overtly asserting their dominance. The claim to such spaces was clear and indisputable. Mushi's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible sneer, her heart flickering with both disdain and caution. Though she, as a disciple, held little regard for competing over superficial accolades, she remained acutely aware of the dynamics at play. However, one must not stray too far from the esteemed master. For proximity to the source of wisdom is indeed advantageous for absorbing teachings and demonstrating loyalty. Yes, that is precisely it. I, Mushi, am a diligent student, eager to learn. Her gaze swept across the ethereal architecture surrounding the grand hall. To her left stood the resplendent Phoenix Hall, ablaze in crimson, while to her right, the serene Moon Hall shimmered in tranquil azure. The colors had been chosen with such intent, as if to proclaim the occupants within. Thus, by the process of elimination based on geographical positioning, only the area behind the Master S Hall remained. Behind the Qingyun Hall lay another region, equally infused with celestial essence, with pavilions and towers gracefully arranged. However, in comparison to the vibrant bustle on either side, this area appeared rather tranquil. Ah, the rear is splendid, a perfect sanctuary. It is exceedingly serene, ideal for my concentrated practice of the reincarnation celestial scriptures, striving for mastery to alleviate my Master S burdens. Furthermore, this position is conveniently adjacent to the Master S Hall, yet discreet enough to avoid drawing attention and inciting the displeasure of my two jealous senior sisters. It allows for the absorption of my Master S profound aura while circumventing the tumult of conflict, facilitating covert observation of the unfolding circumstances. A perfect balance of advancement and retreat. Instantly, Mushi resolved her decision, her face reflecting an appropriate blend of reverence and modesty. She bowed respectfully to Su Yi, her voice melodious and clear. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your generous favor. After careful consideration, I have chosen the secluded hall behind your grand abode. Firstly, it offers tranquility and elegance, conducive to my focused cultivation. Secondly, it allows for the convenience of seeking your esteemed guidance should I encounter any obstacles in my practice, enabling me to heed your wise counsel." Upon hearing this, Su Ye's profound gaze lingered on Mu Shi's composed face for a moment, a flicker of inexplicable amusement dancing in his eyes, as if he had discerned all her unspoken thoughts. "Oh, the rear, indeed, is a commendable choice," he acknowledged with a nod. "Since you have made your selection, proceed. Familiarize yourself with the sect's environment, and should you have any queries regarding your cultivation, or if those two senior sisters of yours give you trouble, do not hesitate to seek me out." His final words bore a weighty significance. "I, too, have a fondness for that area behind you." Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the space behind Mu Shi. Chapter 51. Cultivating the Reincarnation Celestial Method, Summoning Sect Guardians. Upon returning to the serene hall, Mu Shi firmly closed the door with a decisive thud. At last, peace enveloped her. She exhaled deeply, the regal demeanor of her past life as an empress now diminished, leaving only a sense of relief akin to having survived a calamity. "My master." Those two senior sisters gaze at him with such fervor, it's as though they have been starving for 8 centuries. One of them, named Guxian, was practically igniting with the flames of the phoenix, her possessiveness palpable even from a distance. Another, named Lin Chuyan, appeared serene and gentle, reminiscent of a figure sculpted from water. Yet, within the depths of her gaze, there existed an enchanting allure capable of ensnaring the master with chains of iron. How could she be merely a sister disciple? Clearly, they were two foremost disciples poised to challenge their master. And here was I, Mu Shi, a newly initiated junior sister, caught squarely between two fierce tigers. Good heavens! Mu Shi clapped her thigh, unable to suppress her murmurs. What I have entered is not merely a mentorship. It is a descent into a battlefield of Azuris. I can assert with absolute certainty that from this moment forth, the formidable energies of those two elder sisters will be directed entirely towards me. After all, the Master has treated me with unparalleled kindness. He has not only facilitated my rebirth, but has also imparted to me the supreme celestial arts and personally guided me in the Grand Hall. This treatment surpasses even that afforded to his wife. Those two elder sisters are likely plotting how to discreetly bury me. A shiver ran down Mu Shi's spine. No, absolutely not. I, the illustrious Empress of Reincarnation, who once stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, gazing down upon the eternal ebb and flow of time, cannot be vanquished within the confines of this humble Qingyun Sect. Vanquished? Yes, that is the word. This Qingyun celestial sect, from its revered master to the disciples, is utterly terrifying. The master wields unfathomable power, casually possessing celestial scriptures that surpass even the great emperors. Each of the elder sisters is a prodigy, all endowed with the potential to ascend to immortality. Even the very foundation of the sect is constructed upon celestial veins. Here, To lack diligence is tantamount to elimination. To avoid competition is akin to a slow suicide. Taking a deep breath, Mu Shi's gaze sharpened, reminiscent of the decisive empress clad in white from her previous life. Is it merely competition? Come forth. Let us mutually inflict harm. In my past life, I triumphed over the realms of heaven and earth. In this life, can I possibly fear two impulsive young girls whose sole ambition is to challenge their master? She settled into a meditative posture, cradling the jade scroll of the reincarnation celestial scripture in her hands. Her consciousness delved within. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though billions of stars erupted within her mind. Countless intricate and unfathomable golden runes surged forth like vast rivers of the cosmos, overwhelming her spirit in an instant. Each rune encapsulated the supreme principles of reincarnation. Each word elucidated the ultimate truths of life and death. This technique Mu Shi's heart trembled with unprecedented intensity. It was astonishing, astoundingly powerful, beyond belief. The so-called supreme arts and emperor-level techniques she had painstakingly gathered in her past life paled in comparison to the reincarnation celestial scripture, rendering them unworthy of even holding her shoes. Master, what precisely is your origin? The reverence Mu Shi felt towards Su Yi soared to unprecedented heights. Regaining her focus, she resolved without a shred of hesitation. Sisters, just you wait. Once I master the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, you shall truly understand what it means to be the sovereign of internal competition. In that moment, within the secluded chamber, the light of reincarnation burst forth, resonating with the thunderous echoes of the Tao, as a terrifying aura began to gradually awaken. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Grand Hall, Su Yi leisurely reclined upon the sect leader's throne, finally having dispatched those 3 rebellious disciples. At last, he enjoyed a moment of serenity. With a flicker of thought, he addressed the system with a languid tone. System, open the storage space. Ding. The host storage space is now accessible. Item list, Silver Summon Card X4. Bronze Summon Card X5. Gazing at the 4 silver summon cards, Su Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. 10 silver summon cards can be combined into a single golden summon card. I shall wait until I accumulate 10 silver cards to utilize them. For now, I will indulge with these 5 bronze summon cards. System, stop dawdling and use all 5 bronze summon cards. Ding. Extracting bronze summon cards for the host. The host is graced with extraordinary fortune. Congratulations. The host has summoned 5 formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 10th heaven of the transformation realm. Woo-hoo. Let us soar. As the system's words resonated, 5 ancient bronze cards soared from the void, transforming into 5 streams of golden light, swirling gracefully in the center of the hall. Oh, the golden legend. Instantly, 5 figures stood silently in the center of the hall, clad in the standard azure robes of the Qingyun Sect. The 5 knelt in unison, their movements synchronized, their voices resonant as bells, causing the hall to vibrate with their might. Subordinate Wang Yi pays homage to the sect leader. Subordinate Wang Er pays homage to the sect leader. Subordinate Wang San pays homage to the sect leader. Subordinate Wang Si pays homage to the sect leader. Subordinate Wang Wu pays homage to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Ye's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Wang Yi, Wang Er, Wang San, Wing Si, Wang Wu. Such names. The system's taste remains as unique as ever. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is, good heavens. Su Yi abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Pinnacle of the 10th heaven of the transformation realm. 5 of them, from a bronze card. He couldn't help but turn to the air and shout, System, come forth. Speak the truth. Have you mistakenly bestowed upon me the rewards meant for silver cards? Ding. In response to the host, the system confirms there is no error. This is the normal drop rate for bronze summon cards. Congratulations, host, on your extraordinary fortune. Ultimately, the final interpretation rights belong to this system. Normal drop rate? I trust you as far as I can throw you. This system is truly devious. Su Yi felt as though his worldview had been shaken to its core. Is this luck not a tad excessive? The so-called bronze summoning card is said to randomly summon powerful beings ranging from the nascent soul realm to the 10th layer of the transformation god realm. Yet, why is it that each time, only the 10th layer of the transformation god realm appears? Is this what one would call a normal probability? Do you hear the whispers of the people? If those sects outside, who would fight tooth and nail for a mere nascent soul ancestor, were to learn of this, would they not shatter their resolve and collectively take their own lives? Ahem. Sui cleared his throat, suppressing the overwhelming joy within. With hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Wang, Ita Wang Wu below with a calm demeanor. From this day forth, you shall serve as the guardians of the Qingyun Sect. You are tasked with ensuring the safety of the sect, patrolling both the inner and outer gates, and no mistakes are to be made. Your mission is simple: guard the mountain gate. Aside from myself and the 3 direct disciples, any who dare trespass shall face consequences. Suye's gaze suddenly turned icy, an invisible pressure emanating from him. He paused for a moment before uttering 4 words. Kill, without mercy. We obey. Wang, Ita Wang Wu replied in unison, their voices resounding with a fierce determination. Observing these 5 guardians of the sect, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the sense of security for the sect is secured. Chapter 52. The Crisis of the Great Qian and the Ailing Prince. Meanwhile, in the distant sword state, within the depths of the Great Qian dynasty's palace, in a tightly sealed stone chamber, spiritual energy swirled like a tangible dragon, roaring and twisting. Atop a dragon chair sat a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 dragons, his eyes tightly shut. He is none other than Lin Langtian, the emperor of the Great Qian and the father of Lin Chuyan. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from within him, sending the spiritual energy dragon in the chamber into a frenzy. 7th layer of the transformation God realm. Achievement unlocked. Lin Langtian slowly opened his eyes, satisfaction flickering in his golden dragon-like pupils. In another 100 years, he would have the confidence to challenge the legendary void refining realm. At that time, the Great Qian dynasty would be as solid as a fortress. However, just at that moment, bang bang bang, the stone door of the chamber was pounded upon, and a voice outside cried out, sharp and dissonant. Your Majesty, it's terrible. A great calamity has befallen. Lin Langtian frowned. It was the voice of his personal eunuch, Li Gongong. Did he not command that during his seclusion, no disturbances were to be permitted, even if the heavens were to crumble? Enter. Lin Langtian's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Boom! The heavy stone door opened with a resounding thud. A frail old eunuch tumbled in, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face, unable to articulate his words coherently. Your Majesty, it's over. Everything is lost. Lin Langtian unleashed his imposing aura and coldly scoffed. What is there to panic about? If the heavens are to fall, I shall bear the weight. Speak. The old eunuch trembled under the force of this authority, finally steadying his breath, and mustered all his strength to shout. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has conspired with the Northern King Zhao Guangyi to rebel. What? Lin Langtian abruptly rose from the dragon throne, a wave of terrifying, murderous intent sweeping through the entire imperial palace. The ethereal dragons of spiritual energy surrounding him were shattered by this overwhelming aura. That ungrateful wretch. He truly dares to challenge me. Lin Langtian's eyes turned blood red in an instant, the veins on his forehead bulging like fierce dragons. He recalled everything. He remembered all. A year ago, the Crown Prince Lin Shi, whom he had always held in high regard, knelt before him and made a request that ignited his fury. He wished to marry his own sister, Lin Chuyan, as his consort. That beast. He had long sensed his son's inappropriate gaze towards his sister since childhood. It was not the gaze of a brother towards his sister. It was a twisted mix of greed, possession, and an almost pathological obsession. At that moment, Lin Langtian was nearly driven to slap him to death. Ultimately, he merely broke Lin Shi's leg and issued a death threat to extinguish such thoughts, to protect his daughter and distance her from this already psychologically distorted brother. Lin Langtian painfully sent his most cherished pearl far away to the sacred land of Heavenly Sword for cultivation. He had hoped that distance and time would calm this wayward son. Yet he never imagined. This action not only failed to cool him down, but instead ignited a powder keg. This wretched son of his had turned the tables. The Crown Prince, seizing the opportunity while he was in seclusion, brazenly plotted rebellion alongside the formidable Northern King. Very well. What fine son I have. In a fit of rage, Lin Langtian laughed bitterly, his teeth grinding ominously. What is the situation? The old eunuch trembled on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve, his voice quavering with despair. The Northern King's forces are advancing like a tidal wave, and the Crown Prince has seduced several garrison commanders under the pretense of governance. In just a week, the 4 provinces of Yuzhou, Bingzhou, Jizhou, and Yinzhou have completely fallen. The vanguard of the rebels is less than 800 miles from the capital. Lin Longtian's heart sank to the depths of despair in an instant. How long had he been in seclusion? Less than 2 months. His kingdom had already lost half its territory. However, this was not the worst part. The old eunuch, seemingly recalling something even more dreadful, added in desperation. Moreover, what is it? Speak quickly. According to secret reports from the front lines, it appears that the crown prince has colluded with our mortal enemy, the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty has dispatched 4 royal deities of the divine transformation realm, all of whom are now within the rebel camp of the crown prince. Your Majesty. Boom! This revelation struck Lin Langtian like a divine thunderbolt, crashing down upon him with devastating force. He staggered backward a step and plopped down into the dragon throne. A buzzing sensation filled his mind, leaving it void. The Ming dynasty, an age-old adversary of the great Qin dynasty. The 4 divine transformation realms. After immense toil, he had labored to elevate himself to the 7th tier of the divine transformation, drawing upon nearly a millennium of the dynasty's foundation. Yet now, before him stood a power-hungry prince of the north, a deranged, rebellious crown prince, and moreover, 4 genuine masters of the divine transformation realm. How was he to contend with this? With what could he possibly fight? By throwing his head into the fray. At that moment, the newly ascended and spirited emperor of the great Qin was engulfed by a chilling despair. It was over. The great Qin dynasty was doomed. Despair, cold and bone-chilling. As if countless invisible hands were tightly clutching Lin Longtian's heart. It was finished. The great Qin dynasty would perish by his own hand. Lin Langtian slumped in the dragon throne, his eyes glazed over, a once mighty sovereign now resembling a decrepit mortal man. However, amidst this endless darkness, a delicate silhouette burst forth like a beam of morning light piercing the heavens, illuminating his mind. That enchanting visage, imbued with a touch of innocence and stubbornness. It was her, his most beloved daughter, Zhu Jiang. Lin Langtian trembled, akin to a drowning man grasping for the last straw of hope. The once dull hue of his eyes reignited with the flame of survival. Yes, there was still Chu Yen. The empire may perish, his life may be sacrificed, but his daughter, his cherished jewel, must not come to harm. That rebellious wretch sought to overthrow him solely to possess her, did he not? The thought of that beast succeeding made Lin Langtian shudder. The consequences would be 1,000 times more agonizing than annihilation. No, absolutely not. He slammed his hand against the armrest of the throne, wrenching himself from his despondent state. I must notify Chu Yen. She must not return. She must not return to her demise. His thoughts raced, and he swiftly retrieved a golden jade talisman intricately carved with dragon motifs from his storage ring. This was the transmission talisman, a counterpart to the one he had entrusted to Lin Chu Yen when she departed for the Heavenly Sword sacred grounds. This talisman could only be activated once in a lifetime. It was forbidden to use unless in the direst of national crises. And now, that moment had arrived. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Langtian poured his spiritual energy into the talisman with fervor. Buzz! The talisman emitted a resonant hum akin to a dragon's roar, radiating brilliant golden light. He directed his voice into the talisman, unleashing his entire being, his thoughts transformed into a thunderous shout. Zhu Jiang, my child, listen. The rebellious Lin, she has conspired with the prince of the north, Zhao Guangyi, and colluded with the age-old enemy, the Ming dynasty, brazenly plotting treason. The capital is on the brink of disaster. The grand Qin dynasty may soon fade into oblivion. As a father, I find myself at the end of my rope. Yet you, the last hope of the Lin royal lineage, must not return. Remain in the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword, for it is the safest haven. Furthermore, I have just received news that the old dog, the Prince of the North, has sent his precious son Zhao Ritian to the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword, where he is said to have pledged himself to some inner elder. That boy is no good. You must exercise utmost caution. Remember, live well. I am proud of you. Crack! As the words faded, the golden talisman in his hand shattered, transforming into a handful of golden dust that slipped through his fingers. A nearly invisible streak of light instantly pierced through the ceiling of the chamber, vanishing into the horizon. After accomplishing all this, Lin Langtian seemed to be drained of all vitality, collapsing back onto the dragon throne, gasping for breath. Your Majesty, the elderly eunuch beside him, was close to fainting from sorrow. Convey my decree. Lin Langtian's voice was hoarse and weary, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Summon all the imperial guards and royal offerings. I shall personally lead the charge. Even if it means death, I will die on the battlefield. I must make that rebellious son understand that I am the emperor of the Qin dynasty. I will be the one to restore our legacy, not a ruler of a fallen kingdom. Chapter 53. The Emperor's Message. This princess shall rally the troops. Meanwhile, far across millions of miles in the Qingyun Sect, within the resplendent Taiyin palace enveloped in celestial aura, a stunning young maiden sat cross-legged upon a cold jade bed. It was Lin Chuyan. At this moment, the water element's spiritual energy surrounding her was so dense that it nearly took the form of tangible blue mist. Behind her, a cool Taiyin manifestation flickered in and out of sight, exuding an aura of utmost coldness. With a long sigh, Lin Chuyan expelled a breath of turbid air, which crystallized into ice in the atmosphere, ringing softly. 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. I did it. In just 5 days, I have broken through 3 levels. Such a pace of cultivation would have been unimaginable in the past. Hee. Lin Chuyan delightedly opened her sparkling eyes, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Master is truly remarkable. This Tainan Heaven's art seems tailor-made for me. That wicked woman Gu Xian, relying on her status as Master's greatest disciple, clings to him daily. And the new little junior sister Mu Shi, always wearing a frosty expression, is clearly a top-tier green tea, seeking Master's sympathy. I absolutely cannot lose to them. Master belongs to me. No one can take him away. Lin Chuyan clenched her small pink fist, silently encouraging herself. She felt that with her significant advancement in cultivation, she would soon seek out her master and present him with a grand surprise, to show him who is truly his most talented and adorable disciple. Yet, at the very moment she was about to rise, a sudden hum erupted, a golden talisman, which had never made a sound before. Within her storage ring vibrated violently without warning, emanating a searing heat. The smile on Lin Chuyan's face instantly froze. She recognized this jade talisman. It was the life-saving charm her father had personally entrusted to her when she departed from home. Her father had repeatedly cautioned her that unless the great Qian faced utter calamity, this talisman would never activate. Her father. A heavy weight fell in Lin Chuyan's heart, an ominous premonition surging within her. She dared not hesitate and immediately probed the talisman with her divine sense. In the next moment, her father's voice, rife with despair, anger, resentment, and affection, thundered in her mind like a cataclysmic storm. Rebellious child Lin, she has staged a coup, colluding with 4 formidable beings of the great Ming dynasty. The capital is in grave peril. Do not return. Be cautious of Xianxia. Stay alive. Boom! As the last vestige of divine sense dissipated, the golden talisman shattered in a fine powder with a crack. Lin Chuyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The blood drained from her exquisite and fair face, leaving it pale as a ghost. After what felt like an eternity, her beautiful eyes slowly blinked. Wait a moment. The information seems overwhelming. Let me gather my thoughts. That deranged prince brother of mine, unable to possess me, has resorted to outright rebellion. Not only has he staged a coup, but he has also summoned our family's sworn enemy, the great Ming dynasty. He summoned 4 formidable beings at once. And now my father, who has just broken through to the 7th level of the transformation realm, is on the verge of collapse. The rebel forces are less than 800 miles from the capital. Lin Chuyan's breath quickened abruptly. A tidal wave of fury surged from the depths of her heart. Lin, see, you absolute lunatic, deviant, scoundrel, you are utterly inhuman. I am his biological sister, and he, the morally depraved pervert. At this moment, Lin Chuyan trembled with rage. Her brother, the crown prince Lin Shi of the great Qian dynasty, for the sake of his sordid desires, dares to upend the realm and invite wolves into the fold? It is utterly insane. However, after the fury subsided, Lin Chuyan regained her composure. Something is amiss. Very amiss. My father instructed me to remain at the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land and warned me to be wary of someone named Xianxia. Heavenly Sword Sacred Land? What obscure corner is that? I have long since departed. Moreover, Xianxia, she recalled that he was none other than the foolish son of the Northern Town King, who incessantly trailed her like a sycophant, a constant source of annoyance. However, just as the master was heading to the sacred land of the Heavenly Sword to accept her as a disciple, that wretched sycophant had already been struck dead by the sex guards. Youth is truly a blessing. One can simply fall asleep at a moment's notice. Wait, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that our great Qian dynasty is on the brink of ruin. My father is in grave danger. 4 individuals at the transformation stage. What shall I do? My father instructed me to hide and preserve my life. But how could I possibly comply? He is my dear father from another world. Lin Qian's eyes instantly reddened, crystalline tears swirling within them. Yet at that very moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she suddenly realized something. Indeed, why should I be in a state of panic? I am no longer the frail princess who relied solely on my father as protection. I, Lin Qian, am the esteemed disciple of Su Yi, the leader of the Qingyun Sect. What do 4 mere transformation stage cultivators signify? Our sect's gatekeepers are all formidable experts at the 10th layer of the transformation stage, totaling 5 in number. My master's eldest disciple possesses the ancient phoenix body, endowed with the potential for immortality. I, too, am a bearer of the Taiyin immortal body, destined to become the future Taiyin female immortal king, perhaps even the Taiyin female immortal emperor. Our sect is now a celestial-level institution. With this thought, Lin Qian's posture straightened instantly. The panic and helplessness in her eyes were swiftly replaced by an unprecedented brightness and resolve. This is not a national crisis. This is clearly a divine opportunity. That woman, Gu Xian'er, gained the Master's favor by bringing a host of ancient clan members to the sect and establishing Qingyun City, thereby achieving great merit in the Master's eyes. Did she not? And my junior sister, Mu Shi, gained the Master's exclusive affection simply by virtue of her ample bosom. Did she not? If they can succeed, why cannot I? I am a traveler from the Blue Star, embodying the script of the great female protagonist in a tale of cultivation, destined to rescue the dynasty from peril and suppress the rebels with a mere flick of my finger. Is this merit not sufficiently grand? When the time comes, the master will surely regard me with newfound admiration. He will recognize me as his most exceptional disciple. Yes, this shall be my course of action. Lin Qian abruptly rose from the jade bed, wiping away her tears, her beautiful eyes filled with indomitable spirit. Father, you must hold on. Your precious daughter is about to summon the master to come forth and rescue you. As her words echoed, she transformed into a streak of azure light, rushing out of the side hall with fervor, heading straight for the grand hall of Qingyun. Chapter 54, A Life for a Life, Repaying the Master's Kindness. Outside the grand hall of Qingyun, a blue streak of light seemed to tear through the very fabric of space, accompanied by an urgent voice that surged straight from the horizon. The speed was so astonishing that it left a long white wake in the air. Bang! Lin Qian burst through the hall doors, stumbling as she landed, nearly tripping over herself. Master! Her small face was pale, breathless, and her large, watery eyes were filled with urgency and panic. Upon the grand throne, Su Yi leisurely savored a cup of Dao tea brewed from celestial springs, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. Not even lifting his eyelids at the sight of his anxious second disciple bursting in, he asked with a casual tone, Qian, what troubles you? Blowing gently on the steam rising from his cup, he reassured her, Fear not, for I am here. The sky shall not fall. His calm demeanor and majestic presence instantly quelled the frantic beating of Lin Qian's heart. Yes, my master is invincible. What am I so flustered about? Thud! Lin Qian immediately knelt before him, clutching his leg, embarking on a tearful performance she had been preparing all the way. Master, please save my father. My heartless beast of a brother has rebelled. He has colluded with foreign enemies and enlisted 4 formidable elders of the transformation realm to attack my father. Woo-woo. My father is in grave danger. Lin Qian cried out, embellishing the dire situation of the great Qian dynasty. After all, she was a traveler from Blue Star, skilled in the art of turning truths into falsehoods. Su Yi paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup slightly faltering. Oh, is there trouble at your home? For transformation realm beings? That certainly sounds troublesome. However, just as Su Yi was about to soothe his wayward disciple, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Detected that the disciple Lin Qian's homeland, the Great Qian Dynasty, is facing a national crisis. Side quest activated. Quest name, Save the Father-in-Law. Quest content, assist disciple Lin Qian in quelling the rebellion in the Great Qian Dynasty and successfully incorporate it as the first vassal dynasty under the Qingyun Immortal Sect. Quest reward, 3 silver summoning cards, a core facility of the sect, an immortal vein. Su Yi. He blinked, then blinked again. doubting whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to too much tea. Rewards: 3 silver summoning cards, and an immortal vein? By heavens! Suyi nearly lost control, springing up from his throne. Another immortal vein? System wife, you are my long-lost beloved. It is worth noting that the last celestial vein caused a staggering 1,000-fold increase in the spiritual energy concentration of the entire Qingyun Sect. Even a mere pig could attain immortality while lying down. If another vein were to emerge, would that not result in a 2,000-fold increase? What does a 2,000-fold concentration of spiritual energy signify? Breathing a single breath within the sect would equate to a day's worth of arduous meditation outside. At that point, the entire sect would be immersed in liquefied spiritual energy, and the disciples' cultivation would soar effortlessly. As the sect leader, would I still need to toil away on tasks? Advancement would be as simple as resting. What is there to hesitate about? This is no longer merely an affair concerning the disciples. It is unequivocally a matter pertaining to our Qingyun immortal sect. To save the Daqian dynasty is to defend the assets of our Qingyun immortal sect. Anyone who dares to harm the Daqian dynasty is directly opposing me. Suyi, cough cough, Suyi abruptly kafut tvj, masking the sly smile that lingered at the corner of his lips. He slowly placed his teacup down, the languid aura around him vanishing in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming majesty that commanded respect. He extended his hand, gently lifting Lin Shuyan, who was still clutching his leg. Shuyan, do not panic. Merely 4 individuals in the transformation realm. In my eyes, they are nothing more than mere chickens and dogs, easily extinguished with a flick of my finger. Lin Shuyan was momentarily taken aback. She raised her head, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at her master. How handsome he is! His display of confidence brings an overwhelming sense of security. Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the dome of the grand hall at a 45-degree angle, his voice distant and resonant. Convey my decree. Summon the outer sect steward, Li Changjian, to the grand hall forthwith. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the entire Qingyun sect like the edicts of heaven. In the next moment, a beam of sword light sliced through the air from beyond the mountains, landing steadily in the center of the grand hall. The newcomer, clad in a blue robe and possessing a resolute countenance, was none other than the outer sect steward, Li Changjian. Outer sect steward Li Changjian pays respects to the sect leader. He knelt on one knee, his expression filled with utmost reverence. Internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous waves. The sect leader has personally summoned me. Could it be that my opportunity to sacrifice for the sect has finally arrived? So he did not spare him a glance, maintaining his stance. Li Shenzhen, at your command, I hereby assign you to accompany my direct disciple, Lin Shuyan, to Jianzhou, a place millions of miles away within the Daqian dynasty. Li Changjian's heart trembled. Jianzhou, so far, truly worthy of being the sect leader. Initiating a task that spans across states. So he paused momentarily and continued. Your task is quite simple. Ensure Chuyan's safety. Additionally, quell the rebellion within the Daqian dynasty. Eliminate those who must be eliminated, and those who should not be spared may also meet their end. Do you understand? Boom! Li Changjian's mind buzzed, momentarily crashing. To quell a rebellion of a dynasty. Or was it merely a side task? Was this truly a trivial matter in the eyes of the sovereign? In that instant, Li Changjian's admiration for Su Yi surged like an unending river. Your subordinate obeys, he declared fervently, even if it costs me my life. I shall not disgrace the sovereign's command. Trembling with excitement, his voice quivered with emotion. Master, beside him, Lin Shuyan was equally moved, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Su Yi, as if beholding a deity walking among mortals. She vowed to dedicate herself entirely to repay her master's grace. At that moment, Su Yi merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to take their leave. Yet, within him, an overwhelming joy mingled with concern loomed large. Yet another celestial vein. Where shall I bury it to lend it the most prestige? Chapter 55. Then, let be at Xinyuan Gate. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Qingyun Sect, a brilliant sword light shot forth like a meteor breaking dawn, cleaving through the clouds, racing towards the distant Jianzhou. The sword light was none other than Li Changjian and Lin Shuyan, both bearing the sovereign's decree. Li Changjian rode his sword at the forefront, his stature as straight as a pine, his expression gravely serious. He felt as if he bore not just a single life, but the honor of the entire sect. It was the supreme trust bestowed upon him by the sovereign. Protect Miss Chuyan, and, incidentally, quell a dynasty's rebellion. Li Changjian repeatedly chanted the sovereign's decree within his mind. Each word ignited his blood and stirred his very soul, particularly the phrase, incidentally, which elevated the gravity of the task to unparalleled heights. Truly, the sovereign was remarkable. The rise and fall of the dynasty was but a mere afterthought for him. Stealing a glance back at Lin Chuyan, who sat cross-legged behind him, his awe deepened further. She was the sovereign's direct disciple. Moreover, a female disciple, and such a fair one at that. Surely, she was destined to become the sovereign's lady. Today I, Li Changjian, am escorting the future lady of the sect. The significance of this task instantly soared to new heights. Rest assured, miss, with Changjin here, even if a great perfection of the harmonized path arrives, I shall strike him down with a single blow. Li Changjian vowed resolutely, thumping his chest. Lin Chuyan merely nodded in response. Her thoughts, however, had already soared far beyond earthly concerns. As the fierce winds howled past her ears, she felt no fear, but rather an unprecedented sense of tranquility. All of this stemmed from the man seated in the grand hall of the sect, casually sipping tea while determining the fate of a dynasty. Had it must have, Suye. Only one worthy of me, Lin Chuyan. A hint of infatuation colored Lin Chuyan's delicate face as she pressed her jade-like thighs together. Yet, in an instant, her gaze transformed into a chilling, piercing cold, emanating an aura of deadly intent. Lin Shi, my wicked, ungrateful brother, in pursuit of a throne, he has colluded with external enemies to besiege our father. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. The mere thought of that twisted prince, who harbored vile intentions since childhood, filled her with revulsion. The way he looked at her was never that of a brother gazing at his sister, but rather with a possessive, unabashed desire. He is no better than a beast. In the past, I, a mere princess with limited cultivation, could do nothing as our father showed him leniency. But now, I am a disciple of the Qingyun Immortal Sect, a direct disciple of the great Emperor Su Yi. You, beast, dare to lay a hand on me? Do you even deserve it? When I return, I shall tear you to shreds, obliterating your very soul. Only my master's warm, delicate, and fair hands are worthy of caressing this princess's exquisite form. Beside her, Li Changjian suddenly felt the temperature drop several degrees, involuntarily shivering. Turning to look, he saw Lin Chuyan's master, enveloped in a mist of water vapor, with a hint of lunar power swirling around her. Such a terrifying, murderous aura. It seems that this future sect mistress is no gentle soul. In the distant sword state, within the capital of the great Qian dynasty, the magnificent city that had stood for thousands of years was now besieged by an overwhelming army, impenetrable and dark as night. Banners obscured the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of bloodlust. 1,000,000 rebel forces stood at the city's gates. Before the rebel army, a golden war chariot pulled by 9 mighty dragons hovered in midair. Upon it stood a young man clad in a python robe, handsome yet with a hint of coldness. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he was none other than the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty, Lin Shi. With a cultivation of the first level of the Golden Core realm and a fire-type spiritual root, his extraordinary talents hinted at potential for transcendent mastery. At this moment, he surveyed the impregnable city below with the predatory gaze of a cat playing with a mouse. Beside him stood a middle-aged general clad in heavy armor, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain. The northern guardian, Zhao Guangyi, a terrifying being of the 7th level of the transformation realm. His cultivation was only a minor tier lower than that of the current emperor, Lin Langtian. This was the foundation that emboldened Lin Shi to rebel. Clearing his throat and channeling his spiritual energy, Lin Shi's voice boomed like rolling thunder, resonating throughout the entire capital. His tone was laden with unabashed pride and mockery. Father on the city walls, listen well. My 1,000,000-strong army has arrived. The fall of the capital is imminent. Out of familial affection, I grant you a chance. Open the city gates and surrender now. Upon ascending the throne, I know, it is I shall naturally bestow upon you the title of Grand Emperor, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years in the palace, savoring the pleasures of life. As he spoke, he licked his lips, a ghastly smile spreading across his face. Yes, after my grand coronation, I shall proclaim to the world the elevation of my stunning sister, Lin Chuyan, as the Empress of the Qian dynasty. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shi's sickly yet maniacal laughter echoed like venomous daggers across the capital, resonating endlessly. On the city walls, an oppressive silence reigned. The faces of the guards were etched with absurdity and shock. The Empress? Your Highness, has he lost his mind? That is your own sister. For a moment, even the fierce aura of impending violence seemed to falter awkwardly in the face of such a scandalous revelation. Monster, a voice, hoarse and piercing like a blood-weeping cuckoo, erupted from the center of the city tower. The Emperor of Deqian, Lin Langtian, stood stripped of his former dignity, trembling violently, not from fear, but from sheer rage, an unbridled fury. His once commanding visage had turned a shade akin to liver, with veins bulging like worms on his forehead and neck. He pointed at Lin Shi below, nearly fainting from the intensity of his anger. How could I have spawned such a heartless, beastly wretch? Yet, in the face of his father's thunderous wrath, Lin Shi merely scratched his ear, the same irreverent smile lingering on his lips. In fact, witnessing his father's furious demeanor seemed to bring him a twisted sense of pleasure. Yes, this is exactly how it should be. I shall utterly shatter the antiquated views of you old relics with my astonishing audacity. His thoughts drifted back 6 years. That year, during the grand celebration of their father's longevity, his sister, Lin Chuyan, returned to the palace for the first time after years of seclusion. She was merely 10 years old. Yet, that fleeting glance of hers, resembling a dreamlike angel, was forever imprinted in the depths of his soul. From that moment on, he was consumed by madness. Irrevocably, this was not the affection of a brother for his sister. It was an overwhelming desire to merge her essence with his own, to imprison her within the depths of the palace, allowing her beauty to blossom solely for him. He yearned for her to be his empress. He had petitioned their father more than once for permission to marry Chuyan, but he was met with nothing but the look of a fool and the rebuke of nonsense. What an antiquated relic, so obstinate, so inflexible, utterly unreasonable. Ultimately, this old fossil even sent Chuyan far beyond 100 miles to the sacred land of Taichu, claiming it was to sever her earthly ties and devote herself to the path. Huh, sever earthly ties? Is that not an attempt to completely extinguish my desires for her? At that moment, Lin Shi's mindset was utterly distorted. You refuse to allow this palace to marry Chuyan? Very well. Do not blame your son for initiating a tumultuous confrontation at Xuanwu Gate. This imperial throne shall be mine. This younger sister of mine, this future empress. I shall claim her too. She can only belong to me. With this thought, the smile in Lin Shi's eyes grew more pronounced as he spread his hands, innocently gazing at his father, the emperor, atop the city tower. Father, please do not be so agitated. After all, isn't this all you're doing? You. Lin Langton nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest tightly, feeling the world spin around him. How could he have given rise to such a twisted and illogical offspring? However, when his gaze swept over the terrifying figures beside Lin Shi, the immense rage within him was swiftly doused by a chilling sense of despair. The king of the north, Zhao Guangyi, seventh heaven of the transformation realm, this pillar of a nation, whom he had nurtured and regarded as his right arm, now stood like a dog beside that wretched child. Furthermore, the two guardians from the crown prince's residence, who were supposed to protect the royal family, but now exuded the aura of the first heaven of the transformation realm, were also colluding with the rebellious son. In the distance, four faint but powerful presences emanating an exotic aura undoubtedly belonged to the transformation realm experts dispatched by the Ming dynasty. 1, 2, 3, 7. A total of 7 formidable transformation realm beings. Lin Longtian's heart plummeted to the depths in an instant. He struggled to turn and glance back at the 3 venerable guardians, their hair white and faces solemn, who had shared life and death with the Deqian royal family, including himself. At the 8th heaven of the transformation realm, there were only 4 of them, 4 against 7. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. The gap was suffocating. Could there still be an advantage on my side? It's over. Everything is over. Lin Langtian felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him as he closed his eyes. Chuyan, my daughter, it is the emperor who has failed you. Chapter 56. A loving father and filial son. Lin Chuyan returns. Just then, Lin Shi spoke again from below the city. He looked up at his despondent father, and the sickly smile on his face suddenly faded slightly, replaced by a semblance of compassion akin to that of a dutiful son. Father, what are you doing? Lin Shi's voice was not loud. It resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, carrying an unsettling sense of filial piety. I have not stated that I wish to kill you. After all, the infamy of patricide would not be pleasant to circulate. Upon uttering these words, the entire capital once again descended into a dead silence. The guards atop the city walls exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide as saucers. What is this? Not kill. How could that be considered filial? Nonsense. Is this even human speech? Filial piety to the point of the Xuanwu Gate? Lin Langtian was momentarily taken aback. The overwhelming despair he felt stifled by the absurdity of the words. He raised his head, gazing incredulously at the rebellious son below the walls. Had that young wretch's mind been kicked by donkey? Rest assured, my esteemed father. Lin Shi seemed oblivious to the bewildered expressions of those around him, speaking in a deliberative tone as he arranged his father's twilight years. Once I ascend the throne, I shall honor you as the Grand Emperor. I will provide you with the most opulent palace and gather hundreds of maidens to attend to your every need, ensuring that you live in indulgence and comfort. As he spoke, he tilted his head, presenting what he believed to be a charming smile. Father, what do you think of this arrangement? Is it considered enough? Lin Langtian could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. Such excessive filial piety. Consider it? Consider my foot. Is this a retirement plan? You intend to raise me like livestock? You ungrateful wretch. Lin Langtian pointed at Lin Shi, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but words eluded him. His mind felt utterly overwhelmed. Engaging in dialogue with this illogical rebel was far more exhausting than battling 10 formidable foes. Meanwhile, the citizens of the capital below were utterly numb. Despair? No. It transcended despair. It was a sense of powerlessness akin to lying down after witnessing an absurd farce. It's over. We're doomed. The new emperor's first act is to confine the old emperor to a zoo. I see. I just want to know how future histories of our great Qian will record this. The filial emperor and his grand emperor father? Hush! Lower your voice. Are you out of your mind? What does it matter? We're all going to perish anyway. Might as well enjoy some comedic relief before the end. Above the city gates, Lin Shi seemed quite pleased with the spectacle he had created. He relished his father's exasperated, impotent fury. Savoring the atmosphere of despair, he wielded over the entire capital. Very well, father. The smile gradually faded from Lin Shi's face, replaced by a chilling coldness. The time for reminiscing was over. He abruptly raised his arm and gestured forward. His voice rang out with the icy resonance of the abyss, echoing throughout the heavens. All troops, heed my command. Attack the city. Bring the Grand Emperor down from his throne. Kill. Roar. In an instant, the ground trembled and the mountains shook. Behind Lin Shi, the mighty army of 1,000,000 warriors surged forth like a deluge unleashed, raising a tumult of dust and bearing an aura of deadly intent as they launched a desperate assault on the city walls of the capital. It was over. Everything was lost. The faces of the defenders atop the walls were etched with resoluteness and solemnity. Lin Lang, no. The retired emperor was on the brink of being driven to madness. As loyal subjects, their only recourse was to fight to the death. However, just as the leading rebels closed the distance to the walls, mere meters away, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A deafening hum resonated. A pressure of unfathomable terror descended, akin to the Milky Way pouring forth from the heavens. This pressure was not as tyrannical as that of Zhao Guangyi, nor was it reminiscent of the chilling presence of the honored ones. It was frigid, pure, and bore an aloofness that looked down upon all mortals. It was as though a deity had descended upon the earth. Thud! Thud! The thousands of frontline rebels fell, not even uttering a sound, as if an invisible mountain had crushed them, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, their bones shattered. The cacophony of battle cries abruptly ceased. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Instinctively, everyone looked up in horror towards the sky. What was happening? Was there someone in the heavens? Above, in the azure expanse, an iridescent streak of azure sword light appeared, seemingly from nowhere. Upon this radiant beam stood two figures. At the forefront was a woman clad in a purple gown. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her exquisite visage was veiled by an eternal frost. Her phoenix-like eyes, cool as the moon, swept across the battlefield with a mere glance, sending tremors through countless souls as if their very essence were at risk of freezing. Behind her stood an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in the attire of an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sect, seemingly languid. On the city tower, upon seeing the woman in purple, Lin Lang was struck as if by lightning. In his murky old eyes, disbelief ignited like a spark, his lips trembling. Zhujian. It was indeed Chu Yan. My daughter has returned. Below the city walls, Lin Shi's face, once brimming with determination, suddenly froze. He fixed his gaze upon the figure in the sky that had haunted his dreams for 6 long years, his madness and possessiveness reaching a fever pitch. Zhudan, above, the woman in purple, Lin Chuyen, finally directed her gaze towards Lin Shi. In her eyes, there was no joy of reunion, only an icy chill, coupled with profound disappointment and sorrow. Her crimson lips parted, her voice like celestial music, yet frosty to the core. Royal brother, you have lost your mind. Chapter 57. This princess belongs to my master. Lost my mind? Upon hearing that word, Lin Shi, seated in the carriage, exhibited not the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he beamed with even greater brilliance and fervor. It was a euphoric joy, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, his mirth infused with a morbid satisfaction. Indeed, I have lost my sanity. He suddenly extended his arms wide, as though to embrace the entire world. His eyes ablaze with fervor, unwaveringly fixed upon Lin Chuyen in the sky, devoid of any concealment. I am mad for you, my beloved sister, my dear Chuyen. These 6 years, do you have any idea how I, your imperial brother, have endured? I have found no pleasure in food, nor could I sleep at night. My mind consumed solely by thoughts of you. Our father, the emperor, forbids me from marrying you, claiming it violates human ethics. What utter nonsense! My love for you is not a crime. I wish to make you my empress, to embody the mother of a nation. What wrong is there in that? With these words, a thunderous shockwave reverberated throughout the battlefield. The entire army of 1 million rebels, along with the soldiers on the city walls, stood frozen in astonishment. Every movement seemed as though it had been halted by an enchantment, immobilized in place. The knives they held fell from their grasp, and they forgot to swallow the saliva pooling in their mouths. The mental threads in their minds snapped with a resounding crack. What on earth? We are here risking our lives to rebel, to uphold justice. And yet, after all this commotion, the root cause is that His Highness wishes to marry his own sister? Is this revelation not a bit too grand? In an instant, countless gazes flitted between Lin Shi, Lin Langtian, and Lin Chuyen, their eyes brimming with gossip, astonishment, and the bewilderment that follows the shattering of one's worldview. Goodness, I feel as though I have stumbled upon an extraordinary royal secret. Thus, the incident at Xuanwu Gate was, in truth, a familial drama born of love and hatred. The crown prince, for love, filial yet fraternal, confronts his own father at Xuanwu Gate, forcefully claiming his sister. How does this narrative feel even more thrilling than fiction? Thrilling indeed. I have bared my soul, drawn my sword, only to witness this. On the tower, Lin Langton, who had just begun to harbor a glimmer of hope with the return of his daughter, felt darkness envelop him after hearing this fervent declaration. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. So, you little rascal, have harbored such a monumental secret all along. It is now clear to me why this rebellious son chose to seclude himself. He must have feared that I would disapprove of this union, emerging from my grave to thwart his desires. Meanwhile, under the scrutinizing eyes of the multitude, Lin Chuyen, her exquisite face, previously frozen in icy beauty, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. It was neither affection nor anger, but rather a visceral revulsion akin to encountering the most sordid, vile substance in existence. She even took a slight step back, her elegant brows knitting tightly together. Lin Shi, you truly fill this princess with revulsion. Her voice, now 3 degrees colder than before, dripped with disdain. Are you playing with the essence of fate? Bah, only my esteemed master is worthy of engaging with me. This simple declaration struck Lin Shi's heart like the sharpest of blades, freezing the fervent smile on his face in an instant. In its place arose boundless malice and madness. Revulsion? Very well. Since the royal sister refuses to partake in the offered wine, do not blame me for resorting to force. Lin Shi's visage twisted into a grotesque expression as he abruptly gestured to the 2 cultivators from the prince's residence behind him. You 2 go. Bring the princess down for me. After a pause, he added in an almost obsessive tone, remember, not a single hair on her head must be harmed. Yes, your highness. The 2 cultivators exchanged glances, responding in unison. One was at the 2nd level of the god transformation realm, and the other at the 3rd. In their eyes, dealing with a delicate little princess was as effortless as plucking a flower, even with a sect steward at her back. They vanished in a blur, like twin beams of light, soaring towards Lin Chuyen. Chuyen, be careful. On the city battlements, Lin Langtian was suddenly alarmed, ready to intervene without hesitation. Yet, he was outpaced by another. Just as the two cultivators were about to reach Lin Chuyin, the middle-aged steward, who had been languidly standing behind her, finally made his move. He didn't even lift his eyelids, merely muttering lazily, "How noisy." As the words left his lips, he slowly raised his right hand. It was an unremarkable hand, even bearing traces of dirt beneath the nails, resembling that of a farmer accustomed to toil. Then, with a casual flick, he waved at the two unstoppable beams of light. "Do you two wretched fools dare to lay a hand on my lady?" Li Changjian's voice, laced with disdain and mockery, echoed through the air. In the next moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor cataclysmic energy fluctuations. The two cultivators of the God transformation realm seemed to collide with an invisible wall. Their movements abruptly halted. Then, before the eyes of all present, in a manner most surreal, there came two soft sounds, like two blood-red balloons being punctured. Those once mighty cultivators of the God transformation realm, they did not even have time to utter a scream, as they were effortlessly reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. A gentle breeze passed, scattering the blood mist, as if they had never existed in this world. The entire realm fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Beneath the city walls, the fierce expression on Lin Shi's face transformed into a vacant stare. The overwhelming aura of the northern king, Zhao Guangyi, diminished in an instant. On the city tower, Lin Langtian, who was prepared to risk everything, found his hand suspended in midair. As for the 1 million rebellious spectators, along with the elite guards of the great Qian dynasty, they had utterly relinquished their capacity for thought. What in the world did I just witness? That was a transcendent being, not a mere cabbage. Just like that, with a single slap, they were obliterated? Who on earth is this individual? A profound silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. If the earlier spectacle of two transcendent beings being reduced to blood mist was shocking, this moment was sheer terror. A fear that surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, sending shivers deep into their very souls. Especially for the 4 remaining transcendent beings from the great Ming dynasty, positioned near Lin Shi. Their faces were even paler than the white-haired old devotees atop the city wall alongside Lin Langtian. Gulp. One of them swallowed hard, the sound echoing chillingly across the silent battlefield. They were not simpletons from the great Qian dynasty. They hailed from the mightier great Ming dynasty and possessed insights far beyond the ordinary. One slap, 2 transcendent beings struck down. What does this even mean? Dongshu? No. Although the Dongshu old monster is formidable, it is inconceivable for him to act so casually, as if swatting a fly. Thus, there could be but one conclusion. A powerful being of the harmonious Tao, a devotee from the great Ming dynasty, screamed mentally in a near pitch of panic. Run! Another devotee's thoughts were filled with frantic dread. In an instant, the 4 reached a startling consensus. Who cares about the so-called Prince Lin Shi? Who cares about wealth and glory? Their lives were at stake. What use is wealth when life is lost? This mission was an utter disaster. It was supposed to be a simple task of bullying the weak, yet instead, they stumbled upon an iron wall, or rather a star. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 figures, as if in perfect harmony, unleashed their utmost speed, transforming into 4 streaks of vibrant light, fleeing in 4 entirely opposite directions, east, south, west, and north. Their speed tore through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. If just one of them could escape, if one could relay the news back to the great Ming dynasty, the appearance of a harmonious Tao old monster in Great Qian would be a momentous event that would shake the entire Jianzhou. However, their desire to flee would have to contend with the whims of that young lady in the heavens. Lin Chuyin observed the 4 figures fleeing in disarray, a cold sneer gracing her lips. Her gaze was akin to that of one surveying 4 ants ensnared in an inescapable calamity. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet resonant, echoing throughout the entirety of the capital. Li the steward, today anyone who participated in the rebellion. She paused, her beautiful eyes radiating a chilling intent. Kill. Without mercy. Chapter 58. In our Qingyun Sect, even the gatekeepers are of imperial caliber. Yes, Mississippi Li Changjian maintained an air of languor, as if still caught in the embrace of slumber, even stifling a yawn. Yet his half-closed eyes finally opened a sliver. In that fleeting moment, the unadorned yet ancient sword at his back resembling a mere firewood stick, emitted a clear and resonant dragon's roar. Though the sound was not loud, it seemed to resonate deep within the souls of all present. Li Changjian pointed his fingers like a sword towards the hilt of the sword that had unsheathed slightly, giving it a gentle flick, akin to a mischievous child flicking a pebble. Go forth. Do not allow them to tarnish the young lady's eyes. Whoosh! A slender azure sword energy flashed from the sheath, swift as a whisper. It moved with such rapidity that none could discern its form. In the next instant, that azure sword energy divided midair, ghostly and ethereal, into 4 strands even more delicate, nearly invisible to the naked eye, racing towards 4 distinct directions, piercing through the void. They disregarded the distances of space and the flow of time. They were the very embodiment of death. The formidable being of the divine transformation realm, hurtling northward, had just begun to revel in a fleeting sense of survival. I escaped. Yet, before his thoughts could fully form, he felt a chill bloom at his brow. And then, there was nothing more. His body remained poised in a forward leap, the shock and ecstasy in his eyes frozen, yet he had already lost all vestiges of life. Akin to a stone plummeting from great heights. Thud! He crashed to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Almost simultaneously, 3 dull thuds echoed from the east, south, and west, marking the demise of 4 formidable beings of the divine transformation realm, capable of founding their own sections. Just like that, they were gone, cleanly and swiftly extinguished, without even a final word. The world once more succumbed to a suffocating silence. If the first instance was one of shock and the second, fear, then this third was sheer numbness. Beneath the city walls, a million rebellious soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions remarkably unified. Bewilderment enveloped them. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I follow His Highness the Crown Prince in rebellion? I recall now. It was for the sake of marrying the princess, to satisfy his twisted personal desires. Bah, that was His Highness's intention. What concern is it of ours? My dear brother, you have lost your blade. Yours has fallen as well. Shall we pick them up, strike them against each other, and feign loyalty, so that when we surrender, it may be considered a meritorious act? A splendid idea. On the city ramparts, the 3 elderly venerables, white-haired and frail, supported each other, barely avoiding a tumble to the ground. My heavens! A harmonized realm expert. Truly, a master of the harmonized realm. Our princess has been away from the great Qian for less than a month, heading to the sacred land of the heavenly sword, and yet has encountered such formidable allies. What a remarkable stroke of fortune! Standing at the forefront was Lin Shi, his expression of bewilderment now transformed into one of pallor. He gazed at the ethereal and exquisite figure in the sky, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Lin Shi had dared to incite a rebellion, relying heavily on the 7 formidable beings of the transformation realm. Yet, in such a brief moment, 6 had perished. Only the king of the north, Zhao Guangyi, remained, trembling behind him, scarcely daring to breathe. Overwhelmed? Outmatched in numbers? To pit 1,000,000 ants against a harmonized realm expert? Lin Shi felt as if his face were being forcefully ground into the earth. It burned with a fiery pain, as if an invisible hand had struck him repeatedly, delivering 300 resounding slaps. Lin Shi realized that all his meticulous schemes and the cunning he took pride in had become a mere jest in the face of absolute power. A colossaliest. His last support, King Zhao Guangyi, now stood behind him, and he could distinctly sense the powerful aura of Zhao Guangyi, a 7th-tier transformation realm expert, fluctuating uncontrollably. Lin Shi's heart sank deeper into despair. Yet in the next moment, thud, a profoundly dull sound shattered the oppressive silence enveloping the realm. Everyone, including the 3 venerable elders on the ramparts, instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. What they beheld was a sight that nearly made their eyes bulge in disbelief. The king of the north, who commanded 1,000,000 troops of the great Qian, second only to the emperor, whose mere stamp could shake the entire northern region, was kneeling. He knelt there, prostrated on the cold stone tiles, his posture so precise it seemed measured with a ruler. His forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud, the sound itself painful to hear. Princess, spare me, your highness. I am wronged. Xiao Wang. I've been blinded by greed and misled by this young Lin Shi, which led me to commit a heinous crime. I, Xiao Wang, have been unwaveringly loyal to the emperor, as the sun and moon can testify. It is all his fault. It is this beastly prince who promised to betroth you to me once the scheme succeeded, and in that moment of folly, I was deceived. His voice rang out, stirring the depths of the soul, filled with genuine emotion. It caused Lin Shi, who was still in a daze, to stagger and nearly lose his balance. What the hell? What did I ever say I would betroth my sister to you? I intended to marry her myself. You dog. Is this how you deflect blame? Lin Shi trembled with rage, pointing at Zhao Guangyi, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single curse. The million rebellious soldiers beneath the city wall were also left utterly stunned. Good heavens! We exclaimed in disbelief. The speed of this blame-shifting, the decisiveness in betraying allies. Lord of the North, you are indeed a cur. Meanwhile, in the sky above, Lin Shuyan merely observed his performance quietly, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion. Yet the smirk at the corners of her lips grew ever more pronounced. Oh, are you implying that you are innocent? She spoke, her voice icy. Zhao Guangyi nodded vigorously in response. Innocent? I am whiter than tofu, more wrong than dough. Huh? Lin Shuyan scoffed coldly. The sound sliced through the air like a blade, piercing Zhao Guangyi's heart. Do you truly believe that this princess has remained oblivious to the world's affairs for the past 6 years? Do you think I'm still that naive 10-year-old girl? A chill ran down Zhao Guangyi's spine, an ominous premonition enveloping him entirely. Suddenly, Lin Shuyan's tone sharpened. You incited that fool Lin Shi to instigate a rebellion, intending to incite brother against brother, father against son, to annihilate the royal bloodline of De Qian. Once they are mutually destroyed, you, as the Lord of the North, would march south under the guise of purging the court, striking down Lin Shi and seizing the throne. At that moment, the empire of De Qian would bear the surname Zhao. Am I correct in my assertions? Boom! Her words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the minds of all present. Zhao Guangyi froze, kneeling there like a stone statue, the blood draining from his face at a visible pace. How could she know? This secret plot had been his ambition, nurtured over decades, buried deep within his heart. How could she possibly know? On the city wall, Lin Langtian was utterly bewildered. His daughter had emerged from a brief absence, completely transformed. Lin Shi, on the other hand, was left dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Zhao Guangyi's retreating figure, then looked up at Lin Shuyan in the sky, his mind a blank slate. It dawned on him. Originally, I was merely a jester. Lin Shuyan gazed at Zhao Guangyi, her disdain intensifying. Do not presume, my lord, that I am oblivious to your insidious ambitions. Furthermore, your precious son, Zhao Ritian, is it? He dared to harass me repeatedly at the Taichu sacred land, with vile words and a reckless disregard for his own life. My master has personally dealt with him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangyi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with a frenzied rage. What? You kill my son, Ritian? The realization struck him. No wonder Ritian had suddenly gone silent. Those he sent to the sacred land could not uncover any trace of him. It turns out he met his demise at the hands of this wretched girl. An overwhelming hatred instantly obliterated his reason. What matters of the Tao? What crises of life and death? All he desired now was to avenge his son's murder. Lin Shuyan. Zhao Guangyi leaped to his feet, pointing at Lin Shuyan, his face contorted in a monstrous snarl. You dare to kill my son? You possess tremendous audacity. Do you not know that my son has long been accepted as a disciple under Elder Tang San of the inner sect of the Taichu sacred land? By slaying him, you have made an enemy of Elder Tang and the entire Taichu sacred land. No one in heaven or earth can save you now. His voice was hoarse, as if he could already envision Lin Shuyan meeting a tragic end at the hands of the Taichu sacred land. However, the fear and regret he imagined did not manifest on Lin Shuyan's face. She merely regarded him with an expression of utter incredulity. The Taichu sacred land? What rubbish is that? Lin Shuyan furrowed her brows, seemingly straining to recall the name, then disdainfully shook her head. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Zhao Guangyi nearly spat blood in disbelief. The Taichu sacred land, which instills fear throughout the entire Sword Province. And you claim to have never heard of it? Are you jesting with me? Observing his utterly bewildered demeanor, Lin Shuyan lost all patience. I have already pledged myself to the Qingyun Sect. Within my Qingyun Sect, the foundation is profound. Countless strong warriors abound, and even the gatekeepers are emperors. We fear no power. We fear no lineage. Do not speak of a mere sacred land. Even that so-called supreme force, the undying imperial clan, would bow before my Qingyun Sect. Chapter 59. Exceptional water spiritual root. Is it acceptable? Her voice was monotonous, yet seemed to articulate an undeniable truth. Each word struck like a colossal hammer against the hearts of all present. The gatekeepers are all emperors? What kind of divine sect is this? Is boasting truly taken to such extremes? But looking at the middle-aged man in the Tao realm above, no one dared to question the authenticity of her statement. With a guardian of such caliber, the Qingyun Sect must be an ultimate force surpassing even the sacred lands. At the very least, there must be a supreme ruler presiding over it. Stewardly, Lin Chuyin spoke softly. Eliminate him. Yes, miss, replied Li Changjian. Lacking the energy even to wield his sword's aura, he merely raised his right hand towards Zhao Guangyi, the formidable king of the north. A pinnacle figure in the great Qin dynasty, who stood at the 7th level of the transformation realm. With a sweeping motion through the air, a crisp sound reverberated, sharper and more resonant than any before. Then silence ensued. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, Zhao Guangyi, the once unassailable warlord, did not have time to utter a single cry. In an instant, he was reduced to a brilliant mist of blood. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the crimson vapor, as if he had never existed in this world. A single strike, an instant annihilation of a being at the 7th level of the transformation realm, below the city walls. The 100,000 rebels completely disintegrated. A clang echoed. Someone was the first to discard their weapon. Then came the chorus of clattering weapons falling to the ground, resonating through the sky. On the carriage, Lin Shi stared blankly at the heavens. His final reliance, his last hope, his ultimate trump card had vanished. He had lost utterly. However, just as the 100,000 rebels prepared to line up for their demise, a thunderous roar erupted, filled with long-suppressed fury and imperial authority, resonating like a clap of thunder. Kill! Execute them for me! The voice belonged to the emperor of the great Qian, Lin Langtian. Frustration. It was unbearably vexing. Here was the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, a ruler of a nation, a formidable being at the 8th level of the transformation realm, nearly cornered at the Xuanwu Gate by his own son and outsiders. How could he swallow such humiliation? Now, with the formidable figure brought by his treasured daughter having cleared the greatest threat, the remaining rabble were merely cannon fodder. He would strike them down with a single blow. If not now, then when? Kill. With the emperor's command, the 3 venerable guardians sprang into action, invigorated as if infused with vitality. Protect his majesty. Eliminate the rebels. You treacherous scoundrels, do not hesitate to present your necks for execution. They transformed into 3 streaks of light, plunging into the midst of the now disarmed rebels. Their ferocity was unmatched. Their imposing presence was overwhelming. Those unaware might have thought it was they who had just repelled the stew, fearing he would arrive too late to even sip a bowl of soup. Chaos erupted once more outside the Xuanwu Gate. Yet this time, it was not a siege, but a one-sided massacre. Spare me. I surrender. Your grace, have mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother and a child in desperate need of nourishment. I was wrong. Truly, I was misled by that treacherous Prince Lin Shi. The air was filled with cries of despair and pleas for mercy, echoing like the wails of slaughtered pigs. However, it was to no avail. Lin Langtian, in a fit of rage, ensured that those who begged for mercy met their demise even quicker. This was the exhilarating pleasure of ruthlessly punishing a drowning dog. Above, Lin Chuyin and Li Changjian merely observed in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. After all, this was a domestic affair of the great Qin dynasty, and the cleansing of filth was a task beneath the Qingyun Sect. As the insurrection was swiftly quelled and the situation stabilized, Lin Langtian took a deep breath and slowly turned, striding purposefully toward the carriage. His gaze fell upon his son, Lin Shi, who remained in a state of disarray. Infidèle. Lin Langtian's voice was devoid of any warmth, chillingly devoid of emotion. Lin Shi trembled, slowly lifting his head to meet his father's eyes, which were filled with disappointment, anger, and a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. Father's lips quivered, yearning to articulate something, yet no words escaped his mouth. I have treated you with kindness, Lin Langtian continued, his tone weary. The position of crown prince and the vast empire will eventually be yours. Why could you not wait? Hearing this, Lin Shi forced a bitter smile, one that appeared more sorrowful than tears. Indeed, why? For power, for ambition, for a desire to marry the sister he could never possess. But what significance did such reflections hold now? Someone, Lin Langtian, turned his back on him, abruptly flinging his dragon robe and commanding with a fierce voice. Your Majesty! An elderly attendant instantly appeared before him, bowing respectfully, his hands still stained with the brain matter of the rebels. Yet he presented himself as obedient and compliant. Deprive him of his cultivation and cast him into the heavenly prison. Wait until I have fully quelled the rebellion to determine his fate. Lin Langtian pronounced the final judgment upon his own flesh and blood, each word deliberate and resolute. No. Lin Shi's eyes widened in despair as he let out a desperate scream. He could have accepted death, but the loss of his cultivation was a fate more unbearable. He would be reduced from the lofty status of crown prince to a mere worthless being, inferior even to commoners. Yet the old attendant showed no mercy. You have offended the former crown prince. He sneered, a gnarled hand, akin to a ravenous eagle-esque talon, striking swiftly at Lin Shi's dantian. With a soft pop, it sounded as if a balloon had been punctured. Lin Shi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body convulsing violently. In an instant, he could distinctly sense that the years of arduous cultivation he had devoted to perfecting his golden core were lost. His visage aged rapidly, visibly deteriorating by the second. The anguished scream echoed hauntingly above Xuanwu Gate. Soon after, he was dragged away by two fierce guards, akin to a lifeless dog. Once the chaos subsided, the fury on Lin Longtian's face gradually faded. He straightened his disheveled dragon robe, turned around, and gazed skyward. A smile, more grotesque than tears, creased his face, infused with a blend of servility, reverence, and paternal affection. This complex array of emotions contorted his features. Qingyun, my dear daughter, please descend. We have much to discuss. His feelings towards his daughter were a tumult of love and fear. He cherished her for having saved both him and the entire dynasty. Yet he feared the formidable backing she now possessed, which made even him, an experienced cultivator at the 8th level of divine transformation, feel a twinge of trepidation. Lin Qingyun nodded, and with a graceful movement, she landed atop the city wall alongside Li Changjian. Father, she called out coolly, her demeanor as frosty as if the recent events bore no significance to her. My dear daughter. Lin Langtian rubbed his hands together, appearing quite flustered, entirely devoid of his earlier imperial majesty. The three elderly advisors dared not breathe, their heads bowed low. Qingyun, Lin Langtian cautiously gathered his thoughts and inquired, what is the meaning of all this? Who is this Li Senior from Qingyun Sect? His mind remained a muddled mess, overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events. Upon hearing his words, a ripple of emotion crossed Lin Qingyun's otherwise serene and exquisite face. Father, it is as follows. 2 months ago, when I visited the Taichu's sacred land, I encountered the son of the northern king, Zhao Riqian, who is rather dim-witted and constantly harassed me with his indecent remarks. Coincidentally, my revered master happened to pass by the sacred land. Lin Langtian and the three advisors' hearts leapt into their throats at this revelation. Within the sacred land, imperial authority meant little. If a princess was wronged, they could only watch helplessly. Lin Qingyun recounted her recent experiences succinctly, her words seemingly light, yet striking like 1,000 thunderclaps in Lin Longtian's mind. Average talent? Just barely worthy of his attention? Good heavens! My daughter Lin Qingyun, a paragon of exceptional water spirit roots, possessing such abundance. She is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. In the eyes of your master, is it merely acceptable? What kind of prodigies does your esteemed sect possess? Furthermore, a mere guardian is a powerful being at the harmonization realm. What the elders? What the sect leader? Wouldn't that be tantamount to shaking the very heavens? Lin Langtian stood rooted to the spot, his mind a tempest in the wind. Suddenly, he comprehended. He fully grasped the situation. What a great Qian dynasty and its imperial grandeur. In the eyes of the Qingyun Sect, it likely holds no more significance than a village brawl. He gazed upon the increasingly enchanting and ethereal daughter before him, his heart a tumult of emotions, ultimately manifesting in a profound exclamation from the depths of his being. Goodness, I have not merely married off a princess. I have evidently secured an indomitable ally. The great Qian dynasty is poised to ascend. My daughter, you must cling tightly to your master's formidable leg. Chapter 60. This princess will annihilate the great Ming. Father, it was Lin Qingyun who spoke. Huh? Oh, my dear daughter. Father is here. Lin Langtian jolted awake with a start. The three venerable elders hastily lowered their heads, fearful of attracting this lady's attention. Lin Qingyun frowned delicately, seemingly unaccustomed to her father's demeanor, yet she directly addressed the matter at hand. You previously communicated to me that Lin Shi's rebellion bears the shadow of the great Ming dynasty? Upon her words, the smile vanished from Lin Longtian's face, replaced by a tempest of fury and murderous intent. Indeed, he slammed his hand against the city wall, gritting his teeth and bellowing, "Those wretched scoundrels of the Great Ming! Were it not for their clandestine collusion, sending Lin Shi, that ungrateful wretch, for guardians of the transformation realm, how could he have dared to act with such audacity?" Aside from the old cunning fox, the king of the north, Lin Shi's primary support lay with those 4 guardians dispatched by the Great Ming dynasty. As he spoke, a thought struck Lin Langtian, and his rage morphed into a smirk tinged with schadenfreude. He cast a furtive glance at the indifferently Chang Jian, who stood nearby, his expression as tranquil as water, and lowered his voice as if divulging a monumental secret. "But those 4 unfortunate souls didn't even have the chance to make a sound before seniorly reduced them to mere blood mist." The 3 venerable elders trembled at his words, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. What a splendid execution. So deftly done. That blood mist, both crimson and round, is a testament to the seniors' profound cultivation. Their gazes towards Li Changjian no longer reflected mere respect, but had transformed into fervent admiration. Li Changjian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if vanquishing 4 transformation realm beings was as trivial to him as swatting 4 flies. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's cool phoenix eyes flickered with an imperceptible glimmer. If this were the case, the Ming dynasty had suffered a substantial loss of 4 deities in the transformation realm, inevitably weakening its national strength and vitality. Now was the opportune moment to obliterate the Ming. Her voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder in the ears of Lin Langtian and the others. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Lin Langtian's expression became rigid, and the countenances of the 3 venerable offerings also stiffened. The 4 men, with eyes wide as copper bells and mouths agape, stared blankly at Lin Shuyan. What was this? Annihilate the Ming? Lin Langtian's mind reeled under the weight of this revelation. My daughter, my dear daughter, do you harbor a colossal misunderstanding regarding the annihilation of a dynasty? This is the Ming dynasty, our arch-nemesis for millennia. Although they had lost 4 transformation realm deities, the Freilius camel is still larger than a horse. Surely, they have formidable beings still guarding their ancestral graves. How could one simply declare annihilation? War requires the mobilization of troops, preparation of provisions, and meticulous strategy. Progressing step by step, he opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chuyan, the annihilation of the Ming is no trifling matter. This requires careful deliberation. However, Lin Chuyan merely cast a faint glance at him, as if regarding an unsophisticated bumpkin. Careful consideration? Unnecessary. Her words were crisp and unambiguous. Father, the remnants of the rebel forces and the prince's faction shall be entrusted to you and the 3 venerable offerings. Swiftly cleanse the court and stabilize the situation. She spoke as if delegating a trivial task. Then, she turned to Li Changjian beside her. Master Li, let's make our departure. Li Changjian nodded slightly, choosing his words sparingly. As you wish, Mississippi. Upon finishing, Lin Chuyan turned back to her father, who had turned to stone, and a faint smile graced her cool countenance. That smile was confident, powerful, and imbued with a hint of reassurance. This princess shall now journey to the Ming dynasty to eliminate this minor inconvenience on behalf of my father. No sooner had she spoken than she afforded Lin Langtian no time to react. Lin Chuyan and Li Changjian's figures transformed into 2 radiant streaks of light, piercing through the heavens. Whoosh! Accompanied by the piercing sound of air being torn asunder, the 2 luminous trails swiftly vanished toward the direction of the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, 100,000 miles away, in the Ming dynasty's royal palace, the Golden Lawn Hall was alive with revelry, the air thick with the scent of wine. In stark contrast to the oppressive and somber atmosphere of the Deqian imperial city, this place resembled a paradise on earth. Emperor Zhu Qian of the Ming dynasty reclined languidly upon his dragon throne, his face aglow with a mixture of triumph and unchecked exuberance. Marvelous, truly marvelous. He lifted the pure gold wine goblet before him, draining its exquisite contents in one swift motion, releasing a profound sigh of satisfaction. Filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, Zhu Chen burst into hearty laughter. Ah, that fool Lin Shi, indeed heaven's aid to me. I merely offered a slight promise and dispatched 4 divine guardians to bolster his courage, and he dares to believe himself capable enough to rebel against his own father. Foolish, utterly foolish. He kicked over the table before him, sending wine and dishes scattering across the floor, causing the palace dancers to tremble in fear, yet continue their performance. Let them fight to the death, both father and son. Let them inflict mutual destruction. At that time, the great Qian would be left vulnerable, and its people in disarray. My Ming's million iron cavalry will trample the great Qian dynasty underfoot. Linlang, or Linlang. You could never have envisioned that your most cherished son is soon to become the harbinger of your downfall. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Envisioning himself clad in the dragon robe, reigning over the great Qian, with Lin laying beneath his feet. The kingdom, the beauties, the world, all shall belong to me. At that moment, boom! A voice as chilling as Ian's old ice, yet exuding an unparalleled might, reverberated through the skies above the imperial capital of Ming. Zhu Chun, you old dog, come forth and meet your demise. This voice carried an overwhelming spiritual pressure, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Crack, crack. The magnificent roof of the Golden Lawn Hall, crafted from glazed tiles, instantly became a web of fissures, tiles cascading downwards. The songstresses and dancers within the hall barely had time to utter a scream before being rendered unconscious, blood streaming from their orifices due to the sonic shockwave. The triumphant smile on Zhu Chun's face solidified into a mask of shock. The pure gold goblet in his hand clattered to the ground, shattered into dust by the surge of his own dragon aura. Who dares to act so brazenly above my palace? Zhu Chen's fury ignited, a regal might and the aura of a divine realm expert exploding forth. With a flourish of his dragon robe, he transformed into a streak of golden light, tearing through the palace ceiling and soaring into the heavens. Impudent rogue, come forth and accept your fate. In the air above the palace, Zhu Chun hovered, radiating an aura of lethal intent as he glared at two figures not far ahead, a man and a woman. The man, clad in azure, stood with eyes closed and hands behind his back, exuding an ethereal presence, seemingly merging with the very air around him, utterly unremarkable. The woman, draped in a flowing white gown, was breathtakingly beautiful, her elegance unmatched, yet her enchanting face bore a scornful and disdainful expression that ignited Zhu Chun's fury. This princess? Zhu Chun furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Lin Chuyin, his mind racing. This voice, this self-identification, the princess of the great Qian, Lin Chuyin? Isn't she the one who was said to possess mediocre talents and was sent to the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary for refuge long ago? How could she possibly be here? What audacity does she possess? You are the princess of the Qian, Lin Chuyin? Zhu Chun inquired tentatively, his tone laden with skepticism and an unyielding aura of menace. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuyin curled her lips slightly, a smile that was both icy and haughty gracing her features. Oh, your memory serves you well, old dog. It seems you haven't grown so senile as to forget who this princess is. You. Zhu Chen's anger surged at the insult, nearly causing him to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. How could the emperor of the great Ming, a revered sovereign, and a powerful being at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, endure such public humiliation? Lin Chuyin, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the palace below. Has your father, Lin Langtian, perished? Did he send a mere child like you to meet your demise? Or perhaps you wish to become one of my beloved concubines, yearning for my affection? Chapter 61. The retired emperor of the great Ming, second layer of the void realm. Upon hearing Zhu Chen's lascivious and utterly distasteful taunt, the mockery and disdain on Lin Chuyin's delicate face instantly froze. It was replaced by a profound revulsion, as if she had encountered the most vile and repugnant object in existence. Affection? Lin Chuyin's crimson lips parted, her voice devoid of any emotion, chillingly cold to the core. You, an aged and grotesque old dog with a mouth full of filth? Do you even dare to claim such a right? Her words struck like an invisible slap, resounding harshly against Zhu Chen's face. His visage, already flushed with fury, turned a deep, purplish hue. You seek death. The emperor of the great Ming, a figure of unparalleled authority and a master of the 9th level of divine transformation, had never endured such a shameful affront. Today, he vowed to capture this presumptuous child and teach her the meaning of an emperor's affection. However, just as he prepared to strike Li Changjian, who had been standing silently beside Lin Chuyin, eyes closed and resembling a statue, stirred. No, to be precise, he did not move at all. He remained with his eyes shut, hands clasped behind his back, not even a single hair swaying. Yet, the ancient spirit sword at his back stirred to life, with a resonant sound that seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of the heavens. A clarion call of the sword erupted. A streak of azure sword light, faster than the eye could perceive, tore through the void, hurtling towards Zhu Chun. This strike appeared unremarkable. It held no earth-shattering power, nor did it boast dazzling effects. It was merely a simple thrust, an effortless swing of the sword. Yet, upon witnessing this streak of sword light, Zhu Chun, the emperor of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, felt every hair on his body stand on end. A primal fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, enveloped him in dread. No, he let out a piercing scream of sheer terror. He yearned to hide, to flee. Yet in his panic, he realized he was ensnared by an invisible and terrifying sword intent, binding him tightly. The very space around him seemed to solidify, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. "Block it from me," Zhu Chun cried out, nearly frantic, as he unleashed every ounce of his spiritual power. A resounding roar erupted, a majestic dragon's cry that echoed through the heavens. A colossal golden dragon, forged from imperial dragon energy, erupted from within him, baring its fangs and claws as it surged towards the azure sword light. This was the strongest defensive measure he possessed as the emperor of the Ming dynasty, a force deemed indomitable. Yet, with a soft hiss, it met its demise, like a searing iron pressed into delicate tofu. The awe-inspiring golden dragon crumbled upon contact with the azure sword light, shattering into countless golden motes that vanished into the ether. It was utterly defenseless. Zhu Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. How could this be possible? This thought flickered through his mind, but before he could contemplate further, the azure sword light effortlessly pierced his brow. No blood flowed, no wound manifested. The expression on Zhu Chen's face crystallized into that moment of horror and incredulity. His body, beginning at his brow, manifested intricate fissures, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Crack! Crack! The fractures swiftly spread throughout his entire being. He could distinctly feel the vitality within him being mercilessly strangled and obliterated by an overwhelming sword energy. It was over. Was he to perish? Slain in a mere instant? In his final moments, he summoned the last vestige of his strength, casting his gaze skyward to release a heart-wrenching wail that resonated throughout the imperial capital of the Ming dynasty. "Father, save me!" No sooner had the words left his lips than, boom, Zhu Chun's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a cloud of ash that scattered with the wind. The illustrious emperor of the Ming, a formidable being at the 9th tier of divinity, Zhu Chun, was gone, his essence obliterated. The world around him fell into an eerie silence. Only the azure spirit's sword remained, sheathing itself with a soft chime, as though it had merely performed an insignificant task. Lin Shuyan even disdainfully waved her sleeve, as if to dismiss the tainted air lingering in the atmosphere. Yet, at the very moment Zhu Chen's final wail echoed, deep within the heart of the Ming palace, in the hallowed grounds designated as forbidden, where the ancestors of past emperors lay interred, an ominous rumble resounded. The earth began to tremble violently, as if some unparalleled monstrosity was about to break free from its subterranean prison. An ancient royal tomb, steeped in the passage of time, suddenly erupted with a resounding boom. A colossal sarcophagus, hewn from millennia-old stone and inscribed with countless arcane runes, soared skyward, suspended in the air. A terrifying aura, tenfold, 100-fold more potent than anything previously felt, erupted from within the coffin, sweeping across the land like a volcanic eruption. Beneath this overwhelming presence, the sky above the capital of the Ming dynasty darkened instantaneously, as winds roared and spirits lamented, heralding an apocalypse. With a crack, the massive stone lid of the sarcophagus shattered. A withered, emaciated figure, resembling a corpse, slowly sat up from within the coffin. His eyes opened. What sight they were! Murky, hollow, imbued with a chilling stillness, as if they were two abysses leading to the netherworld. "My son," a voice, raspy and dry, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against iron, echoed through the heavens and the earth. "Who has slain my son?" As the words fell, the withered figure's aura intensified, reaching the first level of the void realm, then the second. Zhu Tsong, the former emperor of the Ming dynasty, a creature that had slumbered for 8 centuries, had awakened. Chapter 62. I, the princess, declare that you too shall perish. The raspy, dry voice, capable of piercing through eardrums, bore the supreme pressure of the second level of the void realm, crashing down upon Lin Shuyan and Li Chongjian like a multitude of mountains. In the capital of the Ming dynasty, countless cultivators of lower realms and ordinary citizens, overwhelmed by this aura, bled from their orifices and fainted on the spot. Yet, at the epicenter of this oppressive force, Lin Chuyan remained utterly unperturbed, her skirts not even fluttering. With keen interest, she lifted her delicate face to gaze at the corpse that had risen from the coffin. Oh, another ancient relic? She smirked, her eyes gleaming with unabashed disdain. Your son was killed on my orders. Do you have a problem with that? If you do, keep it to yourself. At her words, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The few officials of the Ming dynasty and the imperial guards who had managed to avoid fainting gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Insanity. This woman must be mad. That was the former emperor, the true anchor of the Ming dynasty, a being of the void realm. How dare mere girl, seemingly no more than a golden core cultivator, speak to him in such a manner? Who bestowed upon her this audacity? You young one. In Zhu Cang's hollow eye sockets, two flickering green flames of ghostly light danced with fervor. He clearly had not anticipated that the first words he would hear upon awakening would be so audacious and blasphemous. A mere ant of the great Qian dynasty dares to be insolent before me. Zhu Cang's voice reverberated with boundless fury and murderous intent. You have slain my beloved son and insulted my dignity. Today, I shall extract your souls and refine your spirits, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Before the echoes of his words faded, his withered hand, resembling a desiccated claw, suddenly rose, grasping towards Lin Chuyan below. Boom! The spiritual energy between heaven and earth erupted instantaneously. A colossal hand, formed entirely of spiritual energy and the power of laws, emerged, casting a shadow over the land, bearing the terrifying force to crush all in its path, descending upon Lin Chuyan. This strike seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of space. Princess, be careful. In the distance, a loyal commander of the royal guards exclaimed in alarm. It was over. That stunningly beautiful princess, known for a sharp tongue, would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, Lin Chuyan stood there unperturbed. She even had the leisure to curl her lip at the enormous hand above. Is that all? Though larger than your son's worm, it still proves futile. Just as the deathly hand was about to descend, Li Changjian, who had remained as a mere background figure, finally displayed a hint of movement. He slowly raised his right hand. It was an ordinary hand, with long fingers and distinct knuckles, pale as exquisite jade. Compared to the apocalyptic giant hand above, it resembled an ant beside an elephant's foot. Then, with a casual lift, he met the colossal hand with his seemingly unremarkable, almost delicate palm. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Presumptuous. Zhu Cang scoffed derisively, envisioning the scene of his adversary, hand and all, being crushed to powder beneath his blow. However, in the next moment, the mocking smile on his face froze. Bang! The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The energy giant hand, upon contact with Li Changjian's palm, froze as if the movie had been paused. It remained utterly still. What? Zhu Cang's hollow eye sockets widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why had it stopped? He frantically channeled his inner spiritual power, attempting to crush that insignificant hand. Yet, it seemed to possess an unyielding strength, as if it formed a world of its own, impervious to his every effort to budge it by even a fraction. This is impossible. He was a powerful being at the second level of the void realm. How could anyone in this world possibly withstand his strike with such casual ease? Just as Zhu Cang's mind reeled in shock, grappling with the incomprehensible, Li Changjian, that hand supporting the heavens, gently closed its 5 fingers. He had indeed grasped it. No, this was not merely an energy he held. Zhu Cang, in sheer terror, realized that what Li Changjian seized was a connection of laws. He felt his outstretched physical arm ensnared by an irresistible and terrifying force. What do you intend to do? A sense of ominous foreboding surged within Zhu Cang for the very first time. Li Changjian remained with his eyes shut, expressionless. He simply held that hand, and then, as if pulling a radish from the earth, he gave a gentle tug. Rip! A sharp, spine-chilling sound of tearing resonated through the heavens and the earth. Ah! Zhu Cang's unearthly, anguished wail followed closely behind. In the air, his withered right arm was forcibly severed from the shoulder by an overwhelming strength. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed stump. The dismembered arm, upon reaching Li Changjian's hand, was swiftly annihilated by an invisible sword aura. disintegrating into a cloud of dark powder. Li Changjian even disdainfully brushed his hands, as if ridding himself of some filth. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be muted. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was dazed. Everyone was petrified. What had they witnessed? An ancient being of the second realm of the Void Realm, disarmed in a single move, torn off by sheer force. Was this a dream? Old dog. Lin Shuyin lifted her chin, gazing at Zhu Cong, who clutched his severed arm and screamed in madness, a cruel smile curling at her lips. Now, it is your turn. I proclaim that today, you too shall fall. Chapter 63. The Fall of the Supreme Emperor, the Collapse of the Ming Dynasty. Old dog. Lin Shuyin lifted her chin, gazing at Zhu Cong, who clutched his severed arm and screamed in madness, a cruel smile curling at her lips. Now it is your turn. I stated that today. You too shall fall. The ghostly flames in Zhu Cong's hollow eye sockets flickered wildly due to excruciating pain and terror, akin to two oil lamps on the verge of extinguishing. He was afraid. He was truly frightened. This man before him was no mere transformation realm cultivator, nor even a being of the void realm. That power, that might capable of effortlessly tearing apart his lawbound form, existed on a level he could not comprehend. Flee. He must escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He was an ancient monster who had slumbered for 800 years. What scenes had he not witnessed? A true man knows when to endure and when to retreat. However, Lin Shuyin seemed to see through his thoughts. She yawned in boredom and casually commanded, Li, dispose of him. Yes, Mississippi Li Changjian, with his eyes closed in serene contemplation, merely responded with a faint acknowledgement without opening his eyes. Then, with his fingers poised like a sword, he nonchalantly thrust towards the air where Zhu Cong lingered. There was no gleam of a sword, no aura of energy, not even the slightest tremor of power. It appeared as though an ordinary person was merely jesting with a friend, playfully poking at him. A soft sound echoed, akin to the delicate pop of a bubble. Zhu Cong's scream abruptly ceased, his lifeless body suspended in mid-air, as if immobilized by a spell. Slowly and laboriously, he lowered his head. To his astonishment, a small hole, the size of a fingertip, had appeared in his chest. The edges of the hole were smooth as polished glass. There was no blood, no wound, only an abyss of nothingness. A terrifying intent of annihilation surged from that tiny aperture, violently flooding into his limbs and penetrating the depths of his soul. No! A desperate syllable escaped Zhu Cong's parched throat. Before this sword intent, his proud cultivation at the second layer of the void realm felt like snow under the sun. No, even less substantial. It was akin to a child's sandcastle, obliterated by a tsunami's might. What power is this? What manner of strength is this? Beyond the void realm lies a realm of legend, a state of existence he dared not even imagine, striking his shattered spirit like a bolt of lightning. The harmonized Tao realm. You are a formidable being of the harmonized Tao realm. In Zhu Cong's hollow eye sockets, two flickering flames extinguished in an instant. He finally comprehended the truth. He had not succumbed to carelessness or underestimation. He had simply ventured forth without consulting fate, only to collide with an unyielding obstacle. No, this is not merely an obstacle. This is akin to stepping into the core of the sun, employing a harmonized Tao expert as a bodyguard. Who exactly is this princess of the Qin dynasty? This was his final thought. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through. Zhu Cong's existence, which had endured for over a millennium, began to crumble like a statue of sand. Starting from that minuscule hole, he disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into the purest black dust, scattering across the heavens and the earth. The once great Emperor Zhu Cong of the Ming Dynasty, the venerable ancestor of the Void Realm, has perished, his form and spirit obliterated. Not a single hair remained. The entire capital of the Ming Dynasty fell into a profound silence. All those still awake, whether esteemed officials of the court or masters of the Imperial Guard, stood frozen like dazed groundhogs struck by lightning, mouths agape and eyes wide, motionless. Their minds were in turmoil. What had just transpired? The Emperor is no more? With a mere flick, it was all over. Reduced to ashes, that man, eyes closed, simply punctured their anchor of stability. Li Changjian slowly withdrew his finger, still with his eyes shut, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He even slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly discontented that the ashes just scattered might tarnish his immaculate azure robe. Lin Shuyin nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it was clean and efficient. She surveyed her surroundings. observing the dumbfounded ministers of the Ming dynasty, and curled her red lips in disdain. Enough, the job was done. With a graceful wave of her hand, a gentle white light enveloped her and Li Changjian. The space around them twisted, and in an instant, they vanished from their original location, leaving behind a ravaged palace and a cadre of elites from the Ming dynasty, their worldviews utterly shattered. In the next moment, within the grand hall of the Daqian dynasty's palace, Emperor Lin Langtian, recently embroiled in the grim task of executing 1 million surrendering soldiers, was engulfed in a tempest of anger and confusion over how to explain this to the Ming dynasty. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance in the space beside him. Whirling around, he beheld his long-lost daughter Lin Chuyin, who had been gone for 6 years, alongside a man in azure robes, materializing in the center of the hall. Chuyin. Lin Langtian was taken aback, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding through him as he opened his mouth to speak. However, Lin Chuyin, in a remarkably nonchalant tone, interjected, "Father, I have returned. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you." Lin Langtian paused. "What is it?" Lin Chuyin extended a finger, as white as jade, and scratched her cheek, as if reminiscing about an inconsequential matter. "The emperor of the Ming dynasty, named Zhu Chun, right?" "Yes, he is dead. Stabbed to death by Li Zhishi." Lin Langtian, his mind momentarily short-circuited. "What? Zhu Chun, the emperor of the Ming? Dead?" Lin Chuyin seemed oblivious to her father's astonished expression and continued, "Oh, and there was an old fellow who crawled out of a coffin, claiming to be the retired Emperor Zhu Tsong, a second-tier being in the Void Realm, quite intimidating to behold. He was also stabbed to death by Li Zhishi, and his ashes were scattered." Lin Langtian, he felt a buzzing in his head, as if 100 strong men had struck him with a battering ram. He stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, his heart raced furiously, as if it were about to leap from my throat. "My dear daughter, have you enrolled in the Qingyun Sect for studies? Or have you taken up the art of annihilating entire families? How long has it been since you left? And you return with such a monumental surprise?" Lin Chuyin gazed at her father, whose expression suggested an imminent myocardial infarction, her delicate brows knitting together. "Father, what are you dawdling for? I have already dealt with both their emperor and their ancestor. Surely you do not require me to instruct you on the remaining matters?" Seizing the moment while the Ming dynasty is in disarray and its people are in a state of trepidation, we must mobilize our forces. Let's swallow the entire Ming dynasty whole. Opportunities like this are fleeting and will not present themselves again. Lin Chuyin placed her hands on her hips, wearing an expression that conveyed her disbelief at his foolishness. "What are you still waiting for? Are you hoping another emperor will sprout from the earth?" Lin Langtian gazed at his audacious daughter, opening his mouth to speak, but finding no words. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Is my daughter a princess or a bandit leader?